Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Wherever you may be in the world, welcome to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's Saturday today, so we are playing out our second half of the top 8 here in Asia Pacific. It'll be a very exciting day given our new format, and to guide us all the way through on this rough new terrain is Gia. How are you doing this morning?
Doing very well, Derek. I will help us through the rough terrain and get to the end of the tunnel, which is the round robin, because this week is the very last portion of Swiss and the last chance for players to earn their points.
That's right. Things starting to look fairly set as we finish off week 3. Like you said, all the players trying to earn as many points as possible. There's still a little bit of room for 1 or 2 players to move up or down from Division A or Division B, depending on how many points they get. As you can see here, in the first 3 weeks, you are trying to place as best as you can in each of the 3 weeks, each of which functions basically like its own individual tournament. And then the higher you place, the more points you get. And at the end of that, you are placed in either Division A or Division B, as you can see here. Division A for the top half of players. That looks great. Top 6 automatically go to playoffs. The bottom 2 only have to play out for the potential to be relegated. But Division B is a lot scarier.
Definitely. Bottom of Division B automatically out of Grandmasters. No second chances. And compared to last year, there's now also an additional slot for relegation, which the 5th and 6th and B will play 7th and 8th of Division A to find out who's going to be that unlucky person. But it's not all bad news, because if you're top 4 even in Division B, there's still a chance to get those last 2 remaining slots in playoffs.
Yeah, I really like that there's no middle ground here. It's just straight up playoffs or relegation for every single player. Speaking of the players, let's take a look at how they are shaping up at the end of last week. Obviously, as you all know, Surrender undisputed at the top, 2nd place into 1st place. Incredibly strong performance. Didn't do quite so well this week, unable to make top 8, so we won't be seeing him on stream. However, he's still guaranteed Division A no matter what, so he's just sitting pretty.
And it's really a story of the people at the extremes here, because these totals are not counting what went down this week. Flurry is now actually possibly going to overtake Surrender if he gets a couple more wins this weekend, and that would be something that completely blindsided us, because we've always been saying Surrender is the undisputed king. Well, Flurry's coming for his glory. And over at the bottom, Blitzchung, we saw yesterday, actually managed to make it into the top 4. So he's got more than just these 2 points, and actually still a shot to make it into Division A, as long as he makes it to the finals.
Yes, that's right. I think we made a slight mistake yesterday saying he had to win the entire thing. It looks like, having taken a closer look at the tiebreakers and how everything shakes out, he only actually has to get second place in order to overtake Chonsu and get himself into Division A, which would be a huge turnaround. After finishing with 1 point after the first 2 weeks, I would be very excited to see him finish in Division A, especially how strong his play was yesterday. And I think his play was very strong yesterday, in part because of our new format for Week 3, the 10-class format, in which all players have to bring all of the classes, after which 6 are banned. Usually the best. I think Warrior, Demon Hunter, and Rogue have been banned, approaching 100% of the time. And from there, you play a best of 5 with the 4 remaining decks.
And the 4 remaining decks largely have been always Paladin and Shaman, the third one most of the time Druid, and it's really that 4th deck where players really can't seem to agree on what they would rather face. We've been seeing some Mage, some Druid, even a little bit of Hunter in other regions, and I think Warlock once or twice as well.
Yeah, we have seen that a little bit, but Shaman, we can see, I think, quite clearly why it is down at the bottom and is left always unbanned by the opponents, because as you can see here, this is far and away the most popular version of Shaman here in Asia Pacific. A little bit of other stuff going on in the other regions with Evolve or Control Shaman, but here, Totem is the name of the game. 2 of everything, just a nice early aggro boards deck, and I quite like the build that we have here from Possessi. A lot of 1-drops, which I feel is very, very crucial to the deck, because if you're losing in the first few turns, you can just wrap it up right there.
It really is crucial, especially since the opponents, the vast majority of them, if not Shaman, will be Paladin, and the inclusion of the Hungry Crab and the cutting of slugs in recognition of other players also bringing Hungry Crab. Good call from Possessi. And taking a look at his other featured deck list that we have, the Druid, in terms of deck building, I also think he's gone about it the right way for this week. No Ysera at the top end, because he's probably expecting to run into more of the aggro matchups, and also the one of inclusion of bees, which is really powerful against totems which have 0 attack.
But why are we seeing Druid here at all, Gio? Like, it was brought for the past 2 weeks. It was one of the most popular decks in Grandmasters, but now it's being left unbanned almost every series. What's changed?
I don't know, Dark. I think Druid's still strong. I was the one taking this stance. But I can kind of understand between the nerf to Kael'thas, and also with our meta being largely curved minions and snowball out of control if they're not answered by turn 2. Maybe Druid can fall behind in those situations because they're not actually playing early game minions, aside from, I guess, the Rising Winds Eagle.
Well, at least in Asia Pacific, your stance seems to be right, Gia, because I believe Druid is floating at just about a positive win rate around the 50% mark, whereas in other regions, not necessarily quite the same story up against the aggro Paladin and Shaman. But enough about the format. We're going to take a look at the matches that we have this weekend, I believe, starting with yesterday's matches, how things shook out and what that means for Sunday. Glory, as you said, potentially able to dethrone Surrender as the #1 point earner in the first 3 weeks. Incredibly strong performance from him. And this week in particular, I think he's really tightened up his play.
For sure, that's right. He's including the points earned from yesterday, now at 12 points. Surrender is at a total of 13, unable to gain any more. So if Flurry wins one more series tomorrow, he can tie Surrender. If he wins the whole week, he can actually dethrone Surrender, which would be an incredible feat. And over in the rest of the bracket, my heart goes out to Frosty and Dawn, very strong players that now unfortunately are guaranteed Division B. We will get to see them play more on stream compared to the Swiss portions, because that will be round robin. But the spotlight is really on Blitzchung, who, as we mentioned a while ago, still has a shot to just completely turn it around after 2 weeks of only gaining 1 point. If he actually makes it all the way to the finals with 5 points, he's able to tie the point totals of Chonsu and Staz, and because of the head-to-head, with the highest single week finish, would win the tiebreak.
Yeah, Blitzchung really is the story of the week for me. I cannot wait to see him play tomorrow. But today, we need to find out who his potential semi-final competitors could be between Possessi, Kin, Alutemu, and Flurry. Possessi and Kin, at first glance, may not share much in common, but there is a special link between these two players in this season of Grandmasters.
Very true, Derek. They are our newest inclusions to GM who made it through the Masters Tour system with the highest monetary earnings throughout Asia Pacific, instead of how the rest of the players have been invited or qualified based off of previous achievements. So it's great to see that they will actually be facing each other for the first time on stream, I do believe, in GM. And they both have very impressive point totals. In Kin's case in particular, also has the potential to tie Surrender if he goes through all the way this week.
And down at the bottom, Alutemu and Flurry. Alutemu, another one of the Japanese players who have just been absolutely dominating in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. It really does feel like it's a battle for the top APAC country between South Korea and Japan at the moment, with I think Japan just about edging over in terms of win rate, in terms of the games that they've played overall. Obviously, it gets a little bit more complicated when you have more South Korean players, and Surrender kind of keeping the flag flying high up at the top, with some of the others letting him down a little bit. But overall, it's a nice battle that I'm kind of liking keeping a look on over the course of Grandmasters.
It's true. For Group B, you might say they don't have all that much to play for because they are all guaranteed Division A, all the players that we'll be seeing today. But if we think about it, the champions for the first 2 weeks have both been South Korean. And despite Japan having the highest overall win rate, maybe they're looking to get somebody all the way to the top, and they've got a good chance, either Possessi or Glory or Alutemu.
Yeah, they've already got one guaranteed through to the semi-finals, and one more would definitely help them out just that little bit more. But I look forward to seeing all of those players playing today, even Flurry in particular, who, like we say, has kind of fallen under the radar compared to his countrymen of Rivius and Surrender, having taken a win apiece each. But I think he will still be demonstrating his strong style of play in this week. But that just about wraps us up. We're going to get the first game of the day ready, which is going to be, as Gia said, our two newcomers, Possessi versus Kin, in our first match of the day, right after this.
첫 질문.
넌센스 같은 건 아니죠.
あんまり他のサブカルチャー的なこと言っちゃダメなのかな。
지금은 몇 년도입니까? 라고 물어보지 않을까요?
いや、ワンピースを完結したって言おうと思ったんだけど。
现在有没有时光机可以回去？应该会问有没有东西可以吃吧？感觉应该会很饿。
배고파요. 밥 어디 있어요?
지금은 몇 년도입니까? 라고 물어보지 않을까요?
もし100年間凍っていて質問するとしたら、ちょっと自分が好きな漫画で完結の見通しが立ってない漫画がちゃんと終わったか聞いてみたいですね。
100年間の眠りから目が覚めたら、リロイがスタン落ちしたかどうか聞きたいです。
Is Hearthstone still alive?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Caught a little bit off guard there by the question and answers ending, but we hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. But now that you know the players a little bit better, it's time to dive in. We have our first match of the day, Possessi versus Kin. It has been a pretty strong performance overall, I would say, from our two newcomers in the first few weeks. We've seen them both a couple of times. Kin, one of the few players, along with Glory, to make top 8 every single week, actually. He's been doing very, very well indeed, which I'm very much unsurprised by. I think, you've been saying that you've known how powerful he is for a very, very long time indeed, after he is now, back in the day, was a Hearthstone gold medalist, I believe, at the Asian Indoor Games.
that event had a power outage in the middle of it at the Asian Games, but Kin still managed to power through. I think it was a ton of Mechathune decks on the other side, but he just, I don't know, as early as then, I was very impressed with his play. And now all the way through to his third week in the top 8, I would not be surprised to see him go all the way, especially with a Priest left up, which we think is a little bit strange.
Yeah, I agree. I think for two reasons. First of all, Priest is just looking really strong at the moment. It's been the couple of times we've seen it so far that it's been left unbanned. It just hasn't even looked close. It's absolutely dominated. And also, I feel like this is the exact type of deck that Kin thrives on. If you think back to his win at Masters Tour Bucharest last year, that was a very slow, very controlly metagame, especially when you got up to the top 8 and top 4, if you think about Eddie's win with his very slow controlling decks as well. And so leaving up the Resurrect Priest for Kin feels like a dangerous strategy. Maybe he's just as strong with the aggro decks, but he prefers the control decks. But I'd have to say, if you're going to give him any of his strengths, that's potentially one I wouldn't go for.
I would definitely agree, but we will worry about the Priest later because we did get word that the first matchup will be the Shaman Mirror. We've seen a whole lot of Paladin Mirrors and Paladin versus Shaman, but I don't think we've seen all too many Shaman Mirrors throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it could be an interesting one. How does this matchup break down? What's the kind of general game plan that you're trying to do with Totem Shaman, Gia?
Well, as it seems to be compared to all the other matchups, it's really similar, just with that whole game plan of trying to stick a totem. So I think a big important factor will be the first player that's able to land an attack buff to actually get a value trade. Say you play an evil totem, your opponent plays their evil totem. If you could play even just a totemic surge on one minion, I think that would be absolutely relevant. I would even go so far as to compare it to the old combo priest mirror in that regard.
Yeah, I was actually just about to make the same comparison. It feels like that kind of pattern re-emerges time and time again. Even with the current warrior mirrors, you hear a lot of whisperings amongst the players that the first rampage just wins the game because getting that attack buff and value trading is so important. Maybe we'll play totemic reflections, not even on a totem, just to buff up the minion and keep value trading. But either way, for this starting hand, I like Kin getting rid of all those cards. I think you're looking, like you said, for totemic reflections, but also just the one drop, the powerful one drops that you can use to absolutely lock down the board quick as.
Yes, you talk a lot about the one drops because this is the kind of newer version, which is including things like Blazing Battle Mage, etc., and also even a Shield Bearer in the case of Kin's list. Yeah. I will say though, I kind of prefer the version that Glory was bringing, which included Magic Carpet, and I think was a huge factor for his success because the Magic Carpet helps you respond so well in a deck that normally doesn't have very many comeback mechanisms.
I can definitely inclusion. However, in this particular game for Kin, even though it has no attack value at the start, this Shield Bearer is looking insane. Coin Flame Tongue Totem completely denies the play of Totemic Reflections on turn 3 from Possessi, and then he can follow up in the ideal scenario with Mana Tide into Splitting Axe for a board full of totems. It's looking nuts.
Yeah, it is the ideal scenario, but we can see from Possessi there that he has got one of the few removal spells available to Shaman. New card, Serpent Shrine Portal, really powerful, kind of like a mini flanking strike from Hunter back in the day. And one begets the other. You flanking the flanking. That's just a play we've seen before.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Ouroboros, the serpent eating itself there with the two serpent shrines. And it's still, the curve works out pretty well here. Obviously, Kin is going to be a little bit scared now. That's obviously a totem that looks like it's going to stick on the board, threatening the Totemic Reflections, threatening the Splitting Axe. But I think he kind of just has to ignore it and start developing his own game plan.
Yeah, this is probably the first very difficult turn, and you see the players have been going lightning fast at these aggro matchups because a lot of it is the fundamentals, and if you've been playing Hearthstone for a long time, you can probably already put two and two together about the best early game plays. However, for Kin here, if he wants to clear off that evil totem, he's got to take a trade and play the lightning bolt, which I agree is probably too many resources invested. Then again, the div was just developing another 0 attack minion, and the 2/3 Splitting Axe wouldn't actually copy anything there. So Kin with the respect.
It's a really difficult dynamic because with if the Totemic Reflections had come down, it would have been devastating for Kin. So I can understand why he would go for this line of play. You kind of have to play around such a powerful card your opponent would always look for.
Speaking of powerful cards, we've seen Splitting Axe played a lot this weekend, but not in its powerful form. Played mostly
True.
just as a 4-mana 3/2 weapon. But Kin here with the Lightning Bolt doesn't have to resort to that yet. Every single value trade taken in this matchup is a small victory because single minion sticking just gives you so much advantage. So now Kin is protecting the Mana Tide behind the Shield Bearer, can possibly copy it next turn.
And I will say that overall, I actually, despite it being lightning fast from these players, I like a lot of what I'm seeing here. I think that even though Kin could have gone for the other game plan of just ignoring the evil totem, which might have worked out better in this instance, on average, I think he made the best play for sure by playing around the Splitting Axe and the Totemic Reflections. And now he's managed to get himself in a position where he is able to get the Splitting Axe down. And while it's not especially powerful in terms of board development, these card draws are exactly what he needs.
Yeah, the card draw could be huge, but I think very well recognized from Glory that he is now the aggressor since he's not able to answer the mana. From Possessi. And the overload from last turn didn't quite let him get the ideal, but now Splitting Axe is going to be able to copy at least one totem. The healing is pretty relevant here.
Very relevant. This is an incredibly close dynamic. Possessi is unable to clear off both of the totems, which is such a big difference here. I cannot overstate how important that is. Kin is now able to go, if he wants to, Totemic Reflections and Splitting Axe on the same turn. That's gotta be GG, right?
It is, but I think Possessi took a very, very important decision just there, whether he wanted to clear off the 2/2 with a weapon, preserve that one lackey. Any minion sticking is relevant here, but that would mean that both Mana Tides stick at the end of the turn. So I think he took the correct line of play, which is to just clear off as many minions as possible.
Good point.
And hope that Kin can't get the utmost value off of all of these cards.
So Gia, yesterday in the match versus Frosty, we saw Mana Tide being played 4 times, almost resulting in fatiguing to death. Is that ever a consideration here?
I would say a resounding no, because that matchup against Frosty, Frosty had, like his name would suggest, a whole bunch of Frost Novas and Rays of Frost, and even Malagos's Frost Nova, and it didn't even quite get there in the end versus Blitzchung. But Possessi's just gonna give it up because he knows he's fallen too far behind.
Very, very fast series, and there's a lot to analyze in those matchups. The Paladin, I feel like, can be a little bit basic in terms of how you're fighting for board with the Murlocs, but the Totem Shaman I actually think is quite an interesting deck and has a lot of very cool matchups. Some of them are just blowouts, but that one, there was a lot of back and forth. Kin in particular, I feel like, had a lot of different lines where he could have ignored Possessi's board and instead developed his own game plan a little bit quicker. But instead, he decided to go on the reactive a little bit in the early game to play around any potential for Totemic Reflections. And even though it wasn't there, it still worked out really well for him.
I feel like quoting a book here, Derek, which it's a young adult novel, The Fault in Our Stars. There's a line where John Green compares falling in love to falling asleep, which is slowly and then all at once, which is what I like to call that matchup as well. Because it's a lot of slow incremental trades in the beginning, but one Mana Tide stuck, and then he just won all at once. Could have gone the other way just as easily. If, for example, Possessi had drawn an earlier answer for the Shield Bearer, then maybe he would have also been able to clear off the Mana Tide, and then suddenly all of Kin's cards would have done nothing. So it's really just all about sticking that one minion.
Wow, that is an incredibly long and staggeringly specific quote to put in your young adult novel about this week of Hearthstone Grandmasters. I didn't know that John Green was such a prophet. But that does mean that with our first game out of the way, we're going to have to jump to a quick break to let the players get ready for the next game. So we'll be right back with the conclusion of this series after this.
If I would have a t-shirt with only one word and wear it an entire year, I think the word would be
just one word.
I would put happiness on my t-shirt.
I think it would just be okay.
hi.
If I had to wear a t-shirt with only one word, I think it would be Solari.
Happy.
Argue for more self-promotion, because why not?
Clown, because that's just me.
Hearthstone.
Man.
Man.
What? No?
Okay, there we go. That word would be man. The word
Money. Money, yeah.
the word that would be on my t-shirt is smile. Don't worry.
One word?
One word? Oh. I'll go again.
If I had to be handcuffed to another Grandmaster for an entire month,
Maybe I should choose someone I don't like and annoy them.
I'd want it to be someone that doesn't really do a lot, so they wouldn't be like in the way, causing a lot of problems.
Well, the thing is, I already live with Muzzy, so it really kind of feels like we're handcuffed in a way. Things wouldn't be too different, except for bathroom breaks.
It would probably be Pavle. Pavle's pretty skinny, you know, I can move him around and just go wherever I want.
I'd probably choose Bunny Hopper. I've spent the most time with Bunny Hopper recently, and we get along pretty well.
Princey, probably. He's my best friend here.
It would probably be Zalea. A large problem would be food, and Zalea knows how to find the cheese. So just being handcuffed to Zalea would allow me probably to have more access to more cheese. Is Zalea obsessed with cheese? Yes. It's a problem.
I think it would have to be Eddie.
He's a good guy.
Papa Jason, because he is a vegan, and so whenever we go out and have food, I can have all the meat, and he'll just have all the veggies that I don't like to eat.
I'd pick Papa Jason. He's very positive, and I don't think I'd get annoyed being around him. I think with some of the other GMs, they might start to get to me after a while.
You know, you're not the first person that said that. The other people said because he's a vegan, so.
Oh, because he's vegan? Oh, because I'd get all the meat? Well, that's a way more clever answer. Use that, just put my voice instead.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Sorry about that slightly longer delay. We're all set now, though, and ready to jump into the remainder of this series. And once again, our two newcoming Grandmasters, Kin and Possessi. Very convincing win in the first game by Kin in the Shaman Mirror, which of course means now, given that we are effectively playing Conquest but with one extra deck, he cannot queue the Shaman again. So now he's left with what I believe is his trump card, his strongest deck in the Priest that he could just throw down, and I believe probably win a game whenever he does that. Obviously not guaranteed, nothing's 100% in Hearthstone, but it definitely feels to me like that's the strongest of his remaining decks.
For sure. It's his closest to a meta deck that's remaining. Because I'm just going to say that based on the stats, Druid has fallen off. But yeah, I do expect Kin to get a win with that versus the remaining aggro decks from Possessi. But maybe it struggles a little bit against Mage. But Kin, my man, going for the Druid. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. If I had to wager a guess at his strategy, I would say, given he has 4 decks and only has to win with 3 of them, Paladin will probably be the deck that he opts to not play, and will instead go for the Druid, and if he wins this, then the Priest. And although the overall stats based on all the regions would indicate that Possessi should be in the lead here, at least in Asia Pacific, Gia, your analysis has been just right on, that even though Druid should be weak to these aggro decks, it's just kind of more powerful. It's just doing more broken stuff pretty quickly.
That's the best way of putting it. You just play cards like Glowfly Swarm, Exotic Mount Seller, and you can ramp up to those really quickly. Fungal Fortunes is a big one. It just seems like if you look at each individual card included in the deck, Druid just has more powerful stuff. And with this draw off the top of Innervate, this looks exactly like what Flurry was going for in a similar matchup the other day.
It really does. And Kin, I imagine, was playing to probably not this exact scenario specifically, but it was something he would have had in mind. Keeping the Rising Winds on the mulligan, it's not typically a card that I would say you're looking for. I would rather find the Overgrowth, maybe a Crystal Power versus aggro, obviously Fungal Fortunes, as you mentioned. But against specifically Totem Shaman, look at how devastating this is for Possessi.
It absolutely is. Even with the Totemic Might committed, Kin can clear this off with just a trade and hero power, and that immediately shuts down Shaman game plan. And it's so tempting to go for the Fungal Fortunes here, but I think Kin knows what's up. He knows this matchup. And you know what? I'm just going to say it right here. Maybe Asia Pacific has a good win rate with Druid because they've been mulliganing for this type of game plan.
Maybe. It's, I feel like the Asia Pacific has the reputation of being a little bit behind the curve compared to the other regions. They tend to, the metagame catches up a week later, but obviously this is a brand new metagame, and Kin bringing something new to the table here, I think, like you said, may have just been playing the matchup that little bit better.
Not just on Kin's end as well. We've seen it from Blitzchung, we've seen it from Glory. Druid, I don't know if it's lost a single game in APAC this weekend, and the Iron Bark off the top, I think, was an absolutely great draw here for Kin. Even though it's not really expending all of his mana, just gaining the health on the minion, making sure that it doesn't die to some trades up from Possessi. But Serpentine off the top is huge as well. Maybe Kin has to shift off of the board game plan now.
I think I agree. There's the fact that he can make 2 eagles, as he has run through this entire thought process in 2 seconds, it appears. I was going to say it lines up fairly well against what's on board, unless there's specifically exactly another Serpent Shrine, because Possessi's a mana off of the Splitting Axe, so removal is a little bit lackluster at the moment. But even having said that, the second Beaming Sidekick just puts a terrible spin on this for Kin. He's now massively behind.
It's not even exactly Serpent Shrine, right? It's the other sidekicks. It's also the even Totemic Reflection on a non-totem, just to take a value trade, I think would kind of dampen that game plan. So now Kin, I think, is rightfully going to pivot a little bit here. He's got the Glowfly for next turn, but with that spell used, there's only going to be 4 in hand that we can see, possibly 5, the one off the top. Not terrible. Another Serpent Shrine, my goodness.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward this turn because I think the main thing that Possessi wants to set up is Mana Tide into Splitting Axe with a Storm's Wrath, either on this turn or the next turn. The problem, of course, with that is board space in this instance. And therefore, maybe we see him deliberately trading away some of his minions to make room on the board.
I'd like to see Storm's Wrath committed this turn because Kin is actually playing 1 copy of Starfall in his Druid. which seems to line up very well against Possessi's
Very good
board.
point.
So gonna go for it as early as now. He can still just play the axe next turn, and most likely something's gonna stick.
Yeah, exactly. He gets the full suite of copies as well on the Mana Tide and the spell damage. It just works beautifully here.
All right, so Glowfly seems like the immediate play that jumps out to me. Hinge with a shake of his head, actually just gonna go for the overflow here.
Wow.
It heals up Possessi's board, but this probably gives him his best chance of coming back with a big swing off exotic Mount Seller, but not a not a single Bog Beam or the other Innervate picked up, or the other Iron. And he even tosses the Moonfire there just to make hand space.
This is an absolute disaster, GM.
Point to you, Derek.
I don't feel like a winner on this one. I just feel bad for Kin on this one. Obviously, you know, congrats to Possessi. Hasn't won yet. There is still the potential in this Druid deck to come back from even the most unlikely of scenarios. But this is starting to look a bit scary.
That's a good draw off the top, but I feel like the only way back in now is, even with the Diving Griffin, doesn't get there against Bloodlust.
I think it's just pray they don't have Bloodlust is the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're already showing 14 on board, are they not? Including the weapon.
Oh, sure.
That's gonna be yet another lightning fast game. Finally, Druid has taken a loss. I feel bad about it, but you know, at some point, I guess it had to be reflective of what we actually saw in the Swiss stats. As we saw in EU last night, Sottle and Raven were saying, let's not do Lorinda a disservice because he's actually going through all of those rounds on our behalf. Druid did have sub 50% win rates against Paladin and Shaman throughout the weekend.
Interestingly enough, though, I think that despite that final turn for Kin looking a bit weird, where he went Innovate, Overflow, I think the really interesting turn there and crucial turning point is when you mentioned he should pivot away from the Eagle plan, you know, the board development plan, because he's kind of losing. He instead snapped very, very quickly, just went for the 2 Eagles on the board and was pretty drastically punished for it. And like you mentioned, it wasn't just the Serpent Shrine. There were a couple of other things, specifically the Beaming Sidekick, that could have really punished it. Do you think he should have instead, therefore, deviated over to the draw plan and try and start doing the disgustingly powerful Druid things with Mount Seller and Glowfly?
It is hard to say for sure. I can't exactly remember what he had in hand at that point, but if there was at least one Glowfly Swarm, I would feel more inclined to save up for a big Glowfly rather than playing 2 3/2s. But, I mean, it's not all bad for Kin, though. He's stunned in 1 right now, and with the Priest left up, they're kind of just on even ground if you consider the Mage for Possessi and the Priest for Kin as each player's respective trump card.
Yeah, if I had to wager a guess, I would say that Priest looks like the slightly stronger of the 2 at the moment. Mage, I think, is that little bit more susceptible to the aggressive strategies, given that it's not running as much early game removal as the Priest does, doubling down on Breath of the Infinite, Holy Nova, Penance, Holy Smite. There's a whole bunch of stuff that Murlocs just cannot stand up to, no matter how hard they try. So Kin, I still feel like, is maybe ever so slightly in the lead come this, as we approach the midpoint of this series. But I guess it depends on what Possessi's strategy is in terms of which deck he doesn't want to play either. Because we've only seen him on the Shaman so far, whereas Kin, we've seen him on the Shaman and the Druid. So I wonder if Possessi is going to cue the Paladin maybe and divert away from his Druid or Mage.
We did just get, I think, some sound confirmation that it is just going to be Druid again for Kin. With a very strong opener, Fungal Fortunes on the coin. And for Possessi, none of the early Murlocs, so gonna look for one of those. These are 1-drops, but not really the ones
be
he wants
careful what
to
you
see.
wish for.
Yeah. I said early Murlocs, not 1-drop. Toxfin is not an early Murloc. In any case, Kin has a handful of removal, and in this matchup, I can totally get behind playing Bog Beam for the full 3 mana.
Oh, yeah, 100%. If you can get a war leader off with that, laughing.
As early as that turn, I was wondering if he had any license to coin out the fungal fortunes. Because he also has Innervate, so if anything too threatening comes down the next turn, he could still Innervate Bog Beam if he needed to, and the fungal gets him closer to drawing things like Wrath and Crystal Power. I feel like it's not cut and dry, just going for the end turn there.
I like your point. I think I quite drastically prefer Kin's line of play, though. The fact that you're saving the coin, if you draw the Crystal Power turn later, you can then just coin it out if you have to, and it just leaves you in a much more kind of diverse game plan, I feel like. Or flexible, I should say.
Yeah, I think it's largely dependent on how you view the matchup, where I guess it's a big deal that nowadays the turn 2 for Murloc Paladin isn't as strong as when they had the Rockpool Hunter.
Oh, imagine.
But yeah, it seems like of the 2-cost Murlocs, it's just Finley with the highest stat line, so not that scary.
A very underwhelming Toxfin, but I definitely like getting it down with the curve of Felfin into Scale Lord. Possessi has one game plan and one game plan only.
We did call these decks in our run of show unconventional. Wait, I messed that up. Unconventional, but one-dimensional.
Yeah.
You can kind of predict what they're gonna do every turn, or at least you know what the best play is going to be for them. So that's something that Kin has going for him, but so far, what can he actually do with this knowledge?
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird spot. He's one turn away from the, the power turn where double Bog Beam becomes active. But do you think he's going to be forced to throw one of them down early just to take off some of this pressure?
I like what he's gone for here. I was about to say, just expend one of the other spells and then draw with Fungal Fortune, see what you get from there. Because ideally, yeah, Wrath is great.
Wrath is fantastic.
Getting a Crystal Power as well, sure, why not? It's a bit scary to get rid of his one piece of healing in hand.
Yeah. And it's also scary to get Scale Lorded, because this is a lot of damage and a lot of very resilient damage as well. Now that the Moonfire has been used, there's not really all that much that Kin can do to deal with these Divine Shields effectively.
There's not. He's really looking for a Mount Seller off the top to use with these Bog Beams.
Ooh, that's a pretty big draw. How does he use that, though? If he uses it for AoE, it means everything ends up on 4 health, which is the worst possible point.
I see exactly what you mean, so I'm kind of thinking the turn starts with draw off of the Rising Winds.
Okay, fair enough. That puts him to 10 cards, so he doesn't overdraw.
Not what he wanted to see. And with 2 Murlocs on board and a War Leader coming down for the other 4 damage. Yeah, it is just game. He's even got a Hand of Adal if he wants it. Or Hand of Adal plus Consecration works as well.
How did that even happen? Where did that come from? Possessi was doing like such weak stuff in the early turns. He went Hero Power on 2 and Toxfin on 1 and 3 and still somehow managed to come out in the lead. I think it's really hard to argue with Kin's game plan because he was doing such powerful stuff at every point in the way. Fungal Fortunes into Overgrowth is such a powerful game plan. But the real one turn that I'm not certain from him was where he went for the Overgrowth. Going Coin Overgrowth into 6, to be honest, doesn't really open up that much for him because, again, it's that turn away from where Bog Beams become active. So maybe instead we could have seen him just go for, I don't know, a Bog Beam on 3, just onto the Sir Finley of the Sands that was on the board, clear up some of these Murlocs and make that exact curve, or just any of the Murloc buffs, that little bit weaker.
It's a good point you bring up, but generally, my experience playing Druid at least, I feel like Coin Overgrowth, even though it's not going into the 7 mana turn, opens up way more options for you. It at least allows you to draw more if you get a Rising Winds off the top and be able to play stuff from there. I think that Kin was setting up for exactly a Mount Seller clear. He just didn't get the Mount Seller. Whether that's right or not, I couldn't tell you, but I completely understand where he's coming from at the very least.
Definitely understand where he's coming from. And to be fair, I may be letting the cast division get to me a little bit there, where I can see that he obviously has Felfin into Scale Lord, which is a very powerful curve indeed. But I feel like against these Murloc decks, as long as you're just zapping away and removing every turn, you're probably in a pretty good spot, all things considered. But now, with the 3rd attempt in a row for the Druid here for Kin, he needs to try and get a win versus the Mage, which, that's got to be easy, right? The Mage doesn't have that much removal anymore now that they're cutting Blizzards and Flame Strikes fairly commonly.
Right. The most scary thing, I suppose, is the Frost Nova, which Possessi is running Highlander Mage, none of the Scam Mage, which I've never resented Hunter Ace before, or Pheno. But for creating that deck, I feel like they deserve a little bit of black, because it's just so bad. Anyway, this is Highlander Mage, so only one Frost Nova available for Possessi. And I think Kin will also be very aware of the interaction with Soul of the Forest against Mage.
Right.
If they do get any type of AoE, it's very important to have that insurance.
Yeah, there's a lot of interactions to know. First of all, I will just say that even though, as I said, a lot of the Mage lists are cutting Flame Strike, and to a lesser extent Blizzard, Possessi's got both. This is a list full of AoE. And in addition to that, we see the Waste Warden. And despite what you may think, Treants seem like a minion type, absolutely. They are not technically a minion type. They're just called, their name is Treant. They don't have a tag at the bottom that says Treant. So Waste Warden, which does 3 damage to a minion and all others of the same type, cannot target Treants, but it can attack the Glowfly Swarm, all of which are beasts. So that is potentially for Possessi, that little bit of extra removal that will get him over the finish line.
Right, and I think this is very good deck building once again from Possessi. I at least praised his build of Shaman and his build of Druid going into this in particular, and knowing that he's leaving Druid up after the ban phase, I think it makes a lot of sense to tech the Mage this way. And now that kind of makes me wonder whether Possessi had to leave up particularly the Mage from Possessi, or whether he thought he could just get a win in with the Druid versus the other decks.
Maybe, yeah. But now that we're done with the setup turns in which neither player interacts with the opponent very much, they focus on their own game plan, drawing, ramping, whatever it may be. This is where we enter crunch time. Kin left with a bit of a rough choice here, to be perfectly honest. Obviously, he wants to get down the overflow, I think it's fair to say, as soon as possible. How does he go about that? Is it ever worth it to just tank the overdraw and cast it anyway?
That's what I'm thinking. He's got 8 in hand now, so even if he expends the Innervate, he'll still be overdrawing 1. And then another after the next turn if he doesn't get exactly Moonfire or the other Innervate. Kin is going to be very disciplined here. I'm not sure about this.
I guess the thinking is that, just casting Overflow straight up, I think is too much overdraw to really consider. You're not really getting yourself an advantage. But double Power of the Wild first, that doesn't seem much better. You're using 2 of your best cards to go for lethal on basically nothing.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The benefit is essentially gaining you 3 cards to play next turn.
Yeah.
I tend not to think of what is actually being tossed from the deck in matchups where you're the aggressor. But in this matchup, maybe Kin is thinking, yes, he's the aggressor, but it could go longer where he needs every bit of refill available because Possessi is running more AoE than usual.
Yeah, that's right. I think Ysera could be absolutely crucial. Possessi deciding to let rip with the escaped Mana Saber here to get down Siamat on turn 5, a truly terrifying prospect for the Druid. But the 6 health with Divine Shield with Fog Beam active is thankfully not too difficult to answer.
Right. He drew the Fungal of Fortunes, thankfully for Kin, because that turn would have been very awkward with the rest of the mana because he couldn't have expended the Wrath and then played Overflow because that would heal the Siamat, and he wanted to create that hand space.
I actually really like this decision as well from Kin because despite the fact that it happened really, really fast there, I believe he had the mana to go Glowfly, Innovate, Wrath, and kill the Siamat whilst also developing a board of 2/2s, which at first glance sounds fantastic. But I think this play, if I'm not mistaken, looks like he's, if he's allowed to, trying to set up a Soul of the Forest as well with this Glowfly Swarm, which, as you were just talking about at the start, feels very powerful.
Unfortunately for Kin, even if he commits both Power of the Wild, that inclusion of Flame Strike for Possessi is going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was talking about the Soul of the Forest. This effectively plays around Blizzard as well. He just didn't want to walk directly into a Blizzard on turn 6. He's wondering about committing the second Power of the Wild because it's an interesting balance here, right? We're at 3 health. It's playing around Blizzard because his board doesn't die, but it's also playing around Flame Strike because he hasn't overcommitted the second Power of the Wild. So I actually really like holding back the second one here and only using one.
Right, I think it was absolutely clear to Kin that he wanted to leave everything except the 4/6 at 3 health. The consideration was whether he just wanted to spend another card because it's looking like after this board gets cleared, he absolutely needs to go for the overflow. And Possessi here, going for the Dragon Caster with the Flame Strike, I think makes a whole lot of sense. Because he's actually putting even more pressure onto the board than a Waste Warden would have.
Yeah, I completely agree.
It's giving Kin no time to hesitate.
Yeah, Kin's got to be careful. Possessi is approaching just Zephyrus lethal in the next couple of turns, giving him a Bloodlust or Savage or whatever it may be that's needed. So Kin's going to have to start playing on the defensive, which he can do here to an extent with healing off the overflow and drawing towards his power cards in the in the exotic Mount Seller.
Right. Mount Seller and Ysera is also included in the top end for Kin.
Okay.
So once again, pretty difficult to toss any of these. Maybe he just plays the Crystal Power to damage something and then a Rising Winds for a 3/2. Because the Rising, I think, is still Twin Spell.
He could potentially go Innovate Overgrowth, which gives him a 0 mana excess mana, which he could then not cast and save it for when he gets the Mount Seller.
Or also just after Ysera is played. I kinda like that.
Yeah. That's true, actually. Yeah, that might give a dragon off the top.
But this from Kin, I feel is a bit precarious because both the Mount Sellers are still in the deck.
Life and hope.
Speaking of precarious, this could just be a lethal setup.
Whoa!
Hey, have a Ysera for yourself, Possessi. My goodness, he cut it from his druid, but apparently it's here for his mage.
Yeah. This is just what mage does best.
my
A turn
gosh.
before he should even be allowed to play it. And Ysera can
Other
still come
Alex
down.
Straza. This is just the perfect mage game from Possessi.
I'm pretty sure you just play it here for Possessi.
My hand is too full.
I don't really know what he's afraid of. The only thing he could possibly be afraid of is a huge Mount Seller turn against which he needs lethal with Zephyrus, but I don't think that's going to matter either way. This is just so clearly lethal for Possessi.
Right. Even without the Alex in hand, he's showing 21 on board.
Yeah.
So he needs either Rush or Taunt Dragons to even survive from Kin's perspective.
I concede.
A good effort.
Lightning fast there.
Yeah, very, very fast indeed. And congratulations to Possessi, our winner of this series. The Druid, for the first time this weekend, is looking absolutely dreadful. That was a 3-0 sweep, or an 0-3 sweep, I suppose I should say, on the Druid there by the Shaman Paladin and the Mage. It was, to be fair, a very, very powerful hand for the Mage against the Druid. It had all the threats as well as all the removal it could possibly need against what Kin was throwing down. But what is it that's changed here today that's making Druid look so much worse?
Well, maybe not much has changed, and this is the actual average outcome. I don't see anything that I particularly dislike among the lines that Kin went for, except for maybe holding on to Overflow a bit too long. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but it felt like the turn of just Hero Power Pass was very, very vulnerable to any type of pressure from the Mage, and Possessi did have exactly that. Can't say for sure, but Kin is not out of it just yet.
That's absolutely right. As we can take a look at the bracket, we can see where Kin is sitting now. I believe that this would be... Oh no, I was going to say it would be his third top 8 in a row, but not making top 4. I believe that's not quite. But either way, going down to the elimination match now. He's still in with a chance of getting through to the decider match a little bit later on today, and then in the second place spot. But for Possessi, it's looking like yet another dominant week for him, and also for Japan, with Glory going through in first place in Division or Bracket A. Now Possessi is looking prime position to get there and join him.
Yeah, potentially even all 3 Japanese players in the top 4 if Alutemu manages to take a win over Flurry and make it through. Well, if that happens, it will have to be Alutemu versus Possessi. Yeah, either one of them. But yeah, it's just incredible from Japan, and Possessi can't quite overtake points, but Kin still has that small potential to tie Surrender at the very least.
Yeah, if he gets a very impressive performance indeed. And to be fair, you know, like we were saying, I think we can agree with the majority of his lines there over the course of the game. The couple of minor disagreements I might have, or at least ideas he could have explored with different lines, involve, you know, just being a bit more focused on killing off the Paladin's board, and maybe being, weirdly enough, less focused on killing off the Shaman's board by not developing the Eagles and instead starting to draw through to his more powerful cards. But I realize it sounds a little bit inconsistent. It's a very, very difficult matchup to play with the Druid up against these aggro decks.
Yeah, I think it's all about recognizing when you can go for the board plan and when you have to go for the Mount Seller plan. And it doesn't always pan out because you can't tell whether your opponent has a handful of minions or a handful of removal. And Kin walked into the removal hand, unfortunately for him, but still well played on both ends. Really liked what I saw from Possessi as well.
Yeah.
And maybe these players are going at it a little bit quicker than usual because there's less to play for, at least in terms of division placements. But I still think we're going to have a good show in for us between Alutemu and Flurry, with all 4 of the same classes left out.
I think so as well. Alutemu was, in my opinion, probably the best player we saw in Season 1 specifically of Hearthstone Grandmasters last year, where the kind of weird Conjurer's Calling Mage, I don't really know what we ended up calling it, with the Mana Cyclones, the Mountain Giants, and the Sorcerer's Apprentices. He just was an absolute beast with that deck. It felt like the only players who were outclassing him were like Fino and Hunter Ace at the time. But he was very, very strong back then. And I feel like this season, he's kind of making a little bit of a comeback. He's had a couple of top 8s now. He's only really losing out to Glory and Surrender, I feel like you could say, in terms of the overall consistent higher level of play.
Yeah, and if we talk about top 4 in APAC overall, I would definitely have 3 of those names part of it. And Flurry himself, not quite, he's no slouch, not quite making the consistent performances as the other players we mentioned, but he was in the top 8 last week, bringing some off-the-wall decks like that Dragon Hunter. But now, with the remaining classes, I want to see if he's got something a little bit different up his sleeve. For Druid, it seems largely the same, though.
Okay, nothing too anti-aggro thrown in there?
Taking a quick look. None that I see.
Nothing too interesting in terms of different deck lists. But overall, just the fact that Double Mage has been left up is pretty interesting in its own right, of course. We've seen from quite a few of the players Mage being left up, but I'm still not convinced if that's the way we should go about. To be fair, I'm pretty down on any of the 4th decks that are left up because they all feel pretty powerful at the moment, whether it's Priest or Warlock or Mage or Hunter even in some instances. If I had to choose one, I would tend to say I feel like Warlock is maybe the deck that should be left up, given that Zoo has not looked especially powerful a lot of the time. But having said that, we've seen some pretty dominant Zoo games as well.
And I just realized I looked at the wrong deck list. Flurry's list is including a little bit of anti-aggro tech. The one of Bees, which we were talking about, probably very good in a meta full of Shaman. But the interesting thing is that he still got the Kael'thas package, which is way more popular outside of APAC, I would say. Largely, it was either week 1 or week 2 where the Japanese players just cut their Kael'thas, and it seemed like most others followed suit. They're playing Ysera, but they're not playing the package of Kael'thas with Gift of the Wild and the Forest Aid. Flurry still has that type of list, which I feel like can be a bane or a boon against the aggro matchups. Because, of course, if you hit the Kael'thas absolute dream, then you can blow them out. But it does also seem like it can get clunky.
Yeah, I think in this particular metagame, I much prefer the slightly more stripped down, lean version without the Kael'thas, and instead slotting in some of the cards like bees. I believe some players have even gone for tree enforcements, just because we've seen how powerful an eagle can be when you innovate it out on turn 1. If you can just play a 2/2 with tree enforcements, that is also going to do pretty much the same job there in terms of dominating the board. I believe we just got word that it is going to be Alutemu on the Shaman for the first game of the day, which, no surprises there, is just the classic totemic surge totem shaman that has been doing fairly well, it's got to be said, so far this weekend. Given how weak of a deck it is overall, against the rest of the field here, it seems to stack up fairly well.
Yeah, I would like to note, though, that we've largely seen Alutemu and Glory bringing similar lists, but this Shaman list from Alutemu is not including the Magic Carpet tech, which we praised so much from Glory. So
True.
That might be to his detriment in the aggro mirrors, but since it's running up against specifically Mage, maybe it's better to have that consistency.
Yeah, it's I don't mind this list at all from Alutemu. He's still got a lot of the 1-drops, the Beaming Sidekick in there, which I think could be very powerful to buff up the totems and then copy them again with the totemic reflection, and the splitting axe as well. Basically, as I keep saying time and time again, I like the 1-drops. I obviously like the Hungry Crabs this week, given that you can hit the Paladins and just kind of win that matchup. And also some of the players are including Sludge Slurper in their Shaman decks as well, although that feels a little bit unfashionable, at least in the Asia-Pacific region. And then for his opponents, did you catch what Flurry was playing in response to that?
I think he's on the Mage, which, again, it's another Mage left up, and we probably agreed on this being better to leave up than Priest, at least in our opinion.
Yeah.
But it still seems very scary, just looking at overall power level. It seems like everything else is worlds above Paladin and Shaman. The particular Mage list, though, is much different to what we saw from Possessi a while ago, not running the Flame Strike, but also not running the Waste Warden, so not tech for Druid in particular.
Yeah, and I think overall, I really like the Waste Warden inclusion this week, because like you said, it's good against Druid, taking out the Glowfly swarm, specifically with them all being beasts. But it's also very good against the Paladin at the moment. Murlocs are a tribal synergy. It's also pretty good against the Shaman, it turns out, with Totems being a tribal synergy as well. So I think that's just a bit of an oversight, to be perfectly honest, going into this week. Again, it's easier with hindsight, but I think you could make a good guess that majority of Shamans and Paladins would be Totem and Murloc, respectively. So I think there for Flurry, we could have seen maybe a little bit of a more optimized build of the Mage going into this week.
Right. And I apologize. I kept on saying that it was Dawn Glory that had the Magic Carpet and Shaman this whole time, but it was actually Dawn. That's my bad. Dawn also on stream yesterday, unfortunately, not able to make top 4, but a decent run. Making his first on-stream appearance. He will be in Division B, but I think that was a very heads-up inclusion in the first place.
Gia, actually imagine Alutemu and Glory not bringing the same lineup. I can't even imagine. It makes me sick to think of. The best of friends.
It should have smelled fishy to me the moment I said it. Anyway, Flurry tossing Arcane Intellect is something we brought up as early as week 1, because it seems to be kind of a bait for people to keep in Mage, just because, well, Mage generally doesn't have that many things to play turn 3 or earlier, so why not keep the draw? But I think you made the argument that ultimately it's better to search for something else, like minion development.
Yeah, it's one of the cards I think is most notoriously the kept win rate, the keep rate of it. It's kept much more than the win rate would suggest it should. When it's in your starting hand at the start of the game, you do not win that many games, given that it's kept, like, I can't remember, like 60% of the time, something absurd like that on the average ladder stats. I agree. I think I would rather have Doomsayer. I'd rather have Arcane Breath. Just any of these cheap little removal and board control cards at the start. But you know what? If you end up with it in your starting hand, I'm not going to turn my nose up at it.
True enough. And Alutemu already faced with an interesting decision point. There's so many lines he could go for. Is it just 1/1 drop? Is it coin the evil totem? Is it play both 1-drops? Right.
Interesting. Obviously, coin evil totem was the lowest pressure line. And I think I like holding off on it for the moment because it doesn't feel like you get that much payoff, to be honest. Obviously, you could go Lackey plus 1-drop on turn 2, but it's so weak to Doomsayer specifically that I like kind of testing the waters a little bit with Blazing Battle Mage first.
From my perspective, it's not so much about, ooh, wow. Totemic Reflection off the top could give him a very powerful curve if he plays the Evil Totem, but you see him hold back because I think he really wants to play the Evil Totem, just thinking about whether he gives it +2 health as well. He's just seen a Ray of Frost, so maybe it's not too tempting, but Arcane Breath is always a threat. What I was saying a while ago is that I feel like the consideration is not so much about playing around Doomsayer, because it is Highlander Mage that toss their whole hand, not very likely to come in, but more of saving the coin, because maybe getting that flexibility with mana to play both a buff and a copy effect turn, or just making your overload less awkward is very important. We said it's a one-of, but...
I was just about to say as well that this play from Alutemu, I think, you know, you say it wasn't about the Doomsayer. I think that was a side effect of his plan, is he realized, okay, I played it on 2 here. Maybe he doesn't have the Doomsayer because he may have just played it in response to the Battle Mage, and therefore he throws down the Evil Totem plus the buff with Totemic Might, hoping there's no Doomsayer, praying that there's no Doomsayer, and he's met with it off the top. Disaster.
Giant disaster. So the game plan now for Alutemu is, I guess, try to land the buffs onto a hero power generated totem, but Flurry gets to play the Twilight Drake this turn just to chill when Yeti, but more than enough to deal with totem stat line minions.
Oh, it's a sacrifice, man, here. Playing that and deactivating your Malagos on the following turn feels awful.
Oh no, I think it's totally
But I think
fine.
I agree with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so far ahead just with 1 minion. That's the nature of the Shaman matchup.
Yeah, you just have to be able to clear their board every turn. It's way too important.
Of these, one of them is actually run in the deck, so I would assume that's what's getting played. Alutemu next turn can go for Evil Totem with that and copy it immediately. But
I was wondering if you ever go for Ancestral Healing to give something Taunt, so that you can then protect your Evil Totem and hope to get the buff on it next turn. But I guess that's maybe a little bit too risky.
going into a turn 5, there is only a few punishes against the other Arcane Breath and Rusty Raider, but overall I feel like the Totemic Might is a bit more consistent.
I think I agree.
Oh, for next turn.
Well, I think I like starting with the draw. Find yourself a dragon, something that you can activate this Malagos with. Hey, a Kalagos. That'll do the job very nicely.
The Rhyming Buddies. It is a question of when Flurry feels like he'll get the time to play Malagos, though, because obviously if it comes down and the spell isn't immediately active, it's very slow onto the board. But he's done a good job of just keeping the board under control because he got the empty board Twilight Drake after Doomsayer. But now, Alutemu can try a little bit. It's a mini pop-off.
It's a fairly medium-sized pop-off, I think it's fair to say. With 1 or even 2 Totemic Mites here as well, he can get a decent little bit of health on the board.
Sure. He could just make 2 Malagos for himself.
I really like
at least in
those
terms of stat line.
This, I think, is definitely the last good push for Alutemu. So rather than save the second Totemic Might for, you know, maybe later on I'm able to make something happen, I like going all in here and trying to stick the second Totemic Reflection no matter what.
I agree. It's also much better, much more resilient against Reno, for example.
True. Oh!
Okay, so if he bumps one of the 2 8s and plays Reno, it's not very likely that the 2/4 gets cleared either, right? I mean, I couldn't tell you the discrete breakdowns, but it feels like it's unlikely to even kill off one of the totems.
Sure, I agree. May just go with it anyway to get the body down and set up for Blizzard.
It's never better to Reno first and then and then launch your attack in response. Oh, polymorph.
Poly looks
I think you
interesting.
take that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just remove one totem straight up.
Okay, fair enough. I guess Nova
Yeah.
is not really what you're thinking about too much at the moment.
So he can poly one evil totem, trade over the 3/2, and from what he can see, leave 10 board for the next turn. Still have a minion on board. Make up for a good Reno. But he's very scared to see some type of splitting axe, even just on one totem.
I think overall, though, here, even though it obviously from our perspective is looking a little bit scary for Flurry with the second totemic reflection, he's just got some powerful plays turn after turn. Unless Alutemu is able to find a surprise lethal in the next couple of turns, I think Flurry could quite happily go Blizzard into either Reno or Tortolan Pilgrim into a box if he's lucky.
I think it might just come down to that. But speaking of surprise lethals, it's not a surprise for us because we can see the Bloodlust already in hand for Alutemu. So his job now is to create the most resilient board possible. And of course, the definition of resilient changes depending on what's in your opponent's hand. But he wants to keep it wide, but also Reno-proof. So how are the trades going to pan out here? I guess both of the one attack minions into the Twilight trade, or just Storm's Wrath now, yeah. That's insane.
I think you probably want to put at least one of them in just to play around Blizzard. Give it a lot.
You can even trade away the Malagos here.
That one only has Rush. Yeah, so you may as well.
Yeah.
Like it.
The value trade has started for Alutemu. And even just play Evasive Draconid on the next turn. This feels like Flurry's going to play probably Blizzard this turn.
Yeah, the one Overload will stop him from doing that, but I think just going for like Lackeys plus Hero Power is not that bad. You know, it still dominates, fills up the board for Bloodlust.
Generally, if you're looking to go Blizzard and Reno across 2 turns, if the board has a few minions with low health, it makes more sense to play Blizzard because you'll get the guaranteed full payoff of the damage on all of those, whereas Reno might not distribute it in the best way. So it makes sense for Flurry here.
Are you ever... Do you think you ever play the Flame Tongue Totem and just upgrade it here to take a 4-drop?
That's interesting. I didn't even look at that.
I feel like the attack buff from it isn't going to be that necessary because you probably either have lethal or you don't.
Sure, either you have lethal or stuff is frozen so they can't attack anyway. But my first inclination was also looking at the Titanic Lackey to put even more health on board.
Fair enough.
But he's just going to go for both. Not upgrading the Flame Tongue, but still having its health on board to possibly soak some Reno damage. Oh, spell to use with that.
I'm seeing one play and one play only, Gia.
Tortolan into Frost Nova, right?
Oh,
There's no other card that's good here, right, Derek?
You're halfway there, Gia. You're well on your way.
What to do?
Let me try again. Frost Nova into Power of... Sorry, Tortolan into Power of Creation?
Yikes, you were right the first time. Well, there's, again, only one play here. You have to pick the Frost Nova.
Right.
And then next turn, you hope to top deck Box, and then play that with the Dragon Caster, I suppose.
Yes,
but no
and
matter
then the
how you
following
break it
turn,
down.
hope
Yeah.
to top deck Amazing Reno, I guess.
Right, exactly. It's not looking fantastic.
You saw Alutemu's reaction when he saw the Tortolan come down. He just leaned all the way back. That's the posture of a man who knows that the box is coming. But it did not actually appear. So now he's got to think about whether he wants to develop more and possibly board lock himself. But he does know that a Blizzard has been played and that the Frost Nova came from the deck. So it's not in hand. So maybe the board locking is not actually all that scary here. The additional 7 health protects him from some combination of damage spell and Reno. 25 health already showing on the board, so Reno isn't super scary.
The only question is just whether or not this is overdevelopment to play the Draconid, or whether it's just ensuring that he will have lethal on the following turn. I wonder what's going through his mind here as to what he's playing around. We've seen the Blizzard, I guess another Frost Nova off the top, or primarily cheating out a box. But his thought process will be, if he has Dragoncaster plus box, he would have just played it last turn, right?
True, yeah. So, health on the board, is it 32 from what I can see?
So basically, Reno's not getting close.
Right, but can you get, say, Arcane Breath plus, man, nothing. Even the Arcane Explosion.
Well, the plays
That's
go
like
Arcane Breath into a freeze or a box that you can cheat out with Dragoncaster.
Correct, yeah. There's no way to soften up the board enough that Reno gets there.
Whoa, what is that? That's just game, right?
Unless this is the most amazing Reno you've ever seen, and it's not actually the amazing Reno, it's Reno the Relicologist. But if they all land onto, like, just two new high attack minions,
I think even there. Yeah. We're just looking at a G to the G. Bloodlust should be able to clear this up very easily.
Yep, not even the Flame Tongue removed, and that is going to be a quick game 1 to Alutemu.
Oh. Very nicely done there by Alutemu. I think that he knew what he was setting up for over the entire course of the game. Flurry did do a good job of playing around that as much as possible. Obviously, the Doomsayer off the top helped him out a great deal. But I think that Alutemu, like you said, the play of Battle Mage on 1 maybe wasn't so much a scout for Doomsayer, but I think it had the side effect of doing that very nicely. And he made the play with Evil Totem, anticipating there would be no Doomsayer. Obviously, it didn't work out for him, but I'm glad he was still able to recover it and take the win after that good starting play.
And it really does seem like Shaman is a whole new deck today compared to yesterday. I can't say the same for Paladin just yet, but I'm pretty happy to see Shaman actually working out the way it was intended to.
Me too. I think it's a very, very cool deck indeed, and I'm personally always a fan of Shaman when it pops up, no matter how toxic it may be in its powerful form, or in this slightly less powerful version that we see now. But either way, it is a win for Alutemu on the board 1-0 up over Flurry. We're going to see the conclusion of this, however, right after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters here on our relatively new home of YouTube. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to hit subscribe so that you're always notified when we go live with more Hearthstone Grandmasters action. It's going to be pretty much every weekend for the next few weeks up until we complete the round robin and then the playoffs to find out who we will be sending to the global finals, potentially to take away the title from Lion after her very impressive win last year. And two of those players who are looking to do so are Alutemu and Flurry, both guaranteed Division A once we head into the round robin. So in a pretty good spot to get through to the playoffs, but still they're just fighting out to show who is the most dominant in the APAC region.
True. And it is also a story of countries as it is a story of individuals, because Alutemu, Flurry, and Possessi, all from Japan, all making it the top 8 yet again. I think between them, they have the highest win rate of any country in GM as a whole. And really showing up, because previously in APAC, I think it's fair to say that South Koreans have been kind of the kings of the scene.
Absolutely, yeah. It was, I believe, Ranlit, fantastic member of the community, very actively trying to provide stats and improve the Hearthstone scene, who gave us a little rundown of which countries and regions were doing best. And some of them were grouped together a little bit. I think it was like the UK and the Nordic countries were kind of lumped into EU.
Oh, how do you
EU
feel
North.
about that, Derek?
How do I? I mean, I feel great. That means we get our
Right?
one player lumped in with Hunter Ace as like the best player in the world. So I'm not complaining there. But like you say, Japan #1, at least at the end of last week. And South Korea, I believe, was #2. So whether you call it APAC being especially powerful, or maybe Japan and South Korea just kind of outclassing the rest of the field, as Chinese Taipei and some of the Southeast Asian countries have not been performing quite so well as one might expect.
It feels bad. There's only, aside from Tyler, because I still kind of count him as Netherlands in my mind, one Southeast Asian player in stats.
No comment. No comment.
But anyway, we did get word that the next matchup for Alutemu versus Flurry is actually just the reverse of what we saw last time. Still Mage versus Shaman, but each player now on the opposite class.
That's right. It was a fairly convincing win for the Shaman, it's got to be said, the previous time. But I think that the Mage's hand was looking, a little bit awkward come the mid-game last time. There weren't really any big spells to get down with the Dragon Caster, and the pressure just came that little bit too early for Reno or Puzzlebox to answer. So who knows, maybe we'll see a turnaround here. But it's got to be said for Flurry, he's got himself a very nice starting hand already with Totemic Reflections.
Yeah, what do you feel about keeping the Storm Drought? That's something that didn't stick out to me as a keep in this deck, but I guess it kind of makes sense if you're really looking to just get immediate payoff on boards.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. If I was mulliganing that hand, I'm pretty sure I would have kept Totemic Reflection and Totemic Might, just because I want to try and guarantee myself the ability to stick that Hero Power Totem and copy it come turn 3. I agree. I think that Storm's Wrath is a bit of an odd keep comparatively, whereas I would rather find, some of the totems so I can copy something a little bit better, 1-drops specifically, and the Splitting Axe as well.
True enough. And we talked about the different builds of players. Dawn running the Marsh spawn, and we can see Flurry's also got that. I guess it's less heavy on the totem package as a whole, or it makes it a little less consistent. So I'd be interested to see if he would want to use one reflection just to, I guess, take a value trade on the Zephyrs. It feels really bad though.
I think I really like this line now from Flurry. Alutemu actually had a very interesting choice there. The fact that he went for Wild Growth, which was probably the correct play. I think I agree with him going for this here over the Backstab to just take out the 2/2. If he had gone for Backstab, it would have pretty much denied Totemic Reflection on turn 3.
But with the way Alutemu's hand is curving out, it just does look like Wild Growth is absolutely the pick.
Absolutely.
Torrent, new spell, which has a similar condition as the Marsh spawn. Well, it looks like it might be able to clear a Reno, say, because it won't be active next turn, but possibly on the 5-mana turn for Flurry.
I've got to say though, Jim, was that really not a Totemic Reflection turn there on turn 3? Like, what?
I don't know.
I don't really know what Flurry's waiting for specifically. A better totem? That feels
Probably.
very kind of late game focused.
It does. He does have it here, the Mana Tide or Evil
Right.
Totem to give him more value. Or maybe it was just a matter of getting the Marsh spawn on curve and while it's active.
It would have been
But-
active the turn after though, because he played a spell.
True. Even if it is a little bit off curve. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. The thinking, to an extent, if we just look at Alutemu's hand, rolling Fireball would, of course, taken both of the minions out, and then you've used one of the most powerful cards in Totemic Reflection. But I don't think in this matchup you can afford to be playing around every single spell at every single mana cost. You need to just start going in and hoping they don't have the answers.
He's going to start going in here, but going to be met with the bad news that either Reno or Fireball gets the job done here. I'm even looking at Dragon Caster plus Rolling Fireball.
I'm honestly not sure what's better. They're both so powerful.
They really are. Okay, I guess Reno puts the most stats on board right now.
Yeah.
And then he can also just pair the Dragon Caster with Conjurer's Calling next turn. So
Very good
a lot
point.
of sense. And Torrent pick, talked about it, but if you're actually getting into the spot where you need to Torrent and spend the
Right.
whole turn basically doing that, probably a little bit too far behind.
Pretty easy board clear, though. I think that's, again, the only real thing that Alutemu could... Oh, sorry, that Flurry could consider there.
Look at this curve, Derek!
Yeah,
He
this
also
is
just-
insanely powerful.
I mean, this is a conch turn. Then he goes to the Tortolan. Man, we were saying we preferred leaving Mage up compared to Priest, but basically any of the fourth decks just seem very bad to have to run into with decks like Shaman, I guess.
Yeah. I will say that I think even if Flurry had gone for the alternate line of Totemic Reflection on 3, he would probably still have just lost the game because the Rolling Fireball would have very easily taken out his board. And therefore, you know, maybe he's playing this matchup in a slightly different style, which we haven't seen explored all that much in Asia Pacific, where you do go for a slightly more late game focused plan. You try and go Totem, Totemic Reflection, and Splitting Axe all on the same turn. If I had to wager a guess, I would say that plan is extremely unlikely to work, but it's possibly something he's considering.
Right. It's unlikely to work in general, but it might be Flurry's only out from this position.
Yeah.
And it has to be a premium totem as well, something like Mana Tide or Evil Totem. Because
Exactly.
the hand just has no value left. I'm then gonna coin the Guardian of Merchant just for a bit of removal here, straight up to the Archmage. Yikes.
Alright, potentially now with the ability to stick a totem on board, at least from his perspective. I think we can quite clearly see that probably isn't going to shake out for him. Just a rolling fireball on its own
Yeah.
completely destroys this.
Rolling Fireball and Ping is just a full board clear. He doesn't even have to trade the Archmage because he has that +1 spell damage.
Oh yeah, right you are, yeah. Oh gee, you're seeing the lines. Missed damage.
Missed 3 to face,
Yeah.
but not a big deal at all.
Oh, alright, there we go. That's the totem. That is what Flurry is looking for. Maybe now one of these will stick. As far as we can see, Alutemu doesn't necessarily have the ability to clear off both of them.
Just feels so bad that we're like, oh, that's the draw when it's Shaman,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's just 2 fours, 2 lackeys. Whereas with Mage, the draw, like the puzzle box, can do
Yeah,
a million things more. With Druid, the draw is like exotic bounce seller into full board. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just talking about strict power levels, the disparity is insanely huge.
it really, really is. That's why we're just not seeing Shaman at the top level at all. Aside from, of course, Staz's less than successful bring in week 1 of Grandmasters. Flurry all of a sudden just straight up on the back foot now, fending for his life against the surprised Alex Straza.
My business.
And it's not going all too well.
Hey, if Alutemu had gotten that 3 damage to face, he would have had lethal. Guaranteed. Not that he's likely to lose from this spot. Like, I think it's worth pointing out.
Well, no, because Alex Strasman was still put into 15, right?
Oh, right. Stupid. Yeah, that's my bad.
So Alutemu with perfect play on every turn here, ending up in the exact same situation. Oh, love to see it.
Okay, so from his perspective, he's thinking, what is the way he could lose here? Would be some type of ethereal lackey into Bloodlust and leaving too many minions on board, I guess.
Yep, Bloodlust is all I'm seeing.
So-
There's one in the deck. I guess if he goes for a trade, basically my thought process was originally he should try and set up lethal next turn as much as possible, which probably comes in the form of Deep Freeze plus double Ray of Frost on the 3 biggest minions, as we see here. I think that's probably still what he will go for, and just very easily set up lethal with the Water Ellies next turn.
I like that. Sounds good. Yeah, even with 3 attacking minions, it's not very scary. Or you could use the spell damage just to clear the evil totem altogether, deny any lackey generation. I'm not 100% sure I like this better.
Okay.
It's definitely safer.
Yeah, there's like the chance that they go Ethereal Lackey into Earthquake or something absurd like that, which maybe this plays around by actually killing off Flurry's minions. Even having said that, it doesn't really play around that well.
And Flurry's just gotten all of the relatively low value lackeys, no Ethereal, no Draconic.
Yeah.
So...
And to be fair, this is now a full board from Flurry, which Alutemu cannot currently clear. Oh, wait.
To be fair though, I don't think he even needed it. Just trading 2 minions, playing either of the 8 cost cards and a pig deals with at least 4 minions. Or have a Blizzard, why don't you?
Easy peasy. I think that should just wrap things up.
2 games, all of the games and the series this whole weekend have just been zipping by.
They really have, and I think overall, despite a little bit of a fumble there with missing 3 damage to face there in the mid game, which really was completely inconsequential, I think again we're just seeing strong play from Alutemu. The real big decision for me was the Zephyr's turn on turn 2, which was either backstab or the wild growth. And backstab would have had some real advantages. It would have denied the totem being able to stick for totemic reflections on 3 at all. But like you pointed out at the time, even with the allure, the siren on the rocks tempting him with backstab, he still went with the overall stronger play of the wild growth.
I don't know, the alluring siren on the rock to me sounds like the card that just makes every single turn afterward completely powerful. His hand was 5 cost, 5 cost, 6 cost, 6 cost. And playing Wild Growth on 3 just makes it all smoothen out. You know, Derek, Druid is a strong class, and that's the whole point I was trying to make with this.
Yes, Druid is a strong class.
From Druid, that makes Mage strong.
Yeah, I wonder how different the metagame would be if Wild Growth was actually still 2 mana, and therefore Zephyrus wouldn't offer it for you on 3.
Oh my gosh, actually a nerf.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would nerf Zephyrus and Mage quite strongly, but that's obviously not the reality we live in. The reality that we do live in is that Alutemu is 2-0 up over Flurry, only has to take a win with the Paladin or the Druid. And I gotta say, even despite Kin's very lackluster performance with the Druid just earlier on today, I still think we're probably going to see the Druid as the deck that Alutemu will try and take the win with here over the Paladin.
Yeah, especially given that the Paladin probably doesn't seem too appealing to Q while Flurry still has Shaman up, which probably has Hungry Crabs, but if it doesn't, I think this is the list that has the Magic Carpets and Marsh Spawns, like what Dawn was running. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, so in that case, maybe the Paladin would also just feel comfortable for Alutemu.
I guess if you're going off what the matchups are being reported as, Druid should suffer against the Paladin and the Shaman. But I think we did just hear there off the game sound that it is going to be the Malfurion, the Druid here, going in none the less for Alutemu. Just one of those things where even though on paper it should be worse against the aggro decks, he's just saying it's just a stronger deck. These Japanese players love the Druid.
And guess what? They're playing Wild Growth.
Whoa.
The card that makes Mage great. Anyway, though, for Flurry, he's got a premium mid-game hand, Rolling Fireball and Reno, both pretty well poised at dealing with at least a few blowflies.
Yeah, I think we've got a
But
pretty close
early
game on our
turns-
hands.
Yeah. Early turns, though, Alutemu has all the time in the world to draw and ramp.
Yeah, despite the fact that we've seen many powerful eagles being played on turn 1 and 2 in this particular matchup, totally agree. I really like going for the wild growth. Oh, sorry, going for the draw here, ramp up with the wild growth, and then try and find overgrowth,
Wow.
fine, and then just hit the power code. You want Mount Seller, Ysera.
Alright, so card draw here is a little bit inefficient for Alutemu. All of the draw cards cost 2 mana to play. If you can just get the free Bog Bean online as early as now, that's pretty nuts.
Ooh.
Zephyrus here give Animal Companion? Okay, I normally wouldn't advocate for playing Zephyrus aggressively against Druid as mage, but his hand is full of other removal, and the turn is looking not too strong if he doesn't go for it. I guess conge, but then you probably don't gain that many stats by conjuring a Twilight Drake.
This is a really hard turn. I'm seriously toying with the idea of unactivated Malagos. Just play it out onto the board to keep threatening the, make it harder for Druid to clear everything and develop a board at the same time.
I don't
Because if you look at the battle cry effect of Malagos and Zephyrus, Zephyrus has to be the more important battle cry. Even if you're offered, the upgraded Frost Nova or Flame Strike from Malagos, it's just not as good as what Zephyrus gives you.
True. And the Malagos isn't even guaranteed to give board clear.
Exactly.
And more expensive. So ultimately, we all agree, you, me, and Flurry. Just the 2-8 seems good enough.
Coming soon to a cinema near you, me, and Flurry. Or maybe not that soon.
Blowfly can play it with the coin power of the wild.
Yeah.
As early as now.
What are the benefits of holding it? What do you gain if you hold off for a turn? Nothing, so far as I see.
Nothing immediately in hand, but I guess the potential of throwing a Soul of the Forest to pair with it. But yeah, I agree that the potential of that does not outweigh the benefit of putting immediately 21 health on board.
Obviously, Reno doesn't really come close to clearing all of this 21 health off
Tell
the
you
board.
what it does though. Zephyrus
Shadow
Flame.
Flame?
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering if there's anything else you can get away with. Just trying to think of alternate lines. Setting up lethal. I'm not seeing it. I think you probably just want to go with the Shadow Flame here.
Yeah, seems too good to pass up. And Flurry's just rolling into Siamon or Power of Creation. Might go for the next turn, but the Siamon either aggressively or defensively, the next turn could probably just win him the game anyway.
Basically just relying on Alutemu finding some kind of a good draw here, and Innovate just is not it. Obviously has to go for the draw here to try and hit the Mount Seller as the dream.
Mm-hmm.
He could
Also
still
worth noting.
potentially get it and play it on this turn.
Potentially. It's also worth noting that Alutemu has cut Ysera from the weeks list, expecting more aggro, makes sense.
Right.
But here's the exact situation you brought up. Is it worth getting the immediate tempo but giving up like as many as 3 minions, right? Because Innervate spent with the potential crystal power next turn. I feel inclined to hold on to it.
I feel inclined to hold on to it as well, yeah. Oh man, it feels so bad. Turn 7, I guess they're most likely to play Zephyrus as their... Oh, sorry, Siamat as their most powerful play. Against which, you just don't really have a good answer. If they go Divine Shield, Wind Fury, you're so far behind.
He's got to believe in the Griffins there. Oh, he's actually gonna commit 2 spells here. I get how the amount of pressure is scary, but that's 2 minions given up, the same as the 2 innervates might have given up.
Yeah. To a certain extent, I imagine Alutemu is relying on getting something good off the top. Sorry, if he wants to pull his way back in.
Looking for the other. He's looking for fungal fortunes. That's a big one.
That's
other
not bad
rising
though.
winds? Yeah,
that's
not
not
bad.
bad.
That's a raven. That's bad.
That is bad.
Porcupine.
Okay, you could taunt up the porcupine potentially. That's a pretty good draw.
But no way to clear off the Tiamat. No griffins.
So what are you iron barking? Is it ever the porcupine to guarantee the death rattle and get 1 more health on it? Or do you just go for the Mount Seller to get the highest stuff in the way?
That's close. So if we're thinking about single target removal, I don't think Flurry's list has polymorph as we've seen from other mages.
Waits for no one.
Yeah, no
So
poly.
maybe this just put it on the CM on the Mount Seller.
Whoa. Maybe you go for the snake? Just because it guarantees...
That seems so hopeful. It's just 6 health!
I guess. Just got to target something and then hope you don't get a rush off of this because Alutemu did not give himself enough time to attack with it there.
So he could play the rolling fireball, but go face only for 14. But honestly, fireball plus Nova just seems like it locks out the game.
That was my first instinct as well.
And that draw off the top was actually huge.
Actually insane. It was potentially looking a little bit scary there, but I agree. You can just go for the easy, cheesy win here with freezing to kill.
Easy breezy, blurry flurry. Let's go.
Alutemu, Shmlalutemu, am I right? The comparisons are endless.
Job's done.
So are we looking at any outs from Overflow possibly?
I don't.
Double Bog Gleam has been used. I mean, if he had gotten a way to clear the Tiamat and heal from Overflow, he could have been looking to stay alive, but that wasn't even the draw. And just a conj on this will close it out. Most of the time, I heard a taunt generate though.
What?
Wait, Guardian! Oh no! He's got another conj.
Oh my god! He can't target it with the other conjurers calling!
He can't!
That's not lethal! Does Alutemu win now?
No, he can't interact with it at all. Paying off the second half.
Oh my god, that is the single minion that wins Alutemu the game. I mean, it's not over yet, who knows, but Flurry just had the lethal.
I mean, it's close to... Okay, he can play the Bone Wraith, but he's staring down a full board with Savage Roar. He doesn't know that there's Savage Roar, but... Oh my god. Top 5 moments, Dara.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm on it. That is a top 5 bruh moment right there. Oh my god.
So does he just leave it up now? Because trading it off still leaves the same amount of power on board. And he just gets rid of its Tiamat, right?
I mean, he's got to start pushing through, right? He can then Blizzard next turn if he's not dead.
Yes, but he is... I think he's dead. Okay. Because his hero power can hit the Reborn on the Bone Wraith.
18. It's lethal.
Oh my god!
How does he keep getting away with this? Alutemu, you absolute madman. Oh my god, you've got to feel for Flurry here. That was just absolutely brutal.
I do. Alutemu with a small coy smile and a Flurry. Flurry with a wry smirk as well. The player's expressions say it all for us. We didn't even see it immediately because I think the Discover was blocking, or something was blocking.
The spell itself, like, the card text that comes up was just blocking it.
I heard the little shield sound effect for a taunt popping up, but I didn't think it would be that taunt.
Ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Well, congratulations to Alutemu, I guess. It's a somewhat ridiculous way to end up winning the series, but I think overall we can say he played to his outs the best as he could. The one thing that you were somewhat hesitant, or you didn't necessarily love, was like killing off the Twilight Drake the turn earlier with the Bog Beam and the Crystal Power. And I think I definitely see your point that he could have maybe tanked the damage a little bit more and then tried to go for a full board sweep on the following turn. But he was rewarded, it's got to be said, with not only obviously the Ancient Guardian there, or Winged Guardian, sorry, but also just the Rising Winds off the top, allowing him to spend all his mana and hit the lethal.
Can you believe, less than what feels like 5 minutes ago, we were rhyming Flurry's name and singing his praises because he had won the game. But it turns out there are more things that rhyme with Alutemu, Shmalutemu, and Galutemu, and Winged Guardian.
Yeah, Winged Guardian, it turns out, does rhyme with Alutemu. I think we can take a look at the bracket now to see how that shakes things out for this group, see who is likely to advance through to the finals. Oh, sorry, misheard. Apparently we're going to take a second to go through. Oh, there we go, okay. It does mean that... all right, Alutemu is in the winner's match now, up against Possessi. Apologies about that. So it is going to be at least one Japanese player guaranteed to go through to the top 4 to join Glory tomorrow on finals. So again, Japanese players just doing very, very well for themselves indeed. But 4 down at the bottom there now. Flurry versus Kin. That's a brutal way to go out there, but I think both of these players can hold their head high this week. I think Flurry will take it in good faith, or be a good sport about it, because he is still guaranteed Division A anyway.
True enough. Flurry versus Kin will be a pretty interesting one, and also the Possessi versus Alutemu. We've seen the Japanese team kill on a previous week between Alutemu and Glory, but I think this is the first time Possessi will be facing one of his countrymen. Always going to be fun to watch that, as they do tend to practice with even similar lineups.
That's true, yeah. There's always some kind of similarity between the lists, but what we do see, not all the time, but fairly often, it's got to be said, is players with the same lineups banning different decks. We've seen that quite consistently between Glory and Alutemu last year and this year as well. So I would be very curious to see if they discuss ban strategy as well, or if it's because they discuss ban strategy, they know their opponent's thinking, so they kind of bait them and switch off to something else at the last minute to try and catch them out. I do hope we get to see that, because it always spices up some of these mirror matches.
Derek, knowing that both these players are guaranteed Division A, and the rest of what they have to play for is either pride points, or I guess their choice of trying to lock out Blitzchung to help Chonsu, but I don't really have any theories about those types of conspiracies.
Yeah.
Do they ever ban the bad decks, leave up the good decks, and give us something interesting to watch?
I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think so. I think we're probably just going to see the players trying to take the win and banning away the good decks. Because, imagine if they both agree to do it, though, and then you just get Alutemu, like an absolute madman, just flipping on them and banning away the good decks, and he just absolutely destroys the series. It would be cool to see, but I think for these players, it is going to be still trying as best as they can to take the win, just to prove the point.
Imagine it's only taken 2 days for me to be wishing for Demon Hunter as a palette cleanser. That is what Paladin and Shaman can do sometimes. But yeah, no matter what decks are left up, I'm excited to see what they'll have in store for us.
Me too. And we are going to jump into it as soon as we can. Obviously, Alutemu, like any human being would, although I'm not necessarily sure he is human at this point, is going to need a little bit of a break here to set up for his next match versus Possessi. It's going to be our winner's match, the winner of whom will go through to the semi-finals tomorrow. So make sure you don't go anywhere. It's bound to be a good one. We'll be back after this.
everybody. I'm TJ. I'm joined by America's Grandmaster as well as Masters Tour Bucharest champion Eddie. There was an unfortunate incident after you won Masters Tour Bucharest where a trophy malfunctioned in your very hands and you dropped it. You dropped it.
Winner of
You
Masters
dropped it.
Tour
You dropped
Bucharest.
it.
Really?
You dropped it.
Okay, so really.
Eddie, how you doing, Eddie?
I'm doing okay.
Today, my goal is to make sure that never happens to you again.
I improved since then already. I won the World University Cyber Games in China.
If you make it to the global finals, I just want to make sure that you are prepared. So, what I've done is I've assembled a collection of trophies. And we're going to make sure that you've dropped your last trophy. I'll need you to put on this poncho. Are you frightened?
Yes.
I don't care. And we're back. Eddie, looking good? Clothes all protected? Feeling good?
Yeah.
Are you ready to start the training?
No.
Okay. I have all these trophies here. See if you can catch some and hold on to them. You ready?
Okay.
We'll start easy. One trophy.
Okay. What are all these things?
Don't worry about it. Next one. Nice. Next one. We're gonna get harder now. 2 at a time. Let's go. There you go. There you go. Coming at you. All right, last one.
This one's broken.
Well, sometimes trophies are broken, Eddie. You should know that. All right, now it's time
What are you doing?
for your final test.
What are you doing?
You know, Eddie, when you play a Hearthstone tournament,
Calm down, calm down. Don't do this.
you never know how
Don't do
big
this.
and heavy your trophies are going to be. My training camp is almost complete. Gonna be honest, it's pretty hard to put on a straight face after that particularly ridiculous video with TJ.
It's
Just
wonderful.
him vaselining up his cloak. It's a bit too much for me.
Did you call that a cloak? It's a poncho there.
A
It's made
poncho.
of plastic.
The word eluded me, all right? I'm going, fantasy here. It's a cloak. But either way, that is not what we need to focus on right now. God knows, or I will end up saying something that gets me fired. But now we're going to jump to our winners match for the bracket. Possessi versus Alutemu, the two Japanese players in the group, as we keep on mentioning, doing very, very well indeed. Alutemu, I think, it's kind of a different story here for both of these players. Obviously, they are both guaranteed to be in Division A at this point. But it's a different story for what this means to both the players, I think. Possessi is obviously proving himself. If you're a real Hearthstone aficionado, especially in the APAC scene, I think you will know that Possessi is a very, very strong Hearthstone player indeed. But, to the Hearthstone viewership who maybe haven't seen him play all too much, he's got to show he's got what it takes, that he deserves to be amongst the likes of Glory and Surrender in Asia Pacific. But on the other side for Alutemu, it's kind of about, I think, making a return to grace after a little bit of a lull in Season 2 last year.
Yeah, I think it's definitely fair to say that we've got the new blood and probably Alutemu with a possible comeback. And on top of that, there's the dynamic of two of these guys as practice partners, as friends, and as mirrored lineups, as we can see. They have gone for the conventional bans, much to my chagrin, but nothing too unexpected there. Possessi, you made a good point about he's got a lot to prove and he's got what it takes, the potential to keep up with the likes of Surrender. And I would definitely agree. Anybody whose first question after 100 years of sleep would be, is Leroy back in Standard? Has what it takes.
Oh, a man after my own heart, it must be said. I miss him already. Leroy, not Possessi. Never met him. But either way, jumping into the first game now. The mage being left up for both players. Like you said, is it an identical list here for both the players? On the mage, at least to most of the cards.
From what I can see, sorry, let me pull up Possessi's real quick.
No worries. I think it's basically just an ooze teched in for Possessi. It looks like the only real difference between the two players' lists, and an Astromancer Solarian. Oh no, something else teched in on the 2-mana slot. I apologize for Alutemu. But I think that does mean that we are going to see the mage come up first for Alutemu, if I heard correctly.
Yes, I think that is absolutely right. And before we get into that, I have a little trivia for you, Derek. Well,
Please.
let's call it a question. How many 7-cost minions do you think there are in Standard right now?
50?
That's actually really close. There are 53.
Oh, that was a
And
good
so
guess.
it was a 1 in 53 for Flurry to hit exactly Winged Guardian with that Hunter's Calling.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. If I have a 52 out of 53 chance to win a game of Hearthstone, I'm taking that every single time.
All right, Mage again on the plate. Alutemu facing it once more. Possessi, I don't feel like the Blizzard are ever going to be kept, but it feels like we've been seeing Mana Saver kept more and more often. But he actually even does keep the Blizzard versus Druid. I guess if there's any class that you would feel like keeping it against, it is Druid.
Mm-hmm. Are you in favor of something a little bit more proactive, however?
I am, yeah. Especially since knowing that the way Druids build boards against Mage, they're hardly ever going to be just playing the Glowfly as 2/2s. They would either buff it or stick a Soul of the Forest onto it. Granted, Possessi with the Mana Saver in hand, maybe that makes the Blizzard a little more tempting because he can curve right into it.
Yeah. Bit of a tough choice now for Alutemu. We could, of course, see Coin Overgrowth into Glowfly into Mount Seller, but it looks like he's probably trying to save the coin probably for for the Mount Seller. And I think I actually like this. There's a stronger curve he can go for, in my opinion, of setting out the Overgrowth on 4, the Mount Seller turn probably on 7 mana, I should say, and then a Glowfly Overgrowth on turn 8 or 9. Looks like a very powerful curve that Mage will struggle to answer.
Yeah, definitely see it. The Soul of the Forest, for such a key card, it makes you wonder why it's only a 1-of in the deck, but I guess in many matchups, it's a little bit redundant with buffs, but particularly against, say, Mage and Priest, having that other layer of protection can be game-winning. But wow, Mount Seller already active.
This is the Druid we've been missing the last couple of games. The perfect curve into Mount Seller, even with Glowfly to follow up. He can redraw with Fungal Fortunes if things are starting to look a little bit lackluster. This is already incredibly dominant from Alutemu.
Yep. It's just a question of whether he wants to commit yet another spell, because that does, potentially slow down the Glowfly. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to go Glowfly Soul of the Forest next turn already, unless the draw is exactly Innervate. So he could redraw spells with Fungal Fortunes. I don't mind committing the Ironbark right here.
I really like throwing down the Ironbark. It makes your board a little bit less vulnerable to trades, obviously, and the curve, I think, just works out very beautifully the next couple of turns anyway. You have Fungal Fortunes into Glowfly, and if that's cleared, you have Glowfly into Soul of the Forest.
Seems good. And this is what we talk about as the strength of Druid versus decks, even if those opposing decks have AoE, is that if Druid can put down boards consecutively, at some point, if every turn you're asking them to have the answer, they will run out.
Yeah.
Not able to come down this turn already for Possessi. With the Wind Fury Rush, he can clear
the Mount Seller?
Yeah.
Just about.
Exactly enough.
Yeah, very clean.
Not this turn, but as the refill, it seems like Alutemu can just have full boards for the next 3 turns. Or is he just going to play it straight up here? That's interesting.
I guess the thinking is that going into turn 7, there's not much that can clear outside of like a Rolling Fireball specifically, or Zephyrus, obviously, at any point.
Is exactly those two. Or if we want to get really strict about it, Conjurer's Calling.
Sure. I'm sure Alutemu would welcome 2 Winged Guardians, however.
Yeah. It seems like a bold play, but you know what? I don't mind it. Because it seems like if he doesn't go for that, then the play becomes Fungal plus Glowfly, which is, he's not guaranteed to get exactly Innervate Power of the Wild, so the board then becomes kind of vulnerable to Blizzard.
What to do?
But you could also just say, alright, Blizzard this turn, and then next turn I have the Glowfly plus Soul.
Yeah, that was definitely my first instinct. Temu holding off even further though. I guess he's thinking this is enough of a board. It does obviously still threaten lethal next turn with double Savage Roar.
Oh, that is the perfect draw for Possessi here. I was gonna say, all of the other
Don't even
plays
think about it.
feel like they're expending too much resources. Blizzard doesn't seem worth it on that board. And then Twilight Drake Frostbolt doesn't clear everything either. That just smooths things out for Possessi. Now Alutemu, with the refill he was planning for, even played the Rising Winds for a minion because it seems like he's gonna go for Overflow sometime soon.
Ooh, it's tough. Possessi almost wishes that Alutemu had actually buffed these to 3 health, because then he could freeze them with Blizzard and they, wouldn't die. Whereas, of course, Blizzard here will kill all of them. The 2/2s will be left behind to attack. And in that instance, the best clear that I think Possessi can do on this turn is Blizzard Frostbolt, I suppose. Or Rolling Fireball Frostbolt clears off the same amount of damage.
Yeah, while also taking out more of the first layer.
Okay. I am fine with this, but from Alutemu on the other side, none of that even matters. Double Savage Roar, boom boom, easy lethal, taking the game again, just dominating with the Druid. I don't know if it's the lists, the extra practice with it, but man, week after week, all 3 of the Japanese players are bringing the Druid and dominating with it.
So is the conclusion about Druid we're coming to just that it's good if you're Japanese? And otherwise it isn't?
The conclusion I'm coming to is it's good if you play it a lot and know the matchups very, very well. It's not at all saying that I think Kin, who had a lot of, who was struggling with it earlier on, was making particularly bad plays with the deck. He got the bad matchups, it's got to be said. There was a very aggressive start from the Shaman and the Paladin, but I do still feel there were other lines he could have explored that maybe would have cleared more of the Murlocs earlier on, but that doesn't matter. That game is long past. Now it's Alutemu and Possessi, and he is just putting on an absolute power display, tour de force, amazing showcase of the power of Druid so far today.
In honor of Malfurion, not to be outdone by his brother, who has not really gotten much spotlight this weekend because of our format, but good to see that good old Malf is still pulling his weight. Anyway, we are just going to go to a short break, but until then, stay tuned, guys, because we've got the rest of the series coming up.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. You are just in time for the winners match of today here in Asia Pacific. If you just joined us as well, then let me remind you that this is our third and final week of the Swiss portion here today for all the regions, Asia Pacific here and now, and of course Europe and Americas, which will be following directly after we have finished here today. So this is very, very important for all of these players to make sure that they end up in Division A once we head into the round robin next week. Here for the matches today in Asia Pacific, everything is fairly set. So it's really just about pride and trying to prove you're better than your enemies or your practice partners, depending on who you're up against. But in the other regions, there's a little bit more to play for, I think. So make sure you stick around all day for all this fantastic Hearthstone action. But now, with the win on the Druid for Alutemu, it's looking pretty good for him in the remainder of this series, I'd say, Gia.
Yeah, especially if you're in the camp that says that Druid is unfavored against these two one-time wonder decks. The Shaman and the Paladin, probably not going to be seeing those anytime for the rest of the season, given that we will be going back to regular Conquest with only 4 decks brought, starting next week when we go to round robin. But yeah, we always thought, well, you guys always thought that Druid was kind of unfavored against those two. You know what? I actually would agree when we look at the data overall, but it still remains to be seen whether the disparity is that huge, because we've also just highlighted just how well certain players know the matchups, how specifically they're keeping things in the mulligan and playing to early board states, which you don't see in other Druid matchups.
Yeah, I think that they've adapted very, very well with the Druid gameplay overall in order to combat that, which is what seems so weird to me, because I feel like APAC players are kind of piloting the Druid against aggro very well, but they're kind of lagging behind in terms of the techs with their Druid. We're only seeing a couple of players bringing bees at all, whereas it feels like you should bring 2 copies of it in this format, given how strong it is against Shamans and the Paladins. But that's a story for another time. Obviously, the Druid is now out of the way, so Alutemu is lining up the Shaman here, which, to be fair, we've seen do pretty well against the Mage.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the fact that Mage's early game removal is very specific. Not all of them are running Frostbolt, but they need to get something like Doomsayer to not only remove 1 for 1, but actually get the tempo back. If it's just removing 1 for 1, I feel like the Shaman still kind of has the leg up if they're just continuously able to develop a new totem. But the hand for Possessi looking pretty strong already. Zephrys in the opener, always a welcome sight.
Yeah, we've seen how powerful Wild Growth can be specifically. It's not necessarily the kind of hand that necessarily lends itself to Wild Growth specifically, because you already have a 3-drop with Arcane Intellect, and ramping up to 5 means you're kind of skipping over Twilight Drake, or you might play it anyway and just float a mana. So do you think we'll see a deviation from the expected game plan of Wild Growth, or is it still just the most powerful thing you can do?
I think it largely depends on what Alutemu's first 2 turns are, as Possessi will be on the coin. So he's going to play Zephrys 2. Or turn 1. Coin it out here. Does it just give Forcer's advantage? Powered Shield?
I think Powered Shield is what he's looking for.
Okay.
Wow,
Oh
this is a
my.
line that is only recently started being explored, obviously with the changes to Classic Priest. Powered Shield going from 1 to 0 mana and no longer drawing a card. But right now, this is insane. Look at what this does for Possessi.
Well, that throws everything I said out the window. And rightfully so. I think that was a great spot from Possessi. Especially, it's kind of the same philosophy as how Druid, for example, would innervate out the Rising Winds. Zephrys just gives itself an additional 2 health. It already comes with the Iron Bark, sorta.
Oh my god, Gia, this is just poetry in motion here. Seeing the Shaman dominated by Coin Totem Golem on the opposite side. Mwah. Warms my heart.
Alright, you say dominated, but Alutemu with the Serpent Shrine, that was the perfect answer he's had. And if Possessi, it looks like he's just going to go for the draw here. That means Alutemu will be able to stick the Mana Tide for at least this turn.
Worth mentioning, I suppose, that Possessi did have a clear available on the previous turn with Arcane Breath and double Ray of Frost, but I fully agree with his decision that it is a massive over-expenditure especially when you had a very valid alternate line with just AI on 3 to fill up your hand and start finding the removal.
But as it stands, Possessi's got a pretty good answer here with the Solarian with Arcane Breath, and he's got an active dragon as well in hand, and he can just freeze the unstable. Oh, what's it called? Oh, this card is basic. But the 2/4. You can freeze the 2/4 so that it protects the Solarian on board.
Mm-hmm.
What to do? What to do?
It seems better than Twilight Drake as my first inclination, especially since that's the only dragon in hand, so if he plays it, the dragon caster goes offline.
I agree. Yeah, I think just removing the totems is too important, especially Mana Tide, which can just be so devastating if it sticks.
Ooh, all of these except the mirror entity look interesting.
Yeah, I like the missiles most. Just rips it straight away, okay.
Wow. Not bothering to freeze here, okay.
I mean, arguably the best outcome. Second best, I suppose, to just killing it. But, you know, dealing 1 damage so it trades, it's not bad.
Ooh, but with the healing totem, I guess it doesn't matter if he's going to give it Divine Shield anyway. Like the 1 damage versus 2, it's still like awkward to clear. So the Guardian Og Merchant can of course let him take trade, and then he can develop the Evil Totem, but of course walks right into Rolling Fireball.
Does this hand beat Rolling Fireball, though? I think is the real question. I don't think so.
I would also assume that it doesn't.
There is little time.
You can commit the Totemic Might to just give things a little bit more resiliency.
Yep.
But the fact that the 2 totems are next to each other, I think it's hard to call this a strict slip-up, but it depends. I guess he's saying that if he wants 1 totem to die, that he'd rather lose both totems instead of a totem and the 2/3.
Right, I think this is actually pretty good positioning because it means the Evil Totem and the attack damage minions in the Orc Merchant and the Elemental can't all die. He has to choose whether to kill the Evil Totem or remove damage off the board. I think this is actually pretty clever by Alutemu.
In most cases, I would agree, but with double Totemic Surge and potential to draw payoff cards, I felt like maybe keeping a totem was more important.
I guess
it's
maybe,
hard to
yeah.
say.
It's really hard to say. I think I actually prefer it this way, though. I've got to say, double Totemic Surge on 1 minion, that means he only gets a 4/4 on board with the Healing Totem. He didn't have the Totemic Reflections in hand at the time. And with Bloodlust in hand, I think I'd rather keep a little bit wider on the board with the Orc Merchant and the Elemental.
Right, fair enough. So, looks to me like he's reaching for a Bone Wraith Doomsayer play. Oh, okay, so just double Ray of Frost and King. That works too. Especially since he freezes the totems in particular. Very clever.
Yep, very, very good stuff. Just sets up very nicely for a lot of flexible series of plays for Possessi. Siamat looks like it will probably be pretty good. Waste Warden, if he's able to take out the totems as well, looks very strong.
Well, there's a clear, but it is expensive.
It's the only play, though. I think if you lose this board, the game ends.
On this one. Agreed. The Taunt Totem is a pretty good outcome because now Siamat can't just rush Wind Fury.
Yep.
I feel like he's not in that bad of a spot that he needs to rip it now. The Rush Wind Fury still looks perfectly fine to me.
I mean, he
would leave
doesn't
only 5 damage
need to, but you know, maybe he should anyway. So, are you thinking Siamat or Waste Warden if you want to go for the box here?
Yeah. I like the look of Siamat.
Okay.
Winds of the South.
I don't think we've seen any rare Tiamats on our stream, unfortunately. But in Europe, there was the rare Taunt Wind Fury.
Oh my god, I cannot wait to see a Taunt Wind Fury. I feel like on bird watching or on Safari, it's the lesser spotted Taunt Wind Fury Tiamat.
Here, you see Tiamat in its natural habitat. Okay, it is kind of a resilient board for Alutemu. And granted, if he just trades away the Tiamat, then Possessi might actually have to rip a box.
Yeah.
And then... Well, and then it's not up to me, Dark. It's not up to you or Alutemu either.
He's finally got himself a board representing lethal. It is the absolute, complete and utter final vestige of hope here for Alutemu. And Possessi is going to put his life in the hands of the box.
I love the greeting before it.
Wow, that is a good first spell.
Wow, it even targets an
Pretty good.
opposing minion, okay.
That's pretty good.
Number 4. That probably kills it. What? It's always targeting. When did
always targeting the other minion.
When did Puzzle Box get the same effect as Solarian Prime? when did I miss this patch note, Derek?
Hello.
Yeah, well, you know what, Alutemu? After the Winged Guardian last game, I think that you would deserve this to happen. This is just karma, to be perfectly honest, as Possessi does take the win there. It was likely to happen in one way or another with the Puzzle Box. It wasn't an especially difficult board to clear from Alutemu, but there you have it. And a second game going to Possessi.
All right. Well, that is one mage out of the way. Right. I can't be like Sodal. I can't always just hate on mage. One of us has to take the opposing stance there.
You know what? I will happily take the opposing stance. I'm an acolyte of Fino now. He's just
all right
every day streaming away, jamming box on 6 every single game, and I love it. I have been converted into the light of Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron.
All right. Not just Karma, but also Nirvana for Dara. And is it going to be Alutemu playing Mage next then? Is that at least what you want to see, Mr. Box Acolyte?
Well, okay, putting my actual Hearthstone caster's hat back on again instead of Degenerate who likes watching Puzzle Box. He's queuing Shaman first, and I don't think it really matters whether he goes for Shaman or Mage here. It's just deciding which deck he doesn't want to queue, doesn't want to have to take the win with. And if I had to guess, I would definitely say that is Paladin. Given that he's queued the Shaman, and if I had to say between Paladin and Mage, Mage definitely feels significantly stronger at the moment. So I really wouldn't mind either Paladin or Mage, Shaman or Mage coming down here for Alutemu.
Right. And between Shaman and Mage, it's actually a question mark to me what I feel like among those is better against Druid. Because I feel like Possessi would want to queue the Druid at some times, given that I think the Japanese players seem to still respect its power level.
Interesting mulligan now for Alutemu. I wonder if we'll see the Storm's Wrath being kept here. We saw it kept somewhat unconventionally, I think you could argue, by Flurry, just in the previous series against Alutemu, weirdly enough. And maybe he will absorb some of that power from Flurry's strategy by holding on to it.
The Mana Tide looks a bit exciting here. Might be a bit greedy because the 3 health stat line is weak to a lot of Druid removal, but none of it seems particularly good enough for Alutemu. What I want to note though is Possessi actually tossed away the Wrath in his opener, which at first when I was looking at how this matchup goes, I felt like, at least one piece of removal should seem decent to deny totems just snowballing. But the more I've seen the mulligans from these players who have been taking wins with Druid, it seems like they've just been mulliganing for their own game plan, not so much for removal.
Now this is interesting, Gia. I really like coining out the totem here. I'm not exactly sure which totem I would prefer Alutemu coin out though. Obviously going for the evil totem first gives him an extra lackey. But if he went coin hero power first, maybe that wouldn't have warranted a Wrath and he would have been more likely to get reflections on 3. And if it had warranted a Wrath, it would have meant the evil totem is more likely to be hit by totemic reflections. So I think thinking it out, I would have actually preferred it the other way from Alutemu.
It's going really deep because I myself was paying attention to Possessi's turn. I was thinking of hero power Moonfire instead of expending a Wrath there.
Wow, interesting.
His evil totem only has it's less health than the Flame Tongue and the Mana Tide, which died to the Wrath. I feel like Wrath might be more valuable there, whereas hero power doesn't necessarily get much done.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Also, as Wrath can be used to draw if you need to a little bit later on, it's much more flexible. Possessi realizing the power of the totem and expending a lot of resources to clear it off. Yeah. Oof. He's going to be happy he did.
So, I made a point about keeping proactive cards as Druid, but the game plan still, I guess if you're not getting that right the game plan does kind of shift to being reactive in the early turns. It's very interesting. I would love to pick their brains about what actually is the most consistent line for this matchup. But for here, Possessi has managed to stave off the early pressure and play Glowfly for at least 4 flies next turn.
There's another really tough choice now for Alutemu as to whether he goes Kobold Lackey plus Storm's Wrath on this turn. Obviously, that's the most powerful immediate play he can make, which I like the sound of. The downside is, of course, the Overload, which means he cannot go Totem plus Totemic Reflection on the following turn. I think even with that factored in, though, because we've seen so removal, it's been a Rastal Power, a Bog Beam, and a Moonfire. If you just go all in here from Alutemu, it's really unlikely that the Totem is actually removed.
Yeah, especially going into their turn 5 where they're probably looking to play Glowfly.
Yeah.
I don't hate developing the minion, but Alutemu, I think, has better plans for not overloading here.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Now he can go double Storm's Wrath and then Totemic Reflection. Well, it's the same.
I don't mind the look of that. Is there any consideration for Storm's Wrath plus Splitting Axe on this turn? Because it gives you another immediate attack.
It does, but I think buffing the board twice gives you immediate value trades, so
true.
I prefer that.
Fair enough.
Prevents Possessi from getting trades onto the Lackey 1-for-1.
Yeah, the curve just works out so beautifully as well. If you go Totemic double Storm's Wrath and then Splitting Axe on 6 with the double Overload, perfect mana expenditure. You're probably getting yourself a bunch of really big totems as well.
Possessi still has 1 piece of removal in hand, but will it be enough? Oh, the Bees tech could come in real clutch here.
Yeah, that could be huge. It allows him to clear off both totems pretty effectively as well, actually.
I like the usage of the Savage Roar here. I didn't actually see this.
Yeah.
I was looking at Wrath and Hero Power or something like that, but this ends up so much better. Yeah.
Much better. And honestly, it's a bit of a disaster now for Alutemu. You can go for Splitting Axe, as we've seen many, many times, as basically just a War Axe, a 3-2 weapon that costs a heck of a lot more.
I'm looking at Serpent Shrine just to remove one thing and develop another. And then he could go for Flame Tongue Splitting Axe on turn 7. I don't know. It feels like if you're gonna use Splitting Axe just to remove 1 minion, isn't that what Serpent Shrine does? It's the same amount of damage you're investing. Oh, right, but the overload prevents him from going Flametongue Splitting Axe, so it would have to be normal hero power into Splitting Axe.
I think whatever it is, it's a slightly longer term game plan than Alutemu will have time for, to be honest.
And now we see the Eagles rushing in. Not quite as early as they have been in other matchups, but it seems like Eagles just naturally prey on totems.
Is that the new Hearthstone expression, the early eagle gets the totem?
Mm-hmm.
It's true. It's actually a pretty good summary of this matchup.
So it's just a toss-up between another eagle or the rat. Given that the Cobra doesn't actually trade up into anything on the board, I don't mind just playing another eagle, because the raft can be, you know, an emergency switch for a totem that he might not have board to remove in the future. Although, to be fair, I don't feel like Possessi is losing board anytime soon. The early crab gets the Murloc too, but not in this matchup.
This crab just gets dumpstered, sadly. I think it's just got to be Splitting Axe, right? And then you can start chipping away the board. I feel so bad, but I just don't think there's anything else that even gets you close. And then maybe if the Druid's hand is completely dead, Alutemu will have some hint of a chance.
If we're talking about dead hands from Druid, a reason why I like that I'm so flip-floppy. Like, when it's winning, I'm like, I'm back on board. When it's losing, yeah, maybe it is unfavored. But I can objectively say that Druid, compared to at least Shaman and Paladin, don't have as many whiffs off the top, because they're either playing developed card draw. There is so much card draw in the deck, which is why it feels like it can consistently get to its game plan, even though the game plan is probably too slow in certain matchups. Like, every time I've played against Druid and hoped that they just whiff off the top, it's just never happened. They have Overflow, they have double Rising Winds, they have Wrath for cycle, even Overgrowth and Wild Growth can cycle at a certain point, and the Fungal Fortune.
And with an army of 3/2s, Possessi looks like he is just going to be marching to victory, or flying and stalking to victory very, very quickly. No chance at all. The Druid, again, it does feel like the games where they're going very much for the removal rather than focusing on their own game plan are going better. I don't know, I'm kind of flip-flopping as well, depending on what's working at the moment. But I think the idea is that if you have an incredibly powerful ramp strategy where you're going Overgrowth into exactly the Mount Seller and you can just dominate the board, then obviously that's likely to win you the game. But if you don't have exactly that, I really like what we saw from Possessi there, where for 2 turns, he could have gone with the Overflow there to just draw through his deck and try and set up a Mount Seller turn, a Ysera, whatever else. Instead, he just kept populating the board, making sure that there was no way that Alutemu could come back with even a Splitting Axe and a bunch of small totems. And it led to a very well-deserved win, I think.
I definitely agree. Very well-deserved. And if there's any conclusion I'm drawing from about how to play the matchup, I guess it's dependent on 2 particular things. One, how the Druid hand pans out. Like you said, sometimes you can go for the Mount Seller game plan if your hand lends itself to that. And 2, the timing of when the removal pieces are used. We saw Possessi hold back on the Rising Winds early when the totems could still have a very for Alutemu, which is in the early game. That's when everything is crucial because they can all snowball if one is left online. So Possessi went for removal, and then when that was out of the way and Alutemu was hardly able to refill, that's when he played all the Eagles.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Little that Alutemu could do. And I imagine we're probably going to see him lining up the Shaman yet again. Hasn't worked out for him the previous 2 times, but he's pretty much got to get a win with it unless he wants to pivot over to the Paladin, which I would not advise at all. Instead, however, he's going to give it a go with the Mage. Again, given that it's Conquest, doesn't matter all too much which order you go in. Probably just wants to get himself a more likely win on the table, first of all.
That's right. And Alutemu has got the Zephyrs. I feel like Zephyrs has been popping up in almost every Mage game. And could be very well used for a backstab in this instance. If it is exactly the totem that comes out this turn.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Ooh, but with the... Oh man. 2 5-cost cards in hand make the Wild Growth really tempting, but this might be an instance where you go for the Siren on the rock and just backstab.
I think it's Wild Growth.
Really? We're so opposite on this.
It's coined out here, right? And I mean, even though last time I was arguing for backstab, I was just suggesting it as an option. I think it was probably still better to go Wild Growth that time. And I think it's probably better to go Wild Growth this time because it was coined out.
Okay.
So there's no totemic reflection available now. If it comes down on turn 3, it would have to be with a totemic might in order to survive the rolling fireball as well. So I feel like even if they have that, you're still able to fight back very well.
Alright, I can see it. I'd have been caster visioning a bit because he did get a lackey that can remove the Zephyrus while still preserving the evil totem. And that's probably the biggest factor here. But you did make a very good point that rolling fireball in most cases will still be able to clean things up.
And, you know, maybe they just don't have the reflections. It's very possible that things just carry on perfectly fine. Alutemu really now just hoping to find a big dragon, anything to populate his mid-game, like a dragon caster would be incredibly powerful with the deep freeze.
And Possessi also has a very tempting play here. Could just say, you don't have the removal, play another totem, and then try to get the most insane splitting axe we've seen throughout the day. But there's also an option to potentially put more than 8 health on the board. If he goes 2 1-drops, the Faceless, of course, summons a 2-drop, and then the Storm Trap.
So how much health would that be? That would be... So
it depends on the 2 cost.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the Storm's Wrath, you are always getting out of the 8 damage range. It would have to be like Doomsayer specifically to mess you up there.
Or Mana Wraith.
Ooh, good point.
Or Pyromancer.
Also a good point. I guess there were a couple of nuts, but even then, you're not playing around stuff like that, I think, in this scenario.
Definitely feels like a 1 in 53 type situation.
Oh no, wait, it's against Alutemu. You definitely play around it. Do not play that lackey.
So if we're thinking about positioning, is there any way that Alutemu could have done this a bit better? It's hard to say because the lackey generates to the right. And then he had to play the rush lackey. Oh, no, that was already on board, right?
I think there was... I think even if he puts it like right in the middle, there's always a way that he can guarantee that it starts on the outside and moves on to kill the totem on the inside.
Yeah, I think the totem was always dying, but maybe there was a way he could have been left with, say, 1 more 2/2 and a 4/1 Sightless Watcher,
Maybe.
something like that.
Yeah. It's hard to know when you don't know what 2-drop you're going to get.
Yeah. So the Amplifier gives him pretty strong ping turn while still preserving the Frostbolt.
Is that better than AI Frostbolt, though? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Taking the ping out for 3 damage, yeah, okay. I like this. As long as you're killing off the totem, I'm happy.
Yeah, put something on the board and also saves Frostbolt for later on. It's good.
This is one of those weird games that we haven't seen all too much in a Shaman versus Mage specifically, where the slower plan may actually work for Possessi, being able to go for Flame Tongue plus Totemic Reflection on the same turn, or maybe setting up the Flame Tongue on this turn and then following up with the Reflection next turn. It looks like Alutemu maybe won't be able to develop the board quickly enough to fight back against that.
Yeah, and he got a great lackey for this game plan as well, probably the highest value of the options, and got a value minion off of that. Cobalt Spellkin can give Lightning Bolts, for example, which could be extra burst that Mage won't see coming necessarily.
And that Flame Totem is scary, to say the
Reno
least.
was 1 card too far down here. Solarian
so is
Frostbolt also
Astromancer
1 off.
Solarian. Yeah.
So is it gonna be a Frostbolt onto the 4-2.
That only clears up 2 damage, right?
It does, but
you could frostbolt the flame tongue totem,
right.
because it means that the copy would be frozen for an extra turn, I believe. And of course, you don't take the immediate damage if it's buffed straight away.
I like that. It's a good call, and also has that side benefit of dealing 3 damage to the board instead of just 2 on the Rush Lackey, which makes things a bit easier for Reno, should that possibly happen.
Yeah, it would go... Yeah, I think with even like Totemic Reflection's hero power, Possessi would still be able to survive the Reno hit. Wow. So because of that, Alutemu's not even clearing it off.
He's going for max damage removal.
Was he dead to Bloodlust if he didn't do that? It would have been 4, 1, 3, and 9. Yeah, I think it would actually have been exactly dead to Bloodlust.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Good spot, good spot.
I wonder.
So for Possessi here, he can actually go for Splitting Axe this turn if he wants, and then just Totemic Surge instead of the Reflection. Sure, this is also very powerful. I was looking at trying to get the weapon swings to face ASAP, especially since he has Serpent Shrine and Cobalt Spellkin, but this seems to put like basically the same clock on Alutemu anyway.
Absolutely, and even with all of this coming down, no overload for Possessi, it is going to be a nice, clean, lethal, he knows it, on the following turn. Splitting Axe, Serpent Shrine, bada bing, bada boom. Lethal coming through, and there's nothing that Alutemu can do to stop him this time.
And look at the Flame Tongue, it's so satisfying to watch. Frozen. Why does it feel like when Shaman wins, it does so many things it doesn't even need to do? Like, it wins a lot, but when it loses, it loses by a whole lot.
It's one of those decks, right, where in the early game, if you hit, like, terminal totem velocity, you start taking off, and it's like exponential power just takes off so rapidly. But if you miss that breakpoint, it just doesn't catch light, and there's nothing that happens at all for the entire game. But I think from there, overall, from Possessi, it was a good kind of slow game plan he was going for, even with Coin Totem on 1, which almost got there, to be fair. He then pivoted over to a slightly slower game plan, and Alutemu was unable to fight back against all the damage.
Makes me wonder how much of a difference taking Backstab might have made. Obviously, it would have shut down the Rolling Fireball, which is very, very important for Alutemu on the turn that it did come down, because it did clear that Evil Totem in the future. But it's so hard. There's a lot of branching paths. Missed that card. Lots of different out happen, because then all the lackeys after the first one would not have been available to Possessi. Tough to say.
Very tough indeed, but that does mean, in good news for Possessi, he is going to be our winner for bracket B here today, the second half of the top 8. He will be moving on to the top 4 to be played out tomorrow, alongside Glory, his fellow countryman, on the other side. Now it is going to be Kin and Flurry, I think, for our next match, finding out who is going to be the first player eliminated out of bracket B.
And that is probably not too much sweat off their back either way, no matter who gets eliminated, because they are already locked in for Division A. But for Kin, if he wants to go for the max pride points, he actually has the chance to tie Surrender for current highest point total if he goes all the way and wins this whole week. Wouldn't that be kind of a story if he just makes the run all the way from the elimination bracket to dethrone who we said is undisputedly the best player in APAC right now?
I think that would mean a lot to Glory. He, I think, has had a little bit of doubts about his game plan. It feels like the times in which he's played worst has been these times when the rope is getting to him. He gets in his own head and is unable to utilize his very strong knowledge of the metagame. But this week, with perhaps a little bit less at stake for him, given that he was guaranteed to be Division A anyway, he's just been playing a whole lot better this week, and I think he's in prime position to overtake Surrender. But for now, we don't need to worry about Glory. We don't need to worry about Surrender. We need to worry about the 2 players down at the bottom in Kin and, on the other side, Flurry, losing to Alutemu a little bit earlier, fighting for their life to stay in this weekend.
True enough. Kin and Flurry. Well, Flurry we've only seen 1 week prior to this. I say only, but making top 8 twice out of 3 times is still pretty impressive. It's just that it pales in comparison to Kin's runs, to all of the consistency. Aside from Glory, he's the only other player that we've seen in top 8 all 3 weeks. And here we are again with the same 4 classes represented. We've been seeing Priest left up every now and then, but it seems like people have kind of landed on Mage being the 4th deck now.
Yeah, at least in this particular group of players. Maybe as we head into the finals and semi-finals tomorrow, we'll see some of the players that we saw on Friday going with different ban strategies. But I definitely agree, Mage looks like the most susceptible to the strategies so far. As, you know, in Mage versus Shaman so far today, I think we've seen it go 2-1 in favor of Shaman, unless I'm mistaken. And it did look pretty convincing on the times where they were able to take the win.
Yeah, true enough. I think Mage, maybe if you look at it in a vacuum, in terms of power level, it seems a little bit fishy to leave up, but specifically against the Murloc Paladins and the Shamans, especially if you're running into Highlander Mage, which have just the one Doomsayer to try and take back early tempo, it can definitely be preyed upon by these two decks.
It can indeed. I don't think there's anything too different in terms of the actual decks that we're seeing from both of these players, as we've seen them all play so far today. And I think we've seen all their mages. Although, actually, sorry, having said that, last series it was the Priest we saw from Kin instead of the Mage. So I guess we can take a quick look at what he's got rolling in his Mage deck. Just getting that up now. It looks to be, however, just a very standard Reno Mage. Nothing like what Frosty was bringing with the double up on Puzzle Box and Dragoncaster and all that nonsense. It's just a fairly standard Reno Mage here.
What I would like to see, though, as specific takes on the fairly standard Reno Mage is just more anti-aggro tech for this specific week. I like the anti-druid techs, like Waste Warden, but also including things like, say, Rusty Raider or the Overconfident, or just these strong neutral cards that, you know, I think really speak to better design philosophy lately, because we're seeing just cards that were usually in the slots of filler now see play in actual decks.
Yeah, I think that Kin's done a pretty good job of teching his for anti-aggro. He's gone with the secret package, which a lot of players have been opting out of, with Ancient Mysteries plus Frost Nova and Ice Barrier. Oh, sorry, Flame Ward and Ice Barrier as the premium secrets available at the moment. But we'll have to wait a little bit before we see the Mage from Kin, because first of all, I believe he's lining up his Paladin, which is something we really haven't seen all too much of today, especially not going for it first, because in this format, where you have 4 decks remaining but only have to win with 3 of them, you obviously can choose one deck that you basically just don't want to play. You don't even want to try to win with it because it's your weakest deck. And I think most of the players, have been opting to make that deck Paladin, whereas I think Kin is going with a slightly different strategy here.
It's slightly different, but it's also worth noting that Flurry is one of the players that's not actually including Hungry Crab in his Shaman. It's in the Paladin, but only as a one-of. And we did get word that Flurry is going to be running up his Shaman into the Paladin. So that might actually be a benefit for Kin.
Very possibly. Like you said, the real downfall of the Paladin up against the Shaman is Hungry Crab. But outside of that, I think that given the incredibly high amount of 1 and 2 drops, given that it's a Murloc deck in Paladin, you are fairly consistently able to lock down those early turns and start denying the totems. Up against Flurry's list, it may be a little bit harder. He's got a fair amount of early game stuff there, but he is also cutting some of that out for the Marsh Spawns that he's got in there a little bit later on.
Marsh Spawns, and of course the Magic Carpet, which I mistakenly attributed to Glory when it was actually Flurry and Dawn bringing that list in the top 8 this week. And I think it's a very good bring. I could see it be struggling a little bit if you're not running the Sludge Slurper package to generate even more 1-drops in the form of lackeys. And the unfortunate side effect of that is if you have to run Sludge Slurper, then you're walking into an opposing Hungry Crab. So I can see things going for both players in the positives and the negatives. I'm just interested to see how Flurry will try to dance around the crab, so to speak.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult choice when it comes to Sludge Slurp. Personally, I feel like it's such a strong card in the deck that I think it's probably worth running it, even with the high amount of Hungry Crabs running about, because one, it's probably the best 1-drop that you can run in Shaman at the moment, And 2, it activates one of the other best 1-drops in Shaman, in the Surging Tempest, which allows you to get the buff on the the overload there for +1 attack, which, to be honest, in this version of the deck has been very lacking. It's difficult to overload consistently when you're only really running Storm's Wrath and the Serpent Shrine Portal a little bit later on. That I really like still the inclusion of Sludge Slipper.
Yeah. I think interesting to note, though, that to make room for the Marsh Spawn and Magic Carpet package, Flurry has cut the Serpent Shrine Portal,
that is
probably saying that Magic Carpet acts as removal on its own. It is a completely different take on how to build the middle part of the deck, but wonder if it will help or harm him, particularly against Paladin.
Now, this is a weird choice for Flurry. The Guardian Org Merchant is not a good 1-drop. You want to play it to attack something, either your opponent's minion, or to give your own guy Divine Shield and then buff it. But is it worth going for it here, purely to kill off anything that Kin plays on the following turn, to guarantee himself reflections on the Evil Totem?
I want to say yes, but even then it's not a guarantee because Paladin we can see, point out a weapon to respond. But I think Flurry is not in a position to be able to play around everything. That's just the nature of these matchups. So I don't mind him keeping the 1-2-3 curve here and hoping for the best.
Yeah, I guess guarantee was a bit strong. Increase his chance of being able to hit the totemic reflection was a bit more apt.
Aside from coin weapon, there's also the Henchclan Hogsteeds.
True.
Big deal. Now it's already back to the drawing board for Flurry, and it just feels so bad to be an aggro deck that doesn't have weapons playing against the aggro deck that does have weapons, because they can 2-for-1 anything you develop, and it is just so much lost tempo.
It's a weird choice here. Obviously, as you said, there's a little bit of extra burst damage that can come through from Henchclan's Hogsteed, but I think here, because it's exactly and only Henchclan Hogsteed, I think, that would allow Kin to take out a 4-health totem. Should he go Hero Power Totemic Might plus the Blazing Battle Mage? As long as he doesn't hit the 1-1, he's very happy.
I like it.
I
Good
like it
recognition. I thought you were about to suggest Flame Tongue Totemic Might even.
I definitely considered it. I think this is better, though, just because it gets the 2-2 on board, which allows you to fight back much more effectively.
I definitely agree. The 2-2 makes all the world of a difference here. That's just how these aggro matchups work. But also what makes a whole lot of difference is being able to land a health buff onto 3 minions. Probably not possible without the help of this new Dormant minion for Paladin.
Yeah, I think the only real play that you'd consider there for Kin, everything else just opens you up for value trades way too easily.
Speaking of value trades, though, this is how Flame Tongue used to be in its glory days at 2 mana. Played between 2 minions, trading up or value trading, and then restocking the board.
So do you think it is Flame Tongue over the Totemic Reflections on this turn?
Okay, so it ends him up with 2/3 taunts. Doesn't seem particularly strong because everything on the opposing board has 3 health, and you're likely to run into an attack buff for the next turn.
Yeah, I think, yeah. It's close, but I see your point. I think it's probably worth holding off for this turn.
And also, if you wanted to, ping the Guardian of Merchant and then trade into a 2/3, but that probably... Yeah, this accomplishes more, right? Just killing both the 1/3 and the 2/1.
Yeah.
Well spotted 2/3.
I guess, yeah, I think it was probably worth going for the Orc Merchant there instead of the Kobold Lackey.
The draw from Kin is huge, allows him to just one-shot the Flame Tongue. And
Absolutely
develop.
massive.
Yeah.
Kin is obviously so far ahead in terms of value here. All he needs to do is make sure he doesn't fall behind to a huge totem swing. Or maybe a big Storm's Wrath play.
A bit curious that he played the McGurgle over the Tidecaller there because he has Scalar the next turn, but I can see the thinking from Kin. that is probably too optimistic to hope that everything sticks. So you'd rather just get 2-1, which can kill these 2-2-1s even with a health.
Yeah, I think that next turn Scale Lord probably wouldn't even happen. He just wants to dump all the Murlocs and then go for it the turn off. It seems very powerful.
With a decent push onto the board, the healing totem also pretty relevant, but this could be the turn where Kin starts to swing it back, as he's just got so many cards in hand to Flurry's 1.
I imagine that he would probably want to prioritize killing off the totem, even though it is, as it currently stands, the significantly less threatening minion. Changed his mind at the last minute, but I think I would like to see the totem going off at the end here. He's so far in the lead. I think this is the one way he loses if he leaves that up.
Good on Kin for catching himself at the last second there. Flurry could, of course, still totem up and reflect that. But that does deny himself a Storm's Wrath for this turn, which would allow him to take a value trade over the Tidecaller. Everything seems bad. If he reflects a totem from the hero power, it's either 2 2/4s or 2 3/3s, all of which line up badly against the board.
None of it's getting it done. Can't even fit in the Storm's Wrath. Like, the healing totem's pretty good if he could take value trades, but there's just none to take.
Yes, if you storm 4/4 into 3/3, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that's the best you're going to get, I agree.
And now, Kin can do pretty much whatever the heck he wants. I would like to see just a very wide development onto the board. I don't even think he'll need the Prime. It would be very cool to see both the Prime and the Scale Lord happen.
He doesn't need the Prime. Again, Gia, what is this all about need? You don't need the Prime. You want the Prime. It's cool.
Alright. But will the game be over before turn 8? Or they might concede before then? What then, Darth?
Then I'll be a sad boy indeed. I think I'm going to be a sad boy on this turn.
Well, it's slightly better than a War Axe. Just ever so slightly.
I guess. In that stubbing your toe is better than having your arm chopped off. They both suck.
Or breaking your arm and having to cast a whole season of GM like that.
Imagine. Couldn't be me. Could not be me.
So he's got 7 mana worth of Murlocs outside of the Prime and 7 mana to spend.
Reporting for duty.
I guess Marsh Spawn is the big out now for Flurry, which is why he's carrying on playing. If he plays a spell this turn, it will be active next turn, so he can go for, what, 6 or less mana. He wouldn't even have access to Earthquake yet. Lightning Storm maybe can get him there. Maybe. Doesn't seem likely though.
But we are going to get to see the Prime. It's your dream
Yes!
come true, Derek. He's just got to create a little bit of space first.
I don't even care if War Leader's better here. You just play the Prime.
Oh. Kin says nope to that, Derek.
I don't even care if this is
denied.
lethal. This might be lethal. I haven't even counted. Still don't care. Okay, maybe if it's lethal, you take the lethal. The
I don't
McGurgle Prime,
think it
dude,
is.
it's so cool.
That I will agree with. Oh, we're talking Marsh Spawn into Lightning Storm exactly.
Yep.
And the Lightning Storm has to roll 3s on the War Leader and the 7/3, and then he's got to run up into a Prime, so it has to be the other March one immediately But nope.
That's not it. Very convincing win there for Kin. Pretty well played game overall, I think it's fair to say. There was definitely the best chance possible taken by Flurry to stick something onto the board. It had to be a pretty specific set of draws there for the totems to be cleared off one after the other, but Kin was able to get there.
Yeah, with the coin of the weapon, I think it's fair to say the game probably not ended, but
it was
tilted at least another plus 50% in Kin's favor at that point. Yeah, that's just how it happens these sometimes with these matchups, and we will at least be not seeing that happen again for this series. But I would definitely say I'm more looking forward to seeing Druid and Mage be played, even though we've seen that on other weeks, because it seems that they have a lot more counterplay.
Me too. I'm glad to see the Paladin out of the way. The win is over with, and we can move on to the slightly more difficult decks to play. I agree with you, but before we can do that, we're going to let the players get ready, as per usual, for the rest of this series, and head over to a quick break before we come back with the conclusion of this series. Well met, and welcome back to the tavern here for Hearthstone Grandmasters. We are in the midst of our losers bracket match. Sadly, the player who loses this series will be out of contention to make it through to the semi-finals for this week. But for Kin and Flurry in this match, that does not mean it is the end of the world. We will be seeing them next week come the round robin. And luckily for them, we'll be seeing them in Division A, as every player in this group is guaranteed, I believe, to make it through to Division A. So it's really just about getting yourself that pride, proving that you deserve to be here for Kin, and also I think you could argue, proving you deserve to be here, for Flurry. He's one of the players who is more well known as a very popular streamer, I think it's fair to say, than a competitor. Obviously not trying to say that he's not a strong Hearthstone player, but when you compare it to the likes of Surrender, who I think is also a fairly popular streamer, but a competitor first, and Glory and Alutemu, who are doing very, very well indeed, I think the argument could be raised.
Yeah, I think it's definitely fair to say, especially looking at performances in GM, including last year. Definitely, Flurry was maybe outshined a little bit by his fellow Koreans. Not to say that he's not very good at the game, though. I, for one, really appreciated his off-the-wall brings from last week. I think the spot of Dragon Hunter for an LHS lineup is actually pretty well thought out.
I agree indeed, and he did deservedly well with it, but we can jump into this week's games now. I believe the next match is ready, and we're going to jump into Mage versus Shaman, a matchup that has gone pretty well for the Shaman, it feels like overall. But maybe things will turn around here for Kin with Flame Ward kept in the mulligan.
Yeah, and the inclusion in the deck in the first place is not something you would always see in Highlander Mage, but again, for this week in particular, if you're leaving up decks that like to play smallish minions and go wide, and also in the case of Druid, then Flame Ward does just seem like, and he's also just got the Arcane Breath straight away with a dragon off the top. Gonna save it though for a totem. I actually think that's super smart.
Wow, that is very reserved gameplay. You could not have paid me to not kill that Blazing Battle Mage there, and then I would have probably lost the game. So well played there by Kid.
So always take payments there. Fireball there. It was a very quick pick, but I suppose the rest of them didn't really achieve much.
Yeah.
Overcharged and ready to fight! Job done.
Okay, still dominating the board, getting down the totem for reflections.
We were talking about how this could be a very good tech inclusion versus Shaman, but this might be a matchup where Shaman actually has the license to just not attack, say, all right, you have your Flame Ward, it's not going off until I say it's going to go off. So Flurry, in the meantime, can play a reflection if he wants to, and then wait until he can buff the health even more, or get a Splitting Axe turn before he procs it.
I wonder.
The thing is, he can already make 3 of these minions survive. Sorry, I should say, copy the totem here, and then go for Storm's Wrath, and then the 2 totems and the Tempest survive.
Right.
And it does get you a fair bit of damage to face. It's a little bit more aggressive. But like you say, maybe the plan isn't to go aggressive, but instead try and set up a huge Bloodlust later on.
I wouldn't hate it. He is going for the development, and if that arrow tells me anything, he's cashing in the damage now. And Kin, while he's going to be taking a fair chunk, he's probably going to be happy to see that. Because now he has Zephyrus Betrayal if he wants it.
True. It does not offer Immolation Aura, sadly, as that is not part of the basic or classic set. I think it's like part of the Initiate set or something for Demon Hunter. Whatever it is, it gets a little bit confusing there. There is no just 2-mana clean AoE that you can get here.
He could also just coin Zephyrus Lightning Storm, but that of course overload him for next turn. Probably not the cleanest, especially since he would want to coin the cartoon. I guess Cleave here is also potentially better because it has the chance of killing both totems. But it did Betrayal anyway.
A couple of interesting lines. The Storm's Wrath means that you could go for small minions in this turn and still have a spell played for Marsh Spawn next turn. Or it could just be Marsh Spawn Goblin Lackey to rush it in.
Again, it's a question for Flurry of what AoE he thinks is most threatening, and it turns out no matter which way he develops this board, it's all scary. Rolling Fireball, Blizzard, Reno deals with it. So in that case, the mindset has to be, all right, I'm not beating AoE. What's the fastest way I can kill Kin? And I think it is the small minion game plan.
Okay, I'm on board.
So he buffs the 3/2, rushes a Rush Lackey. Sorry, double buff onto the No. You have to rush a rush Lackey, even though there's going to be an extra damage spent.
I think the idea was just whether or not maybe you can afford to fit in a hero power instead of going for double Lackey plus Storm's Wrath. But I agree. I think keeping the Marshspawn active and going as aggressive as possible is probably the best chance for Flurry.
As of now, Kin doesn't have AoE. He's got Quinn Cartoot. And Flurry is going to be at 4 mana. If you get something like Earthshock, this could be huge.
Yeah, Earthshock is very close to just lethal as it currently stands. Whoa. Wind Fury is close to good, but it's probably not the pick. I'm thinking it likely descends up as Feral Spirit, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, just for something to play alongside the Manatide next turn.
Obviously, Totemic Surge is a card that's actually in your deck, and those are more likely to be the correct choices. But I think he's just not likely to have that many totems, and as soon as board slips away, the game ends anyway.
Takes the Wind Fury, alright.
Okay. Could potentially be the surprise lethal with Bloodlust on the next turn.
Oh, the Reno off the top for Kid.
Forget about that.
His expression.
Oh, that is the draw there for Kin. Absolutely insane. And with Bloodlust off the top, that could have been game.
Okay, if we hadn't seen the Reno, it could very well have been Fireball, so to be completely fair, might not have been game, but
in my fantasy world, where rules don't apply, that would have been lethal.
For sure, Flurry would have been in a much better spot if it were any other top deck. It's just kind of been bad beats for Flurry today, huh? After that Winged Guardian, just Okay, so we could copy 2 totems this turn.
Give it Wind
Hope
Fury
that 2
and then
survive.
copy it. Wow. And then it can't attack twice. I mean, jokes aside, there was actually some consideration to go for that first with the Wind Fury. Oh my god. It's over, it doesn't matter. Because you would have got twice the chance of buffing with Bloodlust, but he would have just traded into both of them anyway. So I like saving it for the potential for maybe your opponent to slip up and take the win.
For sure.
No chance whatsoever, though, as Kin takes a very swift lethal. As, you know, the more we see in that matchup, the more it looks like that matchup is shaping out in one way in particular. The Shaman develops early on, the Mage falls behind, and then the entire game plan is just saying, please don't let them have AoE. Be it Waste Warden, Blizzard, Rolling Fireball, Flame Strike if they run it, Reno, Puzzle Box off of a Dragon Caster. There's a lot that can go wrong, and you just got to pray they don't have any of it.
Right. There's also that, I guess, more fringe scenario of they don't have the answer for the early game, which is Shaman just sticks a totem, runs away with that. Turn 2, turn 3, something like that. But we've seen a lot of Zephyrus come down early. We've seen Arcane Breastcat. And the only question I might have for Flurry is whether he needed to immediately proc the Flame Ward. I don't blame him for doing so, because at some point he would have had to get more damage in, and the hand didn't exactly lend itself to buffing health more. But I wonder if there could have been a different line.
Yeah, I think that game slipping away from Flurry wasn't so much a question of his mistakes for me. It was just a question of how well Kin was playing that. The real decision that absolutely made the game for him was not playing the Arcane Breath on 1. If he'd gone with that and killed off the Battle Mage, Totem would have stuck, Reflections comes down, a million lackeys, and all of a sudden Kin's losing the game. It was that one crucial play that you spotted at the start that just gave him the win. It was an inspired play.
Job's done.
Perfect. You just took away half my content for the next Mull It Over video, Darrow.
What are you on about? That's a top 5 play. Don't you dare take that.
It's early game, it's my segment. In any case, the matchup has reversed now. Flurry gets to play the mage. He keeps Dragoncaster once again, has a bunch of expensive spells to pair with it, but no dragon yet. But he also has Doomsayer to shore up the early game. And the question is whether he thinks he can get away with just a couple pings and a later Doomsayer, given that he doesn't really have plays for turns 3 to 5 yet.
Yeah, it is a bit weird. You really, I think in this matchup, do want to save Doomsayer for turn 3, because what you're expecting is Totem of some kind next turn, be it the just Hero Power, Evil Totem, or Coin Manatide. You definitely want to respond to that with Doomsayer. So I think I like just pinging the Battle Mage and passing here.
I can see it. The responses to a Doomsayer on turn 3 would have to be pretty specific. It either involves Kin buffing something that isn't a totem or having Flame Tongue plus something else specifically.
Kin now, I think, realizing that the threat is looming ever closer, does decide to go with this play, which gives him 6 available damage. Actually, yeah, I was going to say that allows him to clear. It does not. This is actually worse against Doomsayer.
It is. Got in the Surge instead of Might. It would have been enough, but this looks like Flurry's just going to run away with it, especially since he's gotten the Mana Saver off the top. It means the Dragon Caster can come down the turn after.
No dragon. That is the one saving grace for Kin here. If there was a dragon, I would be calling it 100% over. I agree. There's still a chance, I think.
To draw it. You know what? In this matchup, if you can just play a 4/400 empty board, even for 6 mana, I don't even think it's that bad. Because how's Kin gonna do with it? Got one weapon. There's a dragon, though.
Okay, this would be a miracle if Kin can pull his way back into this one. And Hero Power Shield Bearer does not feel like that miracle.
Definitely not. Alright, what are you feeling here?
Probably Power of Creation, yeah.
I mean, what minions off this?
Oh,
okay, have double charge, why don't you?
That is, I think, actually the most powerful thing that Mage can do at the moment. Like, this is as good as it gets.
Outside of that card at 10 mana?
Sure. Okay, that can be more
Amazing
powerful.
Reno, Jara. Amazing Reno.
Either way, a very, very, very easy win there for Flurry. There was only one decision in the entire game, and that was whether to go for Doomsayer on 2 or 3. And I think he made absolutely the correct decision. It was a little bit difficult, but I think once you run through it and start to realize they're very likely to play a 0 attack minion on the following turn in the form of a totem, Doomsayer almost always gets to go off.
True enough. And there you have it. Flurry gets a win on the board, and you might say he had the perfect hand for it, but I feel like throughout the day, Flurry's been having some very, very bad beats. We were talking about Karma a while ago, so that was Karma for Possessi, was it? And now Flurry's getting the good karma for him.
Yes, he is indeed. And it
Sorry,
does
it was Alutemu, my bad.
Yes, with the Wings Guardian a little bit earlier on. But an important win there. It is admittedly with the Mage, which you and I can agree, I think, is one of the more powerful decks. He's going to try and transition over, I think, if I had to guess, to take a win with the Druid and the Shaman. I don't think he'll be trying to take the win with the Paladin, despite the way that Possessi started off the series.
Yeah, particularly because I think Possessi...
Kin, sorry, not Possessi.
I think Kin is running crabs, at least in his Paladin, so that's always kind of a detriment to running your own Paladin if you don't have your own double crabs, at least. Or he has just the one. Anyway, the remaining decks still look pretty strong to me. I'm always a fan of Druid. Would be happy to see that come out.
Yeah, I mean, if Flurry thinks that Kin is going to go for the Druid here, he could maybe try to go for the Paladin. But having said that, actually, Kin just lined up the Shaman, so you can probably make the pretty good guess he's going to do that again, and instead wants to leave the Druid unplayed this series. So you need to try and find the best counter for Paladin, which for the Shaman. Sorry, again, is that the Mirror or is that going for the Murloc Paladin?
I would say not Murloc Paladin because, again, of the crabs. And it seems like it will just be the Mirror. So, Shaman mirrors, again, not a matchup we've seen all that much this weekend, surprisingly, despite it being left up pretty often. This one, I feel, can also just get very out of control early on.
It can indeed. It's fairly slow and then over very, very quickly because, as you pointed out, I think it's a very apt comparison to the old combo priest mirrors, where the player who pulls ahead at the start of the game is very likely to stay ahead for the entirety of the game. And there are two, I guess, main strategies that you can take to try and achieve that. There's the totem route, which it looks like Kin is going to be attempting with evil totems and totemic surge. And there's just the kind of zoo approach, where you can throw as much onto the board as you possibly can and try and take the win that way, which Flurry is attempting.
Yeah, and he can also just point out 2 1-drops here. It looks like he reached for the Surging Tempest, but we did see on a different day, can't quite remember who it was, but Battle Mage Coin Og Merchant, I think that was from Dawn, was actually just brilliant. Still though, this is more than enough attack stats to just maintain a stranglehold on the board, I would say.
Yeah, it's looking very powerful indeed. The, I guess, consideration now for Flurry is how he approaches this next couple of turns. Sludge Slurper plus Lackey or Orc Merchant was obviously the most powerful play he can make immediately, but that locks out the Totem route that he could go for with Mana Tide on 3, Splitting Axe on 4. And so I think given that he is already dominating the board very, very easily, I prefer this lane.
Yeah, I think it was mission that he would maybe get to pull ahead even more and stick a minion. Ooh, that draw!
Oh.
The Mana Tide looked tempting, but this has to be better, right? You just clear the whole board.
Absolutely insane. Serpent Shrine Portal, I guess, is the best thing that Kin could do, which is pretty good, admittedly, especially with the Rush Lackey to take out the Totem. So maybe there will still be a little bit of back and forth here. At first glance, I was just saying that's blowout for Flurry, but I think Kin has a pretty powerful comeback mechanism here.
I think it still is blowout for Flurry. It's just a question of how he wants to trade. I like doing it this way because even if he puts 1 damage on the Surging Tempest, Serpent Shrine can still kill the Mana Tide for full value. And at the 1 health breakpoint, it makes things like Rush Lackey and the Bold Lackey have to commit extra damage.
Sure.
Is it War Axe
Pretty good
time?
swing, though. It's a pretty good turnaround, I think.
I think the War Axe could just get there.
Really?
Okay. If we think about worst case scenarios, let's say he just gets
Draconic.
bad lackeys here. I guess there aren't too many awful ones. Like underperforming Witchy and the Titanic strike me as not being very good. I just feel that if he's able to clear off this 3/3, maintain a minion, he's just ahead, right? And then he can clear off the next minion with the other swing.
I see your point, but on turn 5 now, or actually I was going to say turn 5, Kin can start going for Totemic Reflections on a hero power. He is overloaded for 1, however, so he would be down to just 4 mana. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too greedy with the splitting axes. I want to start hitting a load of totems every single time with it.
I didn't catch that Kin was actually hard running Vicina in the deck, which is not a usual inclusion, but kind of makes sense if you're already running cards that pay off of overload.
It's a pretty good outcome there. It does allow for Titanic Lackey, the Tempest, and then swing both your guys into Vicina and Orc Merchant to take her out.
Yep, seems good. He can also fit
With
in
a
a
hero
hero
power.
power.
Yeah.
He has to forego the Mana Tide, but again, we're seeing every matchup against Shaman, and it's not just in the mirror. We're seeing Druids and Paladins play this way as well. You spend resources to clear the early board, no matter how expensive it seems. It's the priority.
Yep. Pretty nice, easy play here.
So already for Kin, I think we're looking at some type of Ethereal Lackey out again. He himself, I think, is not running Sludge Slurpers, so they have to come off of exactly the Evil Totem. Bloodlust is 15 plus 8, 23. With the Totemic Surge, I think it's just too short of lethal.
Okay.
Just crazy, because Kin's at near full health.
Yeah, I'm carrying 4 off, I think.
I mean, it's still good though, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
It either allows him to take value trades or just put Kin within range of a weapon, because Flurry's not running Serpent Shrine Portal.
Yeah, I fully agree it's the Bloodlust on this turn. I think he's probably going to end up looking at trading, though, overall. Being 4 damage off lethal can be a very, very big deal. There's not that much in the deck to deliver lethal, especially when Flurry has cut the Serpent Shrine Portals from his list.
Yeah, you're right about 4 off. I was counting the Titanic as a totem for some reason.
It's close enough.
Look at the patterns
does.
on it. It looks like the Searing
Yeah.
totem.
You shall not pass.
I mean, if you're arguing for Serpent Egg to be a totem, then surely Titanic Lackey also rock
that
with double
looks-
minion tags.
Identical to Taunt Totem. I literally can't tell the difference between them.
Well, while we were making these very stupid conversations, Kin actually has managed to stick a Manatide onto the board, and a not insignificant amount of attack damage.
True. It's getting very close on both sides, because now Flurry has also managed to stick a Manatide with a not insignificant amount of damage on the board as well.
The big difference, though, is Flurry's got the Carpet with a Sidekick and a Draconic. And I don't think that the Evil Totem will be sticking for additional lackeys, but this feels like it can still get there. It's kind of close, you're right.
Very, very close indeed. The Healing Totem, however, though, for Kin is absolutely insane.
Yes, that was nearly a wrong trade for Kin, though. He was about to trade off the Healing Totem instead of having that one kill the 1/1, but he fixed it at the very last moment.
Oh, it's so close! The Magic Carpet is so huge here, allowing
big
to
ol'
trade off
whelp.
most of the minions.
Big ol' Whelp's
Is that
gotta
over
be the
Fairy
pick.
Dragon? Okay, fair enough.
It's becoming a top deck war. We're getting to that point. So
Yeah. It's just you can play the Fairy Dragon immediately, but I guess you want to fit in the hero power and the sidekick either way.
So Sidekick lands onto, I would assume, the 3/1.
I was going to say I assume the 2/1, because then you can value trade the Manatide.
Okay, seems fine. Yeah, he just cashes in the Totemic Might anyway. All of a sudden,
very powerful.
the tides have turned. Kin is falling behind. Serpent Shrine's pretty good. That deals 4 damage. Not that it matters if it's going onto the 3/3.
Yeah, you have to do that.
Whoa!
Oh!
That's the biggest one!
Charged and ready to fight.
How is this so back and forth? This should be well over by now.
Oh, now it's over. It's gotta be. Look at this.
Dawn's Wrath is incredibly powerful here. You could probably just get away with ignoring the Blade Master
Oh
completely
yeah,
here.
for sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Not sure why he didn't kill that with the totem. It was at 1 health, right? Or maybe.
No, sorry, it was a 2.
Oh, my bad. Well, the Blade Master is huge, but Big Ol' Whelp can just trade over it along with the Carpet. Everything survives. Flurry just runs away with the game. But that was probably the most back and forth mirror I've ever seen.
It really was. And I think well fought by both sides. The Magic Carpet tech, though, coming in huge here for Flurry. And I really like the strategy that he went for of just keeping a whole lot of 1-drops early on. But even despite that, he didn't let himself get tunnel vision too much on, like I said, the Zoo strategy of developing onto the board as much as possible. On turn 2, where he went for the hero power, I thought that was a nice way to set up for the axe as best as possible on turn 4.
So Flurry there, I know I suggested killing the Blade Master, but the more I looked at it, the more I liked ignoring it and sending the 6 damage base so he could set up the 2-turn lethal. He's not got it anymore. Granted, there's very little way for Kin to come back onto the board. Wait, now he has it. Never mind.
Yeah,
With
there
that
is
draw.
no way to come back here at all.
Very close. GG, and there you have it. 2-2.
Is this our first game 5 of the weekend? It feels like all the others have just been flying by.
I think so, Derek. I wouldn't be surprised if it were.
Well, back and forth in terms of the game, and also, of course, in terms of the series here, game 5. It does mean now that with the Shaman out of the way there for Flurry, he's now won with his Mage and his Shaman, I believe, as 2 of the stronger decks, and is left there, as we can see, with Paladin and the Druid. I'd have to guess that Flurry is going to try and go... Actually, I'm not sure. I was going to say go with the Druid, but the Paladin, does it arguably have 2 decent matchups versus Kin?
It's the crabs, Derek. I keep bringing up the crabs, but Kin's got Kin's got his Shaman remaining, which actually doesn't have crabs in it. It's the Paladin, I believe, that has the double crab. So actually, maybe it is the Paladin for Flurry that can slide in and get that last win.
Yeah, taking a look at the Shaman specifically, once again, we can see there are no crabs in Kin's list here. So I think Flurry, if you go off the numbers that Paladin is favored versus the Druid, I think he'd be in a pretty good spot to go with the Paladin here, even though it is, in my opinion, far and away the weakest class in Hearthstone at the moment.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about Paladin versus Shaman when neither player is running crabs?
Well, taking a look at the win rate here, in just straight up Paladin versus Shaman, we can see Paladin is fairly in the lead at 63%, I think.
Oh, wow.
In terms of the overall matchup. So I guess the idea is that Paladin can just get on board that little bit faster and start dominating the matchup before the totems can hit the board. And so based on that, I'm thinking, yeah, the Paladin seems like a good pick for Flurry.
All right. I would be surprised to see anything else with all of that data backing it up. So now for Kin, does he feel like he can get the win versus Paladin without any crabs to kind of cheat out a strong early game? Or does he have to go for just believing in the power level of Druid, which I think in terms of doing its ideal game plan, Druid tends to get there more often than Shaman.
Yeah, if I had to guess how this was going to go, I would say best guess Flurry on the Paladin, Kin on the Druid switching over. I mean, that may be why it's taken a little while here. He's choosing which deck he wants to queue up next. Obviously, he's gone with the Shaman twice already. But we did just get word that he is switching over to his Druid, but so is Flurry. Didn't want to deviate over to the Paladin. We are instead getting the mirror.
Well, they're believers. I love to see it. And, well, when we're talking about Druid mirrors, it's very important to check who of them has the Starfall. And I think between these two lists, Kin is heavily favored with his text because he's not running the bees. He's not running the heavy late game except for the Ysera. I tend to favor this, and especially with the Starfall in the mirror, just because it lends a lot more consistency to the deck. It's also got the Glowfly online already, and is on the coin with Innervate and Fungal Fortunes, so yikes for Flurry.
Yes, yeah. Would you say that puts him at a significant advantage?
More than significant, Derek. Puts him at an overwhelming advantage.
I think I would agree. I'm going to take a look at Flurry's list here for the Druid to see what counterplay he may have available, primarily in this form of Starfall, which he is not running, unlike his opponent. I'm looking at Flurry's best chance is Kin overdraws 3 minions here.
I was about to say, that seems like his best hope, but not a single one overdrawn. Okay, we do see that Kin's payoff spells after the Glowfly turn are the Wild and Soul of the Forest. Not quite Savage Roar, so he doesn't have the ability to lethal immediately. So maybe, because I expect to see Flurry pass his turn, then go for, oh, okay, gonna play a Panther. in any case, Overgrowth next turn,
Yep.
and then play the Overflow. Maybe he can find some miracles off of that.
Yeah, I think the only out here right now for Flurry is Kael'thas, because obviously this board is pretty much unanswerable for the moment for Flurry, especially when you factor in either the Soul of the Forest or the Power of the Wild, which will come down next turn. So I'd have to wager a guess and just say Overgrowth into Overflow into the most insane Kael'thas turn you've ever seen is probably the best chance for Flurry.
That's right. Flurry is still running the Kael'thas, whereas Kin isn't. So that gives him maybe that little slim shot of an out. So I'm looking at the Power of the Wild, and it seems very powerful. But
yeah, I think specifically because we're going into turn 7, 3 health on the Power of the World is a bit too susceptible to bog beams, which could become active now. And so even though Kin's first instinct was to reach for the Fungal Fortunes and go Power of the Wild, I overall prefer this line.
Sure thing. Okay, that's a comeback mechanism if I've seen one.
It is indeed. Ooh.
Whoa!
Whoa! He got the good cards.
But among these good cards, doesn't he need to play the Mount Seller and not Kael'thas? Because Kael'thas' big payoff is Forest Aid, which is development and not removal here. Whereas Mount Seller's development can double as removal if you get Griffins, or at least stall if you get Taunts.
We'll have to see, right? Maybe if the Gift of the World can come off the top, that might be what he needs to swing things back.
That's a roar off the top. And I do believe that is just lethal.
I think Flurry did an excellent job of trying to find his unlikely but possible out to win back the game. But overall, Kin got the hand that you need in the matchup. That is the dream of the dream. And Kin is able to take a very easy 3-2 victory in that final game to win the series.
And you got a feel for Flurry. I think outside of that one mage game where he had the Mega Nuts, I think it's been bad beat after bad beat for him. And luckily for him, though, he's earned enough points to still lock in for Division A. So if there's any week or any day to have bad luck, this is the day to have it and get that out of the way before round robin.
One thing I will say is that even though within the game, there was pretty much nothing or literally nothing Flurry could have done to win that game, it was just the dream from Kin. Outside of the game, I think queuing up the Paladin was maybe the better way to go. I'm not necessarily convinced at all, but it has a decent matchup, at least the stats would seem to argue, against Paladin, and against the Shaman, and also okay versus the Druid. Whereas the Druid, you're lining up a Mirror or Shaman, which isn't a great matchup either. So I think maybe I would argue a slight miscue there, but at the end of the day, Druid is just kind of a better deck than Paladin, so I can't fault him too heavily for it.
It might have been just a mind game going on, where if you are a believer in Druid and then you just expect it to be favored against Shaman, he'd rather queue that, and he just didn't expect Kin to queue Druid at all. Because I think if Flurry expected Kin to go Druid, he would never queue the Mirror, because a list like his seems a little bit unfavored in my opinion.
Agreed. But that does mean, unfortunately, as we can take a look at the bracket, that we're going to have to say goodbye to Flurry for this week. It's always a pleasure watching him play, whether it's him making the decisions or the little Remy sat on the top of his head, pulling the strings secretly. It is always a delight, no matter what he brings to the table. But now it is time for the final match of the day. It is going to be Alutemu versus Kin. We could have our first semi-finals here, where 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists are Japanese players if Alutemu is able to take the win. That would be insane.
Yeah, and on the flip side though, if Kin takes the win, we would have an even split down the middle of 2 from Hong Kong and 2 from Japan. Also a great storyline to highlight, because Blitzchung is fighting for his life in this top 4, and would be a little bit sad to see if it's his own countryman to take him out.
Yeah, it would be a battle of the ages, to be sure. Still, as you said, I think the real storyline for me going into tomorrow is Blitzchung. It is the battle between Blitzchung and Chonsu at the moment for that final spot in Division A. If Blitzchung is able to win that next series and get through to the finals, he will go through. If he doesn't, Chonsu will go through. But we'll get into that a lot more tomorrow, because for today, it is just, like you said, a lot more about pride on the line, given that Kin and Alutemu are both guaranteed to get into Division A based on their very strong performances in the previous 2 weeks. It should be a good match. I think they've both been playing very solid Hearthstone over the course of today, even with some of the crazy results that have been rolled in there.
Yeah, I mean, among the players in APAC, of course, the first names to pop into the mind are probably Surrender and Rivius, those types of guys. But last year, as you mentioned, Alutemu just had very, very clean play, high level, ahead of most of the field, at least in the first season. And Kin, as a new Grandmaster, has been proving his stuff. 3 top 8s and a possibility to get a top 4. Really good stuff.
Very, very good stuff indeed. I always like watching Kin play ever since his breakout performance, at least to the global scene at Masters Tour Bucharest. But before we can do that, we, of course, have to give Kin a little bit of time to get ready after his defeat of Flurry. So don't go anywhere. The final match for Asia Pacific for today, Alutemu versus Kin, will come up after this short break.
If I would have a t-shirt with only one word and wear it an entire year, I think the word would be
Just one word.
I will put happiness on my t-shirt.
I think it would just be okay.
Hi. If I had to wear a t-shirt with only one word, I think it would be Solari.
Happy.
Argue for more self-promotion, because why not?
Clown. Because that's just me.
Hearthstone.
Man.
Man.
What? No? Okay, there we go. That word would be man.
The word
Money. Money, yeah.
The word that would be on my t-shirt is smile.
don't worry.
One word?
One word? Oh. I'll go again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters. You're just in time for the final match of the day here for Asia Pacific. If you haven't joined us yet, this is the final match for Division B, our top 8 for this week and the final week of Swiss. After this week, we're going to transition over to round robin, where half of the players will be in Division A, where they are very likely to get to playoffs. The other half of the players, the lowest performing half, will be in Division B, where they are much more likely to get relegated. Scary, scary stuff indeed. Thankfully for both of our two players left here in Alutemu and Kin, they're guaranteed Division A. They are feeling very, very happy, easy breezy here in this final series. It's really just about proving that they, or their countries, in fact, are where they deserve to be here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Alutemu, if he takes the win, would make it the first week where we have all 3 Japanese Grandmasters in the top 4. But like you said, King could make it half and half with Hong Kong and Japan.
And that would be pretty fun to see because going off of, again, the stats from Ranlet, very, very helpful contributor to the community, at least for our stats and how the countries have been performing. I do believe that Hong Kong and Taiwan have been near the bottom, at least in performers, and that might be a side effect of being grouped with Japan and Korea. So if you're up against the highest win rate countries, probably that's going to drop the win rate for the rest of the APAC regions. But it seems like Hong Kong has a chance to, completely show everyone up and just prove that they have got what it takes as much as all the other players we've been seeing.
Yeah, I will say that obviously Blitzchung's lackluster performance the last couple of weeks will have been dragging that score down quite significantly. But this week, now that we've actually got to see him play for the first time, I have been incredibly impressed by Blitzchung's performance. I thought he was playing some very, very smart Hearthstone, seeing quite a lot of lines that I didn't really see. I guess that doesn't mean he's that great, but it at least means something. And in my opinion, he's been playing very well. Whereas on the other side, a little bit less flashy, but 3 top 8s in a row. I think Kin has been just playing some extremely consistent and solid Hearthstone.
Yeah, and I think, out of a lot of the players, haven't really been agreeing or calling out Kin's plays as being extremely brilliant. But it seems like he takes consistent lines over and over, and he seems to understand these matchups. And he finds small things that we often miss. One thing that really sticks out to me is how he played Galakrond Priest, even in the earlier weeks.
Yes, I agree. That was definitely what felt like one of his strongest decks, and transitioning that over to the Resurrect Priest that he's also bringing at the moment. I think he's very strong with those slightly slower anti-aggro styles of decks, but he's clearly not showing any slip-ups with the aggro decks as well, because that has just been the name of the game. It hasn't been particularly brilliant, like you said. It's just not really making mistakes for the most part. I can't really think of very many at all. Whereas even some of our best performers, like Glory, in second place at the moment in terms of points, only to surrender, has been making a few slip-ups along the way. Slight technical misplays, roping out. While for the most part it's been very strong, I think he could tighten that up. Whereas Kin, as I said, very, very consistent indeed, which means up against Alutemu, he will have his work cut out for him up against Kin.
True enough. I think you bring up a very good point about Flurry, that he's had his ups and downs, but at his peak could be very brilliant. And speaking of peaking, Alutemu in last year's Grandmasters, we definitely saw him rise to the top, at least in the first season. And this could be his chance to cement that reputation if he could just take another win here. So despite being locked in for Division A, there's still some pride on the line for sure.
Very nice starting mulligan there for Kin. The curve, potentially, I suppose, of Breath of the Infinite into Holy Nova should obliterate pretty much any board that Alutemu is able to throw down. Archmage Vargoth, though, maybe does change how you're going about that a little bit.
Depending on whether he can pick up a way to stick it onto the board, it seems like it may not change so much, but at least it gives him something to do after the board has been cleared. Because sometimes we've seen from Priest that, yes, they've got all this removal, but sometimes, since they don't have much card draw in the deck, they just don't have a way to kill the opponent. And then sometimes, especially if they're Demon Hunter, they just get enough time to turn it down against the Priest.
I really like the use of Hand of Adal over Henchclan Hogsteed here, because it likely ends you up with the same amount of Murlocs for Cold Light Seer on the following turn, and it's just a little bit less weak to the Breath of the Infinite if you go with this line. I think I probably would have preferred buffing the 1/1 because it's less vulnerable to Penance then, but I'm not entirely sure. Actually, I think I would prefer buffing the 1/1 there. I think it just spreads the damage a little bit more evenly.
Yeah, I can definitely get behind that as well. And it's not just Penance, it's also Holy Smite.
Good point.
Of which Kin is running one copy, I think. And then in case Master Spell will get rid of the health buffs, but isn't quite enough yet to create a very clean Holy Nova for the next turn.
I agree, it's not perfect. It's probably good enough. At least to keep him alive for the moment.
Actually, instead of Holy Nova, is it ever the Breath of the Infinite just to be able to put in the hero power? Mana efficient, looks like he agrees. And the Scale Lord.
I think this has the nice double benefit of, you get the heal right away anyway, and it sets up more likely for Archmage plus Breath of the Infinite on 7 rather than on 8 with the Holy Nova, which, after the Kartut Defender comes down, will probably be the play.
Agreed on that one, but the immediate problem is, of course, this Scale Lord, and this just kind of seems like one of those games where Priest fell a little bit flat. It's not all over because he's got the card to stall for a little bit, but Alutemu has the Hogsteed and a weapon and 8 damage on board that can go face after the 4-2 trades into the first half.
Kin was definitely insta-reaching for the Kartut Defender there, but looked like in the end he was maybe deviating away a little bit, looking at Master Spell plus Penance this turn instead. Overall, this probably saves him a significantly higher amount of health, so I'm on board with it.
On Alutemu's side, definitely want to see the weapon and the Hench Clan come down. Probably wants to develop something like the Dormant Minion, because he's expecting the best answer to be some type of AoE from Kin. So he wants to develop something that doesn't get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, Consecration was definitely worth looking at, but I think the heal just puts Kin at slightly too high of a health total. So I agree. I do like this way around.
Kin will heal back up to 15, and then Alutemu can immediately deal 11. So that's just... I mean, if Kin has to go for the Archmage Vargoth Breath of the Infinite, it's just not enough because it doesn't even clear the Scale Lord.
Right.
So is this just GG?
We'll have to see what comes off the top. Maybe, I don't know, Psychopomp or something could do it, but it looks like this board was just that little bit too resilient for Alutemu.
That is nuts! And we were talking about how much we like the Priest and questioned it being left up as compared to, say, Mage. But it's weird. It's not like Kin had shortage of AoE this matchup. He was lacking, though, I guess, crucial things like Penance earlier or Holy Smite.
Yeah.
Deal.
The buffs were just a little bit too strong from Alutemu. Turn after turn, he had the Seer, the Felpin Navigator, and the Scale Lord to wrap things up at the end, and that is where Priest starts to struggle. If everything's low health, you clear it up with the Holy Nova, the Breath of the Infinite, whatever, and you are laughing all the way to the bank. But for now, that was a very clean game by Alutemu, indeed.
Clean indeed. And I guess before we go to another break, I would like to ask you another trivia question, because I messed up a while ago. Sorry, it's not going to be a break. It's just a trivia break.
Just
I
trivia.
messed up a
Hit
while
me.
ago because I forgot to filter for minions only when I searched for 7 mana cards in Hearthstone. So it's not actually 53. How many do you think it actually is?
You forgot to search for minions only, so you included spells.
Yes.
Oh.
Big difference.
35?
If this filter is not lying to me anymore, the answer is 40. So again, you're just, no more than 5 cards off. Pretty impressive. Yeah, it turns out it included all the Galakrons as well. So that's not something you can conge into, although that would be very entertaining.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, this is, of course, for the play earlier where Flurry went for a Conjurer's Calling on a 7-cost taunt minion, almost getting lethal, but running into Winged Guardian for the only way he could possibly lose that series, which was pretty entertaining, to say the least. And it does mean, of course, that Alutemu is now here up against Kin in the decider match. And it also means that he is 1-0 up, taking a win with the Paladin. He now has to choose which one of his decks he doesn't want to queue with overall, given that he only has to win with 3 of them, and he has 4 left remaining. I feel like based on what we've seen from Alutemu so far, he will try and take a win with the Druid. He definitely likes the deck and feels comfortable with it. But I think you could make the argument that it is the weakest of the remaining decks.
In terms of matchups against what Kin has, it can definitely be argued, because the stats do say that Druid has been struggling against Paladin, against Shaman. Actually, wouldn't say that it would struggle as much versus Priest, because Priest just seems to run into that problem where the removal isn't as consistent as we would think it is. It seems like they need to draw at least 3 or 4 pieces of AoE to actually get there against Druid, but it's not actually going to be Druid for Alutemu, but for Kin.
Well, the Overgrowth is a great way to start things off. For Alutemu, the interesting decision here, I think, is actually rolling Fireball, because it's a pretty good answer to Glowfly if that comes down nice and early. You can clear off 4 of them, at the very least. I think you're holding on to Reno, just because it's one of your best cards.
I feel like Reno and rolling Fireball might be a little bit redundant, because well, they have similar effects of clearing off probably 3/4 of a Glowfly board or something like that. But if you point out Reno, suddenly the rolling Fireball is off curve. So maybe he'd rather look for something like ideally Zephyrus to get the Reno online earlier.
We do see the AI being kept. So, I mean, we were just talking earlier today about how we feel like that's not an especially powerful card to look for in the mulligan. But that was against Shaman, and this is against Druid. Yeah.
Right. You probably have more license to play AI in this matchup, since you're not absolutely pressured to take down totems immediately.
I will crush your delusions of
Oh, this is a hand that is absolutely begging for a Zephyrus into Wild Growth with Reno and now the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. But Alutemu will have to make do with just the regular 1 mana per turn. And I guess hope now, primarily, for a big spell. If he can hit a Blizzard or ideally a Power of Creation or a Deep Freeze, he should be in a great spot.
Sarah discarded, I guess in most panouts it's probably not a big deal, but I do think we've at least seen one Mage versus Druid game where the Ysera decided everything. I feel like it was Rivius in that first week where he brought it and nobody else was bringing it.
I think that could definitely be a big deal. If he could just slam that down in 2 turns' time, that means every card draw effect in his deck is potentially just a huge board in its own right.
Right, especially with the overflow online already. Anyway, Kin has hit the ever so crucial 7 mana point, but doesn't have the Mount Seller to capitalize.
Yeah.
Like he's taking another turn of ramp. And if he wants to, can cycle the Rising Winds, but it's looking like he's already just trying to empty the hand for the Overflow, which I can definitely get behind.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
Dragon Caster doesn't have any proactive spells
Yeah.
there. How awkward for Alutemu.
Pretty sure here that this is just a pass. With a a ping as well, obviously. Because the coin, you could use it here to curve 6 into 6. But you still want to be able to curve 9 into 9 a little bit later on would be very powerful as well.
Yeah, that seems like the best option because neither of us get their added benefit in this situation.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to play a free frostball to the face.
What to do?
I mean, maybe he just wants to play Reno for the 6-6, for the 4-6. You could argue that Reno is not that powerful in this matchup because usually they're putting up boards that are too big for 10 damage to clear.
That would be a top 5 moments play if I've ever seen one, but I couldn't tell you if I agree with it.
Yeah.
Just, it feels wrong. That's all I can say.
It does feel wrong to me as well. And Alutemu, despite toying with the idea and toying with our hearts as well there, is just going to throw down the ping in the end. It's just so powerful to go with the Dragcaster next turn.
Outseller off the top, he can even cycle with Rising Winds if he wants, because it looks like there's going to be a lot of spells expended this turn.
Start with the Vate. You're always playing it, right?
I think so. Yeah. I guess you're almost always... Oh, is that a Griffin? No, it's not. No. I thought I heard a bit of it.
Griffin is not a core. Griffin is a shriek as it dives directly into the ground from above.
I thought I heard some squawking. Like, there are a lot of avian species coming onto the board. Like the one King wants. Wait a second.
There's actually one avian species here.
With 3 specimens. Why are they always hitting the bingos? I feel like we've seen 3 griffins, 3 messenger ravens, 3...
It's the RDU special. Bingo every game.
Yeah. 3 silverback patriarch? Right. So, the Dragon Caster can come down now with Blizzard. If the 5 health on the Raven makes it just that little bit awkward for Flame Strike. Problem is he's not dealing with the Mount Seller, so his efforts could just be wasted.
Big deal that he's not dealing with the Mount Seller, yeah.
Still, though, I think he's got to go for it.
What to do?
Is there any way he can try and set up lethal next turn by, like, cheesing out? If he goes for Frost Nova here instead, he never sets up lethal, does he?
Yeah, no. Especially since the taunt's in the way, he's got to sink damage into it.
Yeah. I was just wondering if he could, like, board lock, but it's not quite there.
It looks like he's actually reaching for Reno instead. So this has potential. I couldn't tell you what the average is. I feel like maybe 4 minions cleared off. Hey, I did it.
Okay, yeah. I guess that was okay. That was okay. Didn't kill off the 4 health, 4 attack, sorry. Which is annoying.
I don't know about that compared to Blizzard, though.
Yeah.
Because now this just lets Kin trade these off. Or trade 1 off and then overflow and re-heal his bigger messenger Raven.
Yeah, it's true. The heal off overflow is disgusting because otherwise Alutemu would be able to go Dragoncaster Flame Strike, coin, ping.
Yeah. There's also just possibility for Glowfly Soul of the Forest this turn.
Yeah.
This looks a little bit too juicy with the value from the heal. Even got Iron Bark for value trade onto Reno if he wants. 1 Bog Beat. This is nuts.
You do, I think, have some incentive to hold back a little bit here, but when you get the Griffin...
I heard the right squawking this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say he could hold back the Mount Seller, but oh my god. I guess the thinking is that Glowfly Swarm should be enough anyway.
And Yala as well. Yes, the second Griffin isn't nearly as good, but you saw also the discipline from King to direct his Iron Bar onto the minion that's vulnerable to Flame Strike. Very well spotted.
So for Alutemu, the outs that I am spotting as it currently stands are, first of all, that he has enough freeze to curb him into turn 9, which of course allows for a top deck of the amazing Reno, primarily, but also to a somewhat lesser extent, Puzzle Box. But outside of that, I don't think these board clears are currently really getting there.
I think it can get there if he goes Dragoncaster Blizzard into Flame Strike for full mana next turn.
Okay.
Because he's seen an overflow, so I guess it's, I don't know, 7 cards left in deck. Maybe they heal back up. But it does put everything but the Mount Cellar to within range of Flame Strike ping. And then you could just trade the 4/4 into the Mount Cellar at that point.
This is kind of smart, just going for the Blizzard now, and then you can go for a 1 mana cheaper Flame Strike next turn, given that I don't think the Dragoncaster would make too much difference.
The difference is that it could help trade into the Flame Strike, but since he has, into the Mount Cellar post Flame Strike for the rest of the damage. But given he has Frostbolt and the caster could get cleared off by Crystal Power, etc., this works too, I think. If you're Kin, if he still had Ysera left, I might advocate for Overflow just to re-heal up his board out of Flame Strike range, but that would put him dangerously close to the bottom of his deck.
I'm thinking you start off with Crystal Power to heal one of your guys. I haven't entirely thought which, and then you go for a Soul of the Forest afterwards.
Yeah, that seems good.
Alternate liner that does completely dominate the board here and means Alutemu is, I don't know, the way I'm looking at it, kind of forced to go for a Frost Nova.
Well, he can do both if he wants. It involves using the coin.
Yeah.
But if you're going to Frost Nova, that means there's no reason to clear this turn anyway.
Yeah.
So
I think if you're playing Frost Nova, what you're saying is that next turn you will get either Puzzle Box or Reno.
Yep.
Which I think is a valid line to pursue. Unless, actually, the play is Dragoncaster plus Power of Creation in addition to a Frost Nova and try and hit the counter lethal. Probably doesn't get there through the taunts though.
I kind of like this from Alutemu. He board locks and puts enough damage onto the board where Flame Strike can clear things up, especially with the buffed ping.
True.
But now Kin can go off with the Soul of the Forest, and he has to know that Alutemu has been setting up for this.
But at the same time, that would mean going for Soul of the Forest on the turn that curves into Coin Amazing Reno.
You're right.
Which is the disaster.
My hand is too full.
He's gonna empty his deck and say, what I've got is enough. Or hope at least. So this keeps enough resources in hand for post Reno to be Low Fly Soul. But there's no Reno for Alutemu, so
Dragoncaster, Flame Strike, and then Frostbolt Coin Ping allows for a clearing up of a lot of stuff here.
but not the Mount Cellars as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them.
Yeah, it's just shy.
He's still gotta go for it though, otherwise he's just dead to Savage Roar. He's gotta clear as many things as possible.
I mean, he could just go for Deathwing off the Dragon Queen. That's always something to consider if he is just
Alright.
dead. Because he knows the cards are in hand. He knows that Savage Roar is in hand. So if he can calculate lethal, then maybe Flame Strike just never wins him the game.
Runs out on me. Ready for a show?
He can clear 3 minions and leave. Sorry, he can leave just 2 minions on the board, I believe, after the guy trades in. Yeah. So this survives to 1 Savage Roar.
11 plus 6 is 17. Hero power 18. Buff 20, as I count it. 21 with the Moonfire.
Yeah. Whoa, it's just short.
I think it's 1 damage off lethal. There are no charging 3-cost minions that could deliver lethal.
No beasts, but he could get a porcupine.
A porcupine, true. Good point.
Which wouldn't immediately die, but would make things very awkward for Alutemu, I suppose. And I wonder if he did all of that math in that short span of time. Because,
mate, if I can do it, Kin can do it in a 10th of the time, I guarantee.
For sure.
And who knows, maybe I did it
Oh,
wrong.
I mean Alutemu, because it was really 2 discrete lines, right? It's either that or you go for the Deathwing. Ooh, the Zixor is exciting.
Zixor's insane!
Offsets fatigue and gives him a good play for the next turn.
What on earth? That's an insanely good beast there. This is a whole extra wave of threats that Alutemu has to find an answer for.
Yep. As it stands, he doesn't even have answers for the current wave or the 2 Wolfeyes in hand.
Well, Kalagos is going to have to deliver.
Yeah.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Any freeze or puzzle box.
Ooh.
It's the freeze. Keeps him alive for another turn. Just.
I have a question though. If Kin knew that he could put Alutemu to 1 and Alutemu's best outs outside of Reno were freeze, was he supposed to just go for the roar on that turn? And then just set up for a hero power lethal?
Yeah.
Granted, it's still a bunch more waves. It still looks like he's in a very, very good spot to win the game.
Okay, Reno off the top or puzzle box off the top.
Or Alex into Deathwing.
Rolling Fireball does not do it.
Well,
Rolling
he can
Fireball plus
rolling the
double
4
freeze.
minions on the right, yeah. Double freeze.
Keeps him alive at 1 health. I think if he does that.
Correct. Yet again. And does that ever give him time to play Alex?
I don't know if it gives him time to play Alex, but it potentially gives him time to draw Reno.
Correct, yes. I don't think any of the 8 drops get the 6 drops get there from Power of Creation.
I don't think so either.
It's really just between Deathwing off Alex, left hand Alex, or the Rolling Fireball. The annoying thing for Alutemu is that he leaves up the Mount Cellar in that case. So it's like there's free refills. You only want to get those in fast food restaurants.
Very nice, Gia.
Not
Very,
in
very nice. Yeah, you can't get away with playing the Mana Saber. This is the only play, I think, that keeps Alutemu alive, guaranteed. 3 and 4 is 7, plus the hero power is 8. Oh my god. So close.
Does he not just go for it? I don't know. And
Well,
then
the fear is Reno, right? If Reno
Right.
comes down and heals for 5.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, but isn't this just bad to Reno as well?
Yes.
Maybe he's gotten the read that there's no Reno, but if you have that read...
He's
aren't you
definitely got
supposed
the
to go
read.
But,
It's just playing around the top deck. This is the only chance here for Alutemu.
Yeah, even Deathwing can't deal with the Death Rattles. That's gonna be game 2 to Kin. Very, very tense at the end there. That was such a complex endgame.
Really was. And the fact that there were actual outs there for Alutemu, despite being 1 damage off lethal 2 turns in a row, he still potentially could have won that game, is staggering. It wouldn't have been the most unlikely win he's got today after, what would it be, the 1 out of 43 you were saying, or 1 out of 40 that he got to hit the Winged Guardian earlier on today. only a 1 out of 15 would have been required to hit that one, but still unlikely to happen, and a well-deserved win going to Kin.
True enough. And I'm really happy to see our series start off like this. Sorry, was that game 2 or game 1? Getting tripped up by
game 2. I think there's a slight graphical error there. The Paladin has won for Alutemu.
Correct. Yeah. Yes. All right. So that does mean we have one of the bad decks in Shaman and Paladin out of the way on Alutemu's side, and then one of the, at least prior to this week, meta decks out of the way for Kin. So if we're talking about having to win with a bad deck, I feel like Alutemu still kind of has a leg up here.
I think I would agree with you there. It's not necessarily quite so cut and dry as that, because Paladin, despite being the weakest class, can have some good matchups, specifically arguably against the Druid from Alutemu, and also it would seem against the Shaman as well. So who knows? From Kin, we have seen him queue up the Paladin first before. I really wouldn't be too surprised if we do see him go for it now, and the Priest later on, and maybe just leave the Shaman unplayed.
I can see that happening for Kin. I think it's fair to say he's got Priest as his pet deck, probably one of the classes he's most comfortable piloting, even bringing it when not even half the players were bringing it in previous weeks. And it did not manage to perform against the Paladin. In terms of the build, including Holy Smite in the list should be a big boon to him.
It really will. The Resurrect version was looking a little bit weaker compared to maybe the Galakron version would have been against the Murloc Paladin specifically, because in the Galakron version you have more 1-drops, and you have the Murloc Artificers that you can throw down a little bit earlier as well. But either way, we're jumping into the next game. We'll have to wait a little bit before we get to see the Priest come down from Kin, as I believe it is going to be, as I was saying, the Paladin. He thinks it's just kind of got better matchups across the board, despite its overall low power level.
But look at this hand. In terms of an overall game plan, Paladin, of course, just wants to curve out. And this is the hand to do it. Tidecaller ideally on... it's the ideal turn 1 play. Alutemu, if going off of how Possessi approached the mulligan, and we do know these guys practice together a fair amount, he actually tossed the removal against Shaman at least. Maybe it's a little bit more crucial to keep it against Paladin, because those minions start with attack instead of just totems.
Yeah, I feel like the matchups where Druid is winning against Paladin is where it has these little removal spells, because the difference between killing off a Murloc and leaving it alive for, you know, the curve of Seer into Felfin Navigator into Scale Lord is just miles apart. But Alutemu agrees as well. He wants to be proactive here.
And it's still going to be okay, at least with removing this Tidecaller using Moonfire hero power. And he's got Bob Bean for the next thing. Maybe the thinking is that in the Druid deck, there's a lot of pieces of removal. If you think about Moonfire as a piece of removal on hero power, I think it's fair to say there's also the Wrath, the Crystal Powers, and the Bog Beams. So maybe it is more important to look for the proactive plays, namely Fungal Fortune Overgrowth, and know that you're likely to get back the removal in the mulligan.
It's definitely a valid line of thinking. I think here for Alutemu, we're looking at Hero Power Moonfire. I guess there's consideration for Wrath for 1 and then Moonfire, or obviously just Wrath for 3. But I don't know, I just think Wrath is so much more flexible, and even though Moonfire works with Mount Seller later on, that is a long, long way down the line.
Correct. I think the only consideration for keeping Moonfire versus is because it's easier to ping off a Divine Shield with it, but very, very specific. It has to be this card exactly, or Scale Lord minions.
That is a top deck there for Alutemu. He's all of a sudden gone from a very lackluster hand with too many expensive or unactivatable cards into looking like he's got a very strong curve indeed.
Yeah, definitely seems that way. But Kin could put together a pretty strong curve for himself. I don't believe that Alutemu is running anything like Starfall, so he doesn't have to be afraid of even like Innervate Starfall. And Spike hasn't been in the deck for ages. So this board seems relatively safe to stick a Scale Lord onto.
Yeah, I think this is far and away the best line from Kin. It goes as wide as possible with the Murlocs, sticks the Scale Lord, potentially sticks a 1/1 poisonous Divine Shield Murloc, because apparently we're playing Battlegrounds here.
When did Kin become the curator? So does this now for Alutemu put him off the Mount Seller plan with only one activatable? I think capacity overflow.
Yeah, it's just not that good. He needs to find the second Bog Beam, Moonfire, Ironbark. Yeah.
Okay, potential put something together next turn, especially with the extra 1 mana to deal with the post Divine Shield little amalgam.
I think this is definitely an overdraw turn. It feels pretty bad, but none of these zero-cost spells are doing really much of anything. I would much rather wait till next turn.
Correct. I think they're way more useful to get immediate value off of the Mount Seller.
Like, if he knew what the top card of his deck was in an Innovate, he could go for Bog Beam on the 1/1 Divine Shield here. This is a risk he's playing. It has potential upside with drawing another 0-mana spell. But I don't know. I think overall, I prefer
also,
just saving it there.
I agree. It also gets punished by Hand of the Doll or Blessing of Kings because he's lost the piece of removal that deals 3. He wanted the crystal power to remove the shield. I guess still would have gotten out of range anyway with the additional health buff, but I don't know about that.
Well, it all comes down to this for Alutemu. First instinct is definitely still that it's a Mount Seller turn, but having said that, he kind of just dies if he goes for that with how this is shaping out.
If he rolls a Griffin, all is not lost.
That can't be your answer to literally everything, Gia.
Well, what is his best answer? Look at this hand. Okay, is it like Glowfly and taunt up a Glowfly? I guess.
You could then go Fungal Fortunes with the Mount Seller next turn and hope that he hits, double Innovate and a Bog Beam.
Yeah, but is this not just lethal? He can Wrath away with 2/3 and heal up for 5, but there's Hench Clan, Blessing of Kings, and Velvet.
Time waits for no one.
So if he heals back up to 19 and removes the 2/3, there will be 10 damage on the board after the taunt. After the poisonous hits the taunt, and then Blessing of Kings is just lethal.
Well, I think if he... no, he survives,
that's without
right?
the heal. Yeah, that's without the heal, my bad. So let's go for it.
I think he actually survived at 1 even with the heal. Maybe he exactly died, but yeah, like
he did.
he
He
manages
exactly
to
died.
survive this way. Okay. Yes, right.
Okay, so does that mean now for Kin that he doesn't necessarily go for the Kings this turn? Maybe he tries to spread around the buffs by using the Felfin.
Seems smart, still means Alutemu is significantly on the back foot, but I think his play on the previous turn very wisely gave him a chance of pulling this back here. If he can get a seriously impressive Fungal Fortune, we're looking at a potential game here.
And a small optimization from Kin there was to not damage his poisonous minion, give it the best chance of surviving to potentially kill off a Mount Seller. And it's gotta be a pretty seller here.
Is there any consideration that you don't go Mount Seller? Like, I don't even know what you could hit off the Rising Winds.
I don't know either. It's gonna have to be all the 0-cost spells from here. And a couple Griffins.
Yeah.
All expensive.
Yeah.
So we
That
can
is
remove
gonna
4
wreck it.
damage at best. Yeah, so that is just gonna be the game. Not from what Alutemu can see, because there's only 14 on board, but the Blessing of Kings will just...
A very interesting dynamic that we are seeing here develop in the Druid versus Aggro matchups, be it Shaman or Paladin, where Alutemu, and it looks like the rest of his practice partners can very much focus on proactive gameplay, focusing on your own game plan. Let them develop a little bit, but try and ramp into a powerful Mount Seller or Glowfly as quick as possible. Whereas some of the other players are focusing more on removal It didn't work out there for Alutemu, but I definitely still feel like there's something working with his strategy there. Maybe if he was able to hit an earlier Glowfly, that would have been enough to carry him to victory.
Yeah, I think that if anything, they've been very consistent, which is what I like to see because I always learn from players that stick to their guns. And if they have a strong opinion on this is the line that wins, then you can have a larger sample size at least to compare with the players that say, no, I think keeping removal is the line that wins. For Alutemu there, I guess the play that we could have seen been done differently was his use of the Iron Bark on that turn where he played it to not overdrive. Not Iron Bark, sorry, Bog Beam.
Bog Beam, yeah.
That could have given him one more minion off of the Mount Cellar, which maybe one Taunt or one Griffin could have made a slight difference, but it's very tough to say.
It's so hard to say. Like you said, very fittingly for Druid, lots of branching paths that could have come down. It could have been a 0-mana spell off the top. Maybe he needed to high roll the Innovate to have any chance, so he took a risk and it didn't pay off. Either way, that game is out the way, and it does mean Alutemu is still left with his Druid, but now Kin is left with the Priest or the Shaman. Given what's left now for Alutemu in the Mage, the Druid, and the Shaman, do you think Kin ever pivots onto his Shaman, or is his Priest still just the best deck?
Given that it's Kin, I feel like he'd be want to queue Priest. But as far as it stands, I don't actually know how the Priest stacks up against these two remaining decks. I feel like it has a decent shot against Shaman, especially with the Owl package. But back in the day, Mage seemed to have a pretty good matchup against Res Priest because I don't think Alutemu was running Polymorph exactly, but even just effects like Amazing Reno can really mess with Res Priest board.
Yeah, I think looking at the stats here, it looks like Priest is actually a little bit negative against Paladin and Shaman so far across all the different divisions this week, which does strike me as a little bit surprising. It's a very small sample size, it's got to be said, specifically in APAC. But I guess the idea is that your totems, your AoE is not quite big enough once they start buffing up the totems to 4 and 6 health even.
Right. And I do think we heard that it will be the Shaman queued up for Kin here. So if anything, Kin definitely knows his stats and his matchups.
It would appear as such. This is a very favorable matchup for the Shaman, again, according to the stats. Thank you, Lorinda. You're the best. But that isn't necessarily factoring in when Alutemu could go off to a very explosive start here with the Glowfly Swarm.
Finally, a piece of removal kept. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he's going second and already has a Glowfly.
Yeah.
But he has the Wrath. He has a Coin Overgrowth play. It's like one Fungal Fortunes away from greatness.
Yeah, Fungal Fortunes is the card he really, really needs here. And arguably Innovate, I suppose, on turn 3. Just Coin Innovate Glowfly would be very, very
are we going to see the Coin Power of the Wild for Panther here? I like it. I'm on board. Oh. Right. Still got a good answer for this. The Hero Power and Moonfire.
I think because he's got Wrath and Moonfire, depending on what's needed, I like holding back here because he can answer a totem. It's not like if he doesn't go for the Coin Power of the Wild, it won't do anything. Sure. And also keeping the Glowfly and then going Coin Power of the Wild, which means you're a turn further away from playing Glowfly, and you have hardly any spells then. I think it's just a little bit too disruptive for a game plan that could just easily pivot onto a Wrath.
Correct. Now that I'm looking at the hand again, I think I got a little bit too carried away by...
It was exciting.
Yeah, seeing the Innervate rising in its new form. Here again, we're seeing the use of Wrath when it could very well have been Moonfire Hero Power, which I still am a little bit confused as to why that's the piece of removal expended. Right.
Well, we're seeing a pretty clear game plan now from Alutemu.
No, it is a game plan because he's playing Glowflies.
Ah, yes.
And for Kin,
Blame 4 is going to be going to Alutemu.
These Planet Glide Glowdoms.
And the joke's dead.
I didn't take very long.
Yeah. Wasn't me by doing a really bad follow-up? Not at all. Now for Kin, he does, of course, have some pretty strong answers.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the double Manatide already coming down, in addition to Flame Tongue, Goblin Lackey, or Serpent Shrine. There's a lot that's going very right here.
I'm looking at the Totemic Surge. It just allows him to take value trades with the Flame Tongue, sure. Oh my gosh, that is... Okay, so it's like Flame Tongue, Totemic Surge, Rush the Flame Tongue. He can play Storm's Wrath. This is insane. He can clear basically everything. Sorry, one Glowfly might survive.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I was looking first at Flame Tongue, Evil Totem, plus the Totemic Surge, but I fully agree that getting the buff on the Surging Tempest is definitely worth it.
Wow! He gets an Arcane Golem for his trouble. I mean, this works as well. He doesn't necessarily need to commit the Flame Tongue because he's getting the attack buff anyway. And this line clears off every single minion.
This is a disaster for Alutemu. He's just getting value traded by the Shaman. That does not happen often.
Correct. And that means his overflow is looking a lot worse. Okay, that's decent.
That's
he can
better.
Yes.
Yeah.
So draw, redevelop.
If you go for overflow here and heal up all their minions, it's just game over. You're never winning the board back.
And on the other side, I guess Alutemu's saving grace is that Kin's overload prevents him from playing Bloodlust this turn.
True.
I don't think he can hold back on the Glowfly.
What to do?
It at least can take 3 okay trades on the board.
I think he can actually, right? Can't he go Wrath plus Hero Power? That takes out 2 very big, powerful minions.
And then he takes a lot of damage the following turn.
He takes 8, I guess.
Yeah,
that's quite a lot.
The problem is he takes the damage and then you do the redevelop turn, you're taking another round of damage, and by that point Bloodlust is active. I think it had to be this turn.
But that is an insane top deck for Kin as well. The Splitting Axe to keep the card draw going, keep the development going, and another swing to keep taking out these Glowflies.
Yeah, I don't see a way back into this for Alutemu outside of exactly, you know what I'm about to say.
Griffin!
Yep.
Yep, I agree. Mount Seller is definitely
Mount Seller
his best
innovate Wrath into double Griffins would actually just put him back in this game. Just saying.
Okay.
He can cycle the Wrath. He can cycle the Wrath. I don't know.
Yeah. The choices are either you bite the bullet and play the overflow to heal everything back up, which is the downside, but hopefully find you your Mount Seller that little bit quicker, or he can just say, I have to draw it in the next couple of cards, so I'm just going to go with the Wrath anyway, which I think is probably smart. He needs to be incredibly optimistic if he's going to win this game.
Hero Power down 1 Manatide. Okay.
This is all setting up for an incredibly powerful Mount Seller off the top.
I'd like to see is Hero Power the 3-1 and maybe hold off on the Bog Beam in case if you get Mount Seller. But then again, just removing totems is game plan A against Shaman.
He's done a pretty good job of cleaning up what he can, and to be fair, Kin's development on this turn is not that powerful.
Yeah, it's just fine. I think I'd like to see him go wide and play the other Storm's Wrath, and then save Vicina for next turn because it would still be active.
I agree.
Problem is, he can't play both Vicina redundant anyway. At that point, you don't even need Vicina, just Bloodlust.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't be able to do that till turn 10 anyway.
So, is this going to be a Miracle Overflow for Alutemu or a Mount Seller off the top? So overflow, get him not much with the mana remaining.
Yeah, it's just setting up for next turn. He can go Bog Beam here to try and stay alive, I guess. And then with 2 Innovates, he should be able to pop off enough even without the Bog Beam next turn to stay alive.
His first question, though, should be calculating Bloodlust damage. Right. So if he Bog Beams the 3/3, there's left on board. Bloodlust gives another 12. And he's got the weapon for 23. And then there's the Lightning Bolt.
Right, so 2 Lightning Bolts would be lethal even if he kills the 3/3. But I think he's so far behind anyway. He just needs to pray that that doesn't happen and say, I kill the 3/3, that keeps me alive versus Bloodlust, and then maybe I can win.
It's kind of crucial that Kin has only 7 mana because the 8 mana would have unlocked so many possibilities here.
Yeah.
Bloodlust and Flame Tongue, or Bloodlust and Reflection. But actually, good spot from Alutemu, can actually remove even 1 more minion. I think this is very smart.
Okay. I guess he does just have enough Mount Seller action on the following turn anyway, especially with the fungal.
It's really got to be some action to deal with this.
Yeah, the Totemic Reflection as well is so devastatingly powerful. I think for Alutemu, the clear plan is just out of the window now. It's just trying to maybe clear enough to survive and then hit counter-lethal.
Alright, how many Griffins are you feeling?
I supply
5?
only the finest creatures.
Like, it has to be so much. The numbers with everything at 9 health as well as so awful.
He does have a power of the wild, I guess.
Crystal Power's a good draw.
So...
Yep.
No. It just isn't gonna get there. Valiant effort from Alutemu, but Kin ultimately is the player to advance as our last player in the top 4, which means we have an even split among Japanese players and Hong Kong players for tomorrow.
I really could not be more happy. I think that it's a great story on both halves because we have Japan, obviously, who have been consistently the top performers here in the first portion of Asia-Pacific Hearthstone Grandmasters. There's a bit of an outlier, obviously, in Surrender from South Korea, who's outperforming everyone, but who knows? Maybe Glory could even turn that around this weekend. But then on the other half, from Hong Kong, I think we've seen consistency from Kin, very, very much so, across all series. He just hasn't really been making many mistakes at all. And then on the other side, much flashier from Blitzchung. He comes in out of nowhere, it feels like, after finishing bottom the first 2 weeks, and is just absolutely killing it this week.
It would be an incredible comeback story, and now that we have our top 4 all rounded out, I guess we can take a little review at what has gone down these past 2 days. Overall, I think we've seen some very crazy moments. Nothing beats Winged Guardian in my recent memory, but I'm glad to see that despite us seeing what seems to be very repetitive matchups, there were still many spots where the players could really show their skill in small optimizations and just ideal trades on board, fundamentals.
I agree. I've had fun this week. I think, to be perfectly honest, I was expecting it to be a lot less skill intensive than I think it's turned out to be here, given that Murloc Paladin is a fairly simple deck, Totem Shaman is just a fairly simple aggro deck as well. But I think, as I've seen it a little bit more, the way the decks match up against each other does mean you can't just rely on the fact that, Priest is the best deck out of these, I'm just going to queue it up. Or Mage is the best deck, I'm just going to queue it up. You really need to think about what your opponent has left and how they're going to play it if you want to end up coming out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, we have our top 4 for this week. Tomorrow, we are going to be playing out our semi-finals and finals here between Glory and Kin up first, and then Possessi and Blitzchung.
And the real man of the hour here, no discredit to the other 3, but they are locked into Division A. It's all about Blitzchung now, because if he manages to take a win over Possessi, that means he sneaks into Division A at the very last minute on the 8th slot, and the one praying that Possessi can absolutely win is Chonsu, because if Blitzchung manages to get to the finals, he would tie Chonsu at 7 points and also win the head-to-head tiebreaker by having the highest single week finish.
Yeah, I just cannot wait. I think it's going to be such an exciting week. Possessi and Blitzchung have both been playing very, very strong Hearthstone. And weirdly enough, despite the fact that Possessi is the newcomer to Grandmasters this year, it feels like Blitzchung is more so, given that we just haven't seen him in the first 2 weeks after his very poor finishes. But nonetheless, they've both been playing very, very well. And then on the other side, for Glory, his real chance here is to find glory in taking the #1 spot in terms of points. Surrender looked utterly unassailable after his second place and then first place finish in the first 2 weeks. But now Glory has got a real shot of unthroning him.
Yes, Glory, as it stands, I think, is at 12 points. So if he heads to the finals, gets 13, which ties Surrender. If he wins the whole thing, gets a grand total of 14, which is higher than Surrender. And I'm not too sure about the other, probably in the top 3 Grandmasters as a whole.
Great stuff. Cannot wait for tomorrow. But of course, that is not us done for today. While Asia Pacific has finished, as usual, Raven and Sottle will be taking you through Europe after this, and then TJ and Frodan at the end for the Americas. I don't know if you have anything else you want to add, Gia, but all I can say is I'm very excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to see some solid Hearthstone tomorrow, and I guess a pretty good send-off to Paladin and Shaman, as I feel we won't be seeing them very much after this weekend.
It could be a while indeed, but that is going to be us all done for today for Asia Pacific. If you've enjoyed, make sure to hit the subscribe button so you're notified whenever we go live with more Hearthstone Grandmasters action. But for now, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of Asia Pacific Grandmasters.
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of the European Hearthstone Grandmasters. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle. We're bringing you another day of Hearthstone action. Sottle, how's it going? You ready for today?
It's going good, yeah. I'm more than ready for today, Raven. I think I was pretty pleased with what we saw yesterday from the Europe region. I do think in general across the board they've attacked this weird format that we're dealing with in a slightly more robust way than we are seeing from our predecessors in APAC. I think the decks are just a little bit better. I think, you know, some of the play maybe here and there is still a little bit sketchy, but I think that's to be expected when, you know, they don't have 3 weeks of practice on these decks that they're playing.
Right.
They just have, you know, a couple of days that they're throwing in, so things are never going to be perfect. But I think that's creating another dimension of interest for us and for hopefully for the viewers as well.
It is, yeah. Sheer time constraints is something that, of course, the players do have to consider going into this kind of format where we play many decks, or at least have to submit many decks for the players. So we'll see how that shakes out today. We are going to be bringing you tons of Hearthstone today, and just in case in terms of scheduling, you need to know we're going to be back tomorrow as well with the final day of week 3 and the final week of Swiss. We are on week number 3 right now, and then soon coming up we have our 4 weeks of round robin, much more akin to the previous seasons you've seen of Grandmasters, where it kind of just rotates through a round robin phase to get into the playoffs. So final week of Swiss Sol, it's going to be done.
It is, yeah, and then we're going to get into the real meat and potatoes, as you say. That's what these Swiss rounds have all been about, is getting points together as you can be seeded into the stronger division for that round robin stage, and here are how those points break down. So each week you are to finish that week in first place, you get 6, and then descending from there based on your placement. Even the players who don't make it to broadcast are awarded some points based on their performance in Swiss, as you can see there down to the bottom.
Yep, and based on where you finish, you are going to get in Division A. To sum it up very simply, you have more chances at making it to playoffs, and no one in Division A gets automatically relegated. But in Division B, bottom 2 do get automatically relegated at the last spot. Obviously, everyone does definitely hate B, but it's not the end of the world if they do just make it. Still have.
Yeah, for sure. It's still everything to play for if you're in Division B. You can't just give up and say, okay, well, season over, I guess I'm in the bad division. You can still make it to Worlds through that division. You can still, of course, dodge relegation from being in that division. It just makes your life a little bit more difficult, which has gone a long way in making these early season matches seem a lot stronger.
Yeah, it really does. It's exciting to just see how it all shakes out. And like I said, we are going to just decide and find out what happened at the end of this week and see where everyone is. Finish up Anisa, where it looks like so far ball control looking good after that week 1 win. Swid's looking pretty fantastic as well with his performance in the past 2 weeks. So those players looking good at the top there. There are a couple looking a little bit dicey and likely for Division B outings such as RDU and Colento. But there is the man of mystery himself, Mr. Pavle, who, although is in the bottom spot right there, has a chance to make it into Division A this week.
He does. And not only is he obviously rooting for himself and all his fans are rooting for him to do it, he needs a win this week in order to make it into Division A. But everything else is actually fairly simple right now. After yesterday, where things were quite complex, things broke down quite nicely to the point where we now have Swids, Yala, Ball Control, Silver Name, Hunter Ace. and Bunny Hopper all locked into Division A. 4 names still floating: Falcane, Boston, Psycho, and Pavle. Everyone else who I didn't mention is guaranteed to be in Division B. Pavle needs a win, but everyone else's win conditions to get into Division A get much, much easier if Pavle does not win. So it really is Pavle against the world today and tomorrow, as he hopes to pick up that big win that he needs for Division A.
Yeah, and based on us just knowing him very well, I would pick Pavle. If you were asking me to make a pick there, or the world. I think Pavle's got what it takes every single time somehow. We can check out the format for this week if you didn't have a chance to tune in yesterday. We are on a 10-deck format, which means in a roundabout way, we're going to see some classes that you're not used to seeing on broadcast. Effectively, the players submit 10 decks, 6 of them get banned before the match begins, and that leaves them with 4, if you can do some basic maths. And what that means is the players have to win with 3 of the 4 decks. They can play whichever ones they want. There's no restrictions after that. The only restriction being if you win with a deck, you cannot queue it again, very similar to Conquest.
Yeah, and I think this is where my comment at the start about how I feel like Europe have this a little bit more figured out than perhaps APAC do comes into play, because what this means is that you end up playing Paladin and Shaman basically all of the time. APAC have seemed to be going with Totem Shaman and Murloc Paladin a lot, which to me are very, very bad decks, whereas Europe have been going more for Highlander Paladin and some kind of Galakron Shaman, either Evolve or Control-y, which are okay decks, like playable decks. I think if you want a really strong demonstration of how Totem Shaman can't win games, Gallon versus Purple, their second encounter last night, is about as clear as a representation as you're going to get from that, from the Americas region.
Right, really two sides of the story for me just overall is what Paladin and Shaman has been brought and how they're going to perform, but then also what are the decks that are left up afterwards, because like I said, there are 4 decks, not just 2, that are left up, so we can check out what one of them has been as a fairly consistent one, not this specific deck itself, but just the archetype. We've seen some Spell Druid, we've seen some Mage, we've seen some Hunter, I think are the main 3 we see, but this is going to be the Druid here from Pavle, just to see what he's got going, but it does look like a fairly standard list outside of that Ysera sort.
It does, yeah. We're looking at Pavle's list specifically because it's all about Pavle today. Come on, let's be honest. But yeah, I think this deck has been a bone of contention in the APAC casting, at least, if not in the APAC games themselves. At least in APAC, it seems like the Druid has been doing okay for itself. It's been performing a little bit worse than that for us. In Americas, it does seem like it's really, really struggled. But I think most importantly, if you look at the large sample size stats overall, that quite clearly demonstrates that particularly against Shaman, this deck just does not have the power level that it does against some of the stronger decks. And that's a very interesting dynamic, that a good deck like Druid can actually suddenly become very bad in a format where other bad decks are the ones being played. Like, that's kind of interesting to me.
It really is, and it's always going to happen. It's just we never see it displayed because not many people on purpose bring arguably the worst classes to a tournament, right?
Yeah.
So the meta is always developing and always cycling around itself. So Spell Druid might be good versus the current top decks, but it's not going to cut it versus some of the lesser seen and lesser sort of played against, and even just styles in terms of just this sort of board focused aggro doesn't really exist too much in the higher points of the meta. But we can see another of Pavle's decks is the Highlander Mage. Again, looking like a fairly standard list, and this is a deck that we've seen, at least in my opinion, suffer a little bit, because for some reason I feel like every Highlander Mage we saw yesterday was up against Hunter. and it got beat, I think, pretty convincingly a few times. So the Highlander Mage, again, although seemingly good overall in the grand scheme of just the game itself, might not be the best deck in the world when we're looking at what decks are left over after the bans.
Yeah, I think this is the real floating spot. I think Druid has been seen fairly commonly as a deck that's being left up by the players. Mage, Priest, Warlock, a bit of Hunter, those seem to be competing for filling the 4th spot, with obviously Demon Hunter, Warrior, and Rogue as like the 3 power decks really been banned out quite consistently. Although there is apparently one floating game of Demon Hunter, which we can't confirm if it actually happened or not, or whether it's just an error in the brackets. One solitary game of Demon Hunter was apparently played somewhere in the bracket. I'm not entirely sure whether it exists or not. So Lorinda, our stats guy, has christened that Schrodinger's Demon Hunter, as the witty man that he is.
Yeah, was it all just a dream or not? We'll have to just maybe find out one day. But yeah, those are some of the decks we'll be seeing today, probably. And also just a note just on the Druid there, as you said, it is very much the Shaman, Paladin, Druid, X kind of matchups that we're seeing a lot over the course of this weekend across all regions as well. But let's check out the brackets and see how things have shaken out not only yesterday, but what the plan is for today as well. So Group A was played out yesterday with Swids taking a win, and pretty convincing there over Silvername, and then taking the win over Viper, winning his group and sort of moonwalking over into tomorrow's broadcast and the final day of the tournament, whereas Viper then had a bit of a rough go of it, and Boston having to fight back from that, like the lowest point of the elimination bracket, taking the win over Silvername and then over Viper. And just to reiterate, Boston and Viper both very much needed to get out of this group. Unfortunately for Viper, he was the one who did not.
Also, shout-outs to Boston, because he clearly did not fully comprehend the tiebreaker situations. He actually tweeted last night just saying, yeah, I'm not really sure if I'm qualified or not, or what needs to happen, which, I respect the hell out of that. I'm here for it. He didn't sit there and, work out a bunch of tiebreakers and put a bunch of stress on himself. He just turned up and knew he had to win games, because you always have to win games, and that's what he did. So great, good for him. He's in a good spot now.
Yeah, even if, tiebreakers, this and that, maybe this, maybe that, you still want to turn up and beat your opponent at the game, right? That's why these players are here. But this is the group we are going to be playing out today, and we have regulars you may be quite used to seeing at this moment in time. Bunny Hopper and Yala is going to be the first match of the day. Yala has been here quite often, and Bunny Hopper was here last week as well. So some of the regulars, but then we see Psycho and Pavle in the second part, in the second match of the day. And very interesting one. It's the first time we see Psycho on broadcast for this season, which will be very nice. Same with Pavle, but it's just, we are going to keep talking about it. I'm not even sorry. If Pavle wins this and makes it into Division A, it is the most Pavle thing I have ever seen. As it is just, if anyone can do it, I feel it's him, Sottle.
Yeah, week 1 didn't qualify. Week 2 went 0-7 in match score, 1-21 in game score. Week 3 shows up, wins the whole thing, gets in Division A, and then becomes world champion again. That's the timeline. That is clearly the timeline. If anyone is arguing with that, you are just wrong.
Yeah, I feel like what might have happened is between weeks 2 and 3, Pavle just went back in time and killed a butterfly or something, and then suddenly week 3's changed and he can make it into Worlds now. That is just a thing that could definitely happen, but yeah, we can touch that, but I am just genuinely, one, excited to just see Psycho play. We've not had to see him on broadcast yet, so that'll be good. But also I just want to see if Pavle will do it. I think he can. He's got the potential. We know he's good at the game, right? When he wants to be, I think is the key.
Yeah, and he is playing as well. I just saw, and I was saying to you just before we came on air, on my spectator account that I'm using for deck tracking and so on during this broadcast, I logged in, and Pavle's real account, not his account that he uses to play in this tournament, is already legend on day 2 of the reset. And yes, that's a slightly easier climb now, but it shows that he is playing the game outside of the tournament. So clearly, Pavle is doing everything that he can to be invested in getting this dub today and finding himself in Division A, which is absolutely what he needs to do.
Yeah, shame you couldn't check out his Battlegrounds rank to get some further information on that instead, just to see what's been going on beforehand.
You can do both. Look at Silvername. He's crushing it in both.
That is true.
All right?
That's true.
Come on.
It's only a joke anyway, but we are done for now. We are getting ready to go into match number 1. But before we do, check this out.
If I would have a t-shirt with only one word and wear it an entire year, I think the word would be
Just one word.
I will put happiness on my t-shirt.
I think it would just be okay.
Hi. If I had to wear a t-shirt with only one word, I think it would be Solari.
Happy.
Argue for more self-promotion, because why not?
Clown. Because that's just me.
Hearthstone? Man. What? No? Okay, there we go. That word would be man. The word
Money. Money, yeah.
The word that would be on my t-shirt is smile.
Don't worry.
One word?
One word? Oh. I'll go again.
I do want to say before we get on with the day that shout-outs to Felkane, because a lot of players need some serious lessons in how to shield their sponsors, because I conducted quite a few of those interviews, and so there's players sat there in a Complexity shirt, in a G2 shirt, in whatever team shirt that they're sponsored by, sat there thinking, if I had to wear a t-shirt with one word, what could I possibly answer for this? Like, Felkane was the only one with the really, really obvious answer of just plug your sponsors, make them happy. Jeez, come on, guys.
That's it. It's like, when have I worn shirts with words on before? When is that? I'm sure I've done it once or twice in my life. But anyway, sponsors, teams, and not players aside, we've got Bunny Hopper versus Yala coming right up, and we can see already the classes they have available to them. And if that is not some kind of graphical mirror, it looks like it is going to be a mirror. Instead, it's going to be the double hunter open, and then the typical paladin, shaman, druid that we expect to see. So the first three classes, we're probably going to see them every match of the day over the weekend, but it really is just that last one for me that is the question mark. When we don't see the druid, that's when we can have a real deep talk about what's being left up, because there must be something funky going on overall. But these two are two of the most consistent performers this season of Grandmasters. As we mentioned, they are both locked in for Division A, I believe. So this is going to be just a good match of just two strong players going at it with some weird decks. I'm looking forward to this one, Sol.
Yeah, they are both qualified already, but I believe Yala is actually, just as a point of pride and a point of prize money, actually fighting to win the Swiss standings overall, like to have amassed the most points in the Europe region over the course of 3 weeks. I think that is still a possibility for him, depending on how Swids proceeds. So yeah, I think overall, still plenty to fight for. Two fantastic players, two very scientific, methodical, technical players, I will say. Working incredibly hard to avoid using the word slow, but there it is anyway. But still, they're a joy to watch, just because of how big their brains are when it comes to Hearthstone. Because these are, I think, two of the very, very best players at really breaking down complex long game scenarios. But that's not quite what the meta is this week, Raven. The meta this week is very different. It's very short, bursty, short game scenarios, which I don't think these players have proven to be quite so adept in over time, but maybe that is doing them a disservice.
Yeah, no, I will agree. I liken this to two players that are used to playing like 3D, like multi-board chess or something, and instead we've just thrown them in the Thunderdome this week and said fight it out, because
just get swinging, just throw those arms, see what happens.
Yeah. Just the windmill attack works every time. Yeah, but seriously, it's because with the classes that we're seeing and most consistently left up, they're not really control classes, are they? They're not really classes that you can take that sort of slower, more control, maybe even combo-y approach that you mentioned. They're classes that naturally lend themselves to a more aggressive style, such as Hunter, such as Paladin right now. Again, arguably you could make a slower Shaman, but even Druid isn't really a control-y class, even though it can go late game. So it's very interesting to see how these players do play out here, but we are getting into it. Game 1, Bunny Hopper on the top on his Highlander Paladin, and Yala on the ever questionable Druid, and that's no insult at Yala, it's more just no one can decide if this deck's a good deck or not.
Yeah.
Maybe no one ever will.
Good curve in the opening for Bunny Hopper, which is extremely important in this matchup. I don't think Highlander Paladin is as good as seizing the board quickly as some of the other aggro decks are. Quite often, the aggro decks can just have too big, too wide a board by the time Glowfly Swarm comes down, and then they have the option of just burst for lethal or just efficient trades over the 2/2s to lock the Druid out of the game. Paladin is a little bit slower to start developing than that, I would say.
It is, yeah, and especially because I'm just going to double check the lists here. One sec. Yeah, especially just because it's not even... I guess it's kind of an aggro style of Highlander. But yeah, it's definitely not going to get the job done super quick. But it does have some of the buffs that we saw yesterday, right? We saw some of the Paladin curving out, then a Blessing of Kings, and then it really is on the Druid to actually try and remove some level of threat going on there.
Yep.
It's interesting watching Paladin get played out because there are some cards that I think are quite good that aren't seeing much play because Paladin isn't seeing much play. But like that Shotbot, right? To me, that's just a solid card that would, if you maybe a few months back or maybe even a year or so ago, that card would have been insane, right? In a lot of the Paladin decks that were pretty lively then. But now it's like, oh well, it's a good card, but the class isn't good enough. Just interesting to see if maybe in expansions time, everyone is like, oh, we don't get to play Paladin. One expansion later, they get a few good cards. It's like, we're sick of playing against Paladin. Yeah, I think it's very close.
Yeah, the card is very comparable in a lot of ways to Shielded Minibot, right? Which was just a terror of the metagame for quite a long time.
Wild Growth just going to come out from Yala and have that Overgrowth available to him as well. So although his hand does not look crazy good right now, just on the surface level, ramp into Kel'Thas and stuff is actually pretty incredible. He's just missing one of the card draw cards.
He is, yeah.
To really kick it off.
The big difference with the Druid that we've been seeing in the Europe region is that the players are still going with the Kel'Thas, whereas in APAC, the majority, if not all of the Druids that we've seen, have cut this card completely. And it has kind of left the deck feeling a bit muted in a lot of the matchups. Like, I'm not saying KT is a good card against aggro, but it is a good card. It's a very powerful effect. So it at least gives you kind of scam draws where you can just get an early ramp, get an early KT, and then just do something so obnoxious that aggro just can't deal with it.
Yeah, it's definitely weird, isn't it, when it's just so powerful overall and such a unique effect. It is just getting it down, though. Right now, I don't even think, say Yala could get KT and a taunt on it down. I don't think that would be good enough because Bunny Hopper, especially with that Finley, is piling on a lot of pressure. And we can see with Zephyrus in hand, even if it isn't the game-winning Zephyrus turn, say a Bloodlust or some kind of Fireball type attack, you could just use it to deal with an annoying taunt, for example, right? Or just like, silence an annoying minion, or just give the board buff a little bit there just to push some extra damage. So I think although Bunny Hopper's hand looks a little bit clunky in the later game, he might just end it a little bit quickly here.
Do you want to deal 22 this turn, Raven? It's a big number.
It's a rather large number, yes.
I wonder. I think it's 22. 8 on board currently, and then plus 7 times 2 for the Savage Roar. Yeah, 22.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Will it give it, though?
Usually not, but it's such an obnoxious amount of damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the no other minions on board, as in no enemy minions, helped with that a lot as well.
It also helps that it's exact mana, because often if you have extra mana there, it will say, oh, you'd like a Soul of the Forest.
Yes,
That's a better card in this scenario, because it gives you a stickier board. But yeah, I don't think just playing it there just gives Zephyrus any other option but to say, okay, you want a Savage Roar, fine.
Yep. Right now, there is KT options with Ironbark, Coin, Moonfire, Power of the Wild, Glowflies, but is it going to be good enough? He can only taunt one, and like I said, Yala is just missing a card draw tool to make this potentially a swing turn, one he can come back into the game with, but I think it's going to be a tough one, especially because we can see that Pharaoh's Blessing in hand for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah. So he gets 3 flies, he gets to buff them, he can Savage Roar for free at the end if he really wants to take out another minion, but he can't take out the Zephyrus anyway. He doesn't have the health to play with, so I don't think killing a minion to protect the KT really changes a great deal, so yeah.
Sands of time run low.
I believe this is still lethal. He needs 14 damage total. He has 10 on board, 4 in hand.
Yep.
Looks good to me.
Does to me too, and wow. What were we saying about it not being so aggressive? Oh, Consecrate helps even more there. Well, okay, kind of doesn't actually. But I just looked at the face damage versus the damage to the taunt, -2. whatever. Bunny Hopper should have lethal. But yeah, just although we said Paladin, not normally in its Highlander variant, hyper-aggressive, Druid, if it's just that little bit slow, which is often the case, just not going to be good enough. Bunny Hopper got the curve and got the actual the damage pressure, the buff pressure, and not much removal on Yala's side leads to Bunny Hopper taking a very swift 1-0 lead, maybe quickest game of Hearthstone that these two players have ever played.
Yeah, Bunny did actually tweet shortly before we went live that, like, this, because they were both locked up, this might be the only opportunity to see these two players play a fast series. You know, combination of the fact they're locked up and the meta that we have lending itself to faster games, and certainly bore out that way in the first game. And Raven, never doubt your instincts. The Consecration was just as good as the Pharaoh's Blessing. It did 4 damage just the same that the Pharaoh's Blessing did, because it hits both the taunt and the face. You are smart. Believe in yourself.
I'll try my best for next time. While I practice believing in myself, we're going to go to a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and maybe I'll be a little bit more confident too. We are back, and in case you missed it, no, this isn't going into game number 1. We're actually going into game number 2. You already missed the game number 1. 2 minutes long, maybe even shorter than the break. We'll have to do the count on that one, but we are going to be continuing with match number 1 of the day as we do get into and continue Bunny Hopper versus Yala. Quick one there for the Paladin win for Bunny Hopper Sottle, but a lot more where that comes from.
There is, yeah, but nice to get, you know, one of the Paladin and Shaman pairing out of the way nice and early. Does mean that he's now got a lot of the more common decks left to play with. It's just that Shaman that's still the real big X factor left for him. And of course, you only have to win with 3 of your 4 decks, so you can choose to exclude one of these altogether. In some series, though, we are see that being broken down to the point where the way the lineups go against each other, that Shaman is actually one of the better decks. And like sometimes, for example, it's a Mage that can't get a win in the series because it struggles against some of the Shamans. It struggles against Hunter if your opponent has a Hunter. So it's not always the case that just the quote weakest deck out of the 4 is the one that's going to end up not getting played. It is very matchup dependent.
Yeah, and that's actually what's cool. Although this format, is a little bit different for week on week, as we're not seeing some of the most popular classes, it doesn't mean that, well, the 4th most popular class is the best anymore, right? Because you are just mixing everything up and almost just creating a brand new metagame, where anything can really happen. So we'll see how it continues, and by the end of this week, although we're not going to be repeating this format this season, I am excited to just see the outcome, right? Like, what were the results of this almost experiment level of format here for the players? But Bunny Hopper currently leading 1-0, going on his Shaman on the top, and Yala going to be locking in that Druid again.
Yeah, single keep on the Fungal Fortunes for Yala. Bunny, I think, just wants to be looking for as an aggressive curve as possible. And just keep playing minions early until you overwhelm however many Wraths and, Moonfire hero powers they're able to throw out until you can start sticking things and then start evolving them. I do also want to comment, Bunny just tweeted just a few minutes ago before we came live that he found this week to be the easiest week to prepare for. And I can't really knock that statement coming from Bunny Hopper because I feel like he's got his lineup pretty much dead on right. We're not seeing the Murloc Paladin and the Totem Shaman, which are the decks that I've been criticizing. We're seeing Highlander Paladin and Evolve Shaman instead, which I think are the correct decks to put in those slots. So he does seem to have at least very simply and organically figured out this format, because I'm very much in agreement with the way that he's built his lineup.
And before I was going to respond, I don't want to just blindly agree with you because, let's be honest, you're wrong pretty often.
Whoa. Name one time I've been wrong ever.
Oh, give me a minute. Every week on Hot Takes.
What? Oh, Team TJ over here. I see how it is. Jeez.
I did just take a quick perusing of Bunny Hopper's lineup, and most importantly his Hunter, because that's where my vicious judgment kicks in. And wow, it is one heck of a deck.
I wonder.
He's running a Neverset Ritualist in there. He's got a Hungry Crab, the Org Merchant. He's an Acidic Swampoos. He's got Frozen Shadow Weaver. So it's like he built the
cards,
deck.
Raven. Tech cards. What did I tell you?
It sounds really silly. It's like he built the deck for this meta, and that shouldn't sound as surprising as it does coming out of my mouth. But we've not seen that from a lot of players, right? And like I said, I just wanted to double check his Hunter. Ticks the boxes. I agree. Bunny Hopper looks like he's done a good job in terms of just deck and lineup building this week.
Was somewhat curious about Coin Desert Hare Mutate on this turn from Bunny Hopper, but I think it was pretty bad just based on the rest of his hand makeup. He'd be kind of banking on getting a Mogu down fairly soon after, otherwise his curve just doesn't work out at all. And of course you will have already used that Mutate, which is just a massive blowout now if you can get it to happen with the Mogu. It's so much harder to do now, but when it does happen, boy, 10 drops are good.
Yeah, and most of all for me, you have to present me with a very good suggestion and a persuasion to not want to save the coin for those bog spine knuckles, right? It's like the biggest thing, especially when you know that Yala on his Druid does not have an answer to the weapon. Bunny Hopper can free equip it, not worry, swing it whenever he likes, which is probably going to be the turn after, right? So with that, the Desert Hare, as you mentioned, the Mogu, and even the evolution of the Corrupt Elementalist, those are all fantastic turns for Bunny Hopper, and I think he can take his time a little bit.
Yala ramping with the coin. He does have now Innovate Mount Seller available to him, which gives him a lot of outs off the top for actually an incredibly powerful turn. If he can go Innovate Mount Seller into like one of the discounted, when you have 7 mana spells plus a Moonfire, that's pretty huge next turn.
Yeah, I am wondering with Bunny Hopper's hand as well on the other side of that. Mana is a problem for him right now because his turn outside of this looks quite weak if he didn't go for the Desert Hares. I do like holding the Mutate though, because if your opponent starts moonfiring and bog beaming these hairs, cool. Like, it's not great, obviously, for Bunny Hopper. You'd rather them live, but they are 1-1s at the moment, so that seems like a half victory at least.
Yes. I think even if you evolve one of them, like there's a reasonable chunk of the time that it ends up with 3 health or below anyway, so it's still just like a prime bog beam target. Actually, I was talking nonsense last time, wasn't I? Because you can't innovate to 7 mana and then have the discounted spell off the top, so it just would have been a natural. It would have just been like a natural Moonfire or another Innovate that would have been the potentially good outs for him.
Yeah, I must have missed that. Forgive me. It works off like core mana, right? It's just the same as any other type of thing that has a mana requirement.
Yep.
True mana, not any of this fake mana.
Standard time run low.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the Wrath, mainly because of that point, right? I feel like there's very little point in him actually just going Innovate and then 1 Moonfire and hope. I think that's very, very adventurous. Whereas now he has KT and some stuff.
That KT's a bait, right? Yeah, no, I agree with this. Like, I think, Yala drew the Kalthas and then was in real danger of getting confused because I think Moonfiring that bunny was far more important than having the 2 zero-cost spells in your hand for the Kalthas. Fully agree with that decision.
What to do?
I don't think I do,
Really?
My worry is, with that Moonfire gone, it's either 1 less minion from Mount Seller or 1 less activation for KT, right?
What to do?
And without the activation for KT guaranteed, then you turn. That turn probably just doesn't exist anyway next turn, and then it's 1 less minion from Mount Seller. I feel like right now, if Bunny Hopper had exactly Coin Knuckles, he goes against 2 2-drops and 2 4-drops. I guess that might be too much to handle. I'm just trying to work out if 1 extra 4-drop is worth the 1 less minion for Yala. Maybe. It just feels bad. I think it was just a bad turn. And I don't mean Yala played it bad. It's just an unfun turn to play out. Bunny Hopper not going to have time to react to this.
Lore Walker Cho! Oh my goodness, that's a Lore Walker Cho, Raven.
He did play around it by playing that Moonfire last turn.
He played around it by mutating first and then smacking with the Foxfire Knuckles afterwards.
Yala's like, what do I
press? If you're wondering whether this card is effective against your deck, quick check of your archetype name. Is it called Spell Druid? If so, Lore Walker Cho's probably pretty good against your deck.
It's a shame that Yala's hand makeup is as it is, because, to be fair, Bunny Hopper does not run many spells. So Glowfly, if it was a bigger hand, would have been a reasonable turn right now, right? You give him a 5-mana spell that makes pretty much 1, maybe 2 2/2s, but now he's just got to hand it over. Oh no!
Yes! The Shaman has the Innovate and the Druid has the Desert Hair, Raven. This is what we came to see.
There's more.
Oh my goodness.
And the Mogu's live. It's still going to be live after he plays the Desert Hair.
Oh, actually just pack it up.
Do you remember when this happened every single game of Hearthstone on ladder, Sol?
Yeah, I sure do.
I'm glad we're only seeing it as a kind of one-off right now.
I think you were taking a break at this point, but when I was testing this matchup against Derek, which we did for a while, like every time I kept playing Mogu in situations where I had 1 mana left, exactly like this, but like I didn't necessarily have the Bogspine Knuckles equipped, and like I could still feel Derek clenching, expecting that 1 mana to be spent on an evolve at the end of the turn. It's like, no, it's okay, friend. It's okay. What's not okay is evolving into a 4 mana 8/8. That's definitely not okay. Bunny Hopper appears to agree.
You can't.
He's like, don't look at me. I'm embarrassed about how disgusting that was. Please look away.
Bunny Hopper feels the shame right now, and it's not only the shame because he got a win there. He played well, but there's a lot that could just be done there where there was. I just feel bad for Yala at this point, honestly, because he had nothing to do. The previous game was over in about 60 seconds. Yala's not having the most fun day of Hearthstone he's ever had, whereas Bunny Hopper is just cracking up because that was quite ridiculous.
It was, yeah. And I do think Yala played it well. I think, even if he'd have just held on to that Moonfire with the Kael'thas, like, what's his turn even at that point, right? Like, you'd still have to go Mount Seller in that position, right? And you'd be Moonfiring nothing because everything would be evolved to the point where Moonfire just wouldn't be effective. So you'd be Moonfiring, like, just for the chance of getting a Diving Griffin or a Zixor or something that actually had an impact on the board. So I think just getting ahead of it and reducing the 4-drops by 1 was the right play to make, and then he just has to trust his deck to give him an overflow, give him another cheap spell off the top after that.
Yeah, honestly, that was my overall plan and suggestion for keeping the Moonfire was hope you draw overflow or fungal next turn. So you can do something. It's extreme, obviously, and I know that, but that was where my head was at in terms of just make sure that if you were gifted the overflow, you can cast it with KT and start going off. But he obviously wasn't. He fell behind from the evolves, and that just got very silly very quickly, didn't it? But that means Bunny Hopper is leading 2-0 now and has the choice between his Druid or Hunter. And whenever you have to fall back on Hunter as your last deck to get a win with, I will be feeling quite confident, and with Bunny's list that I absolutely love, I think he should be feeling very confident as well. This list is like the list for this weekend. I like it all, Subtle. It's not often I say that about Hunter deck lists.
All right, Raven, deep breath, stay calm, but I think we're going to have a Hunter mirror. Are you going to be okay? Are we going to get through this one?
You take a break if you want, mate. I got this.
All right, safe. See you later.
Well, most importantly, let me just have a quick look at Yala's Hunter, because that will definitely spell some things out here. If I can find it. Okay, so Yala is running again a few tech cards. The Bone Chewer Brawler in there as an early taunt. The Crazed Alchemist in there, which I know you like, Subtle. And a Waste Warden, as well as a Swarm of Locusts. Some of the standout cards are the anti-aggro stuff. But Huntrace is running more anti-aggro stuff.
Huntrace?
Huntrace, sorry. The Hunter of Bunny Hopper. So, Hopper Ace, maybe? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
As I dig myself out of this one, is just running more of those anti-aggro tools, and because they are still running a very similar late-game package, I think Bunny Hopper has a slight advantage here, just because he can throw Yala off the board quicker, and maybe then use that board advantage to just push that first few turns of damage in the general Hunter mirror early in mid-game.
Saw Bunny dropping what looked like a pretty big smile when the Stormhammer came into hand, but little does he know, I think Yala's got the absolute goods over on the other side. Zephyrus already in hand, Stormhammer already in hand, Rush Minion already in hand, and those 3 cards probably good enough to carry him through to that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza if he hasn't just straight up won the game.
I have no time for games.
Yeah, and funnily enough, because Bunny Hopper is running a flurry of earlier minions, more 1-drops, an extra 2-drop maybe, I wonder if Yala is actually considering this Coin Zephyrus and then Power Word Shield. I wouldn't hate it. Because you know that Bunny Hopper's running more of these little token style minions in his deck, but he's going to hold off. Again, I don't think there was massive selling points for either of those plays, but he could have done it and it would have been fine.
Yeah, you can kind of solve that play, right? Because you'd almost be locking yourself into Crazed Alcon 2 in that regards. So you'd have to think about every 2-drop Bunny could play there and, flip my own Zephyrus or flip his minion. Like, is that good or bad for me? Am I happy with that as a 2-turn thing? Like, making my 3-4 or 4-3 or whatever else.
And you also utilize the coin, which you might want to hold for just a little bit longer, because in Hunter, the gap between turns 5 and 7 is often a gap you want to bridge. Yeah. Because that turn 6 is often a turn you want to just skip in a lot of Hunter matchups, and just the deck in general. So keeping the coin when you can is going to be useful just to get into that late game. I do like the power word shield here, though. There's nothing that does 4.
I guess that's true.
And for me, there's now 3 3-drops, a 4-drop, and the coin means that I felt like Yala had enough to do anyway. Whereas this Zephyrus dies to any of the 2 weapons and is heavily contested versus any of the the pretty much any 2-drop or 1-drop in that he has in the deck.
Right.
It dies to a.
I think Yala's just looking for a proactive play, right? Because if a weapon does come down here, then he doesn't really have a play that he's super happy with. Like preload Stormhammer, okay. Like drop Zigzor just without the rush effect, okay. But like just grabbing the Animal Companion here just means that his curve looks really, really smooth in hand at the moment.
Yeah. He had coin Fellwing, and also preloading the hammer seems fine anyway, because I'm just flicking across both players' deck lists here, but I didn't recall seeing weapon removal from Yala. Whereas Bunny Hopper is running an Acidic Swamp Ooze, as well as the Zephyrus weapon removal as well.
Interesting, Bunny goes Stormhammer here as opposed to the Desert Spear, which I guess does interact better against the minions that might start coming down this turn. But he doesn't have a dragon to play with it next turn, so if he swings it again, it's just gone.
Yeah, and also, if he's expecting the 3-drop from Zephyrus, then it doesn't interact any better, right? Doesn't kill a Misha, doesn't kill a Leark.
No, that is also true.
And killed a Huffer with Desert Spear anyway.
Yeah, no, that is true. I was a little surprised. My head was definitely at Desert Spear that time. Maybe he just wants to hold the spear to line up with the Varanus later on. Considers that more of a valuable late game tool since that's what his hand says.
Yep. In terms of scavengers, there is Zigzor, of course. There is a Diving Griffin. There is a nothing else that can get pulled.
Okay.
He's not running the Hench Clan Hog Steed in the deck.
So that gives Yala pretty solid information about what's happening this turn. Knows that this Evasive Baywing does get challenged by either of those rush minions, but it's the Diving Griffin, it's not really a very good trade for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, and also Yala's got a fantastic turn next turn in terms of flexibility just itself, right? Crazy Alchemist always there if he needs to flip something to kill it or push more damage. But really, the Stormhammer and then potentially even a coin into Zigzor means that Yala can kill anything Bunny Hopper plays this turn. Anything.
I wonder whether this kills the Leok. Yeah, it does end up killing the Leok. I think this is kind of smart. Means more resources have to be traded into the Zigzor if Yala's going to try and kill it from hand. And it also has Waste Warden in hand. And weird thing to say about Hunter, but I feel like we're at a stage of the game where like dragons are more likely to start coming down than beasts, so he's more likely to get Waste Warden value this way.
Yeah, I could see that. I think right now we might be just looking at getting this kill command off.
How so?
Zigzor, Griffin? I think Zigzor's better though.
A Zigzor coin kill command?
Yeah, because at this point he'll want to Zigzor, he'll want to Griffin to draw Zigzor Prime. So you may as well, even if Zigzor being on the board is only there to activate the kill command and look at this 1/3 and maybe nudge it, even though it looks weird in terms of value and a good play, it sets up the Prime a little bit quicker because it means Griffin is much more playable next turn.
Yeah, okay.
Although Griffin can still, Griffin just draws a rush, right? So there's still Faceless Corruptor in the deck. I like this. I think you just want to get rid of 6 on. All he really wants to do is just protect this Evasive Faywing as much as possible.
Yeah, makes sense. pretty good draw. Slightly annoying that Dragonbane has the mech tag and not the dragon tag for his Stormhammer swings.
I think he's okay with getting rid of Stormhammer, and that sounds like blasphemy, I know. But he has Desert Spear and he has a Varanus, which is and an Unleash, so he has multiple ways to get value from this Varanus. He could just play the Varanus now if he really wants. Kill off the Feywing, leave the Zixar up, and have a dragon. I wouldn't hate it.
Well, you'd kill both in that regard, right? Because then your Stormhammer swing would be free.
Oh, sorry,
so
yes. Apologies, yes.
You can just afford to kill both.
Looks pretty
pretty solid for sure. Yeah.
Quickly.
Go for
it. Taking 3 extra damage to protect a 1/1 on the board, Raven.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Because one, the aiming of the Hunter Hero power is actually very good in the mirror because you want to just take them off the board quickly. And also, with this Varanus Prime, new card, next expansion. With Varanus, it's
when drawn, really reduce the health of your opponent's minions to 1.
Wherever they are. Imagine that. But for me, the 6 health on the Varanus means that it's so difficult to kill for Yala. Then you can take the damage because you are very likely to catch up with a 7 attack minion swinging next turn.
Sure.
Because there's a lot to ask for this Varanus to die right now. Yala can do it because he drew Locust, but that is his whole turn.
Yala's got to be careful here. Like, Swarm of Locusts does seem like it lines up very well. But you then give your opponent a very free turn to develop onto the board. And I think the scariest turn in the game you can give, particularly a Highlander deck, to develop for free, are 7 and 9. Because you do not want to get Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and you do not want to get Divine Shield Windfury from Saiyan. Looks like that's where we're going to end up. And yeah, I don't really see a better alternative for Yala that turn, so I guess that's just where he is.
There was a weird option which involved tanking 7. He could have gone Griffin Stormhammer at that turn, and what that does, what it does is feel bad, but what other things it does is you have the hammer equipped and you have Locust for the turn 7, and also it means that you've got a chance of drawing the 6-on Prime for turn 8. It is a slow and horrible plan, but it is a plan. Whereas now Yala, and I'm not saying what Yala did was wrong, but now Yala has no answer to this Tiamat at all.
Interesting. He Divine Shield taunts because he doesn't want to give his opponent Dino Tamer Brand go face.
I'm okay with that. You can't recover from that damage.
Let none survive.
Not even if you're dealing 15 yourself next turn and you have Zixor Prime to clear the board and just smash him in the face?
Well, the worry is then you lose to their brand, right? Sorry, you lose to... No, sorry. You lose. I feel like you lose to the swing back because if you push them to 8, they then start needing not a lot to kill you. He's not seen Stormhammer yet. He has seen a kill command, so that definitely helps in terms of just mitigating some of the value.
A warden always
This
hits
is
from
just...
You love my new recipe.
And this is where, like, the tanking of 7 the turn before gave you more options this turn. But he would obviously be much lower health.
I'm pretty sure if he'd have tanked 7 last turn, Bunny absolutely would have Divine Shield Windfury this, because then Yala literally could have played Dino Tamer Brand and go face, right?
Yeah. But then Yala would have had Locust, right? So
yeah.
So it worked out kind of the same. It's just that it just changes which side you have the bad turn on, I guess.
Sure.
And now, when you have Prime into your opponent's Prime, except they have 1 extra minion, it feels bad.
It does. And this Rotnest Drake, that's what you need for the Tiamat answer if it's going to come down on a turn like that. Yala did not have it.
Doesn't look like there's anything. And although he is technically not dead, he kind of is, unless this Alexstrasza does something magnificent.
Which it always can.
Is he one off? He's one off. Dragon Bane going to come down on empty board. The sweetest time to play Dragon Bane. You know that hero power's worth 7, which is insane. Desert Spear going to come down here. I did have a quick glance to see if Bunny Hopper had a better setup turn, but this is just guaranteed damage, right? There's nothing that Yala can do outside of exactly Nozari.
Yep.
Famous last words. I thought the Wax Dread was a Nozari then. Bunny Hopper takes the series in a very swift 3-0, and I am willing to put it on the line here and say that is the fastest series that Bunny Hopper's ever been involved in, and maybe even Yala too, because that was not only a 3-0, but a quick one at that. And I do feel a little bit bad for Yala there, just in terms of the match and how it played out. It felt like he didn't have much to do in the first 2 games, and the Hunter mirror is so volatile that the second you fall behind, you have to do something pretty impressive to come back and actually take it. Because not only is the board such an issue, but the health difference starts to really stack against you very fast. And although he brought Bunny Hopper down to, what was it, 15, I think? With no minions on board, it stops mattering because the hunter it's not like old Beast Hunter where you run 2 kill commands, a Leroy, a hero pack, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way to bridge 15. That is a massive amount of health in the current Highlander builds now. So congratulations to Bunny Hopper taking the win there, though. Pretty quick one, subtle.
It was, yeah. The only thing I guess I'll add to that is just follow Bunny Hopper on Twitter, because he is clearly a prophet and a soothsayer. Because he's tweeted, the lineup building was easy for this week. I think he's absolutely nailed the lineup. He tweeted that this will probably be the fastest series you'll ever see him and Yala play. It absolutely was. Clearly, if you want someone to predict the future for you, just go follow Bunny Hopper on Twitter.
I need to message him and get him to tweet Raven finds £1 million on the floor or something, just to see if that pays off. I don't know. We'll have to see. But we do have another match coming up, of course, and this is another one that could go in a very interesting direction. We have Psycho versus Pavle. Pavle, as we mentioned at the start of the show, if you weren't here, he needs to win the whole thing. So not only get out of his group, but then win tomorrow as well in these semi-finals into finals. If he wins the whole thing, he will get into Division A. If he doesn't, he won't, basically. But if there's anyone that can do it, it is Pavle. But he does have a tough opponent in his first match, I feel like. Psycho, although we've not seen him this season, he is an extremely good Hearthstone player. And I believe his performance last year was also pretty good, right? You'll correct me
It was, yeah. Most weeks it was very strong. He's a very, very good player. I know Admirable was just aghast over, and that's the wrong word. Admirable was incredibly impressed over and over again, and sort of mind blown, I guess, is what I was looking for, at some of the ways that he was playing certain decks that Admirable just wasn't really used to seeing. And Psycho has been in that position where a few years ago, maybe 2 years ago, there was that sort of hushed tones of everyone saying, oh no, the actual best player in the world is this guy you haven't heard of called Psycho, right? So he really has been at that level very, very often. But I think the big talking point here now is that we're back into dangerous territory for both of these two players, because both of these players are in that purgatory zone where they don't know yet whether they're going to be in Division B and Division A. And actually, just purely based on a percentage-based thing of how many things need to happen, these are the two most unlikely players to make it into Division A. Their fate is still very much in their own hands to be able to do that. Pavle needs to win, Psycho needs to make it to top 2. But in terms of all the other caveats that can happen, they are less likely than Felkane and Boston, who are the other two players involved in the skirmish.
Completely true, and I am just going to quickly check something because I am aghast now that there is a rogue.
There's a rogue!
Yes! I'm I was listening mostly to you, Sottle, even though I know you were telling me things that I already know, for the viewers, of course. Yep. But really, I'm just right, where is this rogue list? Because has Pavle included secrets is question 1, yes! And if not, what is going on and why is it left up is my big question here, because I just need to load this up because it wasn't playing nice for a second. We will get there. I apologize.
For the few of you that don't get that joke, I'm sure you all know because you're all loyal Hearthstone esports viewers, right? That's why you're here. There was a match at Seat Story where it was during, again, one of the periods where Pavle wasn't necessarily the most invested in the game, but he got invited to Seat Story, he showed up, and it was the last time that Rogue had secrets. So he was playing against a Rogue, he's in a soundproof booth, and his Rogue opponent plays a secret. And Pavle looks up and immediately just like wait, what? Rogue has secrets? Myself and Falcone are casting. We immediately just start joking Like, Pavle doesn't even know Rogue has secrets. Like, I bet he's going to try and pull out his phone and start Googling Rogue secrets now. And Pavle just turns and looks at us to the camera like this and like... It was great. It was a glorious moment of Pavle just not having a clue what was going on.
Yeah, just an endless font of entertainment is Pavle. So we'll see what happens. And I've got the deck list now. It is a 2 of Secret Rogue / Galakron, of course, list. And it looks
beautiful.
It looks very solid. I guess the one questioning factor, which is where Pavle's going to come into his own, of course, is 2 Dragon's Horde in the list, which is not the most common card we see in there, but one that Pavle will no doubt be able to cash in on somehow. So that's very interesting that Rogue has been left up, and a fairly, at least in my opinion, solid Rogue list as well. It's not like Pavle's brought out Pirate Rogue, right? And it's just like, Psycho's like, well, of course I'm not banning that. He can play Pirate Rogue against me all day. He's bringing a good Rogue. So is there anything standing out from Psycho that looks like this is okay or expected?
No, because I'm now
like,
looking.
No,
I'm now looking at the Swiss results, and he played against Rogue 0 times in Swiss. So he never left this deck up while playing Swiss. So this doesn't seem to be part of his overall game plan. I don't know, Raven. I don't know what to tell you.
Sottle's been stumped by the enigma that is Pavle as well, somehow just being allowed. Is this why Pavle's been winning? Is he just been playing Rogue regardless of what happens? And just like, I'm going to queue this. It'll be fine, I'm Pavle. So we'll see what happens here, because I imagine if Pavle's having Rogue open, that deck is getting played this match, because you would have to be truly crazy not to lock it in when you have maybe not the best other options going from as well. So interesting to see from these players and see how it affects Psycho, because if Psycho takes a loss here, you do have to just straight away wind back to, well, did Rogue get a win? If so, did you really have to play against Rogue in this series? Strange.
Mm-hmm. It is indeed, but leaving Rogue to one side for now. Outside of that, Shaman and Paladin as expected, and then Druids on both sides as well as expected. And then it's the Mage that is remaining for Psycho, which is another deck that's had some questions about it. It's another deck that does seem to get a bit weaker when you boil the metagame down to this format, because it can struggle to consistently control the board states of even like Totem Shamans and Evolve Shamans that can turn such small minions into such big ones so quickly that, you know, Reno the Relicologist and Blizzard and things like that, they're not clears. Like, they're stalling tactics at best, and then that still leaves the Shaman with a big board to leverage moving forward. Not to mention when the Hunters come into the fray as the fourth deck on the other side, like obviously that is usually a pretty strong matchup against the Mage as well. So Mage is another deck that has seemed to have suffered in this format. Seems a little bit weaker here than it was in week 1 and 2.
Yeah, and funnily enough, we were talking a little bit earlier about how Europe is a little bit different from Asia Pacific in that the Paladins and Shamans are looking a little bit more widespread in terms of not only just Murloc Highlander and then some different styles of Shaman. Well, Pavle's bringing Murloc Paladin and Totem Shaman. So he's definitely taking the Asia Pacific approach. It seems to be working, but let's get into it without further ado. Seiko on the top on the Druid. Pavle on this Totem Shaman. And Sol, that looks like a fairly solid opening hand to me for Pavle.
It does indeed. Psycho already, though, just with the Moonfire, he can just skip the Battle Mage, just let it be a minion. It doesn't say Totem on it, so you don't care, so just leave it there. And then Moonfire Hero Power the Evil Totem, and then question mark for this deck, right? So, you know, okay, that helps. That helps enormously. This is actually now a pretty strong hand from Pavle.
And honestly, I don't think it's too deep a suggestion to say that Pavle would go Evil Totem, Totemic Might together, especially with that reflection in hand, of course.
Yeah, you absolutely do it.
Right,
yeah,
that's people aren't probably used to seeing it and think, well, Totemic Might on one totem? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid. But it's the setup for Totemic Reflection. And then after that happens, you are playing a game of Hearthstone.
If you protect that one totem to be able to duplicate it a few times, well then it's like you cast Totemic Might on 3 or 4 totems
yes,
further down the line, right?
And also, just this Battle Mage doing a great job of protecting it even further, right? We saw Psycho get the Eagle out, the Battle Mage can just sacrifice itself to protect the totem, and suddenly, Psycho, can you do 4 damage? That was not a Bog Beam, so you cannot.
Oh, it's happening. It's actually happening. This could just be one of those unbeatable games for Totem Shaman. And they do exist, and I think this is why people have a lot more faith in the deck that I do, because, you know, you can take the philosophy of, like, well, you know, whatever Shaman deck I'm going to bring is going to be kind of bad. I'm just going to bring the one that, like, immediately wins the game sometimes.
Can't really argue with that.
You can and I will, Raven.
Is this a coin lightning bolt? I like it. Protect the health on the totems, and also his hand cost is quite small right now, so the overload isn't exactly going to hinder him too much.
Surge just to push 2 damage now? Kind of questionable. Because obviously he can, you know, do more stuff next turn and still play the Surge for 0 mana and the totems end up the same size, but, you know, he might get another totem on the board by that time.
Surging Tempest. Not too bad based on it just having 3 health. There are some AoE buffs in the deck as well. So it means that if this goes up to 4, it is a bit more sturdy. I'm surprised Pavle didn't just lock in that Ethereal Lackey just to see what he got in terms of, you know, maybe more totem buffs, maybe Bloodlust to set up for.
Yeah, he didn't have the 3 immediately available this turn, the 3 mana to be able to play another Totemic Reflection, which would have probably been the nuts, so I can potentially understand not going for it, just going for the more powerful lackeys on board.
Well, there's 15 damage on board, but there is a Starfall and a Moonfire available.
There is, for sure.
So
This bees that he just drew, though, oh, we didn't even talk about it. This would have giga-ended the game if he just drew it on turn 3 against the Evil Totem as a 0-4. Like, actually just game over.
Not that Pavle could have really done anything about it. Can't really play around it. I think you just go and then hope it sticks. But yes, I'm not sure how many bees Psycho is running. I want to take I'll take an estimate at 2. But I'll have to double check.
This deck is just so feast or famine. Like, when you are winning, you win by so much, it's absurd.
Oh, he is only running 1 bees as well, so... Oh, but he's running a swipe in this list.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you just pick Soul.
Seems fine. Torrent actually seems okay. Yeah, I don't hate this, actually, because you're going to Totemic Reflection this turn, and then next turn could be your opponent's, you know, big 7-drop minion turn, which makes Torrent just a very effective card against that.
Yeah, yeah, you know what? I'm still learning, guys, I'm sorry. It did not hit the process of my brain that these totems, or 2 of them, would have 8 health. So, yes, maybe they're not going to die next turn. They have 8 health! It just didn't work.
Once you start with this deck, you don't lose. It's just actually impossible to get started.
And wow. No damage lackeys, which is pretty funny actually. It's just all. Do you want more little minions knocking around? Here, have all these faces lackeys. Well, that's 2 6/8s on the board, isn't it?
It is, yes. Well identified.
It's about as deep as the analysis goes for this point in the game. How are you supposed to fight back? So you can either kill 2 of them, kill 1 of them off. He does lose his minions if he does that. So I actually really like this from Psycho. It's the best chance he's got. Trade away, leave as many taunts in the...
Yeah, he's just dead to everything, but it is the best plan he had. Just... This is what I mean. Like, when you start winning with this deck, it looks like the most powerful deck in the history of Hearthstone. Like, how can anything possibly compete with that? The answer is they just kill your first totem, and then you're just floundering, just flapping around out of water like a drowning fish.
I wondered where you were going to go with that. I didn't know whether that was going to get very intricate or not. But yes, that was a crazy game, and I guess the thing for me that is keeping that deck in check, even though it's not even played at high tier at all, is that the lack of consistent card draw. If you don't do that to Evil Totem, or a Mana Tide, yes, you might have a couple of big things, but you have that in your hero power most of the time by turn 4 or 5, right? You don't. It's not like Pavle's hand grew big naturally. It was all down to them being exactly evil totems.
Yeah, and it's, well, you know, you say if you don't do that to a Mana Tide or an Evil Totem, it's so hard to do that to a Mana Tide or an Evil Totem because Pavle had the nuts. He had the cheapest totem and he had the buff for it to give it the most health. There's still Bogbeam Moonfire, Wrath Moonfire, Wrath Coin Hero Power if he's on coin, Bees, which is just an absolute delete if Bees happens. Like, the game is over. There's so many answers just to deal with that first totem. So then you have to go again. You have to present like a Mana Tide totem after that to put them back in the same spot again.
Right.
You have to do that over and over and over until eventually they lose the ability to deal with your totems. And that is if they're not just playing minions. Because if they just play minions, that's a free removal spell for your totem every single turn of the game. So it's so rare that games like that actually happen. That's why I just really don't think that deck is very effective. But it's the Pavlist of all Pavle things to just bring that deck first game out of the gate. Absolute nuts. Looks like the best deck ever. Looks like the best player ever. Pavle, one absolute lord you are.
Yeah, the saga of Pavle continues. We're going to go to a quick break while we set up the next game and maybe give Psycho just a minute to recover from what that was in game number 1. We'll be right back. It's Seiko versus Pavle continuing here. It's Pavle just moonwalks his way to a 1-0 lead with that totem shaman. Pretty one-sided there. Not much Seiko could have done about it, but he did try. And is Pavle just going to 3-0 this series and 3-0 his way to victory today and tomorrow? We're going to find out. He does have Paladin and Druid left, but most importantly, Sottle, he has Rogue left, which is not only just a solid deck, one of the best classes in the game right now. Maybe just under, probably joint with the Demon Hunter, and maybe Warrior's just that little bit up there based on general perception. But still, having Rogue up at a match like this must be feeling great for Pavle.
I'm honestly speechless that there's a Rogue in this series. I just honestly don't know how to break it down. I was expecting to click on the Swiss spreadsheet that we have from Lorinda and then see that Psycho had played a couple of series against Rogue before, and then, I can look through his deck list and figure out what the plan is, based on is he doing this or that to deal with Rogue. However you would end up doing that, I'm not entirely sure, but maybe I could work it out by looking at some deck lists. But it's unique. He hasn't done this before. He is only now doing this for the first time against Pavle. So we're saying that he didn't play against Pavle specifically in Swiss. So it's not like he's had this exact matchup and done something different before, but it's still just incredibly surprising.
Oh, we are going to see Pavle on his Druid and Psycho on the Mage on the top. So, bit of a weird matchup, this one. I never really know where I sit in terms of who feels favoured and who doesn't. I do feel like this one is just extremely close.
Yeah, agree. I do like being the Druid in this matchup, personally. I don't know how much of that is my dislike for Mage and the fact that I find it like quite a fun puzzle from the Druid side, just figuring out how to either stretch out resources or just kind of bomb chain until they run out of stuff. Right. Kind of a different route that you have to take through each different matchup. But I would give a slight edge to the Druid personally.
Just checking out the Mage list, we can see the Flame Ward. It's not been drawn here. It's Ice Barrier from the Ancient Mysteries, but Flame Ward is in the deck for Psycho. So we've been seeing a lot of mages recently only run an Ice Barrier in their Highlander. But Psycho, again, another nod to the expectant meta, I think, is including the Flame Ward in his list, as well as a Waste Warden in there as well. Doomsayer is kind of normal. That's pretty much it. But honestly, I think Mage is, in terms of removal in an AoE fashion, is well situated regardless to deal with these kind of decks.
For sure. I think that slight consensus towards cutting the Flame Ward has contributed a little bit to the stats where you look at, Druid coming out ahead in this matchup, because it is obviously quite an effective card in the matchup. It's not the be-all, end-all, because, it's a very reactive card. It's not immediate. They make a board, you play a Flame Ward, and then they have every opportunity to play, Gift of the Wild or Double Power of the Wild or whatever else it is to buff up the health and still to be able to survive through that.
Or even Soul of the Forest, just to say, okay, well, you get that round. I've still got a full board afterwards.
Yeah. Tempo Doomsayer from Psycho, just to block out that Glowfly Swarm. No big surprise. Pretty common play in the matchup.
Let me just give a quick check. Dragoncaster live, no box, so yeah, probably not going to be coming down. Good follow-up though, just having an awkward taunt in the way, although it doesn't exactly slay many Treants here, or Glowflies I guess. It is just a big taunt to punch through, and Seiko has Reno as a follow-up, so looking pretty good so far. Even this rolling Fireball.
Yeah, Reno doesn't deal with much more than the Rolling Fireball does, and Rolling Fireball does it kind of consistently and on your terms and always the same way.
Reno's a minion though.
That is also true, yeah.
And I like minions, so I do like the Reno here, because I don't think Psycho doesn't need to kill every single minion right now, because he's on 27, he's got a massive taunt in the way, right? So I think I like this overall, just having the 4/6 there.
Well, the reason I think this was better, and I think Psycho set this up very deliberately, the reason why this minion came down even as a 1/8, is you can see what happens when you play Reno Jackson against 7 Glowflies, is you leave a couple or 3 1-health minions around, like left on the board, depending on what happens. So then at least having the 1/8, you're able to just trade through that very effectively. Because otherwise you could actually still leave a good chunk of board state for your opponent, and they just have a nice board to just rebuild on the next turn. But the addition of that 1 extra attack makes all the difference.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting as well to just watch the deliberation between how Psycho approaches the next couple of turns, because his Dragoncaster is active because of the Malygos. But the problem is, as soon... I guess he'll be fine, actually. Yeah, I'm just wondering when he wants to pull the trigger on this Dragoncaster, when he values a 4/4, along with a medium level spells such as a Rolling Fireball instead of saying, I'm going to Dragon Caster out, Power of Creation or a Yogg Box or something like that.
Why can't I hold all these innovates? Oh yeah? Gonna burn your next card to keep an innovate? No, I didn't think so. Still missing Soul of the Forest, still missing some of the power minions. I think there's just too many important things left in the deck to be able to take a burn there.
Now, even subconsciously, has Psycho been watching Pino's stream much?
Ready for a show?
And here we go.
First. Interesting.
Oh, Stormhammer.
What?
Oh. What?
Okay, so that happened. Now we can get back to Hearthstone.
Can we? I don't think I'll ever feel the same about Hearthstone after seeing that box. Not only was it insane on the board, it also discarded, 3 legendaries or something? He lost his Zephrys, his Tiamat, and his Caligos.
Yeah.
And I still feel like that was good for Psycho, right? It's still fantastic.
I think he could have cast Void Contract 6 times and blew up his entire deck, and he still would have won the game with this board that he made off that box. I think he's pretty chilling right now.
Pavle, not losing his cool, and just doing his best to set up and deal with as much of this board as possible. Sanctuary coming down. A little bit frustrating that there's now a 3/6 on the board for him to deal with too.
Yep. Does only have 5 mana available this turn. Oh, woe is Psycho. Thanks to the overload. Honestly, Stormhammer in Highlander Mage, pretty good card.
Mm. Yeah, this might be a little bit much, even if Pavle goes nuts here, because even just still with the 3 taunts, not only is it going to be hard for Pavle to actually kill Psycho through all of this, it's going to be hard for Pavle not to be killed through all of this as well, because Psycho is going pretty aggressive here. These minions do a lot of damage, and there's Frostbolt, there's Malagos, there's even, to a certain extent, the Explosive Trap.
This rabbit hole goes so deep, Raven. He has Repentance as his random paladin secret. The only minions that Pavle plays are huge minions that he really wants to survive, or at least be very difficult for his opponent to deal with, or make a huge taunt out of when he's under pressure. Well, they've all got 1 health now. He's got a Flame Ward still to play with. The Hunter secret that he got generated was Explosive Trap, which is literally the best one he could possibly get in this matchup. That box was just the nuts. Just the nuts. That's all that happened.
I was just looking at the pig and the fresh scent times 2. I mean, that's just a scary pig as well, if you want to play that down. But yes, it was... I think we can say pretty fairly now, each player's had a game. So now we can maybe go back to some of our regularly planned Hearthstone content and not what is happening at this moment in time type of content here. As Psycho got the insane box, Pavle got the insane opening with the Shaman. Is the insanity going to continue? We're going to find out, but either way, I think both players can be okay with the outcome now as a 1 apiece to go to 1-1.
I genuinely, jokes aside, I do like the way that Psycho played the turn, though, because he kind of threw away the coin first, which obviously opens up more space in his hand, because obviously one of the things Puzzle Box does quite regularly is draw you cards and generate cards, like we saw from Hunter's pack. So by throwing the coin away first there, he gave himself more space for that kind of value to be generated. He could have preemptively frostbolted or something as well, but you don't know what your Frostbolt target wants to be
Right.
after until you see the box get cast. So, I think all of the things that were in Psycho's control, he actually handled very nicely there. But yeah, the box was just alarmingly good from Psycho that turn.
Yeah, the fact that it discarded arguably 3 of the best cards in the deck, and it was still good, is ridiculous in itself. But as I said, both players had a very one-sided, very strong game for themselves each, which has led us to this 1-1 scenario. Is it going to continue? I don't know if I can take much more of this, honestly, Sol. We're only in match 2 of the day.
I was going to say, a long way to go yet, Raven. Don't be spending all your energy just yet.
Although we should be used to casting weird Pavle matches, right? Like,
I know,
this should be
you're
something
right.
we should be more than used to right now.
We're going to go, it looks like, into a Druid mirror now. Pavle sticking on that Druid. Psycho going back to the Druid that was defeated so resoundingly by the Totem Shaman. Raven, I believe you have much better access to the deck list than I do right now. Starfall check in these lists if you can, please.
We're going to Starfall check. 1 for Psycho, which we did see a little bit earlier. And I believe 2 for Mr. Pavle.
Okay.
Bear in mind, though, not quite to the same level, but Psycho is running that 1 swipe as well. So maybe swipe with a Moonfire or something can do not quite the same job as something. And that looked like it hurt.
Oh, it did. It hurt everyone, apart from Pavle fans and Pavle himself.
Like Pavle just let off one of his patented smug smiles there as he just saw the discard, but both players kind of going toe-to-toe for some discards there.
Yeah, Psycho lost the Mount Seller on top of that as well, though, so pretty unpleasant. Worth noting as well that I think these guys are actually pretty good friends and practice partners. And actually, last year when we spoke to Pavle, he credited Psycho as being the one who motivated him and really got him back invested in the game and playing well again, because they started reviewing each Grandmaster series after it happened and really prepping together and so on. So I'm sure there is a lot of bittersweet feelings here, knowing that they are kind of directly competing against each other for those 1 or 2 remaining Division A spots.
I will say, even though the discards feel bad, a lot of these mirrors do come down to not needing those 7 drops in the game, as a lot of it is centered around the Glowfly turns, right? The turns like 5, well, the mana turns of 5, 6, and 7, I guess.
Yeah. Also, when both players are playing Starfall, though, then the game can resolve down to the point where the big 7-drop bombs do come into play. But that was Psycho's 1 Starfall, right?
Yes.
So this second Glowfly is going to be a pretty big issue. Yeah. Psycho with a little shake of the head. That's about as animated as it gets from him, but that tells the story.
He does have the Iron Bark and a Bog Beam to help maybe fight back with this board, but the problem is the second your opponent drops 1 buff, AoE buff I mean, then you're in huge trouble.
Yeah.
Although
Not to mention he only got 6. Not to mention he only got 6 flies to begin with as well. So he's already kind of behind on the trades.
If the trades come out and it's only Power of the Wild, like I said, Psycho is running a swipe though, so it could be the saving grace off the top.
That's fair.
Because Pavle doesn't actually he hasn't ramped this game. So it's not like he's going to drop a Gift of the Wild, right?
Mm-hmm.
So although Psycho's not looking fantastic, he's by no means out yet. He just needs a couple of very good card draws here.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, Pavle does have Power of the Wild and Soul of the Forest available, though.
That is true.
But it's a little bit worse than Psycho might be hoping for. He does certainly have top deck outs against small punish here, but I think the size of the punish is going to come out from Pavle. It's going to put him in a world of hurt.
He has Crystal Power as well, so he doesn't even have to directly trade all of this, does he?
Yeah, I wonder whether we're going to see Innovate Crystal or just hold all that stuff for the exotic Mount Seller. I expect we'll see it, just because this is a game-winning board already, so you can just kind of ride this to the bank and forget about your Mount Seller.
And he's also a couple of turns away. He's only going into 7 mana next turn, so it's not like he can go Mount Seller, Crystal, Crystal, and other things in the same turn, right? It's going to be a little bit slow.
I mean, absolutely. He can go Mount Seller, Bog Beam, Iron Bark, Innovate, Crystal Power next turn if he somehow didn't have a board and kept those cards.
Oh yeah, sure, because he would have kept the Innovate, wouldn't he? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it would have been a huge turn, but the point is he just doesn't need a huge turn because he has a huge board.
It's like, it's got Dr. Wild Growth right now in hand, I guess, with a whole lot of nothing going on. He can use the Wild Growth.
Dr. Wild Growth! That's what you went with. Okay, alright, I like it. It's fine.
Can cycle the Wild Growth, but one, that's a lot of mana, and two, he's already dead. He just probably doesn't even feel it yet.
Oh, he feels it, Raven. He's definitely feeling very dead right now.
I can see.
Yup,
there we go.
That's exactly how dead he feels.
Quick can see there from Psycho, the first, you can see though, some of the players with the tech cards have more game. The first Starfall could have kept Psycho in the game and maybe won it him, apart from Pavle having that second Glowfly ready. But as we mentioned at the start of the day, tech cards are the big question mark this weekend, and I feel are really separating the players, because there are some players who haven't brought any Starfalls, and they're all leaving Druid up, so they can play mirrors. And it comes down to that, basically, if you run none. So it is, I do think that although obviously it didn't look great for Psycho there, he has a good build. It's just if your opponent has 2 waves and you don't have 2 removals, that's what happens in the mirror.
Pretty much, yeah. I think the Druid Mirror, you know, when you sort of go back to the normal decks of what we were sort of seeing in week 1 and week 2, I think the Druid Mirror is one of the most turbulent matchups that you can possibly see. Like, super, super swingy, super explosive, very, like, feast or famine in terms of one player will have it and one player won't a lot of the time. And if both players have it, the one who had it first is probably just going to be miles ahead a lot of the time. So a really, really difficult matchup to, you know, kind of think your way out of in a lot of spots. And I don't think there was just nothing doing for Psycho there. Like he did everything he possibly could to try and combat what Pavle had, but just had the goods.
Yeah, and the important thing as well is that Psycho was the one that ramped, but he discarded the things he wants to ramp into, which was a little bit unfortunate as well, right? He couldn't go. Suddenly, 2 Innovates and a Mount Seller look pretty good sometimes, right? But he just didn't have the Mount Seller available, didn't have KT. So it was a little bit unfortunate the way it shook out there. But we do have more games coming up. And Pavle still has not played this Rogue. Is he going to joke on us all here and lock in Paladin and be like, ha, don't even need that class?
It's literally what I was just thinking. Like, what if the first series we see where Rogue gets left up, it ends up being the deck that's not being played? If that happens, there must be something going on, right? Where, like, Psycho's identified something, and then Pavle also sees that something, and, like, maybe the Rogue is just weak here across the board. I'm not really sure. Like, I can understand that maybe Rogue would struggle a little bit against the same, like, board flood aggressive matchups, the Shaman and the Paladin. Like, it would succumb a little bit to the same theory as the Druid does, where it can't really handle a board spreading that wide that early a lot of the time. I could definitely get down with that, but I think it's just too solid and consistent a class overall to be left up in this format.
Yeah, there's the how good just the deck / class is of Rogue right now, but also Psycho's Paladin is Highlander. So although, you know, we've seen this style of Paladin just kill someone on turn 6 or 7 before, it's in a much more, I feel, manageable chunks for Rogue specifically to deal with, because they have some of the tempo tools, they have the secret, they have some, you know, the backstab, etc. So there are ways that Rogue can fight back versus that kind of deck instead of, you know, Face Hunter, for example, or even the Totem Shaman, where the health pools are so much higher on average. So yeah, this does confuse me, but what won't confuse me if Pavle just locks in Paladin, because I feel like that's just what he's feeling right now. He's just saying, Rogue, who needs it? I'll play the fair format. Psycho does have an uphill climb, though, because even if Psycho takes a win, Pavle can choose Rogue again if he wants to, right? So even if Pavle locks in Rogue now and loses, he could just lock it in again. And 2 goes at it with Rogue in this meta feels pretty good.
Yeah, that is an important point that we don't think we've covered yet today, which is you are not, like, locked into a deck once you queue it once. Obviously, once you win with it, you've won with it and it's out of the series. But Pavle could play, out of his 2 remaining decks, he could play Rogue one game, lose with it, play Paladin the other one if he really wanted to. That's perfectly fine. All the decks that haven't won are available to you at any point in the series. It's Paladin, Raven.
I knew it! I knew it!
Oh, yes! This is the best series of Hearthstone that ever happened. Like, just forget about it. Hunter Ace vs Viper World Finals? Nah.
I'm trying to think now. is what is happening me being a prophet? Or do I just know Pavle that well? I'm not sure what's more likely right now, but Pavle has a ton of weapons in his hand. So he is playing the Murloc Paladin, so it is not the Highlander list that we were talking about that Psycho has. And these weapons, although it looks pretty slow, it's going to be okay. It's going to give him a lot of stuff going forward with these rods.
Yeah, it's a ton of value and kind of acceptable tempo as well. Like 3-mana Fiery War Axe is just kind of where the power curve is at for weapons now, right? Like this is just kind of an acceptable card to be swinging with. So it's reasonable tempo, but just in terms of just resource generation and just being able to keep going for a significant amount of time, it's pretty huge. Because if there's one thing that you can force Evolve Shaman to do, it's gas out. Like, sometimes they do just struggle if you're able to deal with 1 or 2 waves of threats that they present.
Yeah, and we can see that already, right? Stormforged Axe, good value in terms of just the amount of swings you get, and probably gets a couple of kills on some Murlocs. But outside of that, the Krunks is going to be very late to this party, and this Mutate has to do some incredible work. Even the Orc Merchant, which we both love, might not get tons of value because, okay, it can kill a 1 health Murloc. Well, I wouldn't care, he's got a million Murlocs. Good job for killing 1.
Not anymore, it can't, because Pavle can just drop Cold Lights here on this entire board to protect it from all of these trades. And now the snowball is very much in effect for Pavle, because every turn these Murlocs go unanswered, they are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, as is the way.
And I was just going to say, it's not like Psycho has 3 trades this turn, because he has to mutate. He has to mutate one of those hairs. That's why you see the attack in there, the quick mutate, and we'll see what he makes of this turn. Does have the Stormforged Axe and the 2 Orc Merchants. But the worst part is, he's spending all of this to more or less kill a 1-drop.
Yep.
Which is spending the value of the Sungirl.
He's spending his whole hand to still be behind on board. Pretty grim.
And he has nothing for next turn as of this moment in time. Obviously he has 1 card draw, but the Krunks is not playable. Pavle, just going to War Leader all the way home, isn't he?
Well, he's not going to have that much board left.
Oh, sorry, not right now, but the generation from the Rod plus the cheap Murlocs, I feel like he has the ability to just build a board, and then once he gets to 6 mana potentially, just go War Leader game.
Yeah. Because, yeah, he can now actually use the Orc Merchant for kind of its intended purpose, which I really was not doing much at all in testing, actually rushing minions with it. I was much more commonly using it to snipe my opponent with 1 damage.
Why are these Murlocs able to just value trade the board away?
I know. Disgusting, isn't it? Oh! Underbelly Angler with double 1-drop Murloc in hand. Although, yeah, spending 1 of them is fine here, because next turn you're going to go Angler, swing the weapon, Furious Felfin, Toxfin, right?
Yep. And also, it's a Reborn Murloc, so the fact that it sticks is very nice for the following turn. If he needs to pivot and maybe go War Leader instead for a trade from an Evolve target. And look at that, Galakron! As he's about to go into his Krug's turn. That is a 6-mana 6/6 for now.
Okay, never mind. Shielded Murglebot draw means that we are skipping the Felfin this turn.
Looks a little bit fishy that turn because he did give poison to a minion, then have to swing the weapon into a 0/2 totem that he could have killed off with the Reborn, but the Reborn does just die to the axe anyway, whereas the shielded Murloc bot, as you like to call it, has Divine Shields. Much more difficult to get rid of. Seiko.
Shielded Murglebot, Raven.
Murglebot, sorry.
Get it right.
Come on.
Although in honor of Dan and TJ last night, I will give it 1. McGurgle. I know you don't watch much Americas, but it was a thing. They just kept saying it over and over and over again, and it was funny because it was TJ. You get the idea.
Sounds like the overall quality of the Americas broadcast doesn't change much, does it?
Exactly.
We're bringing deep analysis and some humour. They're just saying McGurgle for 4 hours a day.
That
Sounds
was it.
Exactly right.
That was the broadcast. You nailed it.
It's good to know with everything that's going on in the world, some things never change. Galakron finally going to come down for a whopping 2/2s of rush. to try and fight back on this board, but I think Pavle is feeling it right now. It's not often you see a Murloc Paladin go, full board on turn 6 and a full hand.
Yeah, he is, but unless he has actual direct lethal this turn, it's not over, because, you know, this Galakron, sure, the rushes were nice, but the real reason why Galakron came down is because he needs Kronks to be able to come back into this game. And Kronks actually does really help him come back into this game here. So currently, Pavle has, 14 on board, plus 8 from the War Leaders, 22, plus 4 from the Oracle.
He's 3 off, right?
26.
The problem, he can go to 27, I counted. The problem he has is he has 4 Murlocs.
He has double War Leader. He has double War Leader, it's lethal.
Wait, what? Oh, I didn't even see the second War Leader in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, I had it in my mind that he had 2 War Leaders. 1 on board, 1 in hand. I didn't even see the third one. Of course that's lethal. I sound silly. If there was just the 1 War Leader to play, I was going to say, he does have only 4 minions on the board, so all the buffs would have basically added up to the same with the weapon. But Pavle takes it. Doesn't even need Rogue Sol. It's just Pavle in it.
Just Pavle. Just Pavle. What else is there to add at this point? Like, that was the most Pavle series that has ever Pavled. It was just incredible to see. Obviously, after having such a long break from seeing Pavle on camera, I think it's very refreshing to see him back, because I think, you know, as I mentioned at the closer broadcast yesterday, I think he's very good for the game. I think he's massively entertaining. I also think he's an incredibly good player. But honestly, his priorities just kind of dip in and out of Hearthstone right now, and sometimes he's not fully focused and he's a little bit behind. Sometimes he is, and he's an absolute killer. I can just only hope that if he, you know, does cash out this week with the Division A placement from winning the week, that we get to see old Pavle in Division A really making a good run at it, and, you know, shooting for that repeat world champion, which is still kind of the one thing we're missing in Hearthstone at this point.
And that's the thing, right? And one thing I want to point out for any viewers who are a bit more new to Hearthstone and maybe didn't either watch too much last year or even just pay attention to Pavle too much last year. But if there's someone you want to go back and watch some old matches of, just look at any of Pavle's tournament matches, right? Because 1, something always happens, right? Something weird always happens. But 2, he is a good player and definitely has his own ideas on the game. So he has a very unique approach as well. And when you put all that together and add in just the crazy person he is to, say, hang out with, as we've had plenty of time with him in person ourselves, Sol, you create one fantastic Hearthstone player. So I'm excited that he won. Unfortunately for Cycle there, bit of a rough series overall, but congratulations to Pavle. It is happening. We're going to go to a break while we start the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
If I would have a T-shirt with only one word and wear it an entire year, I think the word would be
Just one word.
I will put happiness on my t-shirt.
I think it would just be okay.
Hi.
If I had to wear a t-shirt with only one word, I think it would be Solari.
Happy.
Argue for more self-promotion, because why not?
Clown. Because that's just me.
Hearthstone.
Man.
Man.
What? No? Okay, there we go. That word would be man.
The word
Money. Money, yeah.
The word that would be on my t-shirt is smile.
don't worry.
One word?
One word? Oh. I'll go again.
Nearing towards halfway through the day for us here in the European region, we just saw Pavle take a very, very good win over Psycho, and he's going to be moving on to the upper portion of the group to be facing Bunny Hopper, who also had a pretty easy go of it, I'd say, Sol, in his first match of the day as well, winning 3-0 in a very quick fashion over Yala. So both these players now, someone has to lose, and if the universe is correct, Bunny Hopper's probably going to lose because Pavle's just going to get there somehow by the looks of things. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a good one, though, because the winner of this one does go through to tomorrow, which means they're guaranteed a top 4 finish. But for Pavle specifically, he doesn't need a top 4 finish. He needs a top 1 finish. He needs to win the whole thing to be able to get into that Division A next week.
That was delivered in very Pavle fashion there as well. It's one of my favourite things about interviewing Pavle, that he never says, he doesn't know the word first. He says top 1. Really
Yeah.
makes me happy. But yeah, I was a little bit shocked there at the start, just because you mentioned we're about halfway through the day. I was like, wait, yeah, we are. Hang on, I'm not used to this in the Europe region. Like, we've been really having like the long drawn out series and the long drawn out days, but this one is absolutely flying by. And part of that is just the nature of the decks that are appearing. Druids, Murlocs, Shamans. Separate things. Druids, Murlocs, and Shamans are all very explosive and get on the board quickly and end games quickly. But also part of that is just like the nature of the series that we've seen, where they've just been real blowout series as well, just extremely one-sided. So I would like to see a couple of real competitive ones get into it. Maybe that's what we're going to see now with Bunny and Pub.
Yeah, I do enjoy the fact that you deem Paladin so bad it is now no longer the class. Murlocs is the class. It's just you went Druid, Murlocs, Shamans. It's like, fair enough. Say how you really feel, Sol. But yeah, this is...
That deck sucks.
There we go. It is interesting, though, overall, how the weekend seems to be panning out across all regions, in that there are a lot of just blowout games, right? It doesn't seem like there's a lot of room for players to come back with these decks. It's very much, my deck does this one thing. If I do it, great. If I can't, I lose. And that's just very... I don't know if that's a symptom of the classes, what cards are available in general, or just the deck building that has gone into the weekend being just fairly straightforward, at least in the majority. So I do wonder that, not that we particularly need another week of this, and we are going to be moving on to round robin and more of a standard conquest format as we move on through the round robin for the rest of the season. But if we had like an extra week or so, I would just be interested to just see the alternate timeline and just see what players even built and how they built it, because I think it would look very different to what we saw this week if they had a bit more time.
Yeah, for sure. You can see now bans are in for Pavle versus Bunny Hopper, and don't worry, Raven, there is no mystery, no enigma to be solved in this one. Much more normal-looking ban strategy coming out. Pavle is being left with a Hunter as his 4th deck, whereas Bunny has the Mage, and this is a dynamic that we have seen a couple of times, and we have seen the direct matchup that Hunter has against Mage actually come into proceedings quite often. Just based on a small sample from yesterday. But I do want to reiterate, with you talking about lineup building just now, that's the part that I really do feel like Bunny has nailed, based on our testing that we put in before the fact, and also just having the opportunity, because casters always have it easy, right? We get to see all the lists that everyone submits and then judge what the brings were after the fact.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
we can kind of sit up on high and look down on everyone else. But I do think, based on all that information, that Bunny has got it pretty close to spot on in his lineup construction. And so I think maybe this might be a little bit of a tougher test for Pavle going into this series than the previous one was.
Yeah, I can see that. And also as well, the question of how much we love Pavle, I feel like Bunny Hopper is just sharper. Over the past few weeks, like Bunny Hopper has been consistently playing. He has been, he did well last week as well. So maybe he's just sharper in general. Maybe Pavle does need these blowout games, or it might be a bit of a struggle. We'll see what happens as time goes on, of course. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The Mage and the Hunter, I always prefer, obviously, to be on the Hunter side of this lineup. But I think for me, one of the problems is if the Hunter being there makes the Druid in the other player's lineup a bit stronger, because I think Druid versus Hunter is pretty good for the Druid half the time. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm still not fully decided here. It's just tough to ignore the actual matchup of that fourth deck versus the other fourth deck.
Sorry, I don't know if you saw me laughing there, but Pavle is continuing, as far as I'm concerned, to troll me, because I just looked over at my spectator client. They're playing their test game now, so they'll be starting in a little bit. And when you play a test game, you play with one of your banned classes, just to be very clear that it's a test game. It's not a real game. It doesn't count in the series. Guess which deck Pavle queued? The Rogue!
Of course. I feel like Pavle's just like not even playing Hearthstone right now. He's just like playing a different game that's above us all, and we just don't understand it as mere mortals. So we'll see how it pans out. But if he's going to struggle taking down someone, I do feel it is Bunny Hopper. Bunny Hopper is just so consistent across the board. You could probably count the misplays or even questionable plays on one hand that we've seen him make throughout us casting his career, at least. So he's so consistent. It might be a tough one to crack for Pavle here, I think.
Well, I'll take your point and be contrarian for the sake of it, because that's what I do. I think part of why Bunny Hopper is such a good player is that he understands that still, even at his level, every play he makes is questionable. And that's just kind of Hearthstone at a high level. If you think you're playing the game perfectly, you're probably bad at the game. But just because you don't understand how many decisions there are and things that could be done differently. I think the very best players are the ones who are very hyper aware of their own fallibility, which is where someone like Hunter Ace, for example, who looks so mortified all the time about even the most straightforward looking of turns, is because he understands there could always be something that he's missing that could throw away the game at any given point. And I really do think Bunny Hopper is in that same bracket. I haven't quite settled on where I think on best players in the world right now, because the GM season isn't really underway. There's not a big pile of Masters Tour data piling up along outside of Blizers. Who else is on a record similar to him right now? But I know last year, for example, I had Bunny Hopper and Hunter Ace as my two best players in the world. And then if you ask Bunny Hopper about it, he would also add Zhao from China into that list as well. So those, are players that I really, really do hold on an incredibly high tier.
Yeah, and just going off your point, which I think is a very good one in terms of basically how the good players have just constant self-improvement in mind, it's the difference between, say, an average player losing a match and going, I need to go through this match to see what I did wrong because I lost, to the good players who will 3-0 a match and go, I need to go through this match to see the things I did wrong. And there's a big difference there because, again, I think Hunter Ace was the first one that came to my mind when you were talking about it, is he will literally win a match in very impressive fashion, walk off and go, I think I messed up that turn. It's
I'm so trash,
what?
guys.
Yeah. He'll just say, I think there was this turn I messed up, I could have done this better, I could have done this better. And that really is the mindset you need to be the best. Because you can't just be like, I won, great, who cares, next game. Being able to analyze every turn and every way you can improve is how you get to the level some of these players are at. But we are ready now. I believe Pavle was just continuing to troll us and stalled us just a tiny bit. But we are ready to go into game number one. It's going to be the Hunter versus Bunny Hopper's Paladin.
Bunny Hopper there looking to make a quick entry into the T-SIP tier list. Came in at a very solid mid-tier there. Very nice entry.
Yeah, expected from Bunny Hopper as well. Just very controlled, not too crazy either way. Just the correct amount of sippage.
There's no way this catches on, does there? We should probably just give up. Yeah.
Hey, look, you started it, so I'm just doing it because I'm a good friend and co-caster.
Yeah.
Most importantly, Stormhammer plus Dragon equals good for Pavle's opening hand. Although, maybe you could argue it's one of the matchups where you would rather have a Desert Spear because of the nature of the way Bunny Hopper and Highlander Paladin is built. Is there's a lot of just awkward little minions to deal with, especially with the Murloc effect too.
Yeah, could definitely see that argument.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Love this beaming sidekick on 1 with the curve that Bunny Hopper has. It means now if Pavle does want to go like Coin Fairy Dragon or something super aggressive like that, well, guess what? Boom, Hand of Adar.
Pavle could coin out this Imprisoned Felmore and actually just get it locked and swing in a little bit earlier. He still has the Fairy Dragon for turn 2, and then can just lock in the Stormhammer. Does it look like it's was that the Fairy Dragon? Yeah, it was. Okay. Wants the more immediate board impact, but as you said, it can be answered here. Is it? I guess Hand of Adar is fine, right? I was wondering whether he needs to kill this early when his curve looks pretty good anyway, if he could just get the extra minion on board, but I guess he ends up value trading regardless, so it's fine to me.
Yeah, it's so strong. I mean, if you just play the minion there, then Pavle does the opposite, right? Pavle takes the value trade, and then you're the one in the bad spot, having just like thrown away a minion, essentially.
I actually quite like getting the minions down this turn, because something that Hunter does struggle with outside of it, a very specific Unleash the Hounds, is dealing with a very early wide board, especially when they've been pushed off with this, with the Fairy Dragon being removed so efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing to really swing the weapon into, right? And do you really want to equip weapon and either swing face or not swing? I think I'd rather have the minions on board here.
I agree. More so than that, you just don't even know which weapon is going to be appropriate here, right?
Yeah.
Like you might just not even want to use the angling rod and just skip all the way to True Silver for now. Also gives Bunny now the opportunity to just completely flood this board with pretty innocuous targets for the Imprisoned Felmore. Innocuous targets for the Stormhammer as well on top of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out whether Angling Rod +1
Let me think.
Sand Wasp, there we go, is actually better than 2 Sand Wasps and a 1/1. I'm not quite getting there. I'm not sure. Okay, so Bunny Hopper's going to roll the Murloc first, see what he gets. But what this does is just, it spends the mana in a way that he could actually just consecrate follow-up as well if you really wanted to. And maybe still have some mana to do something else, like drop the second Sand Wasp, and so on. Because it is very likely with that board that the Felmore is killable with a consecrate.
Cold Light Seer was honestly a pretty good pickup off the weapon swing. I think I'd rather see Bunny just keep developing here. I think he's way ahead on tempo and initiative. I think he gets to be the beatdown in this position as opposed to having to worry about anything that Pavle's really doing.
The consecrate makes him have to have a dragon to keep the weapon though, right?
Sure.
I think I like consecrate swing to kill the evasive, and then you can just play a 1-drop. I think that's still pretty good.
It's a compelling argument.
He's only weak to Unleash the Hounds, really, and if there's Unleash the Hounds comes down, he knows there's no 2-mana dragon to make the weapon, so the weapon's definitely not being swung for value that turn as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move quickly.
So with this play, he is going to go wide. Just take out... Oh, okay.
Certainly looks that way.
Who are we hitting today?
Just so much pressure with the Cold Light Seer and the Brazen Zealot.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, this turn is still good. It's just the Consecrate just lined up quite nicely there.
It did. I was listening to your argument. I I was unconvinced, but I was also not ridiculing, which is a very nice middle ground for you to be in, Raven.
Would you call it an argument still? Argument has quite negative connotations, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's not my fault, you know? Like, the word is still appropriate, it's just people think of an argument as a bad thing. You still just present an argument for a point. There's no emotional connection to it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you don't have many emotional connections to many things as a
wow!
robot, Subtle.
Wow! Alright,
Argue
chalk one
that.
Up. Yeah. One good Raven burn. Okay, chalk it up. Big stretch! Oh,
I'm done.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, the preemptive board building from Bunny Hopper is played out pretty well, as he has a lot of wiggle room to work with here. Does have this Waste Warden that can just kill off this Tolvir as well? But
Yeah, this Consecrate just got nutty though, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, is that any better than actually just going Consecrate for the kill? Let's go.
Get out of my game, says Bunny Hopper.
Small part of me that still thinks Pavle could win this game. Not because of his Hunter or anything like that, it's just because it's Pavle.
Yeah.
He's looking rough though, in all seriousness, and that is not the card he needs. I don't even know if there was anything realistically that was going to play out for him there to stop that. If he had 10 mana, Deathwing would have been nice, but still not good enough. And Bunny Hopper parted that very, very well, just putting on enough pressure, enough board presence, the removal at the right time, and of course the way the game panned out, that Consecrate just sealed the deal for that one.
Yeah, absolutely insane pressure from Bunny Hopper. It's very rare that you come up against a Hunter like that and you get to be that solid of an aggressor in the matchup. But really, it was the decision to just, keep his Beaming Psychic and just play it on one and then curve into Hand of Adal. Like, that's why, I think Gia on her show Mull It Over, which is about mulligan decisions and early game decisions, like, she has more work to do this week than anyone else, and more work than she's had to do in any other week, because when it's Murloc Paladin against Totem Shaman, or Murloc Paladin against Evolve Shaman, or aggressive Hunter versus Murloc Paladin, or whatever else, that the decision points are so hyper condensed into turns 1 and 3 in terms of what impacts the game heavily. That I think, her video, I'm setting it up now, and so hopefully she can live up to the hype.
No pressure.
Yeah, I think her video will be a really good watch this week.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting overall where it's one of the few circumstances where you see Stormhammer not the best weapon in the Hunter list. At that point, if there was a Desert Spear draw, that could have looked very, very different, as Desert Spear not only is good the turn you play it, but it effectively fights for the board for 3 turns straight in a matchup like that, which is an insane amount of value. And it is just the difference where normally, if you could force yourself to have one weapon in every Hunter game you queue, it would be the Stormhammer. But in these specific matchups, especially against Shaman and the certain Paladins we've been seeing, Desert Spear probably just gets more work done, and it would have opened up that game for Pavle.
Yeah, I mean, he would have absolutely annihilated that Samwas Queen and all the tokens that came out of it. The Murlocs would have been a different story because, Bunny got to immediately Cold Light Seer them, but Pavle would have found himself significantly less far behind on board. And then maybe that trickles through to on that term where I was saying, when you were talking about the Consecration, I was saying, well, Bunny should feel like he's the aggressor here because he's so far ahead. Maybe if he hasn't had as many minions stick, he doesn't feel that way on that turn.
Right.
He has to play a bit more passively, and then Pavle can find his way back into it.
Yeah, well, I think we are getting ready to go into the next game. Bunny Hopper taking a win with that Paladin means it is gone from his selection choice. He can select from Shaman, Druid, or Mage, as you can see, but he only needs to win with 3 of the different classes, not all 4. So you have a class that you don't necessarily, have to play at all, or if you play it and lose with it, you could just not queue it again if you don't feel like it in the series. So a lot of flexibility in these 4 decks instead of the usual 3 we are used to seeing with 1 ban on the end. But we are going to go into game number 2. Bunny Hopper on the Shaman and Pavle on the Shaman, but Pavle on this Totem and Bunny Hopper going for more of this Evolve style. I know you prefer the Evolve style, Sottle, but what do you like in this matchup itself?
It's hard. I will say that much. Myself and Derek did practice this matchup specifically, and I had to kind of adjust how I was mulliganing from the Evolve Shaman side a couple of times, because I was playing a list which had Stormforged Axe. I think it was Psycho's list in particular. And I felt like, oh, if I just have Stormforged Axe, I'm just winning. Like, I can just kill so many totems, they never get to stick anything. But then, Manatide Totem and Totemic Might being put on a totem immediately, as we saw from Pavle in the previous series, I started to mess with that a lot. So instead I started looking for combinations of 3 or 4 damage in hand. So like Invocation of Frost plus Orc Merchant, or Stormforged Axe plus Orc Merchant. Those kind of things to be able to deal with a much bigger range of totems. I think as long as you get a fairly reactive opening hand, you tend to do okay. And on top of that, if you're playing Blazing Battle Mage, mulligan for that card, because Blazing Battle Mage just beats this entire deck on its own if it's played on turn 1.
Yeah, I got a little bit of bad news for you, Sottle, in terms of Bunny Hopper's version. He is playing Blazing Battle Mage, and he is playing a Hungry Crab, not bad, but he isn't running any of the other stuff, right? There's no Stormforged Axe, there isn't any of the Org Merchants for the extra ping of damage that you often need/want, so he is a little bit more limited. It's a much more overall consistent deck list, but maybe not quite the answers to exactly this Totem Shaman. And Pavle, on the other hand, he's got his choice of totems, he's got the reflection, but for me, the tough part of this deck is really knowing your limits in terms of when you execute these cards.
Yeah, so in my experience, Pavle should be coining Manatide Totem with this act.
Because it does.
Says, as Pavle does exactly the opposite. But yeah, Manatide Totem requires combinations of cards to deal with from off the board. Whereas Bunny here, just, straight up Invocation of Frost, job done.
It also doesn't really leave him with a guaranteed good turn 2 either. Yep. Pavle, can't do it again, mate. Can't just just start rolling a little bit too early. Is this like he could help him out? Does have the lightning bolt if he really wants to get rid of him. That's actually super annoying for Pavle, because it's a minion that won't necessarily ever die, which is frustrating because this deck can go very wide very quickly, and you really want the specific minions you're duplicating, right? You don't want, well, oh, my 7th minion is a 4/5 that can't attack.
Yeah, that is true. Desert Hair mutate? Question mark.
Do you think he can ever just get away with the Farsight this turn because he kills off the 1/1?
Don't. I really don't, because again, it's Manatide turn, right? Like, unless you find an answer off the Farsight, you just don't have an answer to that minion coming down, and then the pop-off begins. It is also Serpent Shrine Portal turn, which you might just play into directly with the Desert Hair. You choose to go with the Mutate as well. But I think that outcome is significantly less bad for you than just landing a Manatide Totem.
I think I like the pass Mutate, honestly, and that's even with no Serpent Shrine Portal in sight, if I tried to block power in my mind. I think I like this because there just aren't many things you can do versus this, and sometimes you get the Mogu off.
Okay. Ugh. It's looking fairly yikesy for Bunny Hopper.
Yep, the hero power does not unlock Mogu as it costs him 2 mana and only reduce him by 1. So it looks like a Farsight to me, and then reassess once you've drawn that card.
Okay, it's immediate value off the Bogspine Knuckles next turn. He might even just need it now.
Do you think it comes down with the Mutate or not?
Possibly.
It's a 5-drop.
Yeah, I think if you're going to mutate, you're still going to do it on a bunny, though. It's just more of an upgrade, I would imagine.
Okay.
I see a dark future.
Oh, okay, now it definitely comes down. Get out! Bunny, this is your day, mate. Like, go out and buy a lottery ticket.
He is playing a deck with bunnies in it, to be fair, so...
That is true.
If there's every deck he's got to do well with, I should hope it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this might snowball out of control. Suddenly he doesn't even need to evolve this Mogu to make it good.
Nope. He definitely doesn't want to be swinging Bogspine Knuckles anytime soon, though, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's still fine, though, right? He could just use Evocation and Mogu this turn. Looks fantastic.
Curve into Kronks, curve into
Yeah.
Galacrons, beat him up.
How does Pavle even kill the Amet? Never mind the board Bunny Hop is going to make.
Yeah.
You would need to Lava Burst Lightning Bolt, then he's overloaded, and then dead. So I think this is already just snowballed out of control.
I wonder.
Just all his invoke cards just summon 2/7 rushes. Like, what?
It's a pretty good card, isn't it?
What is happening?
Oh, what's that? A 1-mana 3/7 rush? Seems good.
I know Galacron Shaman used to be broken. I didn't realize it was this broken. Jeez.
You are victorious.
Wow.
That sounds about right.
And that concede might, on the surface, look a little bit silly, as there wasn't that much damage represented. But as we mentioned, Pavle could not win. Like, there are cards that do not exist in his deck that could deal with that board and actually win. So even though it looked a little bit early in a general game zone, I have no qualms about Pavle conceding there, because it was just a matter of time. There wasn't even outs, were there? There's just no outs once you've lost the board that hard. It's crazy.
In reality, that concede was one turn too late. Like, as soon as I saw Ahmet into Dread Corsair, I would have been alt F4ing the client out the door on my one trip outside that I'm allowed for the day. Yeah, and then back inside and back to playing more Hearthstone, because what else are we doing at the moment?
Yep.
But yeah, that was a pretty disgusting game of Hearthstone overall, and it was honestly pretty similar to Bunny Hopper's last game with Evolved Shaman, which was also a pretty disgusting game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and the strange thing, at least just for today so far, is there are bad Evolve outcomes, right? There are bad things that can happen. They just don't happen to Bunny Hopper by the looks of things, because that has looked very, very strong indeed. And now Pavle is on the back foot. Just to mention, though, and just to remind you guys, if Pavle loses, he's not out of this yet. He'll go down to the lower bracket, which means he still has a chance. He doesn't have to get to first place in a fancy fashion and lose in the least matches. He just has to get there. So because this is upper bracket, if he loses, he'll go into lower, and then he needs to win that one.
Yeah, and same goes for Psycho as well, who of course lost in the previous series to Pavle. He is really, really looking for a top 2. He's also looking for Pavle to do badly to increase his chances of making it into Division A. But again, he is still in with a chance, because top 8 is not good enough for him. Top 8 is not good enough for Pavle. They need to keep on going. But if Pavle were to lose this, and like Psycho, neither of them are out of proceedings. They still have the lower bracket available for them to fight through.
Yep, and Bunny Hopper does have his Druid or his Mage. I've got a funny feeling he wants to lock in Mage. He does have, again, just some tech cards. The Ancient Mysteries with the Flame Ward is there in Bunny Hopper's list. He has an Acidic Swampoos as well, the Rustied Raider, the Waste Warden. I did look at it. I didn't even know that, guys. That was just a general I thought he was going to. So he is running, again, just kind of the outcome of Bunny Hopper's lineup is just a few good tech cards in there to get the job done. So I don't mind him doing this, even though he knows that Pavle has Hunter available.
And a pretty good looking opener for Bunny as well. Doomsayer plus Reno.
Keeping the box, Sol, just for that turn 6 outcome.
Oh, you know me so well. The actual debate, I think, is about the Rolling Fireball, honestly. I think that's a reasonable keep.
I think with Bunny's list, he can throw it because he has Doomsayer and Reno.
So one of the reasons why I like Rolling Fireball against Hunter is that they have these minions, you know, the Evasive Feywing, Fairy Dragon, and so on, which, you know, sometimes you can actually kill them with that as a removal spell, whereas you couldn't kill them with, you know, just about any other card in your deck. And it's often those cards that really do put a pretty serious beat down on the mage, because they're so resistant to Ray of Frost and all of those other things that mages use to buy time.
Yeah, my thoughts with that is that Doomsayer probably plugs the gap over the Fairy Dragon early on, at least, and then the Reno deals with the Feywing. But I also say having 2 goes instead of 1 at getting the Ooze or the Zephyrus as an answer to an early weapon, i.e. Stormhammer, from Hunter is a huge deal. The difference in win rate must be insane of Mage removing a Stormhammer on curve versus not, because it is the one card that can just solo the Mage a lot of the time. Early Zephyrus here from Pavle, going for the animal companion, which I do like in this matchup. Not really one you want to ramp or do anything too fancy with. You just want more stuff to throw at the mage until they die.
So, if Bunny Doomsayers and if Pavle has taken Animal Companion there from Bunny Hopper's perspective, then of course it is just a straight up 1 in 3 for the Doomsayer to bite the dust. Whether or not Pavle would be a dreamer and go for that in his position is you can decide for yourself. But I do like the curve when it goes on. Doomsayer into Twilight Drake or Doomsayer into AI even, but like Doomsayer into Twilight Drake into Solarian plus question mark on a following turn.
I do like Doomsayer here, though. There are very few bad outcomes for this. And if Pavle rips the animal companion, as he said, sometimes it happens, but you still didn't take any damage. And sometimes, well, a lot of the time, he fails. And that's insane. Doomsayer's just killed 2 cards. Just going to go for the more steady Desert Spear. And Bunny Hopper probably quite happy to see that that's the Desert Spear and not the Stormhammer, as the opposite of what I said in the Hunter vs. Paladin matchup, you really want the Stormhammer in this one.
So I am interested in the curve now. It's card draw, which is relevant because he has Dragoncaster in hand, with a dragon to activate it. So drawing cards for the scam spell is very justifiable. He can also just play small minion this turn to try and land a bit of tempo. That got less appealing because Pavle played Desert Spear here, which just kind of locks out the 3/2 straight up. Or he can just go big minion, which is coining out the Twilight Drake. But at that point, you're further away from your Reno because of the coin. You're also deactivating your Dragoncaster by playing the only dragon that you have in hand currently. So there is like a lot of pros and cons to each of the, I think, 3 justifiable plays this turn for Bunny.
I like the Arcane Intellect one because you save coin for not only Reno but also for Dragoncaster. Depending on what you got available to you. Also, because of the Desert Spear, you would rather him not swing it into a minion because that's where Desert Spear excels. I think if we saw the Stormhammer come down, it's much more likely to see the Twilight Drake because the Stormhammer just doesn't work that well versus it, and you make Pavle kind of have to have a dragon to make it valuable.
Welp.
Yep, he's getting hurt a little bit by this Huffer, though. It's a good roll from Pavle there. Is it coin time? And not for any of the things we discussed.
Well, if he coins now, he no longer has access to the Giga Scam next turn.
But he does kill a Huffer. And a 1/1.
He does kill a Huffer.
And he puts a 3/3 on board that is actually pretty solid. It would have to be like hero-powered swing, use the 1/1 or something, to kill it off. So I think I like this. This creates an awkward turn.
Always hits her mark.
And he has, even worse case, he has the Rusted Raider, right? So he doesn't...
Yep.
He can fill the gap he sort of created by using the coin now.
A Mana Saber is a pretty clutch draw here. Don't think Pavle should be Boom Pistoling this turn. Because as we've talked about before, you really want to Boom Pistol into their turn 6 and beyond. Pavle is just going to play it right now. Okay.
Doesn't want that Rusted Raider coming down. Wait, is it a Battlecry?
It is a Battlecry.
I thought it was, yeah, okay. I was worried that it's not a card I played with when I played Mage, so I'm not hyper used to it. So, yeah, I was just double checking. Oh, Rare Frost, bit of a saving grace actually here.
Yep. I would suggest that Bunny Hopper plays his playable cards this turn.
Yeah. Not all of them.
No. 1.5 of them.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
And then pinging the minion can actually end up being pretty important here. Just for Reno breakpoints on the following turn. Because, for example, say like another 5 health minion comes down here and then Pavle swings the weapon, then suddenly 1 away. You have to have a way to deal with the 3/2 in that world as well, I guess.
I do feel in Mage there is it's got to be a very good reason to ping the face over minions, even just in general, right? Almost regardless of the minions' health most of the time, right? Because it is just way more valuable to interact with the board, just because of the way the hero power works and the way the Mage decks are built right now. But there is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that 12?
It is 12.
Well,
It's a very sketchy 12 as well, because I think like 5-1 and 3-1 is actually a very common outcome of the way this breaks down, being left alive.
Reno only adds up to 10, but a box can add up to infinity.
Yeah, so I think it is just a box.
With the way Bunny's been playing and the way the outcomes have been going out for him with his Evolve Shaman, this is probably the safest box you've ever seen cast. Hey!
Oh!
Bunny Hopper sits up. He's like, oh, okay.
That gets Bunny Hopper Ray of Frost mana here as well, which is huge. Okay. Okay.
Ramp!
Okay.
Can't
execute your own minions. Shout outs to Artosis, so that one was always going. Oh! Okay.
Okay, I still think a good outcome overall for Bunny Hopper. He threw his Reno, but with this ramp, and also with the cards he has in hand, does he need Reno right now?
No. He probably doesn't need 2 Renos at this point.
Right. The only big interaction you really see a lot, and why the other Reno would be good, is just the Alex Straza from your opponent Dragon board into your Reno.
Sure. And I think now that Pavle has seen Amazing Reno bite the dust, he should probably be looking to just leave this Mana Saber stealth and try and get the ramp out of it next turn to go into Dragon Queen.
Yep. It's what, especially if he doesn't put a minion on board that's targetable, is it only Blizzard that deals with this Mana Saber? Because you can't.
Reno.
Oh, and Reno, sure. Yeah. I was saying, yeah, he can't roll in Fireball, obviously, because you can't target stealth, and that dormant minion, for realistic purposes, doesn't exist on the board right now.
You could, like, wrinkly brain a Frost Nova in Bunny Hopper's position here as well. Like, I think that would be a pretty justifiable line from him if he had it as well. He could, like, develop pressure plus Frost Nova.
Right.
Come to my aid.
Wow. So the threat of Siamak counteracts the threat of Alex Straza sometimes?
Yes.
As this
Absolutely.
is effectively a lethal setup? Obviously this depends on what comes out from Alex Straza, but the key thing to think here is, does Pavle have a choice? And I want to say no.
He went face with the attack?
Yeah, why not? He either gets Nazari or a crazy dragon, or he doesn't.
Like Twin Tyrant, maybe? Is that ever relevant? No, not really.
So did you want him
Nest
to
Drake?
Did you want him to peel? Yeah, see that's the problem, right? Did you want him to peel the shield? Do you want him to ping a 1/1?
I wanted him to hit a 1/1. That was my instinct. Just because there are a lot of dragons that like kill some stuff, but not all the stuff, right? So I think he increases his chances of dealing with the 6/6 if he kills a 1/1. And he's just not doing it. Fine.
Okay.
If you're not doing it, then you definitely go face. That just makes sense.
And to be fair, it's not like he now needs extra mana most of the time, right? Like the face attack, if he'd saved it, would have opened up a hero power with Alex Straza next turn, but he would have missed 3 damage, so doesn't matter.
Zephyrus 1 off here. Bloodlust is still max damage, right? Adds 9 plus the ping.
I believe so. What about trade Zephyrus? What about trade Mana Saber? Trade Zephyrus Arcane Explosion?
You just Reno, right? Pretty sure you just Reno.
Sure. I guess the overall point is, if you push Hunter off the board, you're going to win the game. So as long as you do that right now, Bunny Hopper's going to be looking fantastic, and Zephyrus obviously the more flexible choice to keep in hand. Honestly, I had Reno's been discarded this game and pushed it a little bit too much into my mind. oh, okay.
Straight to the dome.
Pavle definitely got no choice now.
Oh my goodness!
Well, this could get interesting.
There's no way. Not even Pavle is this much of a god, right?
Never count him out, Subtle. I cannot believe you even just muttered those words.
Okay. Alright, good point.
I wonder.
Press the button.
Deathwing, Mad Aspect, Battle Cry, attack all faces. Unfortunately, doesn't quite work like that.
He has to, right? There's no... I mean, okay, he's not technically dead on board, but...
He's not technically
he's
dead.
one off, and are you really thinking you're going to win the game being one off? Especially...
I mean, if Bunny doesn't have the damage, he has to trade.
But the problem is, if he doesn't play Deathwing, he plays a 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, it seems too weak to me. I think he has to rip it and hope.
But the thing is like, even if this goes really well for him, Bunny still just has a 6-6 Divine Shield Wind Fury next to him. What?
But it can't attack! I told you! Do not count Pavle out!
Oh my goodness.
And the Saiyan can't attack yet.
Fine. Fine.
I mean, it's still looking good for Bunny Hopper because he has a Ray of Frost and he has Zephyrus, right? And he even has his Ancient Mysteries, which... Wait, he's not played Ice Barrier this game, right? That was his last...
Let me just check real quick. No, he hasn't.
So he has Ice Barrier or Flame Ward he could get. Obviously, he would want Ice Barrier. Mm-hmm. But most importantly, he can Ray of Frost this Alexstrasza to dramatically reduce the damage.
Yep.
Pavle rips the Deathwing. Alexstrasza doesn't even look. Just gonna have a brew while Deathwing deals with the board.
What to do?
What a day!
Yeah, he can kill off the dragon. Well, the dragon, you know what I mean. The
Fairy dragon.
Fairy dragon, yeah. And this is a setup for Pyroblast, and there is no way for Pavle to heal.
Alright, yep, seems pretty smooth.
Yep, looks like Bunny Hopper, although everything looked a bit dicey for a second with that Deathwing. Bunny Hopper puts Pavle in checkmate with that one, especially with the Alexstrasza being gone. No chance of an Azari. And he's going to take the series 3-0. Is Bunny Hopper just 6-0 today?
It might be, yeah. I'm not sure if
3-0 to his previous series, right?
I'm not sure if the first series was 3-0 or 3-1. I just remember it being very, very fast. But yeah, he's certainly putting in a very dominant performance. And he's certainly kind of getting the run of the cards here as well. He's had extremely good evolve outcomes. He's had some pretty good puzzle boxes on top of that as well. But of course, that's not to take anything away from the way he's playing the game, because there was a lot of very important sequences in all of those Shaman games and that Mage game that were very much in his control. I think he handled everything very, very nicely. And in fact, it was Pavle at the end who had to kind of just let Deathwing take the wheel. Almost found a way to scam his way back into it, but because of the Ray of Frost, there was just still no win condition really available to him.
It was an incredible Deathwing, though, let's be honest. If Pavle's going to lose a series, he still entertained us, because that Deathwing was actually perfect. Didn't touch the Alexstrasza at all, and set him up for a potential way to win the game, but it wasn't enough. Bunny Hopper does move on. His day is done, and he'll be here tomorrow playing in the top 4, whereas Pavle is in the lower bracket, and he's going to face the winner of our next match, which is going to be Yala and Psycho, which are the losers from the first 2 matches of the day. Yala probably feels like he only just got off the first match. The speed we've been going today, Sol, but he's going to be back at it now with Psycho with this lineup, and we see Hunters as the 4th deck here.
Yeah, and now this is really do or die time for Psycho in terms of getting into the top division. Yala is already there. I did mention at the start he's potentially playing for the top as the #1 points earner from the Swiss rounds in Europe. But for Psycho, his spot is still very much on the line up against Pavle's and Felkane's. He not only has to win this match, he then has to win the next match. He then probably has to win the match after that as well. And if he loses any of those, he's going to find himself in Division B.
Yeah, and both these players are just getting ready to go in again. Just in terms of decks and lineups, there's not too much crazy going on here. This is probably the most consistent output of what's happened post-ban, and only in Swiss, but in the weekend as well, across most regions, I imagine, as well. And it's much more of a normal thing here. We're not going to see anything too crazy. We're not going to see the Rogue not get played, which is a weird one. But overall, it is just the Paladin, the Shaman, the Druid, and the Hunter. But as you said, the pressure is on. And yeah, I was wondering if Psycho was going to leave anything weird up for Yala, as he did leave the weird Rogue for Pavle. Doesn't seem to be the case, though. But it's a tough one. It's hard to judge the players we haven't seen on broadcast till this weekend because of the nature of this weekend being so fast and the matchups that we've seen. Like, Psycho got dumpstered, but it wasn't even particularly overall his fault. Pavle just got him in the first match of the day. So it's not as if I even feel like I can say, well, Yala's played really good over the past few weeks, so he's looking good to take down Psycho. It's like, well, we saw 5 minutes of gameplay from Psycho. Like, we can't really judge him too harshly on that, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think both of these players are, of course, great players. I was just checking Psycho's Twitter to see if he'd tweeted anything to illuminate us about what had happened in the previous series, but unfortunately he hadn't. I might have to send him a private message at some point to figure out what was going on with that Rogue. But as you mentioned, much more standard. It is standard for us. I will echo. I know a lot of I'm awake a lot more than you are, Raven, so I get to watch a lot more Hearthstone. But in Americas, we've actually been seeing a lot of Priest being played up as the fourth deck, coming out in quite a few lineups. And I know there's a little bit of variation in APAC as well as to what decks are seeing. I think we see less Hunter over there as well. But certainly in Europe, it does seem to be the Hunter that's coming out as the fourth deck quite often.
Yeah, it does surprise me as well. As I said, I feel like Hunter is in a decent spot, even with the classes that are left over. For me, it really is just the Druid that is the bit of the risky matchup for it overall. I will say as well, Yala's Galakrond Shaman is a little bit cool. It is the Evolve package, but he is running the Lurker below, which again is one of the new legendaries for Shaman, but one where I think the card is good. It just suffers from Shaman not being quite good enough to see a lot of high density of play. But it's very interesting. It deals 3 damage to a minion, and if it kills it, it deals 3 damage to a minion next to it. And then if it kills it, it deals 3 damage to a minion next to it. So it's a very interesting card. I think a card that's very cool to see played, but we just don't get to see it quite as much at the moment. So I'm glad it's in there at least. Maybe we get it today.
Yeah, it's very similar to Waste Warden, right? But more situational in some regards and less situational in other regards. Right. Because if you look at common Waste Warden setups, for example, like Glowfly Swarm, boom, same thing, right? You just deal the damage, it goes across and you deal with it. Totem setups quite often, if it's just a couple of Manatides, Manatide Flame Tongue, or just regular totems across the board. Again, similar setup to what Waste Warden would be able to achieve. But you have the opportunity to do it against things that aren't tribal. But instead it's the health break points that really make a difference. And it's one of those Defile type cards that you're going to need reps against to get in your head how to play around it in a lot of scenarios, because you are just going to forget about it sometimes when it's not fresh in your mind.
Right.
And just really get blown out by it. So yeah, I think it's a really cool tech.
Yeah, board positioning is pretty important when you put that into play. And also there's a double Waste Warden in the list. And I think that might sound like a little bit of overkill, but it's also a nod to, well, the deck is an evolved deck. So Waste Warden is a high mana cost, low statted minion, which is the general, the box you need to tick on the form you need to fill out if you want to make it into evolve as a minion. So it looks a bit over the top, but if it's ever a deck you're going to put 2 Waste Wardens in, I feel like it is going to be the Evolved Shaman.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of tech cards you can carry in Evolved Shaman, just the mere fact they're playing Novice Engineer, for example, which is just a really bad card in a lot of versions of the decks, but if you can upgrade it into a 3-drop quite consistently, then great, and that card really needs card draw anyway, so I think tech cards do kind of have somewhat of a natural home in that deck, but we're just getting word that it sounds like our Game 1 is going to be, once again, Raven's very favourite thing in the entire world, a Hunter Mirror.
Yes, it is, and I'm just checking out the list. I do recall Yala's. I believe he did play it in his first match of the day because he has the Swarm of Locust play we talked about with the Varanus. I am just going to have a quick, brief glance over at Psycho's list, if I can see it. I cannot. 1 second. Okay, talk about something else for a minute while I load Psycho's list. I have a slight technical issue on my end.
So I am curious about the way the Hunters have been built in general, because I do like seeing things like Swarm of Locusts coming into it, because again it just feels like a decent tech card. It's just big bees, right? So if small bees is good enough, then big bees probably makes a lot of sense as well. So I like the way that some of those cards have been included, And I am curious, like you were talking about the Hunter setup in Europe in general. I think that maybe this is the one thing that Europe is getting wrong in comparison to the other regions. Because again, if you break down the stats, Hunter is like crushing it across the board in terms of the matchups that are being left up. It seems like one of the highest win rate decks in the format. And yet here in Europe, it's just consistently being left up time and time and time again. For all the praise that I've heaped on Europe for the way that they're building decks and the way that they're, making tech decisions and the way that they're banning, I think maybe the Hunter being so common here is the one thing that I don't necessarily agree with.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that. The interesting card here, we did just see it from Psycho, which is the Cobalt Spellkin is in Hunter, so not only an extra dragon to protect the weapon, but also just some 1-mana cards, which when you involve tracking, arcane shot, rapid shot, or rapid fire, is it can give you some nice little flexible tools in Hunter, but also it is just extra dragon craze. Alchemist in this list for Psycho as well, but I think most importantly, at least in this matchup, Acidic Swampoos is there, so he has that double chance at getting a weapon removal.
Second time in as many series as we've seen this, just kind of low power 1-drop played on 1 against Hunter. It's just really important though to deny all those curve plays with the fairy dragons and whatever else can come down.
It's the right shape, nothing that can really just deal the one apart from a Dwarven Sharpshooter, so looking pretty good so far for Yala. This is, again, a card I like. I've been playing it a little bit in my list, but there's the 2/3 taunt is good, not only because the growing effect of its attack is whatever, but most importantly, I just think having the taunt there, like, look how good this is. It just makes the 2/1 a little bit more protected. You can protect other minions, especially the early game stuff, and it just makes your opponent just pause for a second and say, oh wait, there's a taunt here, instead of a lot of the time in the early matchups where there aren't really many taunt minions that come down. Similar effect to the injured Tolve we see a lot of hunters playing as well.
Yep, Yala's hand got very clunky very quick here though. Finds himself significantly behind. Potentially after this turn. Psycho will be delighted to see no play from Yala that turn.
Yeah, Yala's hand is pretty abysmal right now. Hunter is not often a deck in general that you can just say, I'll just stall till late game. Especially not in the mirror. Because if your opponent has stuff and you don't, you just fall way too far behind and die. Although the Scavengers is going to be very nice. That Griffin going to open up the hand a lot more. Be very flexible in taking out Psycho's play, which is probably going to be that Dragonbane.
Well, is it though? Because you know if you play Dragonbane that you're just going to get smoked by their rush minion here, right? Like,
that's true. That's true.
A better way to play around that scenario? Like, so best case scenario, they got Diving Griffin and it's a 4 health rush minion off the buff. Like, still, just playing Dragonbane there is just kind of a disaster for you, right? In terms of the trade that comes through the other way.
Yeah, in that respect, Psycho could just coin out the Spell King, get a free swing of the weapon, and also some spells that might clean up what's left over, which is reasonably likely, I think.
Still a disaster trade, though, isn't it?
It is, but what are you going to do? Just not play minions? Because that Griffin kills everything, as does, or as is often the case with Zigzag as well. So I don't think he can just go, I'll pass and wait for him to play this rush minion, because he just won't play it. And then you've got the same issue next turn, except you're a turn behind.
Yeah, I was thinking whether I could ever convince Zephyrus to give me something playable here. I mean playable immediately, but I mean give me a good card that I actually want, and just go double 2-drops instead, which is less vulnerable to the rush. It's also less vulnerable to Rotnest Drake on curve.
He could have made a Van Cleef, right? Which would have been a 6/6, which is only vulnerable to Diving Griffin specifically.
Yeah, he could. It's a good thought.
The double quest, though. It's a spicy couple of 1-drops.
Is Toxic Reinforcements a real card in this matchup?
I think so, yeah. I think the Clear the Way is the harder one, right? To actually get cooked.
Yeah, agreed. I was just kind of ruling that one out, not really thinking about it.
Oh, the kill command. Psycho wishes he could have a beast now.
I wonder.
The fires of vengeance burn bright.
Your wish is my
Going for the dash.
suggestion.
Yep.
Yeah, doesn't feel great, but can't really blame him just because he can't leave this 6-5 up and everything else was very clunky. He does have the Dragonbane with hero power next turn and a few other options to help him try and catch up from what we can see is a pretty reasonable turn with double rush. The frustration Yala has is he can't kill off this Zixor.
Victory is in my grasp.
I think he would want to, in a perfect world, trade Zixor away and then play Diving Griffin.
Sure.
Victory is in my grasp.
Still wouldn't necessarily guarantee it though, right? Presuming he's still got like a Faceless Corruptor or something left in his deck.
Is Yala playing Faceless Corruptor? Yes. Okay.
I have no time.
I wonder if he
for
just
games.
swarms here instead. That'd be that bad.
It's kind of what I'm worried about is that, like, if he plays his 2 rush minions and then, like, his 7/4 gets answered with, like, a big minion coming down from Psycho instead, Yala's kind of struggling and, like, falling back into this trap of just being reactive over and over again.
This is pretty nice, because if your opponent plays Unleash here to kill these, then cool. Half of its mana to kill 3 1/1s. Sounds like a good trade to me. And this is definitely one of the matchups where if you land the aggro Siamet, and it's even remotely difficult for your opponent to deal with, you probably just win the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Quest and Waste Warder? It's always Toxic Reinforcements because the rush, you can do it, but it's way less realistic than just a hero battle.
Yep.
Do you like the aggro Siamet?
Kind of do, yeah.
Yeah. What is the actual answer? Things have to be traded or nudged in.
Yala hasn't played his Zephyrus either, so Wind Siamat is actually threatening lethal from Psycho's position. Obviously, we can see he can't have it, but, you know, Psycho has to be scared of Zephyrus into Blessed Champion. This is pretty solid. And I was going to argue that if you go Wind Siamat, Psycho might be, you know, even if he did have Dino Tamer Brand, might be too scared to just leave it there and go face. Similar scenario to what we saw in a previous game. But Yala has this play which kind of just locks out that option completely anyway, right? So I guess this is perfectly understandable.
Yep, the issue here is Quest, Unleash, Kill Command clears the board and that's it. And is clearing the board good enough? Probably not. Maybe this is the time where he just lets go with a Dragonbane. That's very risky though. This Bone Wraith is doing one heck of a job defending this Griffin who's on its last legs right now.
Quickly.
Oof, just gonna do it. What a horrible turn. Yala taking his time over this one, but I think setting up the aggro Siamat seems really good right now.
Let none survive.
Mainly because if Psycho plays Bran and just goes to the face, well, he can just faceless with Fairy Dragon to answer it and still have his Siamat. So I thought that was a really good turn there to just drop the Siamat down. This is still a threatening turn, but I feel like this turn was only as good as it was because he got exactly offer.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I wanted to see him out for the exact same reasons. I was just about to make the same point that like now you've got the extra mana. There wasn't a 3/3 on the board that turn, which there was on the previous turn, which of course was representing extra damage. And then because he had the extra mana with the Faceless Corruptor, he just had options to just Faceless Corruptor down a King Crush.
And like I said, if this wasn't Huffer, I think the turn is so much weaker as well. I think he got away with it there a little bit. But now he's on the back foot. He could have had a Wind-Fury Tiamat right now.
Life and hope of World.
You did see the Rotnest Drake draw, though, which is potentially one of the punishes that you've always got to worry about when you do go for that solo Tiamat on board.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Oh, Unleash the Beast.
Oh, Unleash the Beast is absurd.
Yeah, very good card, and if you're wondering why it isn't really played at the moment, is there just aren't the slots there right now for what Hunter needs to achieve in the current metagame. It's too slow to be a good anti-aggro tool. You don't necessarily need the value as much because of Zigzaw and to a certain extent, Nagran Slam gets you some extra late game value. Yeah, congratulations to Yala getting the game there. A really good pick off the end. He didn't play the Tiamat, and again, I think he was still in a decent spot, but I did wonder if Tiamat was just like the soul-crushing play on that turn. I felt like he had a great big window open there for Tiamat. There is a punish for Rotnest, but I think Rotnest was the only punish available.
Well, that's what I will say is that there were some punishes from cards that obviously Yala doesn't have, and obviously we can see that. It's what we refer to as cast division a lot of the times. So sometimes when you are casting, you will get tunneled into plays. That maybe the player will just be like, well, if I do this and I get punished by this, I lose the game. But we can see that they aren't there, and I think Yala was comfortable in the position that he was in to feel like he could continue to play around things like Rotnest Drake in that position. So I think as long as the game continued to go his way and he kept control of what was a very good position, I think any of his plays were fairly justifiable.
Yeah, I think so as well, yeah. Yala taking the win there with the Hunter. And there's still a lot more to play for. And as we said, Psycho does need to win this match if he wants to keep his hopes alive going into that Division A. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next game, though. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
Hello everybody, I'm TJ. I'm joined by America's Grandmaster as well as Masters Tour Bucharest champion Eddie. There was an unfortunate incident after you won Masters Tour Bucharest where a trophy malfunctioned in your very hands and you dropped it. You dropped it.
Winner of Masters Tour Bucharest.
Really? Okay, so really...
Eddie, how you doing, Eddie?
I'm doing okay.
Today, my goal is to make sure that never happens to you again.
I improved since then already. I won the World University Cyber Games in China.
If you make it to the global finals, I just want to make sure that you are prepared. So, what I've done is I've assembled a collection of trophies. And we're going to make sure that you've dropped your last trophy. I'll need you to put on this poncho. Are you frightened?
Yes.
I don't care. And we're back. Eddie, looking good? Clothes all protected? Feeling good?
Yeah.
Are you ready to start the training?
No.
Okay. I have all these trophies here. See if you can catch some and hold on to them. You ready?
Okay.
We'll start easy. One trophy.
Okay. What are on these things?
Don't worry about it. Next one. Nice. Next one. We're gonna get harder now. 2 at a time. Let's go. Here you go. Here you go. Coming at you. All right, last one.
This one's broken.
Well, sometimes trophies are broken, Eddie. You should know that. All right, now it's time.
What are you doing?
For your final test.
What are you doing?
You know, Eddie, when you play a Hearthstone tournament.
Calm down, calm down. Don't do this.
You never know how
Don't
big
do this.
and heavy your trophies are gonna be. My training camp is almost complete.
Wow!
We are back and going to continue through the day here with this series of Yala versus Psycho. This is the lower bracket match, number 1. So it means the loser is done for the weekend. They will not be progressing to tomorrow. Not so bad news for Yala if that's the case for him by the end of this series. Quite bad news for Psycho as he does need to win this to have a chance at getting into that Division A next week once round robin kicks off. So not looking too great here for Psycho Sol as he is currently 0-1 down to Yala after that first game.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the kickoff of the series, it's a long road still. Not only does he need to win this match, he needs to win the rematch then against Pavle as well, and then very possibly one more match after that as well. Although, in the process of winning the rematch against Pavle, he will be knocking Pavle out, which is another kind of modifier to his chances, is that Pavle does not end up doing well. So it might be good enough with a top 4 at that point, but we'd have to reassess.
All right, well, let's get into game number 2. Yala on the Druid on the top doing the full mulligan there. Psycho on this Evolved Shaman, and I think we've gained the mental capacity to deal with any Evolve outcome now that happens from Evolved Shaman, because I feel like in our 1.5 days of casting this so far, we've seen all the outcomes.
Yeah, I think, Bunny's 2 out of the 4 drops that Bunny has rolled or today, which hasn't been many, have been Armet and Nosdormu the Timeless.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and you got Cho as well.
Yep.
Did he get it? But we saw Cho, and then yesterday we saw, what was it, Kargath and another Nosdormu the Timeless.
Yep.
The fires of vengeance burn.
There is a lot of spiky minions in the game right now, by which... it's a weird phrase. There's a lot of spiky boys in the game right now. No, there's a lot of minions that are just, way above the quality of everything else in an individual mana slot. When you take out battle cries and everything else and just look at the effect that they have on board. Nosdormu the Timeless, obviously with the battle cry he's statted because that battle cry is quite a big drawback a lot of the time to allow your opponent to go first. Of course, unless you're Gallon, in which case it's the absolute nuts. But then just getting an 8/8 on the board out of an Evolve is obviously insane.
Yep, whereas in this matchup, Psycho got off to a decent start, but the Crystal Power shut down his Battle Mage. He's looking a little bit slow quite now, honestly, Sol, for Psycho, which is a little bit worrying, because if there's something you don't want to be versus Druid, it's slow.
Yeah, I will say in this matchup it only really matters if they have a really powerful ramp turn into one of their 7-drop bombs, or if they have early Glowfly, which Yala has pieces of that puzzle right now. But if Psycho has a few turns, like if Psycho can get to turn 5 without anything catastrophic happening on the Druid side, which is a big ask, I know, then a slightly slower hand isn't the worst thing. Because this deck can go surprisingly long as you get access to a card exactly like that. You get the Galacrons, you can start to push things a little bit longer into the late game and still feel okay.
Yeah, and also the nature of the invoke, because of Galacron and Shaman, means that the 2/1s trade quite nicely into a lot of the Druid minions, keep it in check a little bit. But as you did mention, Yala has access to all of the ramp in the world, but nothing to actually ramp into as of yet. And funny enough, I'm going to go for the Wild Growth and not try and get one of these Overgrowths out.
Suddenly, Psycho's hand looking fantastic.
Yeah, these are the games we've seen Druid lose the most, is when their initial board is actually already beaten on board by the Shaman, right? Even if it is just a board full of 2/2s. Or, 2 attack minions, should I say.
Overgrowth does activate his Bog Beam immediately here, so he can choose to snipe here if he wants. There is the Bog Spine Knuckles to be worried about if he wants to take the 4-drop off the board.
Could also innovate the Wrath, but I think that is a little bit overkill. My only worry now is Yala really needs to draw a very exact collection of cards.
Yes.
Or one of an very exact collection of cards, i.e. card draw or arguably a Mount Seller. So part of me, it's tough, right? Because Innovate Wrath can get him to Mount Seller a bit quicker, or get him to the Overflow a bit quicker. But Innovate Wrath means that if he does get Mount Seller, it's worse. So it's just a weird kind of mental gymnastics you have to do to work out which is actually better for the outcome of the game.
Yeah, there's also a problem here in just like spending a Bog Beam even just like cuts away Glowfly Swarm as a direct top deck. It's just not really that impressive anymore, like barely better than Force of Nature.
Oh!
Well.
Okay. I think it is, right?
I think you just keep invoking.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I know that Knuckles isn't the most impactful thing in the world that turn, but I just wondered if getting it equipped so then you can guarantee a Shield of Galakrond into evolve the next turn.
I'd say you're all but guaranteed a Shield of Galakrond into invoke doing it this way round. Is the Druid gonna kill a 4/5 this turn? I really think.
Diving Griffins!
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
But it was the Swarm that was drawn.
Yeah, and you see the problem, right? Like, with an extra Bog Beam in his hand, great. Like, a 5 minion Glowfly Swarm, okay, it's competitive.
And then a Bog Beam.
Yeah, right. We can see that, Yala would have got, Giga punished if he had left up the 4-drop with the Bog Spine Knuckles.
Is this when the dream... Well, you could Sludge Slurp it into Faceless, into Mogu, into Knuckles, right?
What?
What to do?
If he Sludge Slurpers and gets Faceless...
He's already spent 2 mana on play Knuckles.
Oh, wait, of course, yeah. I was getting too excited about the Mogu.
Also, it doesn't matter what the second lackey is. The Mogu costs 0 after the second lackey anyway.
I think that's why I was getting confused with the mana costs. I'm going to be quiet and let this turn play out.
I'm just done. I'm just going to stop saying things now.
I've seen too many crazy things in the last day and a half, Sol, okay?
Yeah.
It's getting to me.
No, serious points, though. I think Psycho is playing this very well. I think the Knuckles were a bit of a bait the last couple of turns, and Psycho has dodged that bait very, very nicely. Just continue to kill everything Yala plays. His invoke minions are just so efficient because of the 2-1 rush that comes with them. His board's his board is only getting bigger every turn as well. Like, that's the real big point, right? Like, it's not like when he bogs by Knuckles, he's going to run out of minions.
Yeah, and when you play... This is why I like Galakrond. The form of Galakrond Shaman versus Totem. Whether that's
form of Galakrond Shaman!
Just because it is one of the things we talked about where this pocket meta changes deck tiers, right? Because this feels like a Druid killer. Obviously, this game is unfortunate because Yala didn't get any card draw, so it looks worse. But you could just do the maths, right? The deck that summons rush 2 attack minions is good versus the deck summons 2 health minions that don't rush. So it just feels like a good deck versus Druid. And it's why I mentioned I like the form of Galakrond Shaman over the Totem, because if you know you're never going to ban Druid in a million years, well, it's always a good matchup you can run into. Even though that's bad, it's still good, right? Yeah, I was going to say.
It's not that bad. It's pretty medium. Obviously, Ancient Watcher
I just mean you got 2 bad ones.
Yeah, Ancient Watcher is a huge whiff, but he mouses over the name of the card. Dragonmaw Skystalker is obviously huge for a 6-drop here. Like, something with a Death Rattle. Egg on the 2-drop is pretty great as well.
And Vincent Phoenixman, not really too great there as a 1-3.
Vincent Phoenixman. What?
And there we go! Psycho wins the game number 1.
No. We're gonna go back. How by any standard is this 3 phoenixes in a trench coat?
Because it has 3 health. No? That's what I was going
yourself, Raven.
Never. It was a throwaway
makes no
comment.
Sense.
Jokes always don't have to make sense. Anyway, okay. Psycho 1-1 now versus Yala, and one thing I did not see happening this weekend, so I don't think really anyone predicted too much, is I feel like every game we see is just a blowout. It's like we talked about earlier. Every game and every matchup feels, no matter what the matchup is, no matter what the decks are, this mini meta that's been created for this weekend just seems so one-sided and swingy that any player who gets ahead with one strong turn feels like that's just the game, and we see that not only in the results of the games, but in the game length of the series overall, because these are not going that long, are they?
Yeah, it's a problem. I think. Well, okay, so this doesn't really apply to like the Druid games, like we just watched. Druid's problem is that it just gets beaten up by a lot of these sort of mediocre board-based decks that aren't good enough to compete against everything else. But a lot of the blowout games are coming from the place where the good decks in Hearthstone right now all draw a ton of cards, which increases the consistency of those decks a lot, because, you know, Battle Rage draw your deck, and that's fighting against Druid, which is overflowing and Fungal Fortunes and drawing its deck. So if you're, you know, not quite in the game in the early game, you can still draw a ton of cards, get your game plan together, and if it took you a little bit long, maybe your game plan's like strong enough to pull you back into it. The common denominator between basically all of the decks we're seeing here, Druid accepted, is that they just don't draw that many cards, right? Like, Shaman doesn't really have card draw unless it's duplicating 4 mana tide totems. The Evolved Shaman's only playing like a couple of Novice Engineers, sometimes Farsights instead, like really not a ton of card draw. Hunter, no card draw, as you love to bang on about at any given opportunity. So what that means is if you sort of draw a bad opener and your opponent has a better opener, that's just your lot, you know? Like, you play those cards and they weren't good enough, so your opponent just blows you out.
Yeah, that's really true. And outside, as we said, of Druid, which does have access to card draw most of the time, such as now for Yala, so already looking a little bit better than he did last game, it just does have that sort of dead point of the first few turns for a deck to build up some board presence. And Psycho doing a good job of it so far with a 1 and 2 drop here for his Hunter. But a bit of a gap to fill going forward for him.
Yeah, and Yala with a much more promising looking hand was available previously. We might just see this Waste Warden put in some work. I am not going to clarify that statement, by the way, as every caster has done up until this point. I'm just going to trust that you smart viewers at home understand what Waste Warden works on and what it doesn't. I believe in your intelligence, dear viewers.
Mistake number 1. Having the Mount Seller available already with Overgrowth, and then the selection of 0 mana cards and cheap cards that will be live as well at that point, is looking really good for Yala. That maybe he skips the Glowfly, so the Waste Warden will not get at least immediate impact that would get on a slightly slower game from the Druid player.
I think that Animal Companion gave Psycho at least a decision this turn. Without that draw or another similarly playable card, I think this was always the line, but the Animal Companion just maybe gave Psycho some motivation to hold on to his coin. But obviously this is a very strong development turn nonetheless. Now means if Glowflies do come down, then Psycho can just Waste Warden, blow through all of it, smash hard.
That's it, right. It's not only dealing with the board. Hunter cannot do this forever. So they need to not only dodge the big boards and deal with them, but they need to push damage and finish the game quickly, because as we've seen, Druid right now, as we mentioned earlier, is one of the few decks that can draw a lot of cards, which means it's going to outpace and outvalue the Hunter in the long game.
And serious point, here's the one people don't talk about a lot. I mean, it's come up at some point in every region, right? Where it's like, oh, Waste Warden is good against Druid. No, it's not. It doesn't kill Tree Ants. Well, it still kills Glowfly Swarm. No one mentions the Mount Seller. These are all beasts too.
That's true, yeah. It's because they're always diving Griffins. They've done their job.
Yeah, no. Yeah, fair point. I know better than to argue with the idea that everything is a diving Griffin out of exotic Mount Seller. Is that Ironbark even just like a weird play around Waste Warden in some way, or is he just trying to protect his Mount Seller more from the stuff that Psycho has on board? Probably the latter, right?
Yeah, the Mount Seller just dies to the Faceless, right? And even if you then taunt it, it means it just dies to the weapons X. I do like overall just Yala. I'll say going all in on this Mount Seller has a slight exaggeration, but you know what I mean, like the Crystal Power, just everything going in to make this as big a turn as possible, because he has the Overflow, no fancy ways to activate it for 0, i.e. Kalthaz, but if he can get this off a little bit freely, it puts him in such a great spot for the rest of the game, because again, as I mentioned, he will have cards, and soon Psycho will not.
Yes. Rottnest Drake, very disappointingly inactive at the moment. Because I think I would take my odds on that snipe over the Waste Warden here if it was a possibility.
Waste Warden, definitely not a horrible substitute though right now. It does make pretty much everything but the Mount Seller die, and if Yala has just played that many low-cost spells, how many more does he even realistically have?
Well, he does still have a 5/8. That's a problem.
A warden always hits.
Psycho's got CMS.
Okay. And look at this trade. This trade hurts me. Ugh. No one wants to make that trade. Yeah, Yala's Ironbark positioning did actually end up super well for him in the end.
Yep. Even gets to trade and a freebie heal on the Mount Seller. Any zero cut? Oh. Again.
Yep. Where's your Waste Warden now, dummy?
Again, no great reason for me not to Ironbark here.
I think I still like the Ironbarker not Mount Seller plan though, because there's still like Swarm of Locusts. You're a little bit worried about coming down here.
Contradictions.
Also, Zephyrus as well, right? You want 2 awkward targets instead of 1?
Yeah. So the +1 buff is okay. Yeah. If you were making like another 5 attack minion, you're going into like Zephyrus Shadow Word Ruin right now,
right?
Which would get a bit awkward, but yeah, it seems fine.
It's just that now if it's like Zephyrus Death, oh, how does he deal with the rest of it? Whereas obviously if you went big on the Mount Seller, a Death deals with most of the threat.
Yep.
You like this? So now with the trade, and then the Swarm and the Swing, there's a lot of one attack single like 1/1s going in here, but it's just not enough, is it?
It's 9 damage of clearing power, 10 damage of clearing power. Yeah, it just doesn't. It doesn't even kill all the auxiliary beasts this time. Even worse clear than it was last turn.
Yala is getting probably the most value from a single Mount Seller I've ever seen in any game. I'm not even exaggerating here. I think this is the best Mount Seller I've seen.
Really?
In terms of just turn after turn value, normally the Mount Seller does its job.
It's only been 2 turns, Raven.
Okay, well, but honestly, most of the time, Mount Seller does its job, and then it dies. Or it does its job, and then the player just like savage rolls or someone concedes if they can't kill it.
Okay.
Because this is just Psycho holding on, but now it's going to be another wave of minions from Mount Seller.
When you only have 3 digits or less in your legend rank, Raven, people probably care more about games and concede less easily.
Would not know.
He just fesses up to it.
How
no comeback required.
I tweeted out my legend rank.
I know. I really enjoyed your legend escapades.
It's fun, right? That's what I like to do, so I like to create a narrative and not just be like, I'm good. Full stop. That's like your tweets. Look at me, I'm cool. Done. I like to create a story. Take the viewer and reader on a journey.
Hold on, that did actually sound like quite a bang. What did you say? Look at me, I'm cool, full stop. Alright, nice.
I think I said good, but...
Oh, good? Okay.
Yeah. Is that the tweet?
That's the tweet.
Okay.
Sands of time run
That'll be
low.
funny in 15 to whatever minutes to delay them. Ooh. The big prime discard, the KT discard. Still, Yala in a pretty good spot. He gets to shuffle in another prime at some point. Or maybe not, if he just wins. Solar Forest coming down to secure this board. And I think all the locusts in the world, even though there are probably many of them, are not going to be enough to face down the irony that is Hunter getting beat up by a Order Beast. Bit of a clap from Yala. I think he feels good about that one, doesn't he? With the beating he took earlier on in the day. I think it's just nice for Yala to think, like, right, okay, I can win the series today, move on, make it to another final day of the week here for Yala.
Yeah, but now Psycho very much dangling over the precipice, staring down at the pit of despair that is Division B, because he needs to win this series. We keep on hammering it, but it's very, very important. And there have been lots of ifs, buts, and maybes leading up to this point, but it's now starting to crystallize to the point where it's just very definitive statements. Players have to win, and they have to not lose, and Psycho is currently in some serious trouble.
Yeah, I do feel like with the way not only the players, ourselves, and everyone are talking about the difference between Division A and B, when we come to cast it and show it and produce it, we should have just different music, right? There should be very just downtrodden style music being played out. Maybe the graphics change just a bit more dull. And I don't know. I think everyone could look like maybe look like TJ does when in his bit with Bloody Face. Get the eyeliner out, get the longer hair, and that's what everyone has to look like when they play in Division B. And Division A is just all smiles and fun. It's not that bad. It's just a little bit. Well, it's a bit worse, but it's not that bad. Is my main point here.
Raven, I'm just trying to build a narrative. God, remember how this works?
We told you that's my job.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You just say you're good. So Yala does have his Shaman and Paladin left, which means he does have to win with one of the arguably worst decks. But I do think, again, I think the forms that Yala has chosen for I don't know why I keep saying forms today. That's just my thing. I'm going to run with it. Of these classes are actually on the better end of the scale than saying Murloc Paladin, Totem, Shaman, Cross Fingers, which I feel like a lot of the players.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And we see Yala now bringing out his Shaman, which is another Galakron Evolved Shaman, much more common as we've been seeing in Europe, as Raven was saying. Europe as a region does seem to have dodged the pair of decks of Murloc Paladin and the Totem Shaman, which I'm very much in favor of, because I think those decks are very bad, and I think we could do very well to avoid bringing them.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Just going to check out one more time for good luck, just to see Yala's Shaman. Yeah, it is pretty much just Evolved Shaman. There are the double Waste Wardens we mentioned earlier. There's the Lurker below I mentioned as well. But other than that... Oh, okay. I guess double Stormforged Axe as well. So there's quite a lot of tech in this list. But still the core of it is get those minions out and get them evolved. Maybe Swampoos is a consideration because of that Stormforged. And
yeah,
just the fact it runs Bogspine anyway.
Yeah.
Quickly.
I definitely don't think the other two cards are that key to the game right now.
No, I would tend to agree. I was going to say the argument for one of them would be Spellkin potentially, because then you have like Zephyrus into Wild Growth into 5-drop curve. Seems pretty reasonable. You kind of like these.
It feels weird not to take Ooze when there are 4 weapons in your opponent. Well, 5 if you count Galakron in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, 2 of which are like incredibly impactful, right? Like just, you know, the game plan of the deck revolves around these weapons. Curve does make sense.
Curve could have made sense as well. In hindsight, Battle Mage and an Ooze this turn would have looked pretty good.
Yep.
There's the Lurker below. In hand, not going to get so much value right now, of course, a little bit far away, but still. It's there as spot removal. If Yala chooses so.
You can see why Stormforged Axe has never really found its place in the metagame. It's an effective weapon, but like, just look how brutal it is to Yala's game plan here. Because the Overload just means, like, without the Overload, he's just Desert Herring this turn, hoping that, you know, 2 of them stick, maybe, and then boom, Bogspine Knuckles, off we go. But that Overload...
Yeah, not fun, is it? I was wondering if there's ever a reason to go for the far sight, but again, that's just slow anyway.
You just can't coin, I don't think.
Didn't choose to swing either. He does have a lot of charges of weapons to get through, but the one thing to keep in mind is Bogspine Knuckles is 5 mana, so it's not like, oh, I'll just swing with Bogspine no matter what, then equip the next one. There's a lot of investment, not only in durability / time, but also just a mana investment in any given turn. So I don't think I definitely don't dislike him not swinging here.
A simple
Max value. Rapid fire. be able to take out those bunnies.
Yeah, Psycho does give up his Dragon Activator for the Rottennest Drake there by playing the Spellkin first.
Do you think that's reasonable, though? Just because it's not often against Evolve Shaman you have a very consistent Rottennest anyway?
No.
I think the only thing maybe to consider was should he have Rottnested instead of Spellkind. I think I actually like that more.
A warden always hits her mark.
Good recognition from Yala. I think that he just needs to keep the board for as long as possible. Obviously, you could just sit back and hope that you're going to get, like, you know, multiple dragons out of Waste Warden or multiple beasts out of Waste Warden. I think just jamming it there is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, if your opponent's got multiple dragons, you're in bigger trouble than a Waste Warden can probably handle anyway.
Probably true, yeah.
Specifically against Hunter, right? Dragons are quite chunky. Shoot it enough times and it will die.
Finally, we're seeing a Crazed Alchemist get value, Raven. Look at that! The nuts!
It took us 20 years, but we got there.
Yeah.
But now, oh, if only there was a coin, the lurker below. Oh. Is this just a preemptive Hogspine?
You're gonna get Dino Tamer Brand so hard if you do that, though.
Is Yala going to get Dino Tamer Brand hard regardless, is my question then.
Yes. Yes, he is.
There's no good way you can prep for it, right?
No, but I think that's what he's searching for. I think that's what this time is being spent on, is can I ever be in a position to deal with Dino Tamer Brand next turn? I think the answer to that question is a resounding no, though.
Of course you can. Lurker below and the swing of the Bog Spine. And then an insane evolve.
Wait, what's happening?
My point being, it's going to be far-fetched if he actually wants to deal with an AA next
I
turn.
see. It's going to need to find some way to evolve into a walking fountain next turn or something, which doesn't look very possible.
Nope. So I guess the plan might be evolve into taunts next turn instead?
Yeah, I think he just got Knuckles and hope he doesn't have it. I think that's the real plan. We obviously can see that he has.
The kill command as well is making this look pretty good for Seiko. It opens up so many different outcomes now. Unleash, kill command, you know your opponent wants to go wide. And now does Yala actually save this for afterwards in terms of the Corsair? He can draw, he can still play the rabbits. The hares, I guess. And follow up with a Corsair as a taunt if he needs it.
Blood and plunder.
Oh no, okay.
You are victorious.
Nope. Not going to be good enough. Yala went for it, but that was too much to handle there as Seiko just pushed him down. But this is one of the issues you have when some of your answers are a little bit slower. And this, again, is probably a reasonable display of why Evolved Galakron Shaman is a little, like, not quite strong enough. It's got insane turns. We've seen it previously today. We've seen some of it yesterday. But Bogspine Knuckles, the key card, is a 5 mana and a lot of the time not do much that turn because you have to have some level of either setup or wait until the turn after when you can swing it with a live effect. So it's crazy. I wonder, it wouldn't have helped, right, if he just swung the Knuckles anyway the previous turn. I wouldn't have done it because he swung the Stormforged Axe, right?
He didn't have any minions.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just as a weapon was my point. But he'd already swung the Stormforged.
Oh no, it was like a 2/2, a 2/1, and a 1/1 on the board or something. It was
I was just double checking because I think something that some people might do sometimes is always try and save it for minions when you could have actually just use the first swing to soften up the board and have a safer, like, evolve turn then, but not in that instance, so I'm not taking anything away there from Yala. But it is even 2-2, and Psycho might see some light at the end of the tunnel, as he only needs to win one more game to stay alive in this series, and he wasn't looking too great beforehand, but now he can pick his Druid if he really wants, but I think he might be on his Paladin here, because we've seen some of the trouble Druid can have versus slightly quicker decks. And I don't know if it's got it versus the Galakron. We've seen it with those Rush minions. It just doesn't seem to do that well.
Yeah, specifically against Evolve Shaman, it just seems like Druid is an absolute disaster. So as weird as it sounds, maybe the Paladin is just his best deck here, but it looks like he's actually going to be going Druid here. So Yala, no great surprise, sticking on his Shaman. I think this is the matchup that he wanted to see, and we've seen how quickly the Shaman curve can beat down the Druid in this matchup, but this is what Psycho is betting his potential slot in Division A in this year's Grandmasters.
Yeah, most importantly there, most of the downsides we've seen of Druid today at least is just a lack of card draw, but Fungal is in hand ready for Psycho, so he can at least cycle into some cards very quickly in the game.
True. He does still have to survive the curve though. Like, I don't know how much drawing additional cards would have helped some of the Druids in the previous games when the board was just, growing every turn, from 2/2s and 3/3s, and then suddenly the 4/5s start coming down, and every time they do that, they're rushing into your minions and killing them off. Like, it's just such an efficient way to beat down Druid, to, like, pick apart what Druid tries to do.
Yeah, I think it might be just one of those things where the Druid needs to build the big board and have some of it stick, because once they push the Shaman off the board once, they probably keep hold of it, just because the Druid has access to more resources in total, or quicker, should I say. So I think maybe that's just the way I foresaw it was, if they have more cards, they've got some more removal and some more board building, whereas the Shaman, as we mentioned earlier, isn't drawing tons of cards, so if you push them off once, it might be enough.
That's fair.
I will act as your
That is a very cheap Shield of Galakron there.
It is.
Already not looking fantastic, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Yala has chosen to play a little bit mana inefficiently there, as opposed to just, dumping his 4-drop on 4, because of the Starfall inclusion that Psycho does play. So if he'd have played the Devoted Maniac, it would have just been a clean Starfall everything. Now Psycho can either clean up the little guys or just shoot the 4/5 for 5, but either way, it's a much more resilient board against Starfall.
What?
And he knows if Glowfly Swarm comes down, he's laughing his way to the bank. That Waste Warden in hand.
And this Starfall, I think, has to be the wide variant, as opposed to the Shield of Galakron, because he has Bog Beam, he has other ways to just deal the rest of the damage. There's a slight fear of Knuckles here, but also I think the fear was similar. Even though the minions would be smaller, they would be numerous. So Knuckles were a problem anyway. It's going to be played now as it comes off the top with the help of Dread Corsair.
He's just at 12, Raven.
And
that's 12.
Two fairly solid minions, right?
Yep. He's at
not
12.
Not mind-blowing, but...
And there's 12 in play. You just beat them up. Like, what has Yala done? He just played a curve of minions.
Well, not got much for you now, Sol, I'll be honest.
So,
Innovate,
Psycho does still have, Kael'thas or a Mount Salaturn available to him if he wants to go that route, but again, he can't activate his Iron Barks and Bog Beams, no matter how much extra mana he gains. Yeah, exactly. No Overflow, no Glowfly, no way to really pop off with Kael'thas.
He needed one more mana, Sol. Why has Druid never got enough mana?
Yeah, can we print some more ramp cards, please?
Can we get that Druid just one mana? Just straight up Bog Beams.
Yikes.
For 3.
Double Waste Ward? Double the power, double the storm, double the Waste Warden, apparently, for Yala right now.
Oh, not bad.
Those are big.
That's just game, innit? Psycho didn't get to play this game of Hearthstone, but I will say that's sometimes what you get with this druid deck. You do very little for the first few turns, and if there's not great board building in the mid slash.
Hang on.
Addicted to it.
Am I counting him out?
Yes, you are.
There's only 3 spells, though, right?
No, there's not. There's 4. Coin, Innovate, Glowfly Swarm, Ironbark, Power of the Wild, Gift of the Wild.
I didn't look at it this way, actually. Yeah. Aren't I silly?
He makes the Giga board this turn.
Time waits for no one.
Wardens.
Yeah, they are quite big, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, I actually... What was I looking at here? Did I look at Solar Forest or something? I don't know. I missed something here, but this is a very solid turn, a very solid spot by Psycho.
Devoted Maniac and the minion that comes out of it rush as 3/3s, but Waste Warden definitely has that covered in terms of damage to the board, yeah. Although using Devoted Maniac, you could take care of the Kael'thas, but is the Kael'thas your number one priority right now? You might just say you don't have Overflow, therefore I don't care about your Kael'thas this turn.
Yeah, I think the Waste Warden as well makes the other trades decent. Not super clean, but decent. Didn't matter that it hit the Raven, since the Raven's going to die if it trades anyway.
Yeah.
Like, this... like, activates the 2/5 more, you know. Get a clean trade there, the 4/2 goes in. Does he just kill them all off and say, well, okay, trade GK to this?
I think so, yeah. I think you just let him have Kael'thas. Just say you don't have Fungal Fortunes or Overflow, because I would have seen those.
Or does he leave it up and trade into the Kael'thas because he has the second Waste Warden?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, that's actually smart. I didn't think about that.
Now Psycho's crazy swipe. Not exactly the most common card in Druid at the moment, but he's going to very cleanly deal with this board if he wants to play.
I supply only the
She's going to sell Mount Seller. What a weird game of Hearthstone. Was this just insane from Psycho?
Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think he is now ahead. As weird as that might seem to say for some viewers watching, I think he is definitively ahead right now.
And funnily enough, because of Psycho's turn, it also led to Yala not needing to Waste Warden or wanting to, which means he has Waste Warden for the Mount Seller board. It's just a weird sort of swings and roundabout way for the players to sort of constantly counteract each other.
Yeah. Oh! Oh no! Bunnies, no!
Bunny Hopper, if you are currently watching, look away now.
Yep.
Your best mates are going to get wrecked. Even the Crystal Power's good, he can heal up. Making that a little bit safe. I think that's more valuable than just trade the Mount Seller.
Oh, when it rains, it pours, Raven. Instant Mukla.
Well. Galacrond or bust?
Looks about right, yep.
I guess.
Galacrond is all the way up. He's invoked 5 times, I think, so off the top he'd get the huge 8/8s, he'd get lethal damage over 2 with the weapon swinging face.
I guess he has 2 turns for Galacrond, right? Because that was only 14 Psycho 0 cards in hand. Which means it's likely survives for 1 more turn.
It's fair.
Ironbark. Not card draw, but it is a taunt wall and an extra minion in the way.
If you put it on the Mount Seller, do you stop the 2-turn lethal setup from Galacrond? No, you don't. So yeah, okay, I like this.
Also, if you put it on the Mount Cellar, it means that the rush minions get to it as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. So you make the 9 health, the rush minion hits into it, but then also like your extra token from the hero power can just rush into it as well and finish it off. The daggers, the claw still gets to go face.
Wow! What a game! That honestly looked very, very over for a long time for Psycho there, but with some extremely solid play.
You are victorious.
He manages to survive. He is going to be still in the tournament so far and still has a chance to book his spot in Division A, whereas Yala is done. It's always a shame to lose and to be done in a negative way and be knocked out, but Yala is and already has a spot in Division A, so he's still going to be feeling probably pretty positive in general, right? Again, no one likes to lose, but he's already done his job. He's already done fantastic for the first 3 weeks of Swiss in Grandmasters.
But again, confirming once more, now and forever, that Hearthstone has the best scriptwriters in the business. The two players with everything on the line in this group, Pavle and Psycho, do end up clashing in the decider matchup exactly the same as we saw yesterday in Group A, where it was the exact same story at the end of the day. The two players still fighting for that Division A spot were against each other in the decider matchup. So Psycho now has a chance to get revenge for what was probably the dumbest series we've seen all week, at least in the European region. Pavle against Psycho take 1. So see if he can do decidedly better this time around.
Yeah, that was the key point. If you have tuned in a little bit late and missed some of the early matches, one, go and watch them. They were actually very funny. But also, Psycho pretty much did not get to play the first match of his day because Pavle just steamrolled him. It wasn't even close. And again, taking nothing away from Psycho, I think then even that game displayed his ability to just see the lines very quickly. But he just had nothing to do. He died versus Pavle 3 times. So it was very, very rough, but he gets that chance at that rematch. So that is going to be looking pretty good. I believe we are going to be going to a break just to give them a couple of minutes to get ready for the next game. So we'll be right back with the final match of Europe. But remember, there's America's going to be happening after us as well. So we'll be right back with Pavle versus Psycho round 2.
첫 질문. 넌센스 같은 건 아니죠?
あんまり他のサブカルチャー的なこと言っちゃダメなのかな?
지금은 몇 년도입니까? 라고 물어보지 않을까요?
いや、ワンピースを完結したって言おうと思ったんだけど。
现在有没有时光机可以回去？应该会问有没有东西可以吃吧？感觉应该会很饿。
배고파요. 밥 어디 있어요? 지금은 몇 년도입니까? 라고 물어보지 않을까요?
もし100年間凍っていて質問するとしたら、ちょっと自分が好きな漫画で完結の見通しが立ってない漫画がちゃんと終わったか聞いてみたいですね。
100年間の眠りから目が覚めたら、リロイがスタン落ちしたかどうか聞きたいです。
Is Hearthstone still alive?
We are back with the final series of the day, and it is going to be a rematch. It's going to be Pavle versus Psycho to decide who has a chance at getting into Division A and who does not. The loser guaranteed to Division B, I believe, and the winner not guaranteed to Division A, but they still have that chance. Earlier on, Pavle destroyed Psycho in a very quick 3-0. Not really giving Psycho too much to do in that previous match, but hopefully, I think for Psycho's sake, he's wanting to play some Hearthstone this time round.
He is, yeah. It was really, really unfair last time around in just how much of a beating Pavle gave him. But just on the subject of, win conditions for these players, now that we're not doing this for like 6 different players, I'll give you exact specifics of what needs to happen here for both these players. Pavle, very simple, needs to win. Full stop. That's it. Needs to win the entire week. Top 1, as Pavle would say, and then he is qualified. Anything else is not good enough. He'll find himself in Division B. Psycho, bit more complicated. Top 4 is only good enough for him if 2 additional things happen. 1, Pavle does not make the finals. He guarantees that by winning this match, so you can chalk that one off. If he makes top 4, that's dealt with already. The other one is that Boston is not in the finals, and Boston is a player who is still in our top 4 for tomorrow. Psycho will not play him directly, as they were both lower bracket qualifiers coming out of the group, so he won't have that chance to take it into his own hands. So he just needs to hope that Boston's opponent beats him, and he is able to go then all the way through into Division A with a win here.
Yeah, so very tricky overall, but again, as the players do get narrowed down, and especially tomorrow, we'll have a very straightforward outcome of what happens for you guys. But yeah, as we get closer, it's going to be a bit more clear. Check out Pavle's Druid list that we've seen a little bit earlier on. There is the Ysera Unleashed that we've seen to have some pretty great effect yesterday in the match we cast. But overall, just your solid general Druid list, the double Starfall, the big key point for this weekend, in my opinion. Something.
Yeah, few too many one-offs for me to really jam with this deck. 1 Gift of the Wild, 1 Forest Aid, 1 Wrath, 1 Savage Roar, 1 Soul of the Forest. That's a lot of, it's a lot of different spells that do slightly different things that I think when you have such a targeted metagame as you do right now, you can probably siphon that down to some 2-ofs that you want to be playing. But I do understand in a deck like this where you draw so many cards, there's more of an argument to be playing some 1-ofs because you see those 1-ofs a lot more often. If you get to play with all 30 cards in your deck anyway, it doesn't matter really how many 1-ofs and 2-ofs you have because you get to see them all anyway. So I'm not going to go in on it too much. Psycho, on the other hand, taking a look at his Highlander Paladin now. Again, very, very pleased to see that Europe has had the sense to stay away from Murloc Paladin pretty much overwhelmingly, at least through the players that we've seen in top 8.
Yeah, I will say, though, there's a slight difference we've seen between some of the Highlander Paladins. Some of them are going, I'll say, standard Highlander, which is reflective of this style, whereas some are going like Murloc Highlander, right? So we've seen some of that actually sprinkled in around the deck list as well. But overall, I do agree that just a Highlander of some variant is a little bit, funnily enough, more consistent than a straight-up Murloc Paladin.
Yep. And just a few key tech cards in here, really just the ones that we're used to seeing. Oozes, very valuable in this metagame. Waste Warden, pretty valuable in this metagame as well. Of course, Highlander decks are one of the natural homes of tech cards, since you do have to fill out so many individual mana slots. So I think it's another reason why Highlander decks can potentially shine here, because they can carry those effective tech cards a little bit more effectively. But yeah, overall, just happy to be seeing Highlander Paladin.
Yep, and no Rogue going to be available for Pavle to not play in his lineup there, so he does have Hunter available to him along with the 3 other classes, and by the 3 other classes, it's the 3 we've seen every single match, which is Druid, Shaman, and Paladin. So the story for this weekend is not only how good are those 3 decks, but what is the 4th deck? Psycho, Mage, Pavle, and Hunter.
What actually happened? Why was there a rogue available in the last series?
We're going to have some discussions, aren't we?
Yeah.
Very, very strange overall. But let's get into it. Let's see if Psycho can do a little bit better than last time he faced Pavle earlier today when he was 0-3'd out. It's going to be on his Hound, Paladin, Pavle on the Druid. And as we saw earlier, Paladin can be quite aggressive even if it's in its Highlander form.
Yeah, still definitely very capable of putting together some really strong curves.
Got to be thinking about the old McGurgle Murgle with coin into the Hungry Crab Beam in Sidekick to make Uber Crab. Sound like a good line for you, Sol?
Don't know how much eating a 2/1 Divine Shield to make a Totem Golem really piques my interest, but it does seem to pique Psycho's. Okay.
It's not a Totem Golem, though, because you get to Beaming Sidekick it as well.
That is fair, yeah.
But
3/6
on turn 2, Sol.
You could just, Beaming Psychic the shielded Murglebot instead. This does seem more reasonable.
I imagine living in the more realistic side of Hearthstone world, yes, this is the play. This is mainly the keep instead of stupid plays that I suggest. It's more just this is stuff to do and stuff to play early, because, just a reminder, this is a Highlander deck, which means he could have, not always the right mindset to be in for mulligans, but if he mulligans away a 1-drop and gets any of his late game, then it's significantly worse because he is against Druid.
Yeah, it's fair. Straight card draw for Pavle.
Ooh.
No, none of this of the people, by the people, for the people, eagle nonsense for him.
Very good, actually.
Thank you. I thought you'd get that reference.
Yep. Favorite card of the America's casters, I believe. So,
yep.
Need to get that played. Almage looks better to me here because I don't think Sidekick changes much this turn in terms of killing breakpoints.
Agreed.
I don't think the carpet needs more health right now, and everything else dies anyway, or it doesn't because of Divine Shield. So yeah, I like this, getting more damage on the board, put more threats down. There's always the Sidekick to shore up any defense weaknesses in the next turn along with that one.
Yeah. I think the only minion, of these three that were on the board before you made the Sidekick versus Battle Mage decision that was realistically going to die that turn was the Crab, and who cares about protecting the Crab that turn, right? It just doesn't really do anything.
So a good follow-up. I think Psycho... Is he not going to swing?
You're saying if he is going to swing, he should do it before he plays the Beaming Sidekick?
Yeah, even if it's extremely unlikely, it's just one of those small things, right? Why not find out what Murloc you're going to get?
Mm-hmm. Looks like he might hold, though. Yep.
Okay. There isn't weapon removal in Pavle's list. It is often the case with Druids, so it's not like he's worried about it being killed. I'm more just thinking of... Is he planning on trading it away? Like using the weapon to kill some minions, maybe, to protect his board? That Waste Warden's looking pretty good though, and also the heal on the Crab means the Waste Warden can be played into a Glowfly, and the Crab still lives.
Does need playables this turn, though. That's a playable.
Oh.
Onward to adventure.
Engine? No, okay. It's
Soul Tap or Ballista, probably.
Think Soul Tap?
Yeah, no.
Reroll. That's good. He can reroll for Demon Hunter.
Very good. Yeah, Demon Hunter was weirdly not good for just that one turn, because obviously he attacked already with the weapon to get the Finley. Actually, just one turn of Soul Tap into Demon Hunter Hero Power is actually pretty nutty. Well. Well. Wave goodbye.
A warden always hits her mark.
I was wondering for a second Whether he thinks about, like, I don't know, it's using the Og Merchant on the crab.
Oh, before the Waste Warden?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
It's a tiny thing and might not be that big a deal, but it's something he could have done to reduce the damage down, right, and keep something a little bit healthier on the board. But honestly,
yeah, I don't think it's actually
not the most
good,
impactful thing in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's better just to get the Divine Shield on a higher attack minion, or on the carpet potentially. Pavle really did just all in the Waste Warden, which, you know, it's justifiable. It's a Highlander deck. They only have one-offs, but he really left himself in a pretty terrible position against Waste Warden.
He does have something to do this turn, though, right? It's not like he had nothing to do this turn, no matter what. So the Mount Seller is the final ditch attempt here for Pavle. There's KT, as is often the case, just being discarded in the deck.
Yep.
A little bit different of an outcome here, as we're used to seeing with the taunts actually going on the Mount Seller, mainly because Pavle just needs to put the biggest roadblock in the world in the way.
Right.
There is a Libram of Justice in Psycho's deck, which is, if you don't know, it's 5 mana. Basically makes all your opponent's minions go down to 1 health, and you equip a 1/3 weapon. A 1/4 weapon, sorry.
This is now a very yucky turn for Psycho, though. He only has 12 showing, and there's just an 11 health taunt that he needs to beat through. Fortunately, he can do that without expending the carpet, though.
Does that Finley as well for a reroll? The hero power means if he gets there, the mage hero power, not the demon hunt. Oh, unlucky.
Still, just soul tap again.
I think you take demon hunter, right?
Do you?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Get that Ashbringer corrupted, so it deals 7. Go for the soul tap. The only weird thing is, like, is he soul tapping this turn? And if he's not, then he probably plays Tyrion the turn after.
Mm-hmm.
And then, is he really going to need cards this game at that point, or does he need extra damage?
Reporting for duty.
It is my thought pattern to go for the demon hunter.
These are all good questions, Raven.
I do like asking questions. In the meantime, Pavle's got to ask himself a question of how he actually digs himself out of this. He is on a reasonable health total with 15.
Yeah.
He can push down a lot of this board. I feel like he needs to make another big push in terms of creating a board for himself and make Psycho have to answer, because a Waste Warden's gone.
And since his build of the deck is like fairly greedy, you know, he's playing Gift of the Wild and Forest Aid, which are cards that we see a lot of players cutting in various spots and being sort of very light in total value in their deck. But because he does have that kind of greedy build, he really needs that Kael'thas to be able to do like multiples of this stuff all in one turn, right? And the burn to the Fungal Fortunes is going to prove to be a pretty big issue for him yet again. Because one of these spells at a time is just actually a little bit too slow, I think, against the way this board is developing. And this hero power first, attack with the Mukla, kill off the 2/2 into something, and then refill with Glowfly. Pavle was about to make a small sequencing mistake. Actually, a pretty large sequencing mistake, but he did catch himself.
It's like a solid turn, though. Suddenly he's only facing down, what, 5 damage? And he's presenting a very threatening board here to Psycho.
Yes.
There's Pharaoh's Blessing, another air raid. The biggest question mark for me is that this deck, although runs Libram of Justice, and I understand why, but it does not run a Pyromancer anywhere, but it does run a Consecrate. But for me, I struggle to not want to play Pyromancer in any Libram of Justice deck.
Really? Okay.
Because it's one-sided, right? I know Psycho plays a lot of low-health minions, but it's not like Equality. You don't clear your own board most of the time. You just clear theirs, which is insane.
Fair.
And at worst times, it's quickly. So go for the Pharaoh Blessing, Tyrion, just less health and less active in terms of getting his trade on the board as well. Means that the carpet can kill off kind of a more threatening minion. What's that now? Is that 6, 8? Sorry, health on the carpet.
Yes.
So there's 9 you can push through to face with just the help of a crystal power.
Yeah, has gifted the
changes
wilds
that, yeah.
to go alongside that as well.
You can. Ooh, okay, 1 mana off actually. Never mind. You can't crystal power and hero power. That would have been insane.
Right. Yeah, breakpoints are just a little bit
Yeah.
awkward. Good enough though.
Yep, making a huge board. All got taunts again. Requiring not only Libra of Justice but also the Consecrate here. And all that does is clear the board. It doesn't even present anything. There's a Libram. Can't tap for the Consecrate.
Tap. Zephyrus Brawl. Nope.
Nope. Good try. But again, looks like Pavle might be getting the job done in game number 1. Did look good for Psycho, but just that one turn he got to even it out a little bit there. And that Pavle can take it. Just that one turn of trades and making the big board. And Psycho just not quite getting being able to have the wiggle room to play the Tyrion, which then obviously opens up the Ashbringer.
Yeah, and it's why I liked seeing the Soul Tap come out again off the second Finley. Man, that's a weird sentence. Because he needed to pick up... I don't think he was just getting there with, like, you know, poke you in the face a few times. I don't think he had enough damage, like, represented on board. I think playing Tyrion was always going to be too slow in that matchup. So I think he did have to tap to look for, you know, Libram plus Consecrate or for Zephyrus, or just the Consecrate on its own, like, had a chance at least of... you know, Pavle just going Forest Aid or Glowfly Swarm on its own or whatever, and then the Consecrate is huge. So I like the Soul Tap choice from Psycho there, but turns out I was pretty wrong in my assessment that Pavle's hand was too slow with just the combination of cards that he had, because I wasn't factoring in the Glowfly Swarm Power of the Wild combination specifically for some reason. It was just, I was just looking at like, man, I wish I could Kalthus and just make a bunch of 4/4 taunts this turn with all of my big spells. But yeah, Pavle, of course, quite smartly recognizing that just the board of 3/3s was enough to see some pretty overwhelming tempo there if Psycho didn't have the big answers, which he absolutely didn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, with Paladin right now, is we've seen the early game pushes of Paladin be quite successful, but that's normally off the back of a Blessing of Kings onto a pre-built board just to push some extra damage. But also, it is limited in what it can do. As I mentioned, there is no Pyro, there is no equality either. It is just that Libram of Justice, which is the swing the board back in my favor. Outside of that, the Zephyrus, of course, the ever-present Zephyrus in Highlander deck. So, limited answers, and it just came to bite Psycho a little bit there, as Pavle just made that one good board, and that one good board was enough. But now it's Pavle locking in the Paladin, and it is the Murloc variety. Full Murlocs, not Highlander. And Psycho going for this Evolve Shaman. Pretty good setup as well for this Imprisoned Sungill into Cold Light Seer. Sungill's such a good card. It looks very, I don't know, meager when you take a first glance at it, but the setting up a board all in one turn for Murloc Pad is actually very strong.
Yes, yes it is. There's a pretty good reason why there aren't just, you know, like Murloc Tidecrawler effect cards that like summon 3 Murlocs at once, right? Because that would be absurd. So you need to give them the drawback of having the dormant effect. Which, you know, but I do agree with you, when you look at like some of what the other dormant minions do when they wake up, like, you know, shoot 10 damage, attack something for 5. You're like, okay, yeah, sure, I can get down with these. Like, buff your whole hand. So, hell yeah, okay, sign me up. Summon 2 1/1 Murlocs. It just doesn't quite seem to be the same level of power, does it? But it's just what that means for Murloc synergy that's the big deal.
Yeah, and we can check it out when it happens, but especially when those 2 1/1s you summon, even they don't look like they think they're good enough. Because just the artwork, they're just like, oh, yeah, we're here, I guess. But they've been called in on their weekend off. Pavle definitely hovered over that card to read what it did.
Wait, which card? Warsong Commander? Oh, okay.
Murloc. As soon as it was in his hand, he was like, hover. Just whenever Pavle like looks at a card, it just makes me laugh because I think of Rogue Sequence.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there is the big synergy play, and now if he gets to stick a large amount of this board, there is more synergy where this came from.
Yep, the Navigator again, just another card that is really... Obviously, it's not made Murloc Paladin insane, but made the possibility of it being good there, right? I think the Sungil and the Navigator are great additions to the Murloc build for Paladin specifically.
Yep. Sure, I haven't played a single game of Battlegrounds since this guy actually got added.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Miss it. Battlegrounds is fun.
It's fun. I like it, I'm just bad at it, like most things, so I've just stopped playing it.
Oh, these juicy value trades with the Felfin Navigator.
There's no... Even though the 2 Tide Callers, you just think, oh, maybe. It's just not worth skipping it, right?
No.
Like, he could Tide Caller, Hog, trade, and still get 1 value trade?
And maybe that is good, actually.
You die a lot to rush minions, though.
Do you?
Well, you lose your 2 Tide Callers, right? 1 Tide Caller dies to the weapon, and if he has any invokes that are castable, he loses the other Tide Caller, which then negates the whole point of setting them up. If it worked all the time, it would be a great play. But I think this 2 consistently doesn't work, especially with a Tide Caller already being dead to the weapon.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So 4 points of rush plus the weapon swing. Psycho decides that is not good enough. He's going to go fishing for something else. Gets to rush his 2-drop into the board here anyway. And then, well, Toxfin, I guess. Pretty sure he was planning to point the Rocket Orc Merchant at his 2-drop that turn, not the Toxfin, but, you know, sometimes life just be like that.
Really good play, considering what Pavle did that last turn.
Yeah.
Worked out pretty well for Psycho. Oh, imagine. Imagine if the clear was not quite as good. That Scale Lord normally ends games.
Was it not just Scale Lord anyway?
Oh no, Pavle read his card. See that? Give a dragon +2/+2.
Right. Would you rather have a 5/6 now or a 7/8 later?
How much later are we talking?
Well, that's the question.
It's like when you ask a child, well, do you want a snack now? Or do you want something even better for food later on?
Well, obviously, they want the snack now. Yeah.
Which path to choose?
I must act now.
Could just trade this into the 1/2. So make the 2/1 and 1/1 trades, like 0 value trades around. Maybe he wants to kill the 2/1 because it protects the Tide Caller.
I'm just curious how much of this board Pavle's like realistically expecting to keep this turn. Like he just played a bunch of minions that, you know, a bunch of cards in Psycho's deck rush into and kill really effectively. As opposed to just playing one big chunky boy.
Oh! Okay. Alright, about 2 big chunky boys.
Yeah, this 5/6 is very awkward.
It's such a weird meta we're playing in, or casting, I guess, at the moment, when we consistently see this Scale Lord just be a nightmare, and even remove the Divine Shield effect. But a 5 and a 5/6 seems like it just beats everything in this meta.
Yeah, you're not far wrong, actually.
No, I mean, it's just insane. The stats, it shouldn't be, but it just is.
Yeah.
making a trade and replay this before.
Yeah, just re-up.
One thing I will say is it's not like Pavle has tons of high-value draws right now, so if Psycho can just stabilize in any way, I think Psycho wins the top deck wars, so to speak, with his deck. He just need to stop these 5 techniques.
He does, and that is a little tricky for him to do right now.
I'm sure the stun's great.
Even with the world's slowest animating double rush, he's not really able to make too much of a dent into this board. That's
It bothers you, this, doesn't it?
about the bit. It really does. Yeah, that is about the biggest whiff in Pavle's deck, though. Grimscale Oracle is pretty miserable here.
I mean, about that made a great trade.
Would allow a pretty good trade, yeah, but I'm not sure
means he can
how
hold the conk.
long Pavle can go on playing the long game, especially if draws like that are going to come out from Psycho.
Wait a minute.
That's just funny.
I'm going to confess a secret, Sol.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Vivid Spores was a card.
Oh, really? Okay.
I've just looked at it and gone, oh. Maybe I do recall that thing being announced.
Mm-hmm.
I've just never seen it played in a game of Hearthstone.
Have you ever seen Shaman played in a game of Hearthstone?
Yeah, right now I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I've still not seen Vivid played. There's never... Okay, there's not never a reason not to Farsight, because you might want to go really wide in Totem, Hare, and Crab. But
Yeah.
I feel like his Farsight options are way better than a Totem.
Agreed.
Oh, okay. Like that. Sol? You can't. Can see a slow animation.
Okay, okay, I'm prepared. Why isn't it there yet? Okay, there it is. Okay, that's fine. Pavle needs his prime very soon, I think. Struggle to see too many other ways he's going to be dealing with the value.
Reporting for duty.
It's just about holding on, isn't he?
He is, yeah. But this crab is such a huge swing.
Oh.
Oh, that Waste Warden.
He still crabs first.
Disgusting. I'm not sure he does, honestly.
Want to just have a guaranteed answer to the next weapon swing?
Yeah.
Minion?
I mean, there's gonna be more Murlocs, right? Like, save it to eat one that you can't deal with.
A warden always hits her mark.
There's also a line like maybe to just crab and then hold the Waste Warden for a potential prime draw, but the prime draw doesn't really do much, does it?
Well, also as well, it's the draw and the shuffle, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a long way away.
It's a long
but
way away. Yeah.
It's like, how does Pavle actually like get enough resource to get back into this game without that one-off? You know?
He's getting there. Slowly but surely, he's consecrating his way to victory. And the hero power is still a thing, right? Like we maybe doesn't talk about this enough, but he is making an extra 1/1 every single turn, which might not sound like much, but it's often beats out totems over a long period of time.
Yeah. Totem, give it the clacker, and then Hungry Crab afterwards. Certainly the right order.
What if he crabs the Tidecaller because he doesn't want the Murgle to die?
Yeah, I think that's just right?
Yep.
Yeah. Seems correct.
Reporting for duty.
Delays the potential of him drawing the prime for a couple of extra turns.
And at this point, apart from the McGurgle, does he just have to go face with these 1/1s?
Yeah. You don't do anything else, right?
No.
If the trade is happening, the only other option was to do it the other way and ship the Murgle bot to face and then trade off with the 1/1s instead. But like we said, he wants this thing to die because he knows he needs it as a draw off the top. Like, you know, before Psycho draws Galakron, he needs to draw his prime. That's kind of the race this is coming down to.
And this healing totem is going to make a lot of this null and void in terms of these trades, right?
Yep.
It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Suddenly,
The 1/1s aren't going to cut it as much.
Does anyone else suddenly get the feeling that we're just watching like the closing stages of a game between like 2, 3, and 2 arena decks?
I wouldn't know. I don't really play arena. I was going to go in then, but I won't. It's like, what? You mean boring?
Wow.
See, there you go.
Tell us how you really feel, Raven.
Ooh. That looks pretty good. It's just the final turns now. Knuckles gonna swing, probably full trade away as much as possible. Swing the Knuckles. I think there aren't really any terrible outcomes. I guess Doomsayer, just to say the words so people can mark what they're gonna go. Oh my, okay, well. Get out of this.
Reporting for duty.
Yep.
Does Psycho even want to swing these Knuckles?
Not entirely sure he does, no. It's probably just a matter of whether he has lethal set up at the end of the turn, which I don't think he does, in which case he should probably swing. Right, how much damage does he have now? 14 being shown? I think he should just swing to set up lethal there, personally.
Reporting for duty.
He does get the Valfiend this turn. If he'd swung last turn, the Valfiend would have stayed dormant and then come out regardless.
Yep.
He's just going to go there. Charge minion. It's Corcoran somehow. Is there a 3-drop on the board? Never mind.
Just a whole bunch of Wolf Riders. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I want to see all face and then swing.
Seems unrealistic.
But would have been fun.
It would, yeah.
The trade actually is fine because it means there's space for a Shield of Galakrond as a backup.
Mm-hmm.
If Psycho even wants to swing this turn, he could just still not. This Hecklebot is single-handedly winning him the game, honestly.
Yeah. Hecklebot is certainly a house. And honestly, we're past the point where Pavle has enough time to get Murglebot Prime value, but I don't think we were past that point last turn, which is why I was so eager to set up lethal on the previous turn.
There's Vincent again.
What?
Okay. Does Allah become more of a Vincent because it does actually, it can bring itself back 3 times?
Sure.
Any better? Any better?
Sure, yeah.
Hand of Vidal going to come out, and Psycho is going to take game number 1 as Pavle tried to hold on there and tried to chip away, but there were just a couple of good draws for Psycho to be able to get hold of that game. And the Murlocs did not march today. All even, 1-1 now, Sol. So Psycho at least is not being swept by Pavle. He has some level of revenge, but it's still a long way to go for both these players. Whoever wins still has a chance at making it into that Division A. Whoever loses is done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a much more accurate assessment, I think, of what Murloc Paladin is supposed to do in most matchups. Don't let Pavle's performance previously fool you. Murloc Paladin just kind of goes, well, here's my one board. Can you deal with it? Oh, you did? Oh, I lose then. Right? That's basically where they're at. If they don't then get the prime to refill like pretty soon afterwards, they're just kind of left floundering because of a serious lack of card draw and resource generation in the deck. So I think if you can get the grip on the board as Psycho was able to do there, if their start is just not the most aggressive thing possible, like Pavle's start was in the previous games, then yeah, Murloc Paladin is gonna struggle in quite a lot of matchups.
Yeah, I will say as well, it is tough when you're such board focused with some relatively low health minions. Shaman is well positioned, right? The Galakrond version, just because of those 2-1 rush minions making so much of an impact we saw in that game, and we've seen in other games as well. Just being able to trade off the minions. And if they go once, they normally don't come back. So yeah, definitely a tough one there for Pavle, but still at 1-1, there's everything still to play for here. And just a reminder, Pavle, again, has access to his Hunter if he wants it, and also Psycho has access to that Mage. So it's going to be interesting to see what they pick up here. I think, although we've talked a lot about Hunter versus Mage specifically, I think Mage versus the other classes is actually very good. So it's just a strange one to want to lock in. And I do believe it is going to be
I will fight with honor.
Paladin. Yeah, it's going to be the Murloc Paladin for Pavle once again. And Psycho going on this Highlander.
Yeah, Mage matchup's not actually something that I've had too much of a good look at in the spreadsheet from the Swiss data. But it does seem to be fairly even, I would say, against both Shaman and Paladin. Around 50% win rate across all regions, 55% in APAC, but otherwise pretty even against Shaman. Paladin, just pretty irrelevant sample size. It's 50% overall, but it's 100% in APAC and 0% in Europe. So, you know, that doesn't really mean anything.
Okay, so Pavle does have the Tide Caller in the hand of a doll.
Hitting today.
Ready for his turn 1 and 2, but Psycho does have a 1/2 and a coin into 4-drop if he really wants it, whether that's Consecrate or True Silver Champion. So nice and flexible opening here for Psycho.
Ooh, good curve here though from Pavle, but that Acidic Swamp Ooze might just have something to say about proceedings in the very near future. Psycho considering whether he wants to coin out a Sandwasp here. Turns out his curve would be very good if he does, because you know, the weapon comes down this turn, and then next turn he just plays his other Sandwasp and the Ooze while taking care of the board.
Yeah, it would have been really good, but I definitely understand that they're not doing it, right? Because it's just, one, utilizing a coin a little bit early, but also, in all instances where a weapon doesn't come out on curve, he hero powers instead, which is significantly weaker.
Yes, much, much weaker indeed. Well, hold on to your hats, because Pavle has found himself a Scargill, and if there's one card that can make this deck do things, it is Scargill.
It's a card that shouldn't be allowed in the deck.
No. Now he has Scargill into Felfin Navigator next turn. Derek actually Scargill primed me in testing. I did not win that game.
I can imagine. On what turn?
Before the prime was legal.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
That's great, got to do a really good job here. Clear everything off, so it reduces the outcome we can see, which would have probably been backbreaking, honestly, with the Scargill and the Navigator. Oh, Psycho can just straight up kill the Scargill at this point. Cheese.
Sorry, hang on.
I wanted to say hope. I was going to say hope, but it's not
Justice.
hope. Hope is the heal, isn't
Justice,
it? Justice.
Raven.
There we go.
Librum of cheese. Just Librum of what your brain turns to after about hour 4 of the broadcast, apparently.
Yep. Of casting these games, yes.
Yeah.
True Silver got to do the same job though. Just a little bit off curve, but you can pull it out. Sandwasp, although it does just get farmed pretty hard. And most important... Oh! Okay, this is weird. Okay, maybe... Yeah. You could have just saved that and had it as a faceless cross.
As a faceless activator, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
wondering
kind of
about
surprised.
that too.
I mean, you can use coin and hero power instead, but he uses coin.
Yep. Again, just look how quickly Pavle is just emphatically out of stuff.
Well, but it's got like 10 damage from hand here.
I mean, that's his hope, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of what he's got to bank on right now, because he's not getting a whole lot more minion damage through this game.
Yep, and Psycho, no doubt, sensing a certain level of threat on the board, he's going to use the coin there. He's still got a very cheap hand, so it's not going to be overly punished, but does mean you can't accelerate into some of the later game turns or potentially not Straza quite as fast.
Does this True Silver go face? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Pavle says yes.
And the reason he's not doing what looks to be an incredible consecrate is because it would stop him swinging a weapon, and he can just conk next turn. Pavle's not going to die from 27, so...
Yeah, Pavle does not care about taking this 8 damage, so he's just going to try and squeeze more value out of this consecration.
And funnily enough, the question starts to arise now, with no heal available right now for Psycho. When and does he start trading into this 1-1? And the future 1-1?
Does Psycho smell the consecration? He absolutely does. Look at that trade, yep. Absolutely sure that there is a consecration coming back the other way, it looks like.
But also just damage, right?
I mean, he traded with the minion that put it down to 1 health as opposed to the one that put it down to 2.
Yep. The conk. And Pavle gets a damage through with one of... Ooh, that's a big one. With one of these minions. He still has another rod, right? And another True Silver that would give him ways to actually finish the game.
Does he play double True Silver?
Oh, is it just one? Sorry, I don't actually have the list open. Maybe that's a bit excessive. Oh, sorry, yeah, 1 True Silver double rod, so he has rod.
I think, again, with all of those things being shut down now by this Pharaoh's Blessing, we are just back on Murloc Paladin 101, which is he needs to draw his prime to have any hope.
Reporting for duty.
It's one of the weird interactions that the Murloc refill card isn't played, because it can pull Prime and Prime doesn't do its battle cry if it's pulled out. But it's a question where you have to ask, is it better to just have multiple styles of Prime in this deck? You know what I mean? Because I know you can't Prismatic Lens it out anymore, but still. Because right now we've seen, this is fairly common as you mentioned, where if your board gets cleared, you run out of juice, you need to draw the 1 in currently 18 cards that Pavle has. Maybe if he had some tip the scales, it would help out a little bit.
Alright.
As we can see, I don't believe there's any way he can get out. Even the Prime now, he goes down to 2 health, isn't going to cut it. Pavle takes the concede here, and Psycho goes to 1 game away from keeping his Division A hopes alive, whereas Pavle has an uphill climb now. Pavle keeps locking this Murloc Paladin. Do you think that's just a problem for Pavle in his approach to this series? He has Hunter available. He does have his Totem Shaman. Maybe Murloc Paladin is giving too much credit to, as he's now just taking a beating with that deck.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I think you've already given Murloc Paladin too much credit by bringing Murloc Paladin to this tournament, let alone to actually then start queuing it up. But yeah, I am surprised to see 2 games out of 2 to be Murloc Paladin right off the bat for Pavle. But now just looking at the matchups that he has left, Druid, he's okay against with it. I think Totem Shaman is a little bit less effective than the Evolve Shaman in that matchup, so maybe Murloc Paladin is better and is a justifiable queue there, not sure. Mage, I think Totem Shaman is a little bit more effective against than Murloc Paladin, but again, I'm willing to be wrong on that one. I certainly don't have as definitive opinions on these types of decks as I do as the ones that we see week in, week out. But I think they could be very justifiable queues. But now he has that Hunter left, right? Which, with Druid and Mage being the potential queues from your opponent, that has to be the most effective deck in his arsenal left remaining, right?
It does, and that's why I think Psycho's going to probably go for Druid this game. I don't know, obviously, yet, but I feel like Druid overall has a pretty solid outcome, whereas whereas Mage, Mage can always be snowballed and smokes down if it draws like the end of its deck and not the start, right? So that's always a bit of a fear factor, and the Paladin Hunter can definitely achieve that. So I feel like the Druid edges it for me. And so the question is, if Pavle's expecting that, which isn't a huge leap, then what is he going to queue into Druid? And I don't know. Maybe I feel like he's feeling the Totem Shaman.
Wait, hang on. You think that Pavle is going to queue Totem Shaman? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I've just got a feeling. My Pavle senses are tingling.
I mean, you've been spot on so far. Your Pavle reads have been pretty on point so far today. So who are we to doubt you? But I don't think it is the queue, though. I have to imagine that Hunter is going to be the go-to deck here. But it looks like we're going to find out very, very soon. Indeed, you're wrong. It's Hunter.
Ah, you got to find
Yeah.
out before me. That's good.
You asked for it.
Yeah, it's going to be Hunter, which is, again, the overall better deck that he has access to, right? So it does make sense as an overall plan, and he did get it into the mage, so I was double wrong. Psycho, going for the mage. I guess, though, there is a point that I didn't really go into too much, is that Psycho doesn't need to win this game to win the series, which means he could use the mage to try and get something out the way. And if he gets a good matchup with the mage, great. And if not, he gets a bad matchup, then he just chooses the mage again, which means he's more likely to get a slightly better matchup. But anyway, those decisions have been made for now. Let's go into it. Psycho on the mage on the bottom, Pavle on the hunter on the top, and Pavle, although he has a good turn 1 and 2, looking a little bit dicey for the rest of the game.
It does, but Highlander Hunter is pretty good at drawing its way out of situations like this. I often don't mind this kind of opening hand that's like, 1, 2, Highlander card. Like, that seems pretty good to me a lot of the time while playing this deck.
It is, yeah. I think the Bran is really good, because I just feel like against Mage, your Alex Straza is significantly worse than it is versus a lot of other decks. Because they just have the freeze if they need it. They have Reno potentially as well. So the brand does make up for a lot of this, actually.
Wow, the wild growth with that hand, huh? Okay. I was expecting that we might see a backstab there instead, and he'd just fight a bit more straight up for tempo, since he has a pretty decent early tempo hand.
Yeah.
But you can always trust that the deck is going to draw you things to ramp into. Very similar to what I was saying about Hunter on the previous turn.
Yep. The raw power of Mage right now is in that turn 7 onwards. And getting there is priority number 1. That's going to be a good pickup.
Nutty.
Weird choice, actually. In terms of what he trades into, let me just double check. Pavle's. Secrets are freezing trap and snake trap. So that's what we would have potentially had to deal with. He didn't kill off the face dog.
Pavle absolutely adamant that he is keeping tempo this turn. Coins out the Faceless Corruptor with no follow-up play in hand, just to make sure he doesn't start losing board. Desperate times.
Yeah, would have ran into a rolling fireball pretty hard right there as well.
That's true, yeah.
If Psycho did have access to it, because like you said, if he plays his coin now, no follow-up, and Psycho just rolling fireballs, he just almost certainly gets a free turn to develop on the mage side.
Yep, he would have run into rolling fireball, he would have run into Reno. He has no follow-up, and still now has no follow-up. Maybe with just how late gamey his hand is, he should have just said, "All right, fine. I'll just take it for a turn, and then start developing all these power plays."
At least he has something to do this turn, so he can kill command away the Solarian and hero power. So he can always hero power, but just having something to couple it with isn't too terrible.
It's pretty terrible. I see Psycho has attended the school of Spend Your Mana.
Yep. Waiting for the Ray of Frost on his Bone Wraith. Just to really fill it out. Super big value Varanus there.
Dude, this wild growth curve has worked out so well for Psycho. We continue to spend our mana, right?
Yeah, he's still powers, yeah. I was just meaning it's a good draw so early in the game, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like having access to your Prime this early, you can just win. It's insane. And that's why, also, because the Prime only targets bad spells to enemies, it means that if you build the board first, it's still fairly likely to be a very, very good outcome.
Right. Bunch of rushing, yep. Sense. How aggressive is Psycho feeling?
Alex Straza. That aggressive. It also makes King Crush significantly worse.
It does, yeah.
Bran, significantly worse, apologies.
Yeah, he didn't see Bran on the previous turn, so I don't know how he feels about that card being in hand or not. It obviously was not a good board state to just be dropping Bran and hitting
horrible,
Psycho in the face. So. But I think this makes sense, right? It's a lethal setup. It puts Pavle back on the defensive, and you just have Solarian Prime in your hand anyway, right? Which can just be a lethal out if you start pushing a little bit more damage to your opponent. Already, as we've seen in APAC, just Pyroblast to the face.
Also as well, the fact that he has Solarian Prime into Frost Nova means that if Pavle did something crazy, I don't even know what that could be, honestly, he has a pretty safe card in Prime, and then a Nova if there's stuff left over, to create an even safer push. So yeah, this has just gone really well, and I will agree with what you said. It's not rocket science, but the wild growth paid off tenfold here.
Alright, fine. Unspectacular, but still very much good enough in this position, it looks like. See if Dragon Queen Alexstrasza into Deathwing Mad Aspect into attack all the minions that aren't the Water Elemental into attack the Water Elemental last will be the out for Pavle.
I'm surprised Psycho's taking his time. Is it not just double Ray? Push 5? Okay.
Life and hope.
I would have loved 5 to face there, but I guess it doesn't overly make a huge difference. Let's see what happens. Big ol' whelp and a Explorer. Doesn't look like it's going to do much as far as I can see. Saltful, that was not exactly a Deathwing. And that's going to be it. Psycho gets his revenge and honestly beat Pavle when it counted, right? Because now, although they're 1-1 in today, Psycho won the match he needed to win to survive and move on to tomorrow. And unfortunately, hearts break across the world as Pavle is not going to do the dream play and make the first place, which means he would go into Division A. So I believe now, Subtle, correct me if I'm wrong, you are the master of knowledge based on where everyone goes. Pavle is now in guaranteed Division B, and Psycho has a chance at Division A.
Correct, yes. A pretty good chance now, because there's only one factor standing in his way. One of his modifiers was that he needed Pavle not to win the week. He's taken care of that himself, taken matters into his own hands, sent Pavle packing. So now his major rival is Boston. He needs top 4 is enough if Boston does not make finals for him. But Psycho's destiny is still in his own hands, because if he just makes finals, he is chilling. Doesn't matter what anyone else does. He qualifies. Top 2 is a guaranteed Division A for Psycho, but he still has outs just in his current position, with top 4 being good enough on its own if Boston does not make it to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I do like a lot that everything is coming down to the final day for some of these players. I know it was probably going to happen, but for me it's just exciting. We do, as a reminder as well, we're talking a lot about Psycho, Boston, Pavle, but I don't take anything away from Bunny Hopper. He's had a couple of great weeks here in Grandmasters, and he's going to be in the top 4 once again, but these are the matchups. We've got Swids versus Psycho, semi-final number 1. Bunny Hopper versus Boston, semi-final number 2, and then we'll, of course, play out the finals tomorrow with all these matches to finish off the final week of Swiss. But it's going to be exciting. Just a reminder for you guys, there is no more second chances for these players. There's no double elimination tomorrow. You lose, you're done. You win, carry on until the final. So, it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and one final mention has to go to Felkane in this equation as well, because you would have rated Felkane's chances of being in Division A as a very solid opportunity before this week started. But there was one disaster scenario that forced him out, which is a finals between Psycho and Boston. That's the that's the scenario that pushes Felkane out of Division A, and that is a very, very, very strong possibility next turn. Next turn, just still in casting games mode apparently.
Still in turn 1.
Yeah, it's not tomorrow anymore. It's next turn. That's how we deal with days now in the real world. But yeah, tomorrow that is a very real possibility. With, as you see, they're on opposite sides of the bracket, so that final is very much possible.
Yeah, a lot on the line for some of these players, and just more wins on the line for others to add to under their belt. So exciting day tomorrow. Again, we've got 3 more matches to decide who is going to be the winner of the final week of Swiss, and to decide what things are going to look like for 4 weeks of round robin we've got coming up to finish off season 1 of Grandmasters this year. But we are done for the day from
Sottle and myself, thanks a lot for watching. We hope you had a good time. And stay tuned because there's tons more action coming up as Americas with TJ and Frodan is coming right up after us. So stay tuned. More Hearthstone to come. But for us, we are done. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. Today is day number 2 of week 3, where we are engaging in a 10 deck format. Over the course of 8 weeks, we'll begin finding out who is going to become our champion for the region, ultimately culminating in the global finals later this year. My name is Froden. I'm joined by TJ Sanders on this wonderful, beautiful Saturday day. How are you doing, TJ?
I'm doing great. We're starting a little bit earlier today. It seems like the pace has kind of picked up because of the 10-deck format and players playing some more aggressive decks like Murloc Paladin, some Evolved, Galakron Shaman. It's very interesting, and I had a lot of fun yesterday. We got to watch Hearthstone that we don't get to see very often, and that's, players not being able to play what they perceive as kind of the best decks in the metagame. So a lot of shenanigans happened, and I'm looking forward to see what's in store for the next group stage today.
Yeah, so for today, let's go ahead and once again introduce what we're doing here for the Americas as well as the rest of Grandmasters. We mentioned that we're playing for points the first few weeks of Grandmasters. And this is what the standings would look like if we ended it before our first day of broadcast. This doesn't factor in that Gallon had already finished in top 8 and got his points. Or that Eddie and other players who also competed yesterday as well. But after today, we're going to start to see the standings shake up dramatically because there's a handful of people who have improved their placing significantly. I'm looking at Purple, for example, who's tied for 15th. He's at least guaranteed a few points for qualifying for top 4 on Sunday, which would put him tied with Frozen right now, because I believe Saiyan is guaranteed a couple of points as well, based off of getting into the top 8 here. So yeah, lots of rearrangement possible here. The only people that are pretty safe are players like Gallon and Language Hacker and Bloodyface. Every other spot could potentially shift around, so we'll just have to find out how Division A and Division B will shake out.
Yeah, and then even beyond that, it seems like, Bloodyface and Language Hacker, players could tie them for 8 points. It would take some craziness, but the one thing is for certain is that we're going to have a crazy race to the finish line once we know our top 4, and I don't think anything will be settled because of our top 4 until we get to the final day of competition. But those point totals are to seed players into these divisions. Obviously, you can tell just by looking at it that everybody wants to be in Division A. That's going to be the top 8 players based on those Swiss points. And they want to avoid Division B, which is the bottom 8 players. Division B has automatic relegation spots at 7th and 8th. They also have less playoff spots, and you get seated lower in the playoff bracket and in the relegation bracket if you make it to Division B and get those slots. So a lot of players, have a lot of pressure on their shoulders this weekend because this is the last chance to earn those points and try and cement yourself in Division A for, just a better chance overall of 1, make it to the playoffs, qualifying to the global finals, or 2, avoiding relegation and make sure that you're back for Season 2 of 2020.
That's right. So let's take a look at how the format this week has gotten us to this point. I think many people who actually have been asking about the 10 class format in particular because there's been some highlights posted on the subreddit, for example. People say, wait, why are all the Paladins coming out of the work? Has my prophecy been fulfilled that Paladin's going to be playable this expansion? And to a certain extent, yes, but you do have to have some prerequisites, such as bringing 10 classes and banning 6 of them. That's what each player is required to do before their series. And with the 4 remaining classes, they have to play a best-of-5 Conquest series. With 4 decks, you do get to leave out 1. So it's a little bit more dynamic in the sense that players could choose to play 1 deck and lose and then choose to not play with it anymore, or they can just continue to play the normal Conquest strategy of trying to narrow down their opponent's best options. So it's pretty fun to see, and we've seen some differing strategies. Some people playing, like you said, more aggressive stuff, some people choosing to be a little bit more defensive. And one of the more aggressive decks out there is Highlander Paladin. It's surprisingly a very fast deck, and I think most people associate Highlander with more of a mid-range approach. And while this can play very mid-rangey, we've also seen just wins on turn 4 or 5 with the Highlander Paladin because of the power of all of these low curve drops that can come out really quickly and pressure the.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, honestly, because Paladin does have some good early class cards that have some synergy with each other, like the Brazen Zealot and the Sand Wasp Queen, which also has some synergy with Magic Carpet and History Buff. So when the stars align for this deck, it seems incredibly powerful. But it does lack some of the consistency, and it needs very specific pieces to answer some decks and some board states that it doesn't always have, especially since it just doesn't have huge value generation or card draw in the deck. So, Sir Finley of the Sands can help that by getting the Warlock, the upgraded Warlock hero power, as we've seen a few times over the past couple days across all the regions. But we have seen it have some very good games, and we've also seen it have some good starts, but then kind of fizzle out because it didn't find the follow-up. And I think this is another deck, PNC's Galakron Shaman, that also kind of fits into that same category. We've seen some insane games from Galakron Shaman with the Desert Hare, Bogstrot Clacker, and the Bog Spine Knuckles Curve. You can have a massive board, as early as turn 4, turn 5, that your opponent is going to have a very difficult time to deal with. But the pieces have to come together, and I think that's kind of where the weakness of the deck comes in, and that's what players need to try and take advantage of and capitalize on in order to maybe corner the Shaman and the Paladin decks that are left up in these series that we're going to see today.
Yeah, we've seen some people try that strategy. And, yesterday there was a couple of divergences from what other people were doing. We saw a lot of people leaving up the Druid, Paladin, Shaman, and the Hunter. And then this one-off where Gallon actually left up Warlock and it was not played and ended up working out really well. So fun times ahead for most people who are big fans of Murlocs and Hungry Crabs, because there's going to be a lot of swingy boards in the early game if that ends up happening. And I think that's why Highlander Paladin stands out to me, because it's well balanced. It's not completely dependent on the early Murloc all in, and then having cards like McGurgle Prime try to bail you out. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at who is playing today. You saw a couple of their names in the deck spotlights for the Paladin Shaman. Today we're going to be seeing Muzzy, Monsanto, PNC, and Just Saiyan. 2 players from Radiance. PNC, formerly of Team Genji, or perhaps still, I have to actually make sure to verify that. And then Monsanto. And you take a look at all of these players, and they've made it to the top 8 multiple times now. And specifically, Muzzy and Saiyan once more will be playing in the same team or in the same bracket. So once more, potential team kill that could deny each other the opportunity to go to the top 4. And then you have people like Monsanto and PNC who are looking for redemption in their own right.
Yeah, they both have the top 8 from last week, but they both had some rough games. PNC did make it to top 4, but then lost in the semifinals, and that was sort of his saving grace as far as the Swiss portion is concerned, because he finished dead last in week 1. So if he didn't earn a good chunk of points going into this week, then he had no chance of qualifying for Division A. But he's currently at 5 points. So if he makes it to top 4, then he's in that 9 range. And if he makes it to the finals, then he will lock that Division A. So he is currently looking okay as long as he has a good performance today. And that's a big one. But you can see who qualified to the semifinals from Group A, which we saw yesterday, was Nalgidon and Purple. And you mentioned earlier on in this pre-show that Purple came into this week also with very low points. I believe at 3. So he effectively needs a win to lock Division A. He needs to make it all the way. And he's made it the first step towards that goal by making it to the top 4 on Sunday. But there's still some work left to be done to Purple if he wants to find himself in that upper division.
That's right. So that's going to set the stage for a very fun top 4 to find out who is going to cement their spot in the Division A heading into next week. After tomorrow, TJ, we're almost at that halfway point of Grandmasters. As of next week, we'll officially be past that half point mark, because playoffs is a much more condensed week. It's not really what you normally see. There's going to be, as you were talking about, some playoff brackets and then also some relegation brackets. Which, as much as I really don't like seeing my friends effectively lose their jobs as a Grandmaster player, it's exciting Hearthstone. And so I think that's where it's going to start really winding down. You can probably start to see some players get into that panic zone in a couple of weeks. If you think their post on social media that is filled with fear and panic is kind of bad now, just wait in a few weeks when the realization sinks in and they are coming to terms with the fact that they might have to play their last few games of competitive Hearthstone on Grandmaster stage for now until they potentially requalify. So with that, let's go ahead and get ready for our first series of the day. And so when we come back, we're going to get started with day number 2 in week 3 here at the Hearthstone Grandmasters for America, presented by T-Mobile. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a sec.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
If I had to be handcuffed to another Grandmaster for an entire month.
Maybe I should choose someone I don't like and annoy them.
I'd want it to be someone that doesn't really do a lot, so they wouldn't be like in the way, causing a lot of problems.
Well, the thing is, I already live with Muzzy, so it already kind of feels like we're handcuffed in a way. Things wouldn't be too different, except for bathroom breaks.
It would probably be Pavle. Pavle's pretty skinny, you know, I can move him around and just go wherever I want.
I'd probably choose Bunny Hopper. I've spent the most time with Bunny Hopper recently, and we get along pretty well.
Princey, probably. He's my best friend here.
It would probably be Zalea. A large problem would be food, and Zalea knows how to find the cheese. So just being handcuffed to Zalea would allow me probably to have more access to more cheese. Is Zalea obsessed with cheese? Yes. It's a problem.
I think it would have to be Eddie. He's a good guy.
Papa Jason, because he is a vegan, and so whenever we go out and have food, I can have all the meat, and he'll just have all the veggies that I don't like to eat.
I'd pick Papa Jason. He's very positive, and I don't think I'd get annoyed being around him. I think with some of the other GMs, they might start to get to me after a while.
You know, you're not the first person that said that. The other people said because he's a vegan, so.
Oh, because he's vegan? Oh, because I get all the meat? Well, that's a way more clever answer. Use that. Just put my voice instead.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region, day number 2 broadcast of week 3. We are getting ready for our first series of the day, which is Group B's initial match. Muzzy versus Monsanto. So we'll be taking a look at their deck list, which is already a slight variation of what we saw yesterday in terms of the ban strategy. Muzzy will be left with Paladin, Shaman, Druid, the 3 core classes, which I think a lot of people are leaving up after the bans, as well as Mage. Monsanto, on the other hand, has the traditional 4 that Muzzy has left up with Hunter instead. And so I believe we were told that we're going to start things off with Muzzy's Paladin as our T-Mobile deck spotlight of the day. And, Paladin's been seeing a lot of play. We talked a little bit about it looking at Saiyan's deck list. However, it seems like Muzzy's has a lot more mid-range meat to these bones.
It does, yeah. You can see that he's got like Escape Mana Saber and Bone Wraith, which are situational. I was actually climbing with this deck today, interestingly enough, before I knew that it was going to be the T-Mobile deck spotlight.
Whoa.
And
from Bronze 10, TJ?
I think I made it, maybe I'm Platinum now, I think. I'm not sure.
I'm just messing with you because it's the beginning of the season. So
yeah, I know everybody's bronze 10, and then I didn't finish high enough in Legend, so I have a 10-star bonus because I finished like 3,000 or something like that. I don't have the 11 star. Well, the 11 stars. Just going on a tiny tangent here, 10 seconds. The 11 star bonus is like hidden behind some like invisible, crazy MMR value. It's not based on where you finished last season. It's based off your MMR from multiple seasons. I don't know. But I have 10. I'm not good enough for 11. But it was performing pretty well, honestly. The only problem is that you have like one of 2 ways that it can go. You either get all of your early game stuff, and then if any of it's dealt with, you're just out of cards on like turn 6, turn 7. Or you get all of your situational late game stuff like Libra of Justice, Waste Warden, Pharaoh's Blessing, and you don't get a board early enough to capitalize on the buffs that you have in hand. And you just get steamrolled because you have no comeback mechanic outside of very specifically Libra of Justice or Consecration, or secondarily Zephyrus. So you really need to like hit the ground running and then curve out in order to have good chance against some tier 1 decks. Now Muzzy will likely not be going up against tier 1 decks as long as he does his bans correctly. So his ability to curve out will be improved by the fact that he's playing other decks that may be of similar power level. And but I did like this deck, and it seems honestly quite flexible. And Serphilion of Sands has quickly become one of my favorite cards because it changes the way you play on turn 2, and that changes every game. Like getting hero power, Demon Hunter or Rogue hero power means that you can play for tempo a lot more, things like that. But pretty fun deck overall.
Yes, I was half hoping that you would start the Kappa Pasta when you're like quickly becoming one of my favorite cards, because it's just so positive and generous. It gives you a new hero power if you're able to play it on curve, and then, like you said, it changes the play pattern of a lot of stuff. Yeah. So we'll see what happens in game number 1. Here we go: Highlander Paladin versus the Spell Druid Monsanto. We'll get his webcam up shortly.
Yep.
Thank you, Peanut Gallery. Let's go into game number 1. Muzzy, starting with an aggressive mulligan, trying to get that curve going, finds a defensive strategy, so to speak. I guess the Consecration is great against the early game board presence of your opponent if they're playing more aggressive. However, Monsanto has the Fungal Fortune, and he's going to be looking for ramp as well as additional card draws. Eventually build out those giant boards with Chaos Thoughts and Mount Cellar, and of course, everyone's favorite Glowfly Swarm.
Yeah, we'll see. Muzzy has limited tools to deal with the wide board states, like I mentioned. Monsanto does have the like more defensive version of the Spell Druid deck that cuts some of the board reload and plays bees instead. He has 1 Mount Cellar and then the 2 Glowfly Swarms and a single copy of Soul of the Forest. So like his ability to build boards is a little bit less than, say, the versions that run the double Mount Cellar, double Soul of the Forest, or Forest Aid, that type of thing. But because Muzzy is limited on the wide board removal anyway, I think it should be enough as long as he doesn't get run over in the early game. because I just don't think Paladin has the Highlander Paladin has like the chops to go toe to toe once the Druid kind of hits its stride. And because that's the case, yeah, I like the fact that Muzzy is going to go for early tempo, early aggression to try and force Monsanto into maybe more awkward plays and delay his ability to go wide on board in this game.
Yeah, and I think that is a great point. You know, Muzzy trying to capitalize on one of Druid's main weaknesses, which is that early game board presence that it lacks. It tries to remove and play defense, and that's where Bees really comes in. Monsanto has the opportunity to play Bees right now, or can play a little bit greedier and choose to save it later. But I like Bees on curve here. Muzzy also kind of introduced with an interesting option, right? Because oh wow, hold on, now it gets really interesting. Particularly because Muzzy has a few different ways he can choose to go about the board. No matter what, he's obviously going to play minions here. It's just that, you know, when he had the Zephyrus line, he didn't have history buff, so he was trying to curve out with Animal Companion, but now he's picked up a curve synth. So how does he adapt?
I think it's just put the most power, most consistent power on the board, right? Every turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, Animal Companion was more power, but History Buff has more latent power. It actually gets much stronger as you just continue to play more minions.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, obviously Animal Companion can get you more immediate damage now, or just put a 4/4 on the board. So I do like this. I do like the History Buff a lot. It's also intimidating because Druid doesn't have the easy removal for it, but Monsanto has the Bog Beam ready, so he could end up just removing this History Buff. It seems like he's going to first draw the cards, or he's leaning towards it. I feel like either way, he's removing this History Buff. If he chooses to use his Fungal Fortunes, he would either have to pick up Wrath, or he would have to use his Innervate or some of the other spells like Fire. And with Kael'thas in hand, it makes me feel like I want to hold on to Moonfires and Innervates.
Yeah, that's... But I mean, also there's merit to holding on to Bog Beam in that situation too. Ooh!
Yikes.
So now with Mount Siller gone, Glowfly Swarm is like the only minions, essentially, outside of Rising Winds that Monsanto can create. Which might be slightly worrying, but I guess with Zephyrus gone, it's not the biggest of deals. And Muzzy's just disappointed now that all this work that he put into this early board has gone away.
Right.
With, Monsanto being able to clear.
And it makes sense that Monsanto was wanting to full clear because, again, this is the hardest part for him to survive. And while he would benefit from keeping all these cards and making them like the most sick Kael'thas Sunstrider turn, Monsanto says, you know what, I've played enough scenarios where sometimes you pop off with Kael'thas and die anyways because you just took a little bit too long to get set up and you're losing half your life. So this is a preserve health line of play, and I like it.
Because this gives him flexibility now to kind of have dead turns and not worry about just getting over run on the board. This board is not particularly threatening right now. It's only 4 damage, but the more Muzzy adds to this, the more threatening that Leok becomes. But Monsanto does have an insane Kael'thas turn lined up if he holds on to all these cards. And at the same time, he also can't really remove much, even if he wants to spend these cards, right? Bog Beam would be able to kill the beaming sidekick, or Moonfire, if that's the case. He wants a hero power. But that's not taking too much power off the board for the long term. This Leok will be the more threatening minion once, again, Muzzy starts adding additional minions to the board.
Here we go. Sir Finley of the Sands. What does it offer? The Odd Paladin hero power, Silverhand, summoning 2 recruits is problematic for Druid as long as Leok lives. Summoning a totem of his choice is also interesting, just because I think that hero power is underrated with how annoying it can be. You're summoning stuff, which is obviously difficult to deal with, but you know, you can, like, for example, stack spell power totems and just make this consecration hit like a truck. I do agree with the paladin, the odd paladin hero power here for the silver hand. However, it was just interesting to think about the possibilities of using the totemic slam and being able to get the ideal totem of your choice if you didn't have this board building silver hand.
If only Totemic Slam let you choose a totem, and then it was also a beefed version of that totem. Like, it had +1 health or something along those lines. I don't know. Totemic Slam was always the hero power that I wanted to make work back in the Baku and Gen days, but I could never find a way. Kind of similar to Totem Shaman now, where sure you can spend 2 mana making, like, getting a board full of spell power totems every turn, but your opponent can just kill them for free as long as you don't have tempo. But yeah, Monsanto again in a situation where these spells in his hand are going to be very valuable going into next turn because of the Kael'thas, but because he has 4 and he can play all those 4 spells next turn with Kael'thas plus Overflow, he still has enough to get the job done, and he wants to try and preserve that health total. So next turn he goes Kael'thas, Innervate, Ironbark, Overflow, and then kind of goes off, or any combination of those spells, just not the damaging one, obviously, because of he does not want to heal his opponent's stuff with Overflow. But he has the full draw with Kael'thas, and then we'll have the full mana reset once again to be able to play, say, a Glowfly Swarm should he pick that up.
Okay, so then how does Muzzy best set up for it? It's very clear that Monsanto's been dumping and saving up cards for a 7 mana crazy board swing. Escape Mana Saber and Hero Power looks very clean to me. And also surprisingly wide board, you know? One of those things about the Silver Hand that people may have forgotten because Gen and Baku rotated very early in the life cycle of the Witchwood is just how intimidating it is to constantly remove a big board. And Leok is like kind of really proven his worth here. It's hard to remove and makes all of these 2/1s, which makes Glowfly Swarm way worse. Not to mention this Consecration, so even if Monsanto got Gift of the Wild, there would be an opportunity to clear potentially here.
Energy, power. My people are addicted to it.
Alright, well here we go with Kael'thas' turn.
Right. It's Kael'thas into the Ironbark. He has at least 1 more free spell, potentially more.
Okay, there's the Glowfly Swarm. He would need an Innervate in order to be able to go again. Alright, so it's going to stop at a Glowfly Swarm, and honestly, that doesn't feel like it's enough.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, you know, like, part of it was what we're talking about. Monsanto didn't have the ramp, so he didn't really have a lot of cheap spells to combo here. Like, how big is this Power of the Wild potentially if Muzzy didn't, like, because he has a Consecration?
Yeah. Well, this Kael'thas still has 13 health, so Consecration plus the board is 12 damage. So he would have to Consecration and Underline Angling Rod in order to deal with this board, and that's a full trade of Muzzy's board as well. He could develop the Brazen Zealot behind it because he'll get the extra mana crystal from the Escape Mana Saber, but he would essentially use most of the resources in his hand, and then also only have a 2/1 left on the board once everything was said and done. So sure, he has the answers to this, but then he'll be super light on resources, and Monsanto, albeit a small reload, does have a reload.
Move quickly.
And
yeah,
I say small, but small based on its potential, not based on its actual stats.
Well, that's the thing, though. He saw that Mount Seller got... he saw that the Mount Seller got discarded from Fungal Fortune. So Monsanto's reload potential is actually a lot weaker than most Druids in this position. So now Druid doesn't have things like the Forest Aid, doesn't have Ysera Unleashed. His best board building after this second round of Glowfly Swarm is Rising Winds. Believe it or not.
That's it. Oh, and excuse me, last turn. I thought it was a full trade, but I must have not counted the actual Consecration damage on the Kael'thas, so he had the 2 attack left over. So he got to hold on to his Leok, which could end up being a difference maker, honestly. And I also like the fact that Monsanto, realizing that the Glowfly Swarm is his last form of minion generation, trying to protect it and go for needs to go super wide and try and get like the Soul of the Forest down and protect as much as he can. But honestly, like it is relatively protected by itself because Muzzy is out of removal. I mean, you look at his deck; he's used his Consecration, and he used his Zephrys. He has a Waste Warden left in the deck, and that's his only ability to deal with the second Glowfly Swarm.
Right. I mean, the other side of it would be to set up a board preemptively, and that's where the Silverhand Hero Power really does come into play. And he still has another Murloc off the Angler Rod that he could potentially get as a swing. Also, the Pharaoh's Blessing might end up being very hard for Monsanto to deal with, but he does have that Gift of the Wild, so I can kind of see this map out in a couple of different ways here. Muzzy just going for 4 full board development. And because Monsanto has to play a lot more Honesty without a free Kael'thas.
Whew.
Jeez, all the ramp at the bottom of Monsanto's deck. Feels bad for the Druid, but Monsanto still has that Glowfly Swarm and the Soul of the Forest. The question is he like potentially dead if he does not? Let's see. There's 4 damage from the Toxfin and then 2 from everything else. So it's 14. 17 through the weapon. 21 through the Pharaoh's Blessing. So he's not dead.
Well, there's a Blue Gill Warrior. And with Leok, it would be 3 damage.
Right.
So,
I mean, there's a handful of ways he could die.
Yeah, but I imagine that Monsanto will go for probably a play like Glowfly Swarm, Soul of the Forest, and then Bog Beam. One of these minions down. Probably the most attack, which would be the Toxfin.
Right.
Over there to the far left. So that's what's probably going to happen. And in that case, I don't think there's an out from the underlying Angling Rod.
Right. And keep in mind that Monsanto still doesn't actually have teeth besides the Gift of the Wild here. He doesn't have Savage Roar.
Yeah.
And he could whiff on the 50-50 here.
Yeah, that's true. He has Wrath to draw for 1.
That's true.
Also Rising Winds. And Overgrowth. Okay, well...
I guess you're supposed to just Pharaoh's Blessing here?
Yeah, and then...
Put it on the Magic Carpet, I presume? Guess you swing with the weapon first, see what happens. You might get some big impact Murloc. Oh, the Murloc Raider. Sweet. I mean, it's a 1-mana rusher.
1-mana rusher.
And beggars don't get to be choosers.
It'd be better than like a Scargill in this situation because it would just be a 4/4 that had no immediate impact on the board.
Oh, interesting. Muzzy values the Magic Carpet slightly higher. I guess because he still has 1-drops in his deck. I just value the Leok largely because it makes all the hero power tokens become a little stronger. But actually, there's not that many 1-mana drops left. There is the Battle Mage, and there is the Og Merchant.
Yep, and Hungry Crab.
Oh, yes, the Hungry Crab. Okay, so 3 out of the 17 draws.
Yeah.
Highly reasonable. Okay, so Savage Roar drawn. Monsanto does not have lethal this turn. What can he do to make this better?
What is the last card in the deck?
Well, Monsanto only has 1 copy of Soul of the Forest.
Yeah, so it's not Soul.
Only one copy of Wrath, only one copy of Gift of the Wild. So it's got to be like the second Innervate. Or... yeah.
Power of the
Second
Wild.
Power of the Wild. So he's going to use the Savage Word to get past the Leok.
Time waits for no one.
And then try and buff up his board from there.
Right.
Like the Rising Winds. Probably just 2 Rising Winds, honestly. Just make 2 Eagles and say go.
Exactly.
Try and follow that up with Gift of the Wild plus Power of the Wild for the final push.
Woo! Eddie Tyrion
jeez.
comes into play here.
Honestly, this probably has to be a Libra of Justice turn just to kill as much stuff as possible. He can kill off the 2 Eagles plus 1 of the Treants.
That's fair. And then Tyrion can try to lock the door. Remember that Monsanto is just like all in at this point. He has to try and make this board work. So Libra of Justice will eliminate 3 of these minions, making Gift of the Wild and Power of the Wild much worse. And Muzzy has all information available. He knows exactly what's in Monsanto's hand, which is 2 Overgrowths, 2 Power of the Wild, and a Rising Wind, and a Gift of the
Whew.
Wild.
It's still like a decent amount of minion generation left for Monsanto, because you could do something like Rising Winds for 2 Eagles, then Power of the Wild for a Panther, and then a Power of the Wild for a buff.
Move quickly.
So there's still a lot of minions to chop through, and it just seems like
Put your faith in the light. Reporting for duty.
I guess he wants to wait until Gift of the Wild comes out before Libra of Justice, but then he kind of overrides Ashbringer. Oh, but at the same time, see, I don't know, because he can't set up for like a lethal through Fatigue if Gift of the Wild ever comes out, because there's going to be taunts in the way. And then he won't have the Ashbringer anymore if he has to Libra of Justice through the Gift of the Wild turn, because then it would override the Ashbringer. So,
I think it's actually based off of one card, which might be... Oh, actually, no, it doesn't work that way. We got correction that Wasteborn does not actually deal the damage to all Treants.
No, they're called Treants, but they have no tribe.
Right. So I was thinking that he would save the Libra of Justice in case he was able to top deck the Wasteborn, but it doesn't work that way. Then the alternative is... I guess he's just trying to get as much onto the board as possible, then use Libra of Justice later. And he still has a lot of opportunity to potentially draw like high-impact cards like a Siamat. But man, this is definitely an intimidating board to go up against.
Yep. And Monsanto most likely... So he left 1/1/1 up.
Interesting. Oh, Siamat!
Winds of the South.
Oh, wow!
That's what we're talking about. The Siamat was one of his outs.
Yeah, Siamat one of his outs because he gets to kill 2 of these. And 3 with the Ashbringer. And now this is a very limited amount of damage from Monsanto.
Right. Almost like as if he should have pushed that extra 5. Then his opponent would be at 7. Oh boy. Did Monsanto overthink it and overtrade?
Well, there was a card being held in hand for a very long time.
Right.
And maybe Monsanto had a read that was Libra of Justice, because trading over one of the 1/1s still sets up lethal through Libra of Justice, because Muzzy would have had to tank the 5 and would have left 2 on board, which would have been 12, which Power of the Wild would have been enough in that point. But if Monsanto again doesn't trade off 2 of these minions to play around, or trade to 2 of these minions to play around Libra of Justice, then that card would beat him. So if he has the read, which I assume he does based on the 1 trade over the Silverhand Recruit last turn, then he would...
Right. the argument would be that he can't afford to play around it, but I don't think we're at that point yet. Also, how do we play this Power of the Wild? Is it better just as a standalone 3-2?
I think just having more minions, honestly, is better at this point. Monsanto disagrees.
I think you have to push this damage, though. Can't trade with it. And Muzzy with the Libram of Justice. And the Og Merchant! What a draw!
What?
Are you kidding
Because
me?
that saves him the damage, so that Monsanto can't just hero power him over 2 turns to kill him.
Yep. And that's
game.
be it. Muzzy can't lose here at this point. Monsanto concedes. What a crazy game number 1. Highlander Paladin just narrowly outsurvives the Spell Druid Onslaught.
Muzzy's pumped, and also I just realized that Muzzy has the same bottle as me.
Bottle buddies.
We're bottle buddies.
Yeah.
That just made me double happy. But yeah, Highlander Paladin taking the
2
win.
wins for Muzzy then.
I know, it's the double win. Well, honestly, just taking a win with Paladin in the series against the Druid is already a double win, I think, in my book, because what these series have been coming down to in most of the matches that we've seen so far has been which player can more consistently take wins with their weaker decks, which is Paladin and Shaman. And so if he's able to take a win over Druid with
a glimpse into behind the scenes. We're very transparent here at Hearthstone Esports. It's not just me and TJ doing everything ourselves. As I get to take a look at some of our producers in the back. In the meantime, we're going to get ready for game number 2. And Monsanto, with Druid, it's been struggling a little bit, but I did expect Paladin to win, TJ. I know that you were mentioning that it's kind of a huge victory here for Muzzy, but most of the expectation is that Shaman and Paladin will be able to pressure Druid enough to make it buckle. So Monsanto with the Druid probably had higher hopes for it, but at the same time, I don't think he should be that surprised. It just hurts because it was that close to winning the game. And as we mentioned, had he gone for the face for that little bit of extra damage, potentially would have swung enough. Obviously, I think that the math would maybe change a little bit because the Libram would clear off more, or perhaps the Siamat would be still as impactful, but kind of have to wonder.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I still think that after playing it a lot today, the Highlander Paladin just still has a lot of weakness once their board is kind of picked apart and once they have to trade all in their stuff. Because as you saw, it very quickly becomes a game where you're relying on the top card of your deck, and as soon as you miss one draw, you're dead to a lot of the decks. But yeah, it's a big win against the Druid. And one thing that we also didn't talk about much was the fact that Monsanto left the Mage up for Muzzy instead of Hunter, which has been the more popular choice that we've seen, at least in Americas. In other regions, like in Europe, we see Mage left up a lot. We even saw a Rogue left up earlier today in Pavle versus Seiko. And Seiko just got 3-0'd.
Yep.
Very quickly. And then they faced again. He banned Rogue and then beat him. So I don't know if that was a mistake or if he just underestimated the Rogue, but I saw in the chat earlier that Soddle and Raven were like, is that a mistake? Is the graphic correct? Is Rogue really left up? Yeah, but no Rogue in Americas. It hasn't been played a single time throughout the entire Swiss, and now throughout the top 8. Rogue has still yet to be played in this week's format. All right.
Well, it's okay. There's going to be other weeks where Rogue gets played, TJ.
Oh,
For
yeah.
now,
I mean,
it's the Shaman party.
Yeah, Rogue's just always played. In like every metagame, it always finds a way.
Death Tax is an Edwin Bank.
Mm-hmm.
Hungry Crab waiting for its time to shine. But not now. Muzzy has the board. And might be very important for Muzzy to have this board so that way he can try to fight back later. I tend to believe that whoever... Oh, gosh.
Eesh.
I tend
Not
to
the
believe that
best draw.
whoever is on the play is in a pretty big advantage in this matchup, just because you get to present first over your opponent. But it seems like, when you're far sighting into a mutate, that is not what you're looking for at all.
No.
A trade here would make the Mogu Flesh Shaper cost 6. Still too expensive.
The double Waste Warden tech from Muzzy. You can see what he's trying to target.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the Mogu Flesh Shaper next turn, because chances are Monsanto is going to develop. He does find the Bog Strock Clacker.
Bless you.
Right, thank you. It's definitely a mouthful, but the most important thing is that Shield of Galakron stops the weapon attack. But Waste Warden actually gets some surprising value here. Oh,
and
or
now that's
perhaps
with Desert Hair, Mogu Flesh Shaper essentially still is the same cost, because it's 3 mana for 3 minions. So he can play Desert Hair, Sludge Slurper, the Lackey, and Mogu Flesh Shaper, and swing
it. Witchy Lackey, the evolves can keep on coming.
Yeah, I think you just save the Witchy Lackey and then get kind of a reroll evolve on whatever minion you're unhappy with.
Right.
Essentially. He also has Mutate. Okay. I guess the Mutate is to reroll for a minion that he's unhappy with.
Right.
Let's see what's in the box.
Finds a charge minion to take out.
Oh, charge, yeah, I forgot. Charge exists.
Yeah, but these are all kind of weak stuff. What does he want to mutate? The Starving Buzzard or the King Feoris? I probably imagine the Feoris.
Yeah, we'll go to a Sea Giant, right?
It would go to another 10-cost minion. So in this case,
another
it's the Boom
10-cost
Reaper.
minion.
Yeah, if the way Evolve works is that there's nothing to evolve to. Because right now, there's no 11 mana cost minions in Standard.
What?
It'll just
Sea
turn.
Giant is 10. Okay.
Yeah, it'll just turn into another minion of the same cost. So in this case, it'll turn 10 mana minion into a 10 mana minion. It also was a very unique case with Mountain Giant, because Mountain Giant was 12 mana. However, you do get the ability to transform that. And there was like this. There used to be this curve where you had Snow Fury Giant to be able to go from 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
Definitely some brutal evolves here, but the good news for Muzzy, keeps his 10 drop on the board.
Sure. Yeah. Consolation prize.
I mean, that's a big deal. That's hard. It's hard to fight back from if you're Monsanto. You're just a lot of tempo. And remember, the moment this thing becomes Deathwing, that just like is a 2-turn lethal setup. Alternatively, it could just turn into another King Feor situation. One more time.
Nazari.
He finds the Magma Rager. But Magma Rager is actually very... Oh, wow, he found the Galakron off the top. Is it fully invoked? It is. Funny enough, Magma Rager is like tough challenges. You take that damage instead. Alright. All things considering, Magma Rager is one of the better outcomes, I suppose, if your opponent was having to attack into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's efficient damage for a 3-drop, I suppose. But now Muzzy has all of a sudden lost the board, and yeah, that's just... the average outcome for the board that he had with how many evolves he had was so much higher than that. Like the Gnomish Inventor and the Starving Buzzard, just so understatic for their cost. And because Monsanto was able to clear off enough, because every single minion that survived there would have been a pretty big threat in going to the next turn. A threat's big enough to where maybe Galakron wouldn't have even been enough to deal with it. So
yeah, it's totally fair. On some level, I kind of think that this might be the reason why Shaman, even if it hits its power spike, isn't played much, because the consistency just isn't there. Perhaps because of the wild range of outcomes that you can get off your evolves, that volatility actually ends up becoming the sole reason why they feel like you can't actually rely on this deck whatsoever.
Yeah.
Another big power spike in the form of Kronks. And Monsanto draws the Galakron, and Muzzy, with the lack of evolves getting him full tempo, he doesn't have the ability to fight back, and that's going to do it. Game 2 goes to Monsanto.
It's kind of crazy to think that after that turn that Muzzy had, that he still lost that game, but it kind of came down to just, one, obviously you can point at the evolved outcomes, but two, just Monsanto kind of having the board going into that turn, right? So he was able to keep the board in check enough to allow Galakron to be an out in that situation. So it was, he was facing up a board where he had a Shield of Galakron, the Disciple, Devoted Maniac, and had to Block Shock Knuckles into it. So as soon as Monsanto was able to clean that up and dismantle at least most of like the 4/5 drops, they gave himself the Galakron out to be able to go. And that's kind of how swingy that Shaman Mirror can be, because once you go all in on your board, that's it. There's no comeback mechanics. Outside of Galakron, there's no way for you to instantly deal with the board. You don't have schemes or earthquakes or lightning storms or anything like that. So it kind of lives on the edge, right?
Totally. And I think that's ultimately the song and dance that we're going to be seeing a lot more throughout the weekend, right? Like we've talked about it a little bit. Shamans seem to be one of the more interesting classes because while they do have some good matchups, they also seem to be kind of weak to everything at the same time. And it's kind of hard to predict based off of that. Like I thought that most times Muzzy wins those games, and yep. I stand corrected. So maybe Muzzy will stay on the Shaman, try to see if he can still get a good matchup there, perhaps trying to see if he can aggro Hunter down, for example, and get that very fast evolve while pressuring. But at the same time, there is the opportunity for Monsanto to perhaps go for the Druid again. I think most people consider that Shaman to be very good against Druid. So if Monsanto anticipates Muzzy going for the Shaman again, he's probably going to have to switch something else.
Yeah, especially with the text that Muzzy has. He has double Waste Warden. So
yeah, double Waste Warden.
I don't think I'm playing Druid into this, knowing that there's a Shaman with double Waste Warden on the other side. Which is kind of funny to think that players in the past couple weeks have been queuing Druid nonstop against anything because of how it has a lot of good matchups. Now it has a good amount of bad matchups with Shaman and arguably Paladin. Murloc Paladin specifically. If you don't have early removal, you just get run over.
I guess Druid is fairly balanced then. Just has a pretty good mix of good matchups, even matchups, and some pretty bad matchups, and it's not infallible, despite it having ridiculous draws at times.
Yeah.
Well, Dwarven Sharpshooter. Just a card that answers Battle Mage very efficiently. Muzzy can pick up the bump, the preemptive bump, so that way he doesn't lose his Battle Mage for absolutely nothing. And Monsanto has a pretty reasonable curve. Does have the ability to wipe off this board in a couple different ways, but with the coin, he does have the ability to nicely smoothen out the gaps between his cards' mana cost here. Looking at potentially taking a little bit of a defensive stance here, like not necessarily try to develop super aggressively. He is though. Okay, so he goes for the Desert Spear to go for a full clear. But it's not like Muzzy was going to be super far ahead on board anyways.
No, but this still does fit the curve, as you mentioned. The Og Merchant could be used as removal, I suppose, going to the next turn. And he still has the Dwarven Sharpshooter to be able to use for hero power. Ooh, Scavenger's Ingenuity. One thing I found funny over the past couple of days is just watching the players' reactions to like playing their Shaman decks. Like, Gallon yesterday was probably the funniest, watching him play his Totem Shaman deck. But even just like when players look at their hands and realize that, oh my gosh, I'm so far behind, it's only turn 3 or turn 4. It's just been quite entertaining.
Yeah, I think it's because these decks have been built so narrow. As in, they have to be very good at being like aggressive, for example, or Eddie's deck has to be very good at being defensive. But because of that, it's kind of led to an interesting dynamic where they're too all in on a strategy. They're really bad at coming back onto the board because they're like so focused on being proactive.
Yeah.
The exception, of course, being that Muzzy seems to have tech like that in his deck, right? He has the Lurker below and 2 Wasteborns to try to target the Druid. But outside of that, it's like try your best to develop as proactively as possible. Scary moment here for Muzzy as well. He's trying to go for this Bogspine Knuckle situation. Has double Corsairs, but there is a Dragonbane waiting on the other side.
Oh, well, I mean, he doesn't really have a choice but to go for it. I feel, because the longer he leaves this Dragonbane on board without trying to contest it with minions, the more damage he's going to take. Like, sure, he could try and hold on to it until Mogu Fleshshaper could become active with both of those minions. Like, you know, play the Bogspine Knuckles this turn and don't attack.
Right, so you can play Bogspine Knuckles, not attack. Next turn, play double Dread Corsair and Lurker below. And try to clear off, but I think that's just too much greed.
Yeah.
Could also find something that would have high impact here. Wow!
Whoa!
Convincing Infiltrator? That's annoying to deal with, although he finds the Maiev.
The Raspike Brute is actually also very annoying to deal with. Every time it's attacked, it deals 1 damage to all enemies.
Right, that's a Demon Hunter card.
Yeah, it's a Demon Hunter card, and whenever it gets played by Demon Hunters, it's super annoying. It's not played very often because, you know, the power level of the rest of their cards is just really high. But Monsanto right now, like, his way to deal with this stuff is to have a lot of miniature attacks into it. And so those are just 2 very annoying minions. Muzzy, and it just goes to show you that he doesn't even have to, you know, feel pressured to use his mutate to try and re-roll one of these into a 6. He's just happy with the result thus far. Okay. Well, that's something.
Quickly.
All right, Dragonbane goes down. That is one of the points of concern, and okay, Shield of Galakron comes into play.
I mean, again, it's something, right?
Yeah.
It's something to do.
I think the Lurker below would have been a much worse alternative, so we shall take it.
See what's in the box this time. Ooh, Dragoncaster.
Oh, funny interaction that the Fleshing Ghoul actually activates the moment you kill something, even though you evolved it just then.
Yeah.
The Swarm of Locust clears everything, though.
Oh, it's clean. It's so clean.
Very clean. And sets up for a Siamat. And then the Shamans kind of like dumped a bunch of resources for not much gain here.
Muzzy's been getting very greedy with this mutate. He's been trying to hold on to it for Mogu Fleshshaper.
Right.
But, like, imagine if he rerolls that Dragoncaster that turned into a 7-drop.
Right.
Maybe it's out of range of the Swarm of Locusts, and he has at least some semblance of board. Because also at the same time, like, the Lurker below and Mogu Fleshshaper have anti-synergy. Because usually Lurker below is used to clear off wide boards from your opponent, where Mogu Fleshshaper benefits from having a wide board from your opponent.
Yep. I definitely on your side, TJ. Is his Galakron fully invoked? It doesn't look to be the case. He finds another Shield of Galakron. which I believe would put him only at 3. He's played Devoted Maniac, and he's played a Shield of Galakron, if I recall correctly.
I don't even know if he's played a Devoted Maniac.
Oh, no,
I
that
don't
was
think
previous
so.
game.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
this is it. It's just the 2
second.
Shield of Galakron, so it's only the second invoke.
And we're rapidly approaching the point where, like, Highlander Hunter has given the Shaman enough time. It's starting to draw, like, the power part of its curve. And now is the opportunity to potentially press in here. Like, the Maya Shadow Song with the Corrosive Breath and attack is 11 damage, and you do set up a 2-turn lethal that way. Oh yeah? Waste Warden here. That also works.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably.
Yep. This is a cleaner mana setup and also slightly more power, so I like it. Well done. And now Muzzy has to go for the Galakron, it feels like. Unless I'm missing something.
I mean, Lurker Below leaves the Tiamat up, so he could get greedy and go for Farsight, and then at the worst case scenario, play the Lurker Below. But yeah, this is just way safer, just to make sure that the board is clear. But Monsanto has so much reload behind this. He's got Dragon Queen Alexstrasza into the Grand Slam.
Ooh, oh, wow. Twin Tyrant just to get board presence and to destroy the minion that's on the board. And Monsanto picks up a couple of interesting options, and those don't remove like the best stats. Rottenness Drake is the best tempo if he had a dragon in hand, which he does not if he plays his Twin Tyrant. And then Cobalt Spellkin, of course, more for like the resource generation. Hunter's spells aren't particularly impressive. There's a couple of that are obviously great, but Twin Tyrant here probably just the best option despite having Rottenness Drake in hand. To add insult to injury, Mogu Flesh Shaper is still unplayable here.
Yeah, and Mutate's still stuck.
I guess unplayable is harsh of a description. Mogu Flesh Shaper is very playable this turn. It just doesn't feel like you get the ideal setup whatsoever. Okay, so Waste Warden deals 3 damage to each dragon.
Nice!
He doesn't have enough for Lurker Below either, and that still wouldn't deal enough. So I guess he's going to search one more time with this Farsight. Okay, finds Invocation of Frost.
I mean, he's starting to like piece together something, but it all just seems like too little, too late. Monsanto has like, is it potential lethal with the Algo face? No, not quite.
He just has better cards. That's kind of what
yeah.
The quality of his cards are just much higher, and Muzzy tried to hone in on like again a deck that has early tempo and. It doesn't really have it against a Highlander deck that just has a lot of powerful cards in the late game. You can't answer this.
Well, they all went face.
I mean, even if you could answer it, Monsanto has game any damage in hand.
Yep.
Is there any out with the Mogu Flesh Shaper? What if you get the Colossus?
Scrapbeard Colossus, that would block 14 points of damage.
What he doesn't know is that there's a kill command in hand, but that still isn't going to stop him from at least trying.
Yep.
And the Evolve gets a Deathwing. Very strong minion, but not good enough. And that is going to be game number 3 to Monsanto. The Hunter and the Shaman coming through. And what looked like to be the Druid being the weakness of Monsanto's lineup at the very beginning, potentially, of course, Monsanto is now beating up the Shaman. And Monsanto now has to play one of his decks that are vulnerable to Waste Warden. He plays Druid. The Glowfly Storm gets blown out. He plays the Paladin, he's Murloc focused, and Waste Warden will destroy that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough spot, but at the same time, like that's dependent on drawing the Waste Warden because Murloc Paladin can run over Shaman. Because Muzzy, you know, his early game, sure, he has like Blazing Battle Mages in his deck, and Sludge Slurper, but that's it. Stormforge Axe might be able to like buy him some time as well, but there's a chance that he just gets run over, and maybe Waste Warden is not enough to come back. So that's if Monsanto decides to play the Paladin. I'm just not sure what's the right choice in this situation because the Waste Warden's making complicated. It seems like the Shaman would just run over Druid. Like every which way I look at it, you have time to set up your big Bogspine Knuckles or... oh, okay, well... Muzzy's not playing like the full Evolve package. He doesn't have the Bogstraw Clacker. He just has the Knuckles and Mutates. But Lurker Blow and Double Waste Warden, like if you build a board, it's going to get removed, most likely. So that's a tough decision.
Yeah, so I think that if you're Muzzy, you once again just kind of see if you can get the Shaman through, and Monsanto maybe just debating if you want Paladin or Druid here. I think the Druid is still higher power level because Waste Warden isn't everything against the Soul of the Forest builds. And so we're going to go into game number 4. However, Muzzy's going to pivot off of the Shaman and instead go into his Mage. Highlander Mage making the first appearance of the weekend. Muzzy just doesn't have faith in the Shaman anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's actually just the reality. He's like,
yeah,
okay,
I
this deck
guess,
sucks.
but like, it seemed like he built his deck specifically to deal with the 2 decks that Monsanto has left up.
It's true.
Like Murloc Paladin and Druid are why you play Double Waste Warden Lurker Below in the Shaman deck.
Well, I mean, Mage seems to be well outfitted to beat the Druid too. You know, things like this Waste Warden and the Flame Ward.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone's favorite puzzle box of Yogg-Saron.
Oh yeah. But I guess the Mage does have all those tools as well. So
Muzzy has the opportunity to get onto the board with a coin play here. A coin into the Twilight Drake or the Bone Wraith. You can convince me of either. There's 8 cards in hand, so a coin, Twilight Drake, be a 4/7. That's pretty resilient against most of what Druid removes, or Druid's removal.
Oh yeah.
And you know that your opponent's probably going to roll into a Overgrowth turn, because he kept that card. But I guess Muzzy highly values the ability to coin as a slightly faster puzzle box or things of that sort. Finds the Dragon Caster, so he can puzzle box as soon as next turn.
Monsanto has the curve too. He's got the Glowfly Swarm into Innervate Soul of the Forest, into Gift of the Wild.
Holy smokes, we might see a very fast conclusion to this game one way or another.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So I guess, well, he does have the Waste Warden and the Flame Ward, right?
Yeah. So that checks this board sometimes. But Gift of the Wild, you can see, is there. But Monsanto will be essentially out of just reload after that. And also, because this Bone Wraith is there, he gets to make some trades, which means that Flame Ward is going to clear up many of these.
Right. And Monsanto knows that that should be Flame Ward because Muzzy doesn't have that many secrets. It's a Highlander deck. He's got Flame Ward and Ice Barrier, and that's it.
Yeah, they're both up right now, so...
Sort of a tough situation here for Monsanto because everything he does leads to his board getting significantly weaker, and he's pretty all in on this. Does have a chance to get bailed out if he picks up Overflow off the top of the deck. You can also choose to not attack. He knows the Ice Barrier is up as well, so it negates like the other 2 attacks from these Treants. Instead, he could like wait for a potential Power of the Wild, or he doesn't have a second Soul of the Forest. This is bad spot for Monsanto. Oh jeez. Now, alternatively, Muzzy can go just for the puzzle box.
Oh, here we go. Let's see what's in the box. All right, rough start.
Okay.
There's still time.
Still not that great. Oh,
all right.
Swipe. Swipe is great.
Nailed it.
Everything.
Starfall. It wasn't the AoE.
There's Mark. Just reducing. Oh, boy. They unleashed the hounds.
Oh!
Libra
Oh
Momo!
my gosh.
Clean up this mess.
I concede.
And that will be a concede. Monsanto recognizing that he can't do anything. Muzzy with the thumbs up. And we kind of knew that this game was sort of doomed anyways for Monsanto because that Flame Ward just kept like his entire board in check. And Muzzy had like plenty of ways to even just like piece together removal because he could like Ray of Frost one thing, ping another thing. Like Monsanto was just stuck. So the puzzle box just like completely cemented the lead there. Muzzy was very far ahead, and I mean, we kind of expected that to go that way.
Yep.
Now we get ready for game number 5. Once more, will Muzzy turn to the Shaman? Or perhaps TJ, he will show us the ways of his Druid.
No,
but
Shaman.
I feel like that creates a situation where you're either 50-50 against the Druid, because you're playing Druid Mirror, or you're unfavored versus Murloc Paladin, the deck that is the king of the meta, TJ. We talked about it for weeks, hyping it up. Murloc Paladin, statistically, just the best deck against your average ladder player. I should probably add that caveat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It was like one of those things where, so people who don't know, the first 2 weeks, whenever TJ and I would like pull up like HS Replay or other data sites, it would just show that like Murloc Paladin was overperforming against everything.
Yep.
It was like 54% win rate, and it's like its only bad matchup was like Control Warrior, maybe, you know. It's just like, why are these stats like so heavily skewed towards making Murloc Paladin look so good? And obviously, it's because it wasn't refined data. It was like taking every region across all ranks. It was just funny to see though. Whenever it would be like, well, what's a good counter for things like the Galakron Rogue or the Zoo Warlock stuff or whatnot? It's like Murloc Paladin kept showing up in every single one of those data pools.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I look at the updated data, and Murloc Paladin is moving down the ladder a little bit. Its success and its popularity. It loses to every archetype of Demon Hunter and Highlander Mage. Those are its bad matchups. Oh, and most archetypes of Warrior. But that's it. Everything else it's supposed to beat. In fact, it's supposed to beat Spell Druid about 70% of the time.
Well,
it's supposed to beat Galakron Shaman only 50%. 53% of the time. So,
yeah, but like, how many games do we have?
250 across all ranks. So not very many.
Not many. Usually you want to get to around 1,000 before you can start drawing conclusions.
And they don't have Waste Wardens, these ladder lists. So you can probably put that a little higher for the Galakron Shaman.
No 2-drop. Wow, this is a really big deal here for Monsanto, and Muzzy could use this opportunity to get ahead. Although with these double Cold Light Seers, could also potentially be a very big board out of nowhere that Muzzy can't recover from.
Yeah. Because the Dormant Minion will activate before on Monsanto's start of next turn, and then he gets to Cold Light Seer and potentially dodge everything that's going to happen here. And Muzzy pretty much is going to need Waste Warden on 5.
Right, that's why he kept his mana flexible.
But the second Cold Light Seer is going to come down before he's able to play it.
The second Collace here comes down, but there's still not that much power, and he can remove one Murloc on the board, which I think is a good call. Because he knows that there's a possibility of a second Collace here. And honestly, a second Collace here is not that great. It's annoying, but like it's still just like minimal power. But what really hurts is the War Leader follow-up. It's still the Waste Warden here, just to remove some power on the board.
I'm not 100% sold on the Waste Warden yet.
Okay, and the alternative is to equip a weapon. Yeah, equip a weapon. Could be Knuckles or the Stormforge Axe, either one. And then try to weaken it.
Because Monsanto he's going to keep playing Murlocs.
That's true. That's true. This is not the Highlander Paladin that only plays a few Murlocs.
And Monsanto stops at the at 4. He does not have the Scale Lord, so there's no Scale Lord to punish. And the only Murlocs that are not susceptible to Waste Warden on the following turn would be Felfin Navigator and something with Divine Shield. So Murgurgle. So like he could set up like a weapon and then hold the Waste Warden until the following turn, and then Waste Warden and get more value, and maybe be able to clean up the rest of the Murlocs as well. Because now he just doesn't have Waste Warden anymore, and now he's going to have to start hitting these mini weapon swings into Murlocs and then hope that they gets the job done. And I just don't see that happening. Unless he draws second Waste Warden, because he does have 2 in the deck. He can also draw Lurker Below.
Yeah, he has Lurker Below, he has the Waste Wardens, and honestly, things like Corrupt Elementalist. Corrupt Elementalist is nice, but even a Devoted Maniac would be pretty solid against this board. He has a lot of good draws, finds one of the worst.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, he's going to do his best to try to fight back on the following turns. And Monsanto finds Hungry Crab, but
Tempo! The best use of this is probably in combination with the Hench Clan Hogsteed.
Right, I think I would probably swing with the weapon first, just to see if you can completely blow Muzzy out of the game with another Cold Light Seer, because then you play War Leader Cold Light Seer. I'd be afraid of Lurker Below from this position.
Yep.
But perhaps Monsanto doesn't have the luxury of trying to wait for that. Hungry Crab here is also good if you position it in the middle to stop
I must move quickly.
a Lurker Below. The Lurker Below. So you could attack this. Oh, he's going to evolve. Interesting.
He's torn.
Okay.
Well, this is a little bit of mispositioning of the Hungry Crab.
It's a pretty significant mispositioning if he did have the Lurker Below.
Yeah, you want to put it directly in the middle.
Yeah, so that way you only can kill away half your board at best. I think Muzzy probably won't be greedy with his mutate if he finds this to be lacking. Okay, I mean, I think that's pretty bad.
Oh, yeah.
That's much better.
Oh, yeah.
But I think he might be on cleanup duty, or he might just be dead. Hold on. 3, 5, 7, 8, plus 6 is 14, plus Hand of a Doll is 16. All these Murlocs get +2 with the War Leader.
The Hogsteed's a beast.
Oh, wait. Well, I thought it was Murloc for a second, but the Murloc's the Death Rattle minion.
He's riding it.
He's riding the Hogsteed.
I mean, this is still pretty close to locked up for Monsanto. Muzzy needs exactly
so
Lurker Below next turn or Waste Warden, and then still needs some help beyond that, right? Like a Taunt Totem because he wouldn't kill everything?
Yes, or a Sludge Slurper into a Titanic Lackey, and that's starting to just become really, really low odds.
Yeah. It's looking grim still. And if Muzzy loses this game, he would have lost all 3 games this series with Shaman. What's the draw? Looks like a Dread Corsair to me.
Dread Corsair has taunt, which makes it feel like you don't want it to evolve, but you don't really have a choice.
What about 9 mana?
9 mana, there are rushers.
What to do?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have to be just like a convincing infiltrator setup again with his Dread Corsair. He could also throw in the Underbelly Angler and try to see if he can go for a 3-mana taunt. And there's a couple of things that might be solid.
The only 9-mana taunt is Pit Commander. The Demon Hunter, at the end of your turn, summon a random demon from your deck.
Yeah. All right, well, final verdict on Muzzy's Game 5. No taunt, a Mogu Flesh Aper. And that's going to do it. Monsanto wins the series 3-2, sweeping Muzzy's Shaman.
Yeah, little bit
days.
rough. Yeah, especially with knowing that you've teched specifically for it, and then Waste Warden having it on 5, but it barely does anything to impact the board state. That feels bad, and losing all 3 games in that series with Shaman also feels bad. But I mean, there were some close ones. He gets taunts there. Maybe he finds a way out, like multiple taunts from that evolve. Very slim odds to get a taunt from 9 mana because there's only 1 from the Deathwing. But a good amount at 5 for the Dread Corsair. So, but it was still very slim margins that he had there, and now he'll have to wait to see the fate of PNC versus Saiyan to see who he's going to be facing in that elimination match.
Yeah, Muzzy has... I mean, his deck list was much better against Druid than it was against Murloc Paladin. He didn't have a single Hungry Crab in it, so you could see that those refined strategies to have the Murloc stuff may have probably forced Monsanto to play the Druid, and then he might have been in bigger trouble versus Druid. So it's one of those dangerous things about Open Conquest, which is that you don't have to win with each of your decks. You have to just win 3 games with your decks, period.
Yep. And I wonder what why no Hungry Crabs, but I guess he was just trying to corner Druid. But again, like you mentioned, the opponent could just not play. If you tech for just one thing, your opponent could just not play it, and then you're kind of in a tough spot.
All right, well, that brings us to our next break. So we're going to take a brief intermission, and when we come back, we're going to find out if Muzzy's teammate, Just Saiyan from Radiance, can take on PNC and avoid some kind of team kill in the elimination match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
Hello everybody, I'm TJ. I'm joined by America's Grandmaster as well as Masters Tour Bucharest champion Eddie. There was an unfortunate incident after you won Masters Tour Bucharest where a trophy malfunctioned in your very hands and you dropped it. You dropped it.
Winner of Masters Tour Bucharest.
Really?
Okay, so really.
Eddie, how you doing, Eddie?
I'm doing okay.
Today, my goal is to make sure that never happens to you again.
I improved since then already. I won the World University Cyber Games in China.
If you make it to the global finals, I just want to make sure that you are prepared. So, what I've done is I've assembled a collection of trophies. And we're going to make sure that you've dropped your last trophy. I'll need you to put on this poncho. Are you frightened?
Yes.
I don't care. And we're back. Eddie, looking good? Clothes all protected? Feeling good?
Yeah.
Are you ready to start the training?
No.
Okay. I have all these trophies here. See if you can catch some and hold on to them. You ready?
Okay.
We'll start easy. One trophy.
Okay. Where are all these things?
Don't worry about it. Next one. Nice. Next one. We're gonna get harder now, 2 at a time. Let's go. Here you go. Here you go. Coming at you. All right, last one.
This one's broken.
Well, sometimes trophies are broken, Eddie. You should know that. All right, now it's time.
What are you doing?
For your final test.
What are you doing?
You know, Eddie, when you play a Hearthstone tournament,
calm down, calm down. Don't do this.
you never know how
Don't
big
do this.
and heavy your trophies are gonna be. My training camp is almost complete.
Hearthstone Grandmasters continues with series number 2 here in day number 2 of week 3. Coming up next, we have Saiyan versus ENC. If you're just tuning in, we saw Muzzy and Monsanto go to the wire down to game number 5, and Monsanto was able to take that win after the Shaman was unable to get through. What are we going to see in this series? Looks like the bans are pretty streamlined, once more leaving up Paladin, Shaman, Druid, and Hunter. At least according to the website. We'll see if that is the case. The graphics has confirmed that.
Yeah. A lot of differences, though, between the lineups that we're seeing in this matchup compared to the last one. Saiyan does have Totem Shaman as opposed to the Galakron Shaman. He also has Token Druid instead of Spell Druid, which, a lot of the name is kind of used interchangeably because even the Spell Druid still relies on tokens to get the job done. But Saiyan's Druid has, the Blessing of Ancients and Garden Gnome and Force of Nature plus Aeroponics, that kind of thing. It's a much more get on the board fast and early and capitalize on boards and keep growing a board over time instead of the Spell Druid, which usually goes for big bursts and big swing turns with Kael'thas. So it's got some different matchups. I think it's better against some of the faster decks like Shamans and Paladins. But it's weaker in matchups where the decks have a lot of removal in the early game and you don't have those big, massive, resilient boards that you can make with Soul of the Force and Gift of the Wild like you see from the Spell Druid. So just some slight differences. And I'm excited to potentially see Totem Shaman again. Obviously, there's a chance that Saiyan doesn't play it in the series, but those were some of the most fun games I've watched in competitive Hearthstone yesterday. Watching Gallon play the Totem Shaman like 6 times in a row, trying to get wins with it in 2 different series. So I'm excited to see Saiyan play it this time around if he does.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to say the least if we come down to Totem Shaman versus Galakrond Shaman once more. But I do like the observation that you're making. Token Druid is definitely one of the more interesting takes right now to bring for this 10 deck format, largely because people will be trying to target Druid, so you go one step above and make this deck harder to target while giving it an opportunity to still build the traditional game plan for Druid, which is formulate a board that's really hard to deal with and present a Savage Roar lethal at every juncture of the game, starting from the mid game. So we'll see what ends up happening. Looks like I heard a Rexar to start things off, so Hunter going to be represented on both sides. And Saiyan's going to try to see if he can get this win, not only, of course, to improve his chances for top 4, but to avoid Muzzy in the elimination match, because once more, it would mean that Saiyan and Muzzy would have to face off for a spot in top 4. In week number 1, Saiyan had to beat Muzzy for the top 4 spot, and that's what's kind of got Saiyan into that upper echelon of points heading into week number 3. And then if the same happens today, Muzzy will almost be in danger of not making top 8. We'd have to see how the rest of the bracket play out, but Saiyan would lock it in. This is the Highlander Hunter Mirror for PNC and Saiyan. However, as you can already tell, there are some differences in some of the cards. Crazed Alchemist coming in as some secret tech here. Highlander Hunter also a deck for PNC that's performed very well in the first couple of weeks here.
Yeah, he got many of his wins in last year's standing last week with the Highlander Hunter. Most of his wins came from this deck, whereas he struggled with almost all of his other decks. So this is the one. And now we're in Conquest, so a little bit different. You can only win with it once, but obviously PNC 5-2 throughout the Swiss, so he's finding success with his other lists. But yeah, there are some differences. Both players notably did include Waste Warden in their lists. So they do have the tech, the anti-Druid, and kind of splash anti-Murloc Paladin. They both have Hungry Crabs. It's just kind of in that 2 to 4 mana range that they have those differences, like a Scale Rider for Saiyan, and like you mentioned, the Crazed Alchemist as well. Also an Overconfident Orc in the deck.
Okay. So
some slight differences.
Yeah, more utility, less like raw power.
Sure, yeah.
Crazed Alchemist does actually grab Saiyan some significant tempo onto the board because it doesn't die to the Hogsteed as easily, and he can set up a Desert Spirit that can most likely pick apart whatever PNC develops. And the Stormhammer eliminating the Crazed Alchemist. So it's a soft win here.
Also, the Desert Spear into Faces Corruptor combo is
classic.
Classic. One of the best Hunter combos there is currently, because you get the free minion generation. You can play Faces on curve as long as you have that weapon equipped.
That is correct. PNC doesn't have a very clean turn 4, so you can use tracking here while he can. Couple of reasonable neutral minions, Bone Chewer, Brawler, and Escaped Mana Wraith, but best card here is Diving Griffin for the purposes of keeping up against Saiyan's tempo it's about to develop here.
Yeah,
does he see it though, right? Like, Diving Griffin also just arguably just the best card there.
Yeah, and it would with the Hogsteed gone pull Zixer out 100%. Well, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in the Highlander deck is one of the best from Primordial Explorer. Still a ways away.
Right.
But PNC is on the play this game, so he would get the first Dragon Queen Alexstrasza down. And he does have a decent curve coming up on things with Rotten S Drake if Saiyan were to just play a big minion here. Diving Griffin, because it will pull the Zixer guaranteed, will give him, just kind of plays to make. Kind of fill his mana curve, so I like this curve. And Saiyan's kind of the one playing the reactive game plan right now, which is not where you want to be. So, just kind of looking through these turns, if Saiyan does go for the Coin Faces Corruptor here to try and win back some tempo on the board, Rottnest Drake not only allows the Stormhammer to swing again, but also gives PNC the board again.
How about a new eye? How about a new eye?
Yeah, Rottnest Drake here is super good tempo and keeps the train going, and PNC, outside of that measly turn 4, they still got to develop the Primordial Explorer, or the Emerald Explorer rather. This curve is looking real good. Now Saiyan doesn't know how to fight back just with the tool that he has. He's already used his coin, and Mana Saber isn't it. Looks like Saiyan's gonna at least receive 9 more damage next turn, and that might be the tipping point. We might not even get to the Alex Strazza phase of this game. PNC might be able to just end the game through pure pressure.
I've just realized over the past 2 weeks, nobody beats PNC's Highlander Hunter.
Yes, only PNC beats PNC's Highlander Hunter.
That's so true. So true. It just seems like in every game, even when his curve is not like the greatest curve in the world, he just always comes out on top, and it's just...
Well, I think
it's
where
the deck, Dan.
I
It's
honestly
the deck.
think that's where PNC's strength lies. One, he's able to recognize and build like good lineups. I think that's something that has consistently been his strength in Grandmasters, is that he has a good lineup for the field. I don't really think he brings bad decks. I think the second thing going in his favor is that he kind of understands the decks, that what they're trying to, their overall game plan, and he's able to really focus on some of these more narrow strategies. And sometimes they bomb out, and sometimes they like execute incredibly well. And that's kind of what Highlander Hunter is. You just have to like really press in and leverage your tools. In this case, PNC has really good tools. Diving Griffin eliminates the evasive Fellwing, and the Zixer can get the easy trade.
Diving Griffin wouldn't pull anything out of his deck unless he were to trade the Zixer in and have it die first.
Okay.
So
I'm in favor
maybe
of
he
that.
goes for a play here where he holds on to Diving Griffin for a turn, plays like Fairy Dragon,
Unleash the Hounds, perhaps,
or Unleash to fill the mana and to save him some damage, and then uses Diving Griffin to pull out Zixer next turn, or just does this. This also works.
Yeah, I think it's too
Pull it out
expensive
immediately.
next turn. That's probably what he's thinking about. Like, he wants to make a 7 into an 8 and 9, and he's got like Waste Warden and Fairy Dragon ready to go.
Yeah. So either way, I just like the play from PNC to trade in the Zixer to make sure that he pulls Zixer Prime out of his deck immediately and get value off of the Diving Griffin. Because that will also just make sure that he has a turn 8 to smoothly transition to Dragon Queen Alexstrasza on turn 9. If the game even lasts that long. Because Saiyan's at 11, and currently he doesn't have a great way to get on the board quickly. He has Swarm Locust, but there's just going to be the 3/1/1s.
That actually sets up a pretty decent Unleash the Hounds into a Fairy Dragon and swing.
You can also just Waste Warden.
Waste Warden Hero Power also looks pretty good. Or Waste Warden Fairy Dragon.
Oh yeah, Waste Warden Fairy Dragon, because then he gets to get the free swing with the Stormhammer, and then maybe set up for a Unleash Lethal next turn.
Yeah.
If Saiyan plays just a few minions.
Waste Warden Tech.
Nice.
And that should wrap it up. Saiyan's like, I don't even understand. Like, he just completely everything Saiyan tried to do this game, he got shut down.
Yeah.
And I mean, mirrors can be like that sometimes, where like one player has the right side of the deck and the other player does not. And there are some deck differences, but I don't really feel like they've made any significant impact here. So Saiyan looks dead to me.
I mean, you talk about like the more utility versus raw power, and you can kind of see that coming into play. Just with like the maybe slightly worse potential turn 2. Like, imagine if that Crazed Alchemist was like a better 2-drop.
Right.
That could have made a difference. Because he has pretty weak on-play 2s. He has Crazed Alchemist and Fairy Dragon. Those are his only 2-drops that are actually just playable 2s. So
That's fair.
Maybe it does. Maybe like that because he's focused a lot on utility. Maybe that's it. But I think it was mostly the case of, sometimes, especially in mirror matchups, like being on the play as opposed to being on the coin, a lot of times you're forcing your opponent to react to you. And you just need like the 1 or 2 answers to really stay ahead on board, or at very least stay ahead on health. And then you have more outs later on in the game. So, also just could be a fact that PNC just doesn't lose on a Highlander Hunter. So I don't know what Saiyan was expecting going into the mirror matchup anyway.
That's true. Well, that brings us to game number 2. Very quick game 1, despite Saiyan trying to hang in there as long as he can. Hunter seems to still be a very good queue because it does well against all of those strategies like Druid that takes a while to build up, and just seems to have higher card quality than the Shamans. PNC's his Paladin is a Murloc Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
So, with Hungry Crab in the deck lists here, outside of the Shaman, Saiyan is well prepared for that Paladin list as well.
Yeah. I just want to throw out there, Dan, just as a point to, or just as a follow-up to your point earlier of PNC having like a deck building edge. His version of every deck is my favorite version of that particular deck.
Yeah.
He has the Galakron Shaman with 1 Waste Warden, 1 Hungry Crab, which I think is the right balance for this metagame, and only 1 Flesh Shaper, which a lot of players are running 2, and you can tell that Flesh Shaper is like sometimes hard to use. He has the Ysera Unleashed, him and Nalgidon, as you saw. Nalgidon also qualified top 4 earlier. They have the same Druid list. With the Ysera Unleashed, it gives it like that extra bit of power very late in the game. And we could see over the course of the past 2 days that a lot of Spell Druids have just been running out of gas because they just have the Mount Seller and the 2 Glowfly Swarms and no follow-up beyond that. So, and his Highlander Hunter, which, again, just doesn't lose. So he does have like kind of what I think are the most refined versions of each individual archetype that he chose. And that's probably why he's 5-2, right? That's probably why he did well in Swiss. I think it was the same case last week with his lineup. And, that's why we're seeing that level of consistency from him. Despite maybe, the couple missteps that we saw from him last week. So definitely like his overall deck building this week. And we saw a couple of deck building wins. I think Bunny Hopper in Europe also, I think, just had, at least against the European field, kind of the best lineup. And he had a relatively easy path today in his group. So we're seeing, even in this not very solved metagame, with you having to make creative deck building decisions with some of the less popular classes that are impossible to test on ladder nearly, players are still making these optimizations that are giving them some edges.
Yeah, I like that breakdown a lot. I think that, in a 10-deck format, deck building becomes more important than ever. Largely because in Conquest, your weakest link is exposed. However, this is open Conquest, so there is the opportunity to switch out one of those decks that are weaker. We used to call it Shield Conquest when you could protect a deck, TJ. I'm just calling it Open Conquest.
Oh, when was it that we used Shield Conquest?
I believe that was...
I hope you like my invention.
I don't remember. I know we used it for something, but I can't remember what we used it for.
Wasn't it Masters Tour?
It might have been. I don't remember. Oh well, that's my subconscious is working on it.
Oh, was it season 2 of Grandmasters?
Oh yeah, I think it was season 2 of Grandmasters. Yeah, you're right.
You remember because I heard their video explaining it all the time. I have recurring nightmares of TJ explaining Shield Conquest phase to me.
Yeah, well, I just in the recording session for season 1 of Grandmasters, I said tertiary more than I had ever heard it said in my entire life.
Right.
I spoke that word.
You taught me what that word means.
I had to look up what that word meant when I read the script. I was like, what the heck does tertiary mean? Oh, okay. What is the word for a fourth of something?
Quaternary?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know.
Maybe we should create a format where you can bring
quaternary.
3 other decks. On
Primary,
top of
secondary,
the primary.
tertiary.
Quaternary?
Quaternary?
Okay.
Quinary? Scenary? Septenary? Octenary? Nonary? Nonary? I don't even know how to pronounce all these. Oh, the 12th. Duodenary.
You're a nonary. I'm not going to stand for this bullying.
Dan, you're such a duodenary. Grow up.
Well, PNC with his tertiary turn. What could he end up doing here? He has the Sludge Slurper and the and the Devoted Maniac. Thank you. TJ Sanders approved. Devoted Maniac would throw him off his curve for the rest of the game because he does have like all these 5 and 6 costs, but it would be the most effective fighting onto the board. And I think what he's really afraid of ultimately is being behind a minion, and Hunter just keeps pressing in for damage.
Yeah.
I think this
it's
is
just his curve's going to be weird.
Yeah, this is a hard decision to make, and this is something that could easily blow up in PNC's face, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's just dealing with the board, keeping his life total high. If he goes Sludge Slurper and doesn't find a minion that impacts the board, then he rolls into...
Okay, now I hate the previous play. No, I mean, it's results-oriented thinking, but it's like, in the sense that it feels so bad to overload here as the Sludge Slurper, and it feels even worse to just play a vanilla 3/3 and not do anything with the remaining mana crystal. But I think you have to keep your mana open.
Yeah, and I mean, the 3/3 does set up for Shield of Galakron to potentially be able to clear off this Mana Saber. So that's a bonus of this play. And his curve beyond that is okay, right? He goes Shield of Galakron into Corrupt Elementalist. The Box by Knuckles is probably going to be the card that's hard to fit in anywhere, because it doesn't look like he's going to have a turn to really breathe. It's probably going to be saved for a moment where, you know, he's going to get desperate and have to go for Box by Knuckles on something. But, you know, it just feels like he's definitely behind. But Saiyan does have to kind of be careful with his mana usage here, because if he makes a weak play and PNC can answer it, he could end up falling behind easily, especially if PNC is able to max invoke, because he would be Shield of Galakron on 5, Corrupt Elementals on 6. That's a fully invoked Galakron. And so it looks like he is going to play around the possibility of Shield of Galakron on 5, which is just a heads-up play from Saiyan. He says, if I make any other play, I'm very susceptible to losing much of my board to Shield of Galakron and not having a way to deal with it.
And you can see PNC making that tough choice that Muzzy had to do last series. Attacking with just the Bog Spine Knuckles.
Yeah.
Without its effect.
Yeah, well, they'll get a 7-drop next turn, most likely.
Most likely. Almost.
Unless he draws the Desert Hair, Dan. Oh. Because then he has Bogstraw Clacker as well.
It's true. Develops the Zixer and just kind of passes. Holds on to the Dwarven Sharpshooter. This could be a very powerful evolve turn here for PNC.
Oh, that is good.
And TJ, we're kind of overdue for a good evolve from Shaman.
We are. We're well overdue. And this is not only a good evolve turn, it's also a full clear.
Yes. Clear off the Basis Corruptor.
Unless he wants to get these 2 drops.
That's pretty greedy. The
That
benefit
is
is he doesn't kill Sixor.
Yeah.
He doesn't kill Sixor, he can't get shuffled into the deck. I think Saiyan's been holding on to this Ingenuity, by the way, because he wants to try to get a chance to get Sixor. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. That's the stuff right there. The Ravenhold Assassin.
Honestly, it's better than nothing.
Well, I mean, it's not really vulnerable to, like, Zephyrs or Varanus in this case. Varanus, he wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Oh, he drew the crab! So
Yeah,
the beasts
I
that he
mean,
could have hit were the Prime.
Hogsteed?
He doesn't have Hogsteed.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong deck list.
It was literally a 50-50.
Is Diving Griffin?
Oh, yeah, Diving Griffin. All right. So...
He was less
33.
likely to draw than likely, but... I mean,
Yeah.
still, he wanted to get something better. I think... Oh, actually, it would have been a good outcome if he got Diving Griffin, because then he would have to play it and then just line up for turn 8.
Yeah, then we'll lined up turn 8, because that's the only other rush minion he has.
Is Saiyan going to play the control role now? He does have Zephyrus as a defensive maneuver alongside Varanus.
That's true.
So he could play a slower defensive style here against PNC.
But PNC has a turn to breathe here, which means that he has the option to go for like a Kronks to pick up the Galakron, because he does have Wade fully invoked in hand. I believe it's at 3 right now with Corrupt Elementalist plus the Devoted Maniac. He could also try and go for like an 8-drop with the Bogstrot Clacker and play that alongside. I guess there's nothing really to play that alongside, right?
It would be a Farsight.
It would be Farsight into something,
and
yeah.
I don't think I like that nearly as much.
Yeah.
I mean, Sludge Slurper can fit almost any curve he chooses to play.
Oh, and Saiyan rewarded for holding the Hunger Crab.
Saiyan's like, woo! I knew I should have held that Hunger Crab.
And so that's going to be a 5/6 Hunger Crab, because Scavenger's Ingenuity gave it +2/+2, so at 3/4.
Right. I mean, that is reasonable tempo.
Wait, no, it's +3/+3, so it's maybe 6/7.
Oh, it's a +3. I thought it was a +2/+2.
Scavenger's Ingenuity?
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the Hunger Crab. Oh, he draws 6 or anyways.
He'd have to trade it all off, and Dan, that Hunger Crab value.
He also has like a Shattered Road Ruin opportunity with Zephyrus, which I think is reasonable as well. But he does know about the Galakron in hand. But he knows that's also not fully invoked.
Okay, hits Shadowward Ruin, so that's good sequencing, because his crab would have been over 5 attack.
Yeah!
Look at that swing. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
It's a Boulder Fist crab.
Boulder Fist Crab. Eat your heart out. Now, PNC wants to fully invoke, but now he's behind on the board. The swings, TJ.
Well, I think Evolve's a good draw. He could Corrupt Elementalist and then evolve the Corrupt Elementalist and potentially taunt it if it's big enough to block some damage from the crab.
Right. Because his concern is surviving. But he does have Galakron in hand, and the moment he plays Corrupt Element also puts pressure on Saiyan because he knows that those 8/8 elementals will be on their way.
Yeah.
The Shield, I think Shield of Galakron also fully invokes Galakron because he played one Shield of Galakron.
Yeah. But, like, if he wants to use Mutate here, which it honestly seems like he does, because he needs to, like, build up a big enough board to contest the crab, then Corrupt Elementalist going for a 7 seems better. Also because 7 is the highest chance to get taunt. 7 mana is. Oh, he's gonna hold the evolve. Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Those are some powerful plays.
Oh, finds Scale Lord and Murazon gets to just play more tempo on the board for himself as well.
Yeah. It's a 3 Shield of Galakron here.
I will act as your Scale Dragon Lord.
And yeah. That's game, I think.
There's just too much pressure here.
Yeah. He could Galakron trade over 1 and then evolve. I guess he could trade over both the 8/8s, but then there's still 11 damage being represented on board. He would take 4. Oh, yes. Oh, he can clear off the Hunger Crab too because he can Hero Power with the Searing Totem.
Yes.
So he can isolate the Scale Lord, actually.
Right, he just loses everything in the process.
Yeah.
Unless, is he willing to be greedy
I was thinking he could no, because then he'd have nothing to swing his weapon into. I was thinking he could be greedy and go for a King Crush mutate.
So I was thinking he actually Titanic Lackeys, trades over one of the 8/8s, so he has an 8/2, and then mutates it.
Okay.
And then leaves up the Hungry Crab. I think that's a little bit too greedy, though.
Yeah, because we talked about it last game. There's only one 9-mana taunt that you can get.
Well, I mean, just even keeping the tempo on the board. Because my problem with him hero powering is that Hunter just does the same thing. You're basically hoping that Hunter doesn't have a proactive card. And Highlander Hunter has 28 proactive cards. And Hungry Crab.
Hey.
So, I don't know, TJ. This is looking pretty dicey. He does end up going for the Evolve, but that's not really gonna save him here. That Scale Rider draw is low-key pretty nutty.
Oh yeah.
Just lets him get that 1 damage onto the Ysera. And now PNC needs something to bail him out here. Said there's 1 9-mana taunt. There's also Rushers.
Yeah, well, you go for 10 mana with the Mogu Flush Shaper, which could get Scrapyard Colossus.
Okay.
He could also Mogu Flush Shaper Nightmare.
I'm listening.
Bogshock. So he kills off the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza because it'd be an 8/9.
He can still play it by playing the Corrupt Elementalist.
Yeah. So he can still play the Blazing Battle Mage.
Right, he can also hero power.
Oh no, he can't because he would have needed to evolve with the box drop. He would have needed to play it right there.
It's true.
My play was Blazing Battle Mage, Mogu, Nightmare, trade over the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and then Bogstrock. And even if you don't hit a taunt, he'd have 1 mana left to Titanic Lackey.
Right. Do you think it'd be worth... Oh, wow. He's going to bank on the Alexstrasza and not be able to get through. A little bit risky, but that's what he needs to do to survive. And
he's alive!
Saiyan does have a way to press in for 10 damage. The Zixer Prime is very hard to handle. I mean... That's a lot of stats. And even if PNC managed to clear off everything, he's just dead to a hero power. This is looking lights out.
Yep.
We can see what the Evolve could potentially change, but barring any... Oh, wait! Okay, so that's step 1, but step 2 would be to find a defensive maneuver to survive a hero power and to go beyond that. This Blockshot Clacker would have to specifically get Armor Smith, I guess? No. Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, armor. Yeah, because he doesn't have to trade anything. Yeah, it would have to be. So he has 2 chances with Blockshot Clacker. So he Waste Wardens, and then freezes the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
And they could
so
evolve
only
the
be hero power,
Waste
so
Warden.
it has to be exactly Armor Smith.
Right.
Because there's no other immediate gain outside of Armor Smith in this situation.
Right.
Oh no, but he because he'd be evolving Blockshot Clacker, he would have to get exactly Armor Smith plus a Rush minion.
Yeah, I mean, it was low chances anyways, but...
Yeah.
That will do it. It was extremely unlikely that PNC was able to pull it back. And even then, it would be one of those things that we mentioned. He survives, but is he actually going to win?
Yeah, because Sam was at 30 at the end of that game, or it took the only points of damage he had taken the whole game on that turn. But yeah, he would have had to either evolve only one of the 1-drops with Bogshot Clacker and get exactly Armor Smith, and then trade in both. He'd go up to 3. Or evolve 2 of the 1-drops and get Armor Smith plus a Rush 2-drop, or a charge, like Blugo Warrior or Hench Clan Hogsteed, and then he'd still only be at 3. 3, because he would need to gain 2 armor. Because evolving them, he wouldn't be able to attack immediately with the guys, and I get it. So, and even then, Saiyan would just not play anything, hero power, and then he would lose. So even with that very slim, crazy out, he was still pretty much 100% dead.
Yep. So that brings us to a tied series. The Hunter's able to get to the win. And now we'll see how the Shaman, Paladin, Druids hold up to each other. Will Saiyan's Tex win, or will PNC's Raw Power win through? Interesting note, too, that PNC didn't just go for full-on streamlined decks. He, too, has a couple of Hungry Crabs, but not as many. Not as many crabs as Saiyan.
Yep.
In fact, PNC has only 1 crab at most per deck, while Saiyan has a couple of Hungry Crabs dispersed out throughout, most highlighted by his Token Druid. So I'm curious. Here we go into game number 3. We have that Druid from PNC up against the Paladin from Just Saiyan. That's a pretty good curve. On Saiyan's side, he has the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. That's kind of the sore thumb, but you can have the Battle Mage coin history buff into Sandwasp Queen, and Druid is going to struggle to remove that.
Yeah. PNC keeping Fungal Fortune's Glowfly Swarm, so a good curve himself, but with a lack of removal spells. Wow.
Yeah, unless PNC picks up Moonfire, he's not... Oh, okay. There you go. I was like, unless he picks up Moonfire, he can't answer the history buff. But maybe if you're saying you still don't play the history buff here. Oh, it's so tempting. Shotbot is also really good.
Let me tell you a story.
You can tell Saiyan not entirely sold on this game plan either, I think.
Yeah. Also, to be fair, there's also different ways for PNC to remove. You could Crystal Power and Wrath, and well, I guess you could use any kind of assortments of Moonfire to help supplant or supplement that kind of damage. Like if you had Crystal Power, Moonfire, Hero Power. So there's a few ways that Druid could have pieced together removal. Also, if PNC just had bees, you could just destroy the history buff, as we saw in the previous series with Monsanto versus Muzzy.
Yeah, PNC does run 1 copy of bees. Essentially, everything is pretty close to what you'd see in the normal list, except he runs 1 Power of the Wild, 1 Bees, and in place of those 2 cards, he runs Ysera Unleash and a Starfall. So,
you know, this
he's
Druid
set
deck,
up for the mirror.
TJ, sorry to interrupt. The Druid deck actually has a lot of 1-0s.
Time waits for no one.
His Druid deck does, yeah.
Yeah, he has 9 pairs of cards and then like a bunch of 1 copies of stuff. So it's not really reliable when you're trying to draw through your deck, and that's what you get. Ooh my! So the Magic Carpet makes things like the 1-drops that you get from Sandwasp Queen particularly interesting. Skyclaw is the most board presence now. It does make a really nice curve. You have the Shotbot and the Queen next turn, and then you have the 2 Wasps with the Magic Carpet on 5. And if PNC goes for a Innervate Glowfly Swarm, he's only going to get 4 minions right now. So I think he might have
challenged.
Yeah, I think he might just go for Fungal Fortunes in this position.
Yeah. And Ysera Unleashed, even though it's not a great draw, it does make his Fungal Fortunes less likely to hit minions and more likely to fill his hand up with more spells. So that's the kind of upside to it, if you had to find one. The problem is, like, you Fungal Fortunes and then Hero Power down one of these minions, or Innervate Bog Beam seems very weak with a Skyclaw. It would remove like 3 immediate power and then make your Glowfly next turn better. But you never know what Saiyan's going to develop behind it. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
mean,
know. This seems really, really weak.
As weak as it seems, his other options also seemed weak, and then Saiyan would develop behind it and still have a check to the Glowfly Swarm, even if it was full, next turn.
Right.
So at least PNC here is like, okay, well, if Saiyan full trades off this board and, you know, doesn't have too much development, it means that I have a turn that I can Fungal Fortunes and maybe play the long game, which we've seen this matchup go to quite a bit, and PNC has the benefit of having Ysera Unleashed as kind of a finisher. So, oh wow, so now Fungal Fortunes plus Wild Growth is huge, yeah.
That's a big draw here for PNC.
I wonder.
So Exotic Mountain or Kael'thas Sunstride are the 2 minions left in the deck. I think he's thinking of whether or not he wants to remove this with Bog Beam this turn. Bog Beam Hero Power. It would be sort of in line with the play that he made last turn, which is do anything I can to keep the board in check. Wait for maybe Saiyan to have a weak turn, and that's when he can ramp and Fungal Fortunes.
The thing is, Saiyan's deck is low curve, so it's not like it actually does have a significant chance of whiffing. 5 is like starting to hit its top end.
Ooh, Air Raid. Nice.
Oh yeah, you get to summon a couple of 1/1s with taunt. These are some tough turns for PNC, and I feel like I could be convinced either way. The Fungal Fortunes Wild Growth lines still seem pretty solid to me, but I guess PNC doesn't have faith that, like, you know, his deck will bail him out, and
yeah,
he doesn't want to just easily lose the board and get snowballed down.
Yeah.
Totally reasonable.
Oh, and the thing I just noticed that we didn't talk about was another reason why the Glowfly Swarm Innervate on 4 was good was because it was a turn before Waste Warden could come down.
Mm-hmm.
So by getting the value out of Glowfly Swarm, essentially clearing the board with it, he dodged Waste Warden with it and can wait till he has a more powerful setup with his second one.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah,
I mean, look, I don't hate the Glowfly Swarm play, or even the Bog Beam. It's totally understandable. I think the Paladin has like one clear win condition, which is like getting onto the board before Druid can set up, and so you're trying to disrupt it. And PNC did have the card draw to back things up. I think he's debating if he wants to Crystal Power and Hero Power, or he wants to Wild Growth for that extra mana crystal. He doesn't have a Kael'thas turn, though. He used all his free cards, so even if he ramps, he doesn't have a guarantee of being able to go off with Kael'thas, so I think he just wants to remove everything on the board. Looks like he's just saying that the next draw is likely to still hit a cheap card, so he can go off there. Wow, not even removing a small minion there. There's a lot to unpack from that turn, TJ.
There really is.
So, first of all, you know, what is PNC trying to go for here? He's trying to save this Crystal Power for a Kael'thas swing turn and hope that Starfall bails him out?
Which is going to have to be a big bailout.
Right.
Because now he's going to be going down to 12 health if Saiyan decides to swing this. He's running out of time, so no swing.
Okay.
Ooh.
Gambit
but no
pays off.
overflow.
No overflow and no board generation, so he does get the free Kael'thas spell and he can go for the Starfall, but I feel like if you play Kael'thas, you might as well just raw Starfall here. And have your mana free to do other stuff. Like,
well, it does put a big taunt in the way.
That is true. I mean, maybe I'm just ignoring the fact that Kael'thas goes to a 5/10 minion. It's kind of hard to ignore.
Yeah, and he would be able to isolate the Magic Carpet.
People are addicted to it.
So there'd be 4 damage represented on board. Sand Wasp that he knows in hand would be only an extra 3. So Kael'thas would not be challenged from what he could see. Obviously, there's cards that Saiyan could pick up that could allow him to challenge it.
Right.
Like the Librum of Justice.
Oh!
But if he does that, then he has to get rid of this Underlight Angling Rod, which he didn't even swing with last turn.
Yeah. So a little bit awkward. He could swing actually now. He could swing now, get the free Murloc. Wait.
Take the 5.
Maybe he doesn't have to choose. If he gets a Murloc Raider, he actually can just kill the Kael'thas anyway.
Yeah. And Saiyans not out of the woods yet, because that's Libra of Justice used, and PNC's going to just slam a Ysera Unleash on the board.
Yeah, that's another thing to actually consider there, which was what if he just like goes up with another big board? It doesn't even have to be Ysera Unleash. It could be Exotic Mount Color.
Yeah, he would have played Overflow if he had it that turn, I assume.
Move quickly.
He's played both Fungal Fortunes.
I think in his mind he wanted to go for the guarantee clear and keep his Magic Carpet.
Yeah.
Because
it's time for Ysera.
Ysera Unleashed. Tough to fight back against that wide board. But Saiyan does have Zephyrus in his deck if he can eventually find it.
He has some time.
A little bit of time.
Not a lot of time, but some time.
Reporting for duty.
And PNC also is getting Glow.
Right. Pretty wide board here, and Drew doesn't have access to things like Swipe.
This is a lethal setup.
Does not find anything. He has to Rising Winds, but if he Rising Winds, hits like 5 dragons and then Gift of the Wild. 5 dragons might push it. Let's just get like 2 dragons.
Or, I mean, even 0 dragons, a 6/14 taunted Ysera Unleashed is still good, like good enough for this board,
it's just,
right?
It's still possible for Saiyan to just get like the right card to answer it.
It would have to be Zephyrus.
It would just have to be Zephyrus. Oh goodness.
And now if he doesn't, he might just have to gift here. He does have to gift here.
Yes, because that's his only form of taunt. Because there is 5, 8, 10, 11 showing right now, and his Ysera would survive.
So if he goes for more draw, he has the option to get Dream Portals that get a Taunt Dragon. That's one. He could also find removal spells to buy himself like a turn. Like if he picks up the second Moonfire, or if he picks up Wrath. So he had a couple of outs. And maybe it's better to take the risk there? I don't know. Also, if I'm in that situation, I don't think I trade because that just puts more damage in.
Oh! The Zephyrus. That
Off
is
the top.
lethal. Saiyan can count it anyways. He is lethal on board, but
yeah,
he's going to make
needs
sure.
to execute. Yep.
Saiyan takes game number 3, and PNC's Druid. Yeah, we're talking about Druid potentially being Achilles' heel of a lot of lineups. Still very much could be the case here, but for now, Saiyan just happy that his Paladin was able to get a win.
Yeah, he barely skated by on that one.
And you know, to PNC's credit, I mean, he was like kind of seeing that late game scenario panning out that way, where he needed to preserve HP, and he set it up in a situation where Saiyan had to use his removal suboptimally. He lost an entire card in his hand.
Lost an entire card in his hand and needed
stuff. He had Magic Carpet.
Librum of Justice into Zephyrus, or the other way around,
right?
To be able to deal with those 2 big taunt minions.
So I like the line that PNC took, and I think that most of the time it works out for him. And kind of what we're saying too, if he had more dragons, that would have given him like perhaps a winning line, not necessarily just surviving, but like if the Ysera was able to grab 2 portals and then gift the wild, and Saiyan didn't draw Zephyrus, then that's like counter pressure, and he could probably just start to win the game.
Yeah.
So, I actually felt like PNC got robbed there.
maybe slightly. But, you kind of got to put those ones behind you. I think his Druid deck is like less susceptible to getting cornered because he does have the Ysera Unleashed, so additional waves of threats. He also has Starfall, which could be good in the mirror, but we did some testing with Saiyan's Druid versus PNC's Druid, and Saiyan's Druid just kind of bullies it. You have much more consistent early game. You actually have things to play in the early game, and outside of like the crazy Goldfly Swarm super early for full board, then the Token Druid usually will run over the Spell Druid, but we're going to see Totem Shaman with a Shield Bearer to protect the totems.
Argent Squire, Shield Bearer. How many 1-drops are in this deck? 14 1-mana cards. 12 1-mana minions.
So, I like this because we saw how difficult it's been for players to stick things on the board that don't die. Because everything about this deck relies on you having minions and totems that just survive one extra turn. Because you can capitalize on it so well with Storm's Wrath, with Bloodlust, and of course for totems, with the Splitting Axe and Totemic Reflection. So, it's the Shield Bearer, the 1-up Shield Bearer is, you're like, well, that's weird. Even with Storm's Wrath, it's only a 1/5. But if you play that Storm Bearer, or that Shield Bearer, and it protects your 0/2 Healing Totem or Wrath of Air Totem, then you're in business, because that opens up and unlocks Totemic Reflection, Splitting Axe, to try and snowball the game. So, it seems like a weird deck, but it's a deck that lives and dies by being able to stick things on board, and having things that are very tough to deal with, like the Squire and the Shield Bearer, can give you that consistency of being able to get off board buffs and bloodlusts.
That's right. I'm looking forward to see if this version can work out for Saiyan. PNC playing the more traditional Galakron Shaman. Galakron Shaman struggling a little bit throughout today so far. Interesting to me that once more, every time we see Saiyan and Muzzy kind of going at it seems like they are not playing the same decks. They are diverging in opinions, and that makes it particularly interesting for me, given that these two are considered two of the best players that NA has ever had. And particularly to see them differ in opinion so frequently, despite being in the same team, despite living together, is particularly intriguing to me.
Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe they just started disagreeing more in general because they're living together, and that just translated into their Hearthstone gameplay as well.
Sure. I mean, they could be preparing differently together as well. Like maybe Saiyan and Muzzy just say like, oh, I'm going to play this strategy, so better against this half, and you can play this other thing, which is better than that half. They could be, Saiyan, I know, for example, practices a lot with Hunter Ace and those people. And Muzzy used to practice with more like Americas-based practice groups back in the day, like Muzzy and Amnesiac, and
Nostum.
Bob 7, you mean?
The Grand National Champions.
Yeah, Bob 7 and Lead Pain and all of them. That used to kind of be Muzzy's practice group, and now that they're like working together a lot more often and talking about stuff, it could be something that like helps them, right? Like you might think like, oh, they're just like disagreeing. That means they're not working together. No, it actually could be the opposite. It could be that they're able to help open each other's eyes through multiple perspectives, and factor that into their deck building, even though they choose to go separate ways.
Yeah. Oh, and one that we're forgetting that was in that practice group, maybe the most important of all, Chalky.
Oh, yes. Let's be real, Chalky hard carried that group for a long time.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, no shade to the other people. They also did a great job. I heard that specifically that Lead Pain's data approach was pretty revolutionary for its time. This is, of course, years ago. They practiced together. And since then, some people have chose to move on to pursue academics, and some people have chosen to become a full-time contestant on the Rostular. DJ does not know a clue what I'm talking about.
No, I literally have no clue. But I'm pretty sure like what most of those guys are up to these days, I would not understand in the slightest. So.
I'm sorry. I too kind of get what you mean. Sometimes I'm like, as I'm learning it, because I'm trying my best to understand it. I'm not judging it per se. I'm just trying to like understand what's happening. When I first kind of hear the concept of what's happening, I'm like, I feel like a boom.